Chapter 1. The Authentic Dream, the Deceptive World. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the Red Earth continent, lies Dongu village. Nestled on the periphery of the Red Earth continent and blessed with proximity to the sea, the village has become a haven for numerous fishermen seeking to settle down, though modest in size. The village boasts a complete array of facilities, with the quaint tavern at its heart serving as a favored retreat for weary fishermen after a long day's toil. The midday sun streamed through the empty slats of a shuttered door, casting its light into the dimly lit tavern. Marking the establishment's most tranquil hour within the relatively spacious interior, two figures could be discerned. One tall and robust, the other a small boy. In the depths of the tavern's storage room, a brawny man labored to move barrels of inferior liquor in preparation for the evening's trade. Meanwhile, at the brightly lit bar, a 10-year-old boy with a delicate countenance stared vacantly, seemingly engrossed in calculating yesterday's accounts, or perhaps lost in thought. Showering. Are 3 barrels of rum and 2 barrels of apple cider enough? The booming voice of the burly man echoed from afar, its sharpness accentuated by the tavern's emptiness. The boy, named Rueding, was jolted from his reverie. He glanced at the ledger and responded with a loud voice. There's too much apple cider. 1 barrel will suffice. Also, prepare half a barrel of coconut liquor, as several of the Annies specifically requested it yesterday. His words were met with silence, save for the sounds of the man continuing his task, suggesting a profound trust placed in the boy. Rueding turned to gaze at the great tree outside, his eyes devoid of the innocence typical of childhood, instead revealing a keen intellect far beyond his years. This marked the 3rd month of Rueding's presence in the tavern, and likewise, the 3rd month since Inzi had arrived in the world of One Piece. Originating from the 21st century in Huaxia, Inzi had successfully bid farewell to the orphanage that had been his home for many years, accompanying the director's relatives to the Neon region as a translator just as he was poised to relish life's pleasures. The reality of his past shattered like a fleeting dream, and upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself upon the shores of an unfamiliar world. After being rescued by fishermen, and through conversations with the villagers, he encountered many unbelievable yet undeniable truths. Firstly, he had traversed worlds, inhabiting a body of approximately 10 years of age. Just as Inzi was grappling with the implications of his new form, an even more shocking revelation struck him. He was in the genuine world of One Piece. The standard language of this realm was Neon, interspersed with a smattering of broken foreign tongues, thus facilitating communication when terms such as Sea Circle calendar, world government, Navy, and Roger were uttered by the common fisherman. Inzi felt a mix of astonishment and relief. One Piece was not only one of Yinzi's introductions to the Japanese language, but also his cherished manga in the shadows of his less-than-pleasant childhood memories in the orphanage. The world of One Piece had been akin to wings, lifting the young Inzi into a realm of freedom. To now find himself traversing into that very world felt like a dream realized. Upon accepting this new reality, Inzi feigned amnesia to seek refuge among the villagers. Most of the villagers, being fishermen, lived modestly, and were understandably reluctant to accommodate another mouth to feed. The only one willing to take him in was the notorious bully of the village, Benjamin, the tavern owner. At 56 years of age, Benjamin had narrowly escaped extermination at the hands of the world government's military and had established his tavern in Dongu village to spend his remaining years. Upon learning of the addition of an amnesiac boy to the village, he contemplated the idea of adopting him as a foster son, aware of the harsh realities of the One Piece world. Inzi accepted Benjamin's offer without hesitation, receiving the name Rueding in the process. Time now returns to the present. It is the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, and news of Roger, at the age of 52, arriving at Raftel to become the Pirate King has just spread across the world. While Rueding, once known as Inzi, is cognizant of the unfolding narrative in the New World, his thoughts are consumed not by the pirate conflicts far away, but by the imminent chaos encroaching upon his immediate surroundings and the means of survival therein. In these past 3 months, Rueding has utilized Dongu village as a base to uncover myriad details not depicted in the anime, gaining a deeper appreciation for the cruelty of this world. The physical prowess of the inhabitants here is astonishing. When Rueding first witnessed Benjamin moving the barrels of liquor, he was nearly blinded by the display of strength. The tavern's 500-liter barrels of liquor weighed a staggering 500 kilograms. Yet Benjamin could effortlessly lift one in each hand and ascend to the 2nd floor without breaking a sweat. Such formidable strength has spawned a multitude of pirates and bandits who thrive on violence and theft. Fortunately, the EC remains relatively stable, although Roger emerged from it. Its overall strength is the weakest among the 4 seas. Moreover, due to Dongu village's location on the Red Earth continent and its proximity to the strategically significant Lowtown, the area has, on the whole, maintained a semblance of peace, with no incidents of robbery occurring in the past 3 months. In this relatively safe environment, Ruiding has been exercising and contemplating future strategies thanks to nourishing food and his prior experience as a fitness coach. Ruiding has rapidly developed, and in just 3 months, he has made significant progress, barely keeping pace with other children of his age in their playful antics. Hey, little Ruiding, lost in thought again? Has Chi come by today? Benjamin, having prepared the day's stock for the tavern, approached Ruiding and followed the boy's line of sight to the large tree outside, casually inquiring. It is peculiar she usually arrives early. Chi is a red-feathered bird unable to assimilate with the village's children. Ruiding adopted a fledgling he named Chi from the tavern's upper floor. Seeking to avoid feeling too out of place, this gesture brought Benjamin a sense of relief. It turned out that his clever foster son was merely quiet, maintaining a normal disposition. The father and son gazed out at the solitary tree, exchanging aimless chatter from time to time. Previously, Ruiding had inquired with eager eyes about Benjamin's past as a bandit, but unfortunately, the tales of those decades were not particularly rich, and soon, they were exhausted. Thus, Benjamin found himself at a loss, unsure of what stories to share next to pique his son's interest. The distant fishing port appeared lively, and the two instinctively directed their gaze toward it when suddenly, an unsettling scene unfolded. A massive sailing ship adorned with a black flag, a throng of burly men wielding weapons, the panicked flight of fishermen, and screams intermingled with gunfire signified a grim reality. Pirates had arrived. Panic and fear swiftly engulfed Ruiding's heart, though he had mentally prepared for encounters with pirates and bandits. The actual invasion by a band of ruthless thugs, armed to the teeth, left him reeling from the shock of wails and bloodshed, momentarily robbing him of coherent thought. Ruiding, there's an empty barrel stacked in the back of the storage room. Quickly, hide inside. Benjamin, having been born a bandit and experienced his share of turmoil, quickly assessed the dire situation and made a calm judgment. His words ignited a spark of clarity in Ruiding's vacant eyes, leading his mind to swiftly deduce that this was the optimal course of action as he beheld Benjamin's imposing figure. A surge of gratitude welled within him. Understood. Take care of yourself, old dad. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruiding dashed toward the storage room, climbed atop the stack of barrels, and indeed discovered an isolated barrel nestled in the corner. Upon opening its lid, he found it to be empty. Old dad? In this moment of crisis, Benjamin surprisingly smiled, a look of contentment gracing his weathered face. Watching Ruiding dart to the storage room, he ambled along behind, retrieving 2 barrels of rum he had prepared for service and slowly returning to the bar. Benjamin was acutely aware that, in the face of pirates, the only means of survival was not to flee, nor to fight, but rather to humbly serve the pirates, for that was the sole path to preserving his life. Meanwhile, Ruiding, concealed within the empty barrel, strained to listen to the commotion outside. Gradually piecing together Benjamin's thoughts, he fought to control his emotions, striving to remain still and silent. Yet his body trembled involuntarily, cold sweat soaking through his garments. The ruckus at the tavern's entrance grew louder and closer. Finally, the pirates had arrived. Chapter 2. The Pirate Invasion. Bang! The pirates' method of greeting was eternally crude. The slatted door that had served the tavern for many years met its demise beneath the foot of the lead pirate. Following this, a horde of disheveled, sweat-soaked, and blood-stained pirates surged into the establishment, accompanied by a frail old man who stood by, exuding a submissive demeanor, his face etched with servility. Hey, old village chief, this is the tavern you mentioned, huh? It's truly a dump. You are indeed correct. Captain Ilimi, while it may be somewhat dilapidated, it remains the finest structure in our village. The pirate known as Ilimi wore a disdainful expression, waving his hand to silence the old village chief who had just pledged allegiance, and then cast his gaze upon Benjamin, who stood before him, equally imposing, yet appearing quite aged. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed the towering man kneeling and lifting a sizable package above his head. Captain, this is all the cash from my humble establishment, as well as my life savings. I beseech you to accept it and spare my life. If you do not mind the quality, please feel free to partake of the drinks within the tavern. Ilimi squinted, his eyes brimming with cruelty, tinged with a hint of disappointment. It seemed he had not anticipated that such a large man could possess such a soft heart. Yet he waved his hand, signaling a nearby pirate lackey to retrieve the package. He then strode past Benjamin and took a seat at one of the tables. Bring forth the drinks. Seeing their leader had settled and issued commands, the pirates scrambled to claim their spots. Benjamin rose as well, skillfully lifting a barrel of rum to serve each table of pirates. He then approached Ilimi to pour a drink for the pirate captain himself. This band of bloodthirsty marauders cared little for the quality of the liquor. Indulging in the intoxicating euphoria brought by the inferior spirits, the tavern swiftly transformed into a raucous celebration, with pirates animatedly discussing the recent battle. Damn, this village is impoverished, and the women are utterly unattractive. There's nothing of interest here. Unlike our last visit to Cocoa West Village, where the women were like sirens. Ha! Old 8, I saw you emerge from a room with your trousers in hand, just moments ago. Don't tell me you went for a dump. Ha ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the pirates, as if this were the most amusing jest they had ever encountered, and they would surely have a field day mocking the pirate known as Old 8 for quite some time. Surprisingly, Old 8 bore no anger and instead sported a look of reminiscence. The women may be lacking, but I was astounded to find a little brat hiding beneath the bed. What a delightful surprise. Damn it, Old 8, you greedy bastard. You should have saved it to bring aboard the ship. Ugh, let's not talk about it. One moment of inattention, and that old hag stabbed me with scissors. Such a buzzkill, by the way. Where are the first mate and the others? The pirates lamented, slapping the table in frustration, blaming Old 8 for his negligence. Upon hearing the inquiry, a pirate at a nearby table set down his cup and replied nonchalantly, "The first mate and the others have gone to the woods behind, indulging in their favorite hunting game." Oh, bring 2 barrels of rum back to the ship. Let the old man have taste. Ridden's body had ceased its trembling, although cold sweat continued to flow. A surge of anger ignited within him. He listened intently to the heartless banter of the pirates outside, especially when Old 8 mentioned the little brat, which conjured an image in Ridden's mind of the not-so-attractive, yet gentle little girl who had once gifted him a bouquet of wildflowers. These beasts! Ridden clenched his teeth tightly, striving to suppress any sound despite being an adult. He found it nearly impossible to accept this brutal reality, and the gruesome accounts served as a chilling reminder of the world in which he resided. The village chief stood beside Ailimi, appearing as if he wished to speak, yet hesitating. Ailimi paid him no heed, silently drinking while discreetly observing the man pouring his drink. "Hey, old man, were you ever a pirate?" The village chief's heart leaped at Ailimi's inquiry, ready to respond, only to realize Ailimi was not addressing him. The previously reticent Benjamin finally spoke up. "No, Captain." "Oh, how peculiar. I seem to detect a familiar scent about you." Before Benjamin could reply, the village chief seized the opportunity to interject. "Great Captain Ailimi, I've heard he was once a bandit, quite tyrannical in the village, and none dared to provoke him." Upon concluding his statement, the village chief respectfully stepped back. Ailimi frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with the village chief's interruption. "Old man, is what he says true? Were you a bandit?" To answer, "Yes, I was at that time. It was merely to make a living. Once the bandit camp was cleared out by the army, I came here to make a living, waiting to fade away." Ailimi tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly struck by an interesting idea. "Oh, running a tavern alone is no easy task. How about joining my ship as a cook? You should consider it." Benjamin appeared taken aback, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head resolutely. "I appreciate the captain's offer, but I am an old man now. I fear I would be a burden to you and would be unable to serve you effectively." "Oh, what a pity." After hearing Benjamin's response, Ailimi sighed and shook his head before raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. The village chief could no longer contain himself and was about to speak to Ailimi, only to suddenly feel a predatory gaze fixated upon him, causing him to immediately fall silent. Ailimi, renowned as a notorious pirate of the East Sea, had experienced numerous battles and instantly sensed something amiss behind him. He turned to scrutinize the 2 men, observing the village chief's conflicted expression and seemingly surmising the truth. "Old village chief, do you have something to add?" "This. Speak freely if your words hold value. I shall honor our previous agreement and spare you and your family, allowing you to reunite." Ailimi's words shattered the village chief's final shred of hesitation. He shifted his body, attempting to distance himself from Benjamin, and pointed a trembling finger at him, exclaiming loudly, He adopted a boy as his foster son months ago, and now the child has gone missing. He must have hidden him." With that, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly turned to Ailimi. "Captain, this information must be of some use, correct?" "Ha. Indeed, it is of use." Ailimi rose with a cold smirk, his right hand reaching for his waist and drawing out a pistol from his belt, slowly raising it. Bang! The excitement on the village chief's face instantly morphed into terror and disbelief as a lead bullet found its mark in his heart, leaving him to feel the chilling grip of death encroaching upon him. Why did the village chief fall to the ground, struggling to point at Ailimi in search of an answer? He simply could not comprehend what he had done wrong. The pirates, who had just been drinking, stood up in unison upon witnessing their captain fire a gun, instantly thickening the air in the tavern with tension. Ailimi paid no heed to the fallen chief. Instead, he fixated on Benjamin while slowly returning his pistol to its place. "Aha, I am Ailimi, the pirate who always delivers on his promises. How could I deceive you? I have merely granted you the opportunity to reunite, albeit in hell." The spark in the village chief's eyes faded as life slipped away, and only a glimmer of regret surfaced in the mind of that foolish old man. The captain is truly formidable. He's indeed the captain I admire the most. His integrity is something we can never emulate. This is precisely why the captain is the captain. The raucous laughter of the pirates resumed, and Elamy felt his blood begin to surge at the crew's half-hearted flattery. What I am risking my life to protect must be someone of great importance. More crucially, you have deceived me. Benjamin remained silent, merely discarding the barrel of rum and producing a short dagger from behind his waist. Heh, old man. You have no idea how delightful it is to slay someone like you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Elamy darted towards Benjamin, reaching him in an instant. Benjamin, focused intently on Elamy, seized the opportunity to thrust the dagger towards the pirate's chest with all his might, confident of his aim. Just as Benjamin made his move, Elamy's eyes gleamed with mockery, as if he found the situation distasteful. Then, before Benjamin could comprehend, Elamy quickly crouched down to half his height. Diving hammer. As Benjamin prepared to convert his thrust into a slash, he suddenly felt a gust of wind against his face, followed by a colossal fist landing squarely on his chin, the sound of his jaw shattering resounding in his mind. That single blow rendered Benjamin powerless, and he could no longer grip the dagger. As Benjamin crumpled to the ground, Elamy mounted him and unleashed a torrent of blows upon his face. Old man. Too slow. Weak. Pathetically weak. Elamy shouted with manic fervor as he pounded Benjamin relentlessly. The surrounding pirates paid little mind to the spectacle, some even raising their glasses in celebration. Once Elamy had finished venting his fury, Benjamin remained alive, albeit barely conscious. Breathing heavily, Elamy stood up to accept a cup of rum from a subordinate, downing it in one gulp before bellowing. Kid, if you don't come out now, this old man is going to die under my fists. Chapter 3. This is how Elamy could have easily killed Benjamin by now, but he deliberately restrained his strength, allowing Benjamin to retain a breath of life. The members of the Elamy pirate crew were well aware that the first mate relished hunting games, while the captain had two pastimes, tormenting those who dared to resist him and inviting others to witness his killings, with the invited being none other than the most significant person to the victim. Benjamin and Ryden perfectly embodied both of Elamy's predilections. How could he bear to kill Benjamin so easily? Not coming out? How about this? Elamy frowned, clearly irritated that his prey would not heed his summons. He returned to the fallen Benjamin, viciously stomping on him, hoping to elicit a scream that would summon Ryden. TSK. Benjamin, clinging to the remnants of his consciousness, understood Elamy's intentions all too well. He gritted his teeth with all his might, striving to suppress any cries, only blood and foam escaping his lips. Within the barrel, Ryden could hear the commotion outside, his heart heavy with dread. He even contemplated leaping from the barrel, but his reason quickly quelled that impulse. Benjamin. Though Ryden could not fathom why Benjamin would go to such lengths to protect him, this unspoken bond allowed him to experience a semblance of paternal love for the first time in his life. Regrettably, just hours ago, Ryden had been on high alert around his adoptive father. Now he lamented that decision. All he could do now was honor his father's wish to survive. Damn it. That old fool. Bring me a knife. Elamy's patience waned rapidly. This detestable old man dared to defy his will, robbing him of his enjoyment, which was utterly intolerable. A subordinate quickly drew his cutlass and reverently handed it to Elamy before hastily retreating, fearful of incurring the captain's wrath. Kid, I'm about to prepare this old man. I'll start by severing a hand. If you don't want to witness your father being dismembered, come out quickly. I'll grant you both a swift end. Otherwise, if I catch you, you'll be minced into pieces. With a swift stroke, Benjamin's left hand was severed, blood gushing from the clean cut. Yet, the pain of his severed hand could not elicit a sound. All he managed was a heavy grunt. Damn it, how long do you need to find him? Get moving. If you can't find him, come back with your heads in hand. Elamy had completely lost his patience. Not only did Benjamin refuse to obey, but even a mere child dared to resist him. Elamy no longer wished to toy with Ryden. He simply wanted to witness the father and son meet their gruesome ends. The pirates, now terrified, scattered, searching frantically throughout the spacious tavern for any sign of Ryden. Some ascended to the second floor, while others scoured the nooks and crannies on the first floor, with two even venturing into the storeroom. Despair clouded the eyes of both Benjamin and Ryden. The situation had deteriorated to its worst possible state. If the pirates continued their search, it was only a matter of time before Ryden was discovered. Observing Benjamin's hopelessness brought Elamy a measure of satisfaction, prompting him to pause his cruel task and quietly return to his seat, leisurely sipping rum as he anticipated the entertainment to come. In the storeroom, two pirates, seemingly relieved to have survived, began to reflect on the recent events. Damn. That scared the life out of me. I thought I was a goner. Indeed, with the first mate absent, who can rein in the captain when he goes mad? One pirate, named Old Eight, began to reminisce. Let us consider forming our own crew. What are you suggesting? Though they conversed, their hands remained busy, checking each barrel meticulously, unwilling to overlook any hiding places. We're the only two locals on this ship. I'll only confide in you. Roger from the East Sea is now the pirate king, and many are eager to form crews in his wake. Why not us? Are you suggesting we change our seats and switch pots? Heh, what do you think? Let us take another look, for it is indeed rather advantageous to associate with Captain Elamy. However, the captain's temperament leaves much to be desired. We must keep our eyes wide open, hoping to encounter someone with a more temperate disposition. Alas, such a prospect is not easily found. The two individuals continued their lamentations, swiftly completing their examination of the 2 rows of barrels in front of them. They cleared a path and commenced their investigation of the final row. At this moment, the spirits of the 2 pirates were heightened, for this last row has always served as an excellent hiding place. Though they were merely searching for a child, even a cornered rabbit may bite. If one were to be bitten, the pain would ultimately be their own. Ryden's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. In no more than 3 minutes, the 2 pirates would discover his hiding place within the barrel. It seemed that his only option was to strike unexpectedly and fight for his life. Regrettably, he had not brought a small knife with him when he took refuge, which would have afforded him a chance to fight back. The footsteps of the approaching pirates drew ever closer, their sounds almost palpable against Ryden's ears. He adjusted his stance within the barrel, his legs taut as he crouched, poised to thrust his finger into the eye of an unsuspecting pirate the moment the lid was lifted. Pirate Old Eight had already placed his hand upon the lid of the barrel where Ryden was concealed. If Old Eight possessed the ability to see through the lid, he would discover the cold eyes that were fixed intently upon him, separated by but a thin barrier. All hands assemble. The Navy has arrived. At that moment, the anxious voice of the first mate echoed from outside the tavern. Although the pirates hesitated, there was no panic. They swiftly moved towards the source of the first mate's call. Old Eight and his companion were no exception. Exchanging a glance, they hurriedly exited the storage area and rushed towards the tavern's entrance. As Ryden listened to the fading footsteps of the pirates, he felt as if he were a deflated balloon, his earlier vigilance dissolving into a sense of lethargy that rendered him nearly immobile, pressed against the barrel's wall, straining to hear the commotion outside. Damn it, how could the Navy arrive so quickly, even if someone alerted them? It should take at least 6 hours for the Navy from Rogtown to reach here. Indeed, could there be a mistake? Stop talking nonsense. That information came from the first mate. How could it be wrong? The pirates continued to converse as they assembled, their voices unwavering, seemingly intent on prompting an explanation from the first mate. Even Captain Elamy was fixated on his subordinate, his expression darkening with displeasure. The first mate remained unperturbed, observing the crew with a steady gaze, seemingly amused by their shifting expressions. Captain, it is not the Navy from Rogtown. It is the G-16 division. What? The ever-composed Elamy sprang from his seat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Captain, it appears they have been pursuing us from Cocoa West Village. The time difference in our travels is scarcely half a day. Who is leading them? Have you ascertained that? The first mate, observing Elamy's loss of composure, continued at a leisurely pace. That is still unclear. The information was obtained from a spy on the front island. At this rate, the Navy will reach this island in no more than half an hour. Given their swiftness, it is likely that the one leading them is Pin. The two uttered the name that filled them with dread in unison, their eyes exchanging a mutual understanding. Listen up, everyone. Gather your treasures. We are retreating. Yes, Captain. At the captain's command, the pirates swiftly collected their plunder and adeptly departed from the tavern in groups, making their way towards the pirate ship at the harbor. In the vast tavern, only the 2 leaders of the pirate crew remained. Elamy, dragging his long blade, approached Benjamin, his gaze vacant, as he instinctively plunged the knife downward repeatedly, muttering to himself, "Is it truly that scoundrel Pen? How dare he look down upon me?" The first mate, observing Elamy's futile outburst and the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, felt compelled to interject. "Captain, we must leave at once. It will soon be too late. Damn it. Let that old fool have it. We are leaving." With that, he plunged the knife forcefully into Benjamin's body once more before departing in haste. Ryden was already in a state of frantic urgency within the barrel, torn between the desire to leap out and discern whether Benjamin still clung to a thread of life, and the fear that the pirates might return. After a protracted wait, and when he confirmed there were no further sounds, he took a deep breath and opened the lid of the barrel, stepping into the tavern's main hall. As he lifted the lid, a nauseating stench of blood, as thick as liquid, assaulted his nostrils, evoking a wave of revulsion in Ridden, who had never before faced the specter of life and death. Cautiously peering out into the hall, he was met with the sight of a massive, mangled corpse sprawled on the ground, which caused his stomach to convulse uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by nausea, trembling, weakness, dizziness, and a severe urge to vomit, he was struck down by the primal instincts of the human body. Once his stomach had expelled all remnants of its contents, Ridden's discomfort began to dissipate. Drawing upon his adult mental resolve, he compelled his body to move toward Benjamin's location, taking one step after another. At last, his weary gaze fell upon the blood-soaked garments that were still achingly familiar. His feeble frame could no longer endure. And in an instant, he fell to his knees, yet his right hand stubbornly pressed against the ground, clenching into a fist that pounded the earth with relentless fury. One punch, two punches, until the ground was thoroughly drenched in blood. The echoes of his low, guttural roars and the sound of his hammering fist reverberated throughout the tavern. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ridden, who had been bowing his head, suddenly lifted it sharply. His eyes widened like those of a wild beast fixated on the door, as hatred and anguish forced their way through his clenched teeth. Ah, Lou, me. Chapter 4. Justice arrives late to an observer. Justice, though often delayed, ultimately serves its purpose, providing some measure of relief to the afflicted and the victims of calamity. Silver's past self had once held this belief. For him, who had lived in an orphanage in his previous life, even a delayed justice or a single coin to aid him would have been met with gratitude. However, for those who have genuinely endured profound calamities, the tardiness of justice can serve as yet another wound. Such was the case with Ridden. When the Navy finally appeared at the tavern's entrance, he longed to scream, to curse them, even though their presence had spared his life. But why? Why could you not have arrived sooner? If only you had, then my father would still be alive. Such thoughts clawed at Ridden's mind like a demon. Yet he quickly suppressed them, not only due to the maturity of his mental age but also because he truly felt the overwhelming fear that pervaded this world. Regardless of how treacherous and duplicitous his previous existence on Earth had been, and how humble his origins, it remained a society governed by law. As long as one did not tread the gray areas of that world, every citizen of status could live freely, particularly in his homeland of Huaxia. Yet this is the world of One Piece, fraught with risks that could claim lives at every turn, teeming with perilous pirates. And even the world government loomed as a vast abyss where human life held little value. The only means of safeguarding oneself lay in possessing sufficient strength and a cautious mind. Quickly report to Captain. A survivor has been discovered in the village tavern. A 10-year-old boy with black hair, crouching beside a corpse. A contingent of Navy officers surrounded him, their weapons aimed at Ridden. Despite their awareness that even a child could pose a formidable threat, they endeavored to soften their tones when addressing him. Do not be afraid, remain still in that position, and report your identity. Raiden lifted his gaze to the naval officer speaking, striving to maintain composure and conceal any signs of distress. Just as he was about to feign a trembling voice in response, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Where are the surviving children? Just ahead, Captain. At that moment, a tall, slender figure appeared in the doorway, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. Raiden looked up, locking eyes with the man. The man was youthful yet possessed an unappealing visage. His gaunt face framed by a mass of jet-black curls gave him an air of malevolence. Captain, be cautious of danger. The young naval officer, with his long, slender legs, disregarded the warnings of his subordinates and swiftly closed the distance to Raiden in just 2 strides. He then crouched down, enveloping Raiden in his long arms. I apologize for our tardiness. Raiden had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation when the naval lieutenant's sobs echoed around him, great tears cascading down like a summer deluge. The sailors, exhibiting a commendable sense of duty, divided their tasks. Some began to dig graves while others transported the deceased, each face marked with a resolute expression, revealing them as a band of upright and noble mariners. Do not grieve, the Navy shall avenge you, Raiden heard amidst the sorrow. At that moment, he sat face to face with the naval officer at a tavern table, recounting his recent ordeal. The lieutenant, a man of profound integrity, was unable to contain his tears multiple times, prompting an observer to mistakenly assume he had suffered a calamity himself. Through their exchange, Raiden learned of the lieutenant's identity and gained a clearer understanding of the unwavering righteousness of this naval crew. The man, still dabbing at his tears, was T. Pin, arguably one of the most virtuous figures within the realm of One Piece. Raiden vividly recalled the battle between Pin and Zoro during the transport of Robin. A scene etched in his memory. Yet, the disparity between fiction and reality remained stark. Although Pin appeared over 2 decades younger than his comic counterpart. Without the revelation of his identity, Raiden would not have surmised who he was. Upon witnessing the real man, Raiden felt a curious familiarity. As if the comic had indeed captured the essence of the character. Regardless, for Raiden, encountering Pin was a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortunes. At least he was safe for the time being. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening light bathed East Rob village, illuminating every face. Typically, this would be a moment of leisure for the fishermen, and the busiest time for Raiden and Benjamin. Instead, Raiden could only watch as Benjamin's lifeless body was laid to rest by the Navy. "Uncle Benjamin, let the work commence. We have guests arriving." "Understood, lad. And by the way, bring a barrel of rum and half a barrel of apple cider. We can't wait any longer." Raiden uncorked a jug of rum he had procured from the shop and slowly poured it over the earth where Benjamin lay buried. "It is time to commence our work again, father." The twilight descended, and the tranquil eastern sea was devoid of formidable pirates. The weather was remarkably fine. And with the naval vessel's excellent illumination, embarking at night posed no challenge whatsoever. With the obliteration of Dongu village, Raiden remained the sole survivor, prompting the Navy to bring him aboard their ship. In the ship's conference room, a few naval officers adorned with ranks were present, with Commander Pin leading the assembly. They were taken aback to see this resilient youth, who had shown great fortitude throughout the journey, now kneeling before them. "I, Benjamin Raiden, voluntarily enlist in the Navy. I beseech Commander Pin for your approval. I am willing to start as a mere provisions clerk, all for the sake of avenging my father. To uphold the righteousness of the Navy. To eradicate pirates across the seas." Raiden pressed his forehead against the floor, his hands firmly planted as he vociferously proclaimed his declaration. This proclamation had been carefully contemplated for an extended period, imbued with his heartfelt sincerity. He had indeed resolved to join the Navy and follow Pin's lead. As a survivor of a village ravaged by pirates, it seemed only natural for him to enlist in the Navy. Just as Raiden's thoughts began to wander, a pair of powerful hands grasped his shoulders, lifting him up and steadying him on his feet. "Young man, I hold your courage in high regard," Pin remarked. However, Raiden was taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. "Well, you are still quite young. Our Navy adheres to strict regulations. However, rest assured, I will contact headquarters to secure a suitable position for you. In the future, when you have matured, you shall join the Navy." Raiden is acutely aware that there are no age restrictions for joining the Navy. The notion of age, as espoused by Pin, is merely an excuse. However, the rigorous assessments of the Navy are undeniably stringent. The requirement to perform a continuous set of 2,000 push-ups alone would unequivocally disqualify 99 of individuals from Earth in a previous life. Nevertheless, there remains no shortage of individuals akin to Kobe, who, despite their frailties, still aspire to enlist in the Navy. Ryan had a sudden realization. It was merely the year 1497 in the Sea Circle calendar, and the notorious pirate King Roger had yet to surrender. The grand age of exploration had not commenced. And at this time, the fleet admiral was still Steelbone Kong, with the admirals being Sengoku and Zephyr. The number of pirates in the seas was considerably fewer than during the Great Pirate Era, and the standards for joining the Navy were consequently much more stringent. In that moment, inspiration struck Ryan once again, and he raised his gaze to Lieutenant Pin. "Lieutenant, would you take me on as your apprentice? I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship from you." Pin paused thoughtfully, but to Ryan's dismay, he shook his head. "Young man, I'm afraid that's not possible. I must return to headquarters shortly. I will likely be dispatched to the Grand Line, a perilous place indeed." Pin removed his hands from Ryan's shoulders. And upon seeing the disappointment in Ryan's eyes, he gently ruffled Ryan's hair. "Do not worry, we shall find you a suitable mentor. I look forward to the day we meet again, when we can fight side by side against pirates. Rest assured, I will not let the pirate Elmi escape my grasp." At the mere mention of Elmi, a flame of fury ignited within Ryan's heart. This individual was also marked for his vengeance. If he could commence his path of slaughter with Elmi's blood, it would be most fitting. Do not let hatred cloud your vision. Your priority now is to rest well. Soon, we shall return to the G-16 base at the Jamaica Islands, and I will come to fetch you once we arrive. Pin tousled Ryan's hair once more before turning away and walking back to his chair. Raiden understood that his enlistment in the Navy had led to the collapse of Pin's plan, yet he still possessed a contingency strategy. During his 3-month stay in East Rob Village, Raiden, drawing upon his prior knowledge of the world of One Piece, devised numerous plans for the future amidst his training. The sudden arrival of Ilimi and Pin significantly altered Raiden's schemes, however, entrusting his fate to the Navy, whose true intentions remained unknown, could lead to unforeseen complications. Though his journey did not bestow upon him any extraordinary abilities, for Raiden, his understanding of the One Piece universe was akin to the most potent of advantages. At this juncture, his aspirations within this world transcended mere survival. He had imperative tasks to accomplish. Captain, have you not changed your mind? Pin turned to face Raiden, only to find no desperate expression on his countenance, but rather an air of tranquility. This calm demeanor further elevated Raiden's standing in Pin's esteem. Captain, my father once told me, before his passing, that should anything happen to him, I should seek out an old acquaintance of his. What? Is that true? Do you know where he is? Pin inquired with a palpable excitement, astonished to learn that this young man had connections in the world, a most fortuitous circumstance. Raiden began to speak slowly, his tone as composed as if relaying an undeniable fact. In Seymour Jichi Village, the master of the One Heart Dojo, Goshiro. Chapter 5, Benjamin's Diary. Seymour Jichi Village? Does anyone know this place? This sounds somewhat familiar. I'll go fetch the East Sea map. The naval officers engaged in an eager discussion, regrettably. Seymour Jichi Village was too obscure for anyone to recall its location. The map is here. Quickly, let us unfold it. The map was spread across a wooden table, and Raiden stood on tiptoe to examine it closely. The aged parchment bore rough, dark lines sketching out numerous islands, many of which were merely represented by circles. Nonetheless, the general navigational routes were discernible. At the westernmost edge of the map lay the red line, with East Rob Village marked by a black dot along the continent's periphery. And further down was the renowned Logue Town. Their destination, the G16 branch, was approximately situated in the central part of the map. I found it. Seymour Jichi Village. Raiden was engrossed in studying the map when he suddenly heard the enthusiastic shouts of a naval officer, causing his heart to race with anticipation. After all, the original text did not specify the location of Seymour Village, and Raiden genuinely feared that the Navy might struggle to locate it. This revelation allowed Raiden, who had been on edge, to finally exhale in relief, as he no longer needed to consider resorting to a lesser plan. Where is it? Let me see, he inquired. Pin seemed even more invested than Raiden, hastily urging his subordinates to pinpoint the location of Seymour Village. The naval officer indicated the upper right corner of the map with his index finger. Lieutenant, it's here, not far from the base of the 153rd Division in Shell's Town. This was troubling. A shiver coursed through Raiden's heart. This location was exceedingly remote. It spanned the entirety of the Eastern Sea. He anxiously gazed at Pin, fearing that the savior might depart from him. Well, in that case, let us set forth directly to Shell's Town. It is an opportune moment to represent the headquarters and assess the military defenses of the 153rd Division. What? Raiden and the remaining naval officers were momentarily stunned. The former was filled with unexpected joy, while the latter was simply taken aback. Captain, this is unacceptable. We must at least inform Colonel before altering our course. I do not require the approval of that petty individual to carry out my duties. Pin, usually composed and gentle, now displayed a hint of fury, which greatly astonished Raiden. The lieutenant, who had spoken candidly moments ago, regretted his hasty words. After all, Pin possessed remarkable strength, and what was more, this captain held the same rank as the highest commander of the G16, colonel of the branch. Notify everyone, we are to head immediately to branch 153. This is for the resettlement of civilians and the preservation of the Navy's reputation. Furthermore, realizing he had been a bit too harsh earlier, Pin cleared his throat and continued, let us first proceed to Cocoa West Village, where everyone can rest. I shall cover all expenses for drinks. Yes, Captain, you are benevolent. Long live. The previously awkward atmosphere transformed into one of lively celebration. Were it not for Raiden's presence, the naval officers might have cheered like pirates. As night fell, Raiden lay quietly in the small compartment of the warehouse, which served as his temporary abode. By the light of the warehouse, he retrieved a leather-bound notebook from his pocket and began to read. July 1st. Sunny. Today the sun is unbearably hot. I heard from the fishermen in the village that the sea delivered a boy. What a bunch of fools. How could the sea bring forth life? It only takes it away. July 5th. Rainy. Rain can be quite pleasant at times. This child is far more obedient than I imagined. No, he is excessively obedient. He neither cries nor makes a fuss, and he even assists me with the accounts. It turns out having a child feels like this. August 2nd, thunderstorm. The weather today is far from pleasant. In the mountains, I dreaded this kind of weather, yet this boy shows no fear of the thunder. Oh. I haven't even given him a name yet. Calling him boy seems rather inappropriate. September 13th, overcast. Today I found myself unable to resist reprimanding this boy. Yet I could not find a valid reason. Perhaps I do not genuinely wish to scold him. No. I ought to educate him. Boys need guidance. Especially when he still lacks basic manners. He should at least learn how to address people properly. September 18th, this boy has grown increasingly distant lately. I suppose it is my fault. Reflecting on it, what have I been doing all these years? The notebook was discovered in Benjamin's bedroom on the second floor. It was not difficult to find, as the room of a drunken old mountain bandit would hardly be characterized by tidiness. Yet this leather-bound notebook lay neatly and cleanly on the table, surrounded by not a single piece of litter. The diary contained precisely 90 entries, spanning from July 1st to September 28th. A warm sensation grazed his face, soon replaced by a chill. How strange. In my past life, if I had been this fragile, I might have been reduced to nothing by now. How is it that I stand here now? Written, with a hint of self-deprecation. Gently wiped the corners of his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. He gazed vacantly at the immense moon, realizing that restful dreams would likely elude him this night. Humanity is inherently selfish. Ultimately, all actions can be traced back to one's own interests. However, when one person regards another as a cherished treasure and invests their emotions, this selfishness metamorphoses into a precious entity known as affection, such as the nature of love, friendship, and familial bonds. In the world of One Piece, what holds paramount importance? Different individuals may offer varied responses. Some may argue that it is the exceedingly rare devil fruits, while others might assert that the ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world take precedence. There are even those who believe that the ambition to dominate the world is the ultimate goal. Yet, in Ridden's eyes, none of these hold the utmost significance. Whether in the world of One Piece or any other realm, the most vital aspect for humanity will always be faith. During his 3-month sojourn in the world of One Piece, Ridden experienced a profound loss of faith. He was uncertain of his purpose and oblivious to the manner in which he should exist. The perilous nature of this world compelled him to tread with extreme caution. A caution that unfortunately led him to overlook the most radiant blossoms within it. At last, Ridden has rediscovered his faith. He tenderly tucked his diary into his bosom, and a sharp glimmer rekindled in his eyes. All hands assemble. Morning exercises. The cacophony of noise jolted Ridden awake from a state of near slumber. As he listened to the raucous yet synchronized footsteps outside, he finally exhaled in relief. It was merely morning practice. He had assumed it was pirates. Indeed, Ridden had developed a reflexive fear of pirates, a sentiment likely shared by the common folk of this world, who seemed to live under a veil of indistinct terror. Raiden, while speaking, descended from his bed and leisurely opened the door to the warehouse, making his way to the deck. This naval vessel was a small warship belonging to the branch, with a maximum capacity of around 400 individuals, in contrast to the headquarters' medium-sized warship, which could easily accommodate 800 people. This ship was considerably smaller. However, upon witnessing the naval soldiers assembling for morning exercises, Raiden was taken aback. Over 300 robust men stood in perfect formation on the deck, resembling a solid wall. At the command of the leading lieutenant, the soldiers commenced their drills, each sword swing almost synchronized, although their precision could not rival that of grand parades from Raiden's past life. The superior physical prowess of these sailors rendered the display profoundly impressive. "What's the matter? Are you mesmerized?" The voice of Pin startled Raiden from his reverie. He turned stiffly and nodded vigorously. "Incredible. Truly incredible. This is just the beginning. The real powerhouses of the Navy, like Mr. Carp." Upon mentioning Carp, admiration sparkled in Pin's eyes. Raiden, now fully turned to engage Pin and tales of Carp, felt once again overwhelmed. As one of the pivotal characters in the world of pirates, Raiden had studied Carp's exploits, yet hearing the accounts from a native of this world left him in awe, pondering how far he might go when he eventually encounters such formidable strength. As the sounds of the Navy's morning exercises mingled with Pin's stories, the morning swiftly slipped away. In the ensuing days, Raiden seized every opportunity to grow stronger or acquire knowledge. Each day, he stood behind the Navy, participating in their morning drills and striving to keep up with their rigorous training regimen. At times, he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, requiring assistance from the sailors to reach the dining table. The vivid image of Pin slicing a gigantic sea beast in two during their voyage had left a lasting impression on Raiden, compelling him to relentlessly seek guidance on T. Pin's angled swordsmanship each night. "This kid is indeed impressive," remarked one officer. "His tenacity at such a young age is truly commendable." "Indeed. I initially thought he would give up after 2 days, yet here we are a week later, and he continues to persevere, even increasing his dedication." The naval officers observed Raiden, who was bare-chested and wielding a sword, unable to suppress their admiration. Even T. Pin nodded in approval, his gaze filled with respect. "Let us not only praise him, this lad has consumed enough food to match 2 soldiers' worth in the past few days. If it weren't for the sea beast slain by the lieutenant a couple of days ago, we would have been out of rations. Haha. Who would have thought we had a guest the head chef disdains? Quite a rarity. The food in the world of One Piece, especially the meat from various sea beasts, was rich in energy. To compensate for his intense training, Raiden forced himself to consume copious amounts of meat daily. Remarkably, this energy genuinely aided him, enabling him to train beyond his limits. One could only imagine the power contained within the flesh of even more formidable sea creatures or sea kings. At that moment, a naval officer in charge of the lookout approached T. Pin, saluting before reporting, "Lieutenant, we have arrived at Cocoa Village. Shall we dock?" "Yes. Inform everyone to prepare for landing." Chapter 6. Cocoa Village. Raiden, stop practicing. It's time to go ashore. A familiar voice from a Navy soldier interrupted Raiden's daily routine. He turned to see the now familiar sailor, following his gaze towards the nearby village. "Is that Cocoa Village? Nami's hometown?" Before Raiden lay a simple yet verdant village. Tall coconut trees adorned the front yards of each home, with some backyards boasting orange trees. It appeared to be a tropical town primarily focused on agriculture. Regrettably, the charred houses and mottled stains resembled scars on a face, casting a shadow of sorrow over this once vibrant town. "Come on, Raiden, let us enjoy ourselves," a nearby sailor urged, pulling the still-dazed Raiden off the ship and following closely behind T. Pin and others towards the village center. "Look, Lord T. Pin is here." "So this is Lord T. Pin, how imposing. Is this the Navy that saved us?" "Thank you. Heroes. Heroes. The Navy is our heroes." The villagers, drawn by the commotion, peeked out from their homes. Some who had seen T. Pin cheered, while others, upon learning the truth from their neighbors, joined in the celebration, expressing their gratitude to the Navy for rescuing them from the clutches of pirates. Raiden gradually became enraptured by the villagers' cheers. Although he was aware that the villagers were not cheering for him, the genuine fervor of their shouts stirred his heart, prompting him to grip the wooden sword tightly. At that moment, 2 figures appeared ahead on the road, an elderly man and a young one. The elder, who seemed to be advanced in years and possibly injured, was being supported by the young man clad in a brown uniform. Upon seeing them, T. Pingin and his companions immediately halted. No wonder the atmosphere was so lively. It turned out that Lord T. Pingin had arrived. "I hadn't properly expressed my gratitude last time, please. Come in." The village chief urged, "Do not be too courteous, my lord. You are not only a guest of our village but also our benefactor. Such hospitality is unwarranted. The Navy's duty is to protect civilians. This is no great favor," T. Pingin replied. "By the way, we are here to rest. Kindly direct me to an inn that has provisions and can accommodate this many people. Rest assured, we will pay the standard price." The elder's expression shifted, his last vestige of doubt dissipating, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. T. Pingin, however, waved his hand dismissively. "I have already agreed with my subordinates to treat you. If I do not pay, these young fellows will surely gossip about me behind my back." The old village chief's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he patted the young man beside him, signaling him to let go. "Thank you, my lord. I am too old to serve you properly. Please allow my son, Kinzo, to guide you. Kinzo, take our esteemed guests to a maid's inn. And have the other taverns with liquor bring their stock as well." "Yes, father," Kinzo replied, standing respectfully to the side, raising his right arm to invite T. Pingin and the others to follow him. The tavern was filled to capacity with over 300 people. This establishment, capable of accommodating more than 20 tables, far surpassed Benjamin's modest little tavern and could indeed be considered a grand inn. Sipping the only non-alcoholic fruit juice available, Raiden, despite his circumstances, found his thoughts drifting to the future. In the years to come, a little girl named Nami would come to live in this village, and not long after, a merman known as Arlong would turn everything upside down. Raiden observed the young Kenji, who was pouring drinks for T. Pin, and found it difficult to reconcile this vibrant youth with the old man scarred by time in his memory. Yet, he could only drown his sorrows in juice, for he felt incredibly weak at present. Not only was he incapable of altering his circumstances, but he also struggled to ensure his own safety. A significant portion of the naval crew led by Pin consisted of elite soldiers he had personally brought from the headquarters. Thus, even amidst the revelry, they refrained from any excessive behavior. More than a dozen of the guards limited their consumption to just a drink or two, remaining ever vigilant. The banquet concluded in a little over 2 hours, and despite Pin's insistence, the tavern owner, a man, accepted the full payment. The soldiers responsible for procurement completed their acquisition of military supplies, effortlessly shouldering these items along with the remaining beverages, preparing to return to the warship. As they gradually made their way toward the vessel under Kinji's watchful gaze, Raiden, prompted by the Navy, hastily descended from his chair. "Hey, Kinji. What do you plan to do if pirates threaten the village again in the future?" Still watching the Navy depart, Kinji was suddenly drawn to a child's voice beside him. He looked down and indeed found the young child he had previously noticed. Although Kinji was curious, he responded to Raiden's question with earnestness, without hesitation. "I will definitely protect the village and prevent the pirates from invading again. Good luck. If possible, it might be wise to prepare concealed emergency shelters and ample supplies in the mountains," Raiden suggested, handing Kinji a piece of paper. As Kinji gazed at him in surprise, Raiden continued to explain slowly. "This is a map I sketched based on the layout of Cocoa West Village, indicating potential hiding spots and some simple construction methods for emergency points. If you find it useful, you might consider building some of them." "Raiden, we must go. We will miss the main force otherwise," a naval member called out, noticing Raiden lingering at the tavern entrance. "I'll be there in a moment," Raiden replied. Raiden quickly spoke up, then raised his gaze towards the astonished Kenju. "My kin were also slain by Aleem. My greatest regret now is why I did not prepare an escape route sooner. Perhaps this will prove beneficial to you. Farewell." With that, he hastened along the path, anxiously moving towards the awaiting Navy ahead. "Wait, what is your name?" "Raiden, Benjamin Raiden." Raiden did not pause his steps under the radiant glow of the setting sun. A solitary figure of a youth continued to stretch into the distance. "Benjamin, is that you, Raiden?" Kinju observed the boy's retreating silhouette, sensing that by their next encounter, this youth would have transformed into a figure of monumental significance. Having indulged in libations, the Navy would rest for the night at the harbor. Lieutenant Pin, in a rare display of mercy, permitted the sailors to disembark for the night, albeit under the condition of adhering to discipline and returning before morning drills. Observing the fervent sailors, some already warming up, Raiden could not help but sigh. It seemed that no one in Cocoa West Village would find sleep tonight. Meanwhile, in the warship's conference room, several junior officers appeared grim as they confronted a large telephone bug. Lieutenant Pin's face flushed with anger, veins bulging, as he vocally debated with the individual on the other end of the line. "Lieutenant Pin, you ultimately belong to my 16th Division. As long as headquarters has not issued an appointment letter, I remain the highest authority here." The voice on the line continued. "You are not in a position to negotiate. This mission to the 153rd Division is confirmed. Without my orders, departing from the jurisdiction of my 16th Division will incur penalties. It is unwise to bear such a grave fault for a civilian." "Silence," snapped Pin. "I have discovered significant discrepancies in the finances of your division. You would do well to report swiftly. We shall meet in military court sooner than you think." The conversation abruptly ended, marking a temporary halt to their confrontation. Pin composed himself, seated at his desk, sipping coffee while contemplating the unforeseen repercussions of their dispute. The following morning, on the warship's deck, a throng of sailors stood in formation, many sporting dark circles under their eyes, and some visibly trembling. Among them, a group of 7 or 8 individuals stood unsteadily at the front, seemingly the focal point of disciplinary action. After counting heads, the lieutenant saluted Pin and declared loudly, reporting, "Sir, last night, 241 sailors went ashore, 233 returned on time, and 8 were late. The village reported no incidents of malicious defamation. Please advise." Pin nodded, evidently satisfied, and then revealed a menacing grin towards the 8 with fearful gazes. "Those who did not depart the ship last night shall rest during morning drills." Cheers erupted from the sailors. "Hooray for the lieutenant's wisdom. 233 who returned on time shall undergo 2 additional drills today. Are you serious? We're going to die?" lamented the majority, yet their expressions bore a hint of reluctant amusement. Lastly, you 8. The front row individuals broke into a cold sweat. Their previous vigor from the night before now vanished. "Today, you will train alongside that young man over there," Pin said, gesturing toward Raiden. who was practicing with a wooden sword. You will cease only when he does. Sir, please. They pleaded. This will truly lead to our demise. Ignoring their protests, Pin turned and departed. The 8, resigned to their fate, shuffled to their designated training spot and began their exercises. As the customary hour of morning drills elapsed, those exempted from training took to commanding the deck, mockingly relishing in the previous night's escapades. An hour later, the 233 who had trained collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, some joining in the ridicule. Hey, is that a push-up? It looks more like a dog eating feces. Indeed, are you showcasing last night's skills? Is this it? The day continued joyfully, while Raiden, oblivious to the anguish of the 8, remained focused, wielding his wooden sword with determination. Chapter 7. A world-shocking news apologies. Apologies, you need only call my name. During lunch, Raiden paused his training and learned from the other sailors the reason for the 8's forlorn gazes. Akin to that of a beaten dog. Hey, Raiden, don't mind them. They brought this upon themselves. Indeed, they are nothing but livestock. This is hardly an issue. The other sailors chuckled at their misfortune, further aggravating the 8, which inevitably led to heated exchanges. Thus, the warship sailed past Kesha Town, departing the Jamaica Islands, and continued its journey toward the destination of Shur's Town. On board the vessel, Raiden diligently practiced day after day, his determination and appetite growing with each passing moment. The sailors gradually developed an affinity for this composed and industrious youth. Pin lavished praise upon Raiden, expressing a desire to have him join his ranks. Were it not for Raiden's tender age and frailness. Although the improvements from daily training were modest, after a fortnight, Raiden's physical condition had significantly enhanced. Under the patient tutelage of the esteemed Pin, Raiden's foundational swordsmanship began to take shape, and he finally transitioned from a wooden sword to a steel longsword for his training. It is noteworthy that in the world of One Piece, swords encompass both knives and swords from his former life on Earth. Thus, Raiden wielded the Navy's large sword rather than a katana, focusing primarily on slashing techniques. By now, Raiden had mastered the art of accurately cleaving a stationary apple in twain with the steel blade, devoid of any misalignment or excessive force that would shatter the fruit. Another tranquil morning passed. Curiously, during the fortnight since departing from Cocoa West Village, there had not been a single encounter with pirates. Occasionally spotting a black flag, they would promptly change course and flee with remarkable swiftness. Consequently, the principal challenges during the voyage had been storms and the sporadic appearance of heedless sea beasts. As Raiden finished his lunch and prepared to rest, he noticed some unusual commotion aboard the ship. Before he could inquire, the ship's loudspeaker crackled to life, broadcasting Pin's animated voice throughout the vessel. All hands, assemble on deck. This must be done without error. Upon hearing the command, the Navy soldiers quickened their pace, moving in an orderly fashion towards the deck. Raiden followed suit, positioning himself adeptly 10 meters behind them, in his designated spot. According to urgent reports received from headquarters, the notorious pirate king, Gold Roger, had been captured by the Navy. This marked an unprecedented victory in naval history. Let us remember this day and then celebrate. Hail the Navy! Down with pirates! Victory for the Navy! Long live Admiral Kong! Long live Fleet Admiral Sengoku! Long live Vice Admiral Garp! At that moment, the Navy erupted into a frenzy of jubilation. Raiden, still outside the naval circle, felt a fervor ignite throughout the entire warship. All hands, set sail for Shell's Town at full speed. We shall arrive within a week and rendezvous with the 153rd Division to await further orders from headquarters. Aye, Captain. The exuberant Navy unfurled the sails, and the long-dormant steam boiler was stoked to a fervent heat, propelling the warship forward with unprecedented velocity. Faster than the ship itself was the news of the Pirate King's arrest, which spread like wildfire across the world. Newsbirds carried the shocking tidings to every corner. The 4 seas, the major kingdoms, the various islands of the Grand Line, and even into the New World. Regardless of the thoughts of the powerful, the Navy and the common folk alike waved their flags in celebration of this monumental moment. Roger, captured and imprisoned? Raiden held the newspaper sent by the newsbird, gazing at the meticulously crafted words, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Is this world finally about to begin? On the evening of the 5th day, at the port of Shur's Town, Pin and a group of naval soldiers stood on the deck, preparing to bid farewell. Raiden, this is where we part ways. You can board the merchant ship bound for Seymour-Ziki village shortly. Take care. I will not forget your kindness throughout this journey. Farewell. The sun-kissed youth waved casually, turning to leap onto the merchant ship, leaving behind a familiar silhouette. Take care, Raiden. Don't overexert yourself. Remember to conserve food, or you might starve. Come back in a few years. We'll be waiting for you at headquarters. Listening to the heartfelt blessings from the naval soldiers, Raiden felt a tinge of emotion, yet he simply raised his arm in farewell and stepped into the ship's cabin without looking back. Ugh, that boy is still so unlovable. Indeed, I regret not having given him a good thrashing previously. I wonder if he would still be so arrogant after a good beating. Haha. Certainly, even if we meet again, I doubt we could manage to thrash him. That lad is utterly mad. All right, enough chatter. Let us go. Pin interrupted the soldiers' banter, directing them to disembark and head towards the stationed 153rd Unit, occasionally glancing back at the merchant ship that had already departed. Don't let me down, kid. Having witnessed the heartfelt farewell, the ship's captain treated Raiden with utmost courtesy, offering him refreshments and tea, which left Raiden feeling somewhat awkward. Observing the captain engrossed in brewing tea, Raiden could not suppress a couple of coughs and, under the captain's eager gaze, initiated a conversation. Captain, are you familiar with the Isin Dojo in Seymour-Ziki village? Huh? I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. You see, Seymour-Ziki is merely a small fishing village. We usually use it as a transit point and rarely go into the village for supplies, so, haha. Oh, I see. Raiden lifted his teacup, his mind swirling with contemplation. The rationale behind deceiving Pin into coming to Seymour Village, Frostmoon Village, was rather straightforward. Firstly, the location of the Isin Dojo was exceedingly remote, rendering it nearly impervious to pirate incursions. Furthermore, the profound poverty of the area significantly bolstered its safety. Secondly, the enigmatic implications of the term Frostmoon, combined with Gung Shiro's unpredictable prowess, undoubtedly made it the most suitable hideaway in the East Sea. Gung Shiro himself was destined to nurture a swordsman of Zoro's caliber in the future, thus ensuring his teaching abilities were commendable. However, the closer Raiden drew to his objective, the more trepidation gripped him. If his conjectures were accurate, Gung Shiro would now be in his 30s. Whether he had indeed established the Isin Dojo remained uncertain. Just as Raiden's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of uncertainty, dinner time arrived. After enjoying a meticulously prepared meal by the ship's captain, Raiden, despite multiple refusals, found himself quartered in the finest cabin aboard the vessel. Reclining upon the soft bedding, memories of the past half-year flowed through his mind like a rushing stream, evoking a profound sense of dislocation. Before long, the night slipped away. Ah, esteemed guest, may you travel well. Should you find our service satisfactory, a kind word to the naval officers would be appreciated. We shall take our leave now, wishing you safe travels. Ah, thank you. Having bid farewell to the merchant ship, Raiden turned to gaze upon the verdant fishing village, and with anticipation, he took the first step in search of the Isin Dojo. Goodness, is this village truly so vast? With the sun high in the sky, although the air had turned brisk, Raiden felt an intense heat within him. After a morning of relentless travel, he had yet to catch sight of even a single soul, let alone the Isin Dojo. However, serpents and beasts were plentiful. This reality left Raiden, who had believed himself thoroughly prepared, feeling a wave of helplessness. Gurgle, gurgle. The focused journey had drained his energy, and it was only upon hearing the protests of his stomach that he recognized his hunger. He sought refuge beneath a sprawling tree, leaned against it, and opened his pack to retrieve several rice balls. What is this? Just as he finished one rice ball and was about to reach for another, Raiden suddenly noticed a viscous, fine liquid dripping from above. Following the direction of the liquid's descent, he looked up. My goodness! What manner of creature is this? Startled, Raiden leaped to his feet, one hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his knife. His gaze fixated on the treetops, where amidst the dense foliage, a dark shadow loomed. Above this shadow, two white, indistinct orbs stared intently at him. On the ground lay a rice ball. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the shadow descended from the tree, confronting Raiden directly, though its peripheral vision remained fixated on the bundle beneath the large tree. It was then that Raiden discerned the figure before him was a youth. The boy was clad in black shorts, his upper body bare, his deeply pigmented skin seamlessly blending with the dark fabric, creating an impression of unity. If Raiden's sun-kissed complexion could be described as dark, this boy resembled a piece of charcoal, his hue reminiscent of the African brothers of a later era. Excuse me. Were you mocking me just now? He inquired. Raiden displayed a look of confusion, which only intensified the anger of the already irate young black warrior. In a swift motion, the youth drew the long blade at his side, gripping it firmly with both hands and directing it at Raiden. You have offended the dignity of a samurai. Prepare for a duel where life and death hang in the balance. I assure you, this is merely a misunderstanding, but alas, it is too late. Prepare yourself. Raiden was prepared to explain, but he discovered that the young boy had already charged at him with a fierce strike. After rolling backward to evade the slash, Raiden rose to his feet, drawing his formidable sword and aiming it at the boy across from him, his eyes brimming with caution. This lad was indeed serious. Chapter 8. The One Heart Dojo. Take this. The dark-skinned youth, seeing Raiden assume his stance, let out a mighty roar and sprinted towards him, lifting his long blade high above his head before delivering a powerful downward strike. Thud. Raiden did not evade. Instead, he positioned his great sword to intercept the oncoming strike. A tremendous force surged through him, and he could even hear the sound of his shoulder joints shifting. Such immense power. Then, let me counter with this. Raiden exerted every ounce of his strength to deftly deflect the young man's long sword to the side. The youth, taken aback by the unexpected might of this discourteous adversary, momentarily lost his focus. Alas, by the time the young man regained his composure, he found Raiden had already assumed his stance, the great sword firmly gripped in his right hand, positioned behind his waist, with his legs slightly bent. The muscles of his hips and legs tensed, channeling all his energy through his waist into his arm, executing the signature move of Pen, the straight flash air cut. In Raiden's heart, there was no intention to take the boy's life. The blade was deftly aimed to avoid any vital points, striking directly towards the right chest. Even if it landed, it would merely result in a fortnight's recovery at most. A straight beam of light from the blade materialized before the boy's eyes in an instant, yet within the black-skinned youth's white scara. There was not a trace of panic in his diminutive pupils, but rather a hint of curiosity. How could this be? Raiden felt no sensation of the blade slicing through flesh. He merely experienced a sharp pain in his wrist before the large knife slipped from his grasp. Before he could comprehend the situation, the long blade wielded by the young black man was already pressed against his throat. The previous knife had been quite intriguing. Its speed commendable, yet it lacked force. The young man regarded Raiden with a mocking expression, a sense of triumph seemingly radiating from every pore. As the youth prepared to intimidate Raiden further, he noticed Raiden's gaze shifting behind him, and to his astonishment, a look of joy appeared on Raiden's face, even while the blade remained poised at his neck. Mr. Gungshiro. Huh, Uncle Gungshiro? Upon hearing Raiden's call, the youth instinctively turned to look, only to discover that Gungshiro was nowhere to be seen. Before he could fully turn his head, a tremendous force knocked him down. The Raiden, who had just been beneath his blade, was now atop him, a sharp dagger pressing against the youth's throat. Fear finally flickered in the young man's eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. Yet, this young man of dark complexion did not yield. Instead, he forced himself to appear unafraid, adopting a facade of bravado. If you wish to kill me, then do so. The Hanzo family knows no fear of death. Raiden gazed at the tearful youth before him, a bemused smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, he felt akin to a mischievous uncle teasing a young boy. Alas, the boy beneath him possessed a strength that far surpassed his own. I ask, you answer, or else perish. Raiden proclaimed. Humph, I refuse to divulge your connection with Gung Sailang. Well, I still have questions for you. How do you know Gung Sailang? Oh, Gung Sailang is a close friend of my father's. Before he passed, my father instructed me to seek him out. The revelation that the boy was acquainted with Gung Sailang relieved Raiden, for now he merely needed to coax the youth into guiding him to the man. Is that true? Then you must not be a bad person. Just as Raiden pondered how to earn the trust of the ebony-skinned boy, he was taken aback as the youth's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, leaning toward Raiden without a thought of the dagger at his throat. Alarmed, Raiden quickly retracted the blade, fearing the boy might inadvertently end his own life. Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. My grandfather warned me that those who come to the village are bad people, and to be cautious. But you were the one who brandished the knife first. Well, you called me a monster, didn't you? It's quite delicious. Beneath the great tree, Raiden watched in bemusement as the boy devoured rice balls, utterly perplexed by the workings of his mind. The boy, named Hanzo Toru, was barely 9 years old, residing not far from Gung Sailang's abode. Influenced by the ideals of the Hanzo clan, he held family honor in high regard. Yet, this child, with his peculiar appearance, could not tolerate even a hint of insult. And Raiden had unwittingly stepped into a minefield. However, Toru bore no ill intentions. Rather, he was excessively earnest. Raiden's persuasive words, combined with a few rice balls, won the boy's trust, and Toro's inquiries were met with Raiden's candid responses, bringing unexpected joy to Raiden. After satisfying his hunger, Toro let out a contented burp and promptly leaned against the tree, falling into a delightful slumber. Raiden initially contemplated asking him to lead him to Gung Silang, but ultimately decided to rest beside the tree instead. Observing the child's strength, Raiden's mind wandered back to the earlier confrontation. No matter how he tried to recall the moment Toro had disarmed him, the memory eluded him, leaving a sense of frustration in its wake. His innate talent felt woefully inadequate in this world. Children's slumber is fleeting, and within less than an hour, Toro stirred from his deep sleep. Upon hearing Raiden's request, he patted his chest, signaling his eagerness to join the quest. Lush green bamboo sprouted from the monochromatic walls, sunlight filtering through the thicket, casting a warm glow upon the simple stone-paved courtyard, enveloping it in a serene atmosphere. Silang, today marks the final day of mourning for my father. What do you plan to do next? Well, my dear, I find myself somewhat adrift. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall forever support you. So do not concern yourself with me, follow your heart. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. After many years of companionship, Silang felt no need for such formality. In the courtyard, a devoted couple engaged in soft conversation. The woman exuded grace and poise. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a subtle charm that drew others near. The man, with a kind demeanor and a perpetual smile, radiated warmth. This was none other than Gung Silang and his beloved wife. Gung Silang, I have arrived. The exuberant call of a child echoed from outside the courtyard, interrupting the tender exchange between the couple. That sounds like Toro. How curious for him to arrive at this hour. Indeed, he usually comes around mealtime. Let us see what this boy has concocted this time. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were met not only by Toro but also by a handsome young boy with dark hair standing in their midst. Before Gung Silang could voice his inquiry, the youth knelt gracefully, performing a gesture of respect. Senior Gung Silang, I am Benjamin Raiden, and I have a request. Gung Silang exchanged glances with his wife before turning his attention to Raiden. There is no need for such formality. Rise and speak. Upon hearing Gung Silang's words, Raiden felt a sense of calm settle within him. As long as he was granted the opportunity to speak, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Raiden did not rise. Instead, he remained kneeling, recounting the tale of his journey from being adopted by Benjamin to being brought here by T-Pin. The reasons for seeking Gung Silang mirrored those he had for T-Pin, and throughout the entirety of his narrative, only this aspect was a fabrication. Raiden was acutely aware that his actions had indeed troubled Gung Silang. Thus, a candid account held far more reliability than any flowery rhetoric. If Gung Silang was unwilling to take him in, then it would simply be a matter of fate. After Raiden concluded his remarks, he bowed his head in anticipation of Gung Silang's response, while Gung Silang, stroking his chin, wore a pensive expression. I truly cannot recall any acquaintance named Benjamin. And I have no intention of taking on a disciple, he began, but just as he was about to express his apologies, the beautiful woman who had been silently standing beside him interjected. With a gentle opening of her lips, she spoke. Silang, may I offer a thought? The period of mourning for my father has now concluded. And are you not also contemplating how to establish your career? In my humble opinion, why not teach swordsmanship to the children here? This would be a splendid way to promote our family's martial legacy. She paused momentarily to collect her thoughts before continuing. Would it not be a mutually beneficial approach to ensure our ancestral sword techniques are passed down and flourish? With that, she respectfully stood aside, granting Gung Silang the space to ponder her suggestion. Upon hearing his wife's words, a glimmer of interest appeared in Gung Silang's usually cheerful eyes. At this juncture, his priorities had shifted. He yearned for a stable abode, a nurturing environment for his wife and future children. Yet, the burden of his family's swordsmanship heritage weighed heavily on his mind. The memory of his father incinerating the forging manuals before his passing lingered vividly in his thoughts. Uncle Silang, please accept Brother Raiden. He is truly a good person. Just as Gung Silang was deliberating, the ever-watchful Tulyong chimed in, interrupting his contemplation. Observing Tulyong's earnest demeanor, both Gung Silang and his wife could not help but chuckle. Raiden, too, felt a surge of admiration for the young boy. Ha ha, let us heed Tulyong's words. Raiden, rise. Tomorrow, we shall proceed with the formalities, and you shall become my first disciple. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness. Upon hearing Gung Silang's response, Raiden stood up resolutely, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he regarded Gung Silang with respect. Gung Silang, noticing Raiden's demeanor, nodded in approval. Feeling quite satisfied with this initial impression of his new disciple, My dear husband, she interjected, as the dojo is about to be established. Choosing an appropriate name is of utmost importance. Hearing his wife's words, Gung Shilang placed a hand to his forehead, feeling a pang of distress. Naming things had never been his forte. Glancing at the respectfully standing Raiden, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Well then, Raiden, why don't you also contemplate what would be a fitting name for the dojo? Raiden was genuinely taken aback by the significant responsibility of naming the dojo being entrusted to him. Although surprised, he nodded and spoke the eternal and singular name of the dojo. Let it be called One Heart Dojo. Chapter 9. The sweetness of hard training. Thus, after several twists and turns, Raiden finally settled down at the One Heart Dojo. Gazing at his modest yet tidy little room, a renewed hope for the future ignited within him. The path to becoming stronger was to commence from here. The next day, as dawn broke, the rooster in the backyard heralded the start of a new day. Gung Shilang, accustomed to early morning practice, walked from the master bedroom to the hall, preparing to wield his sword. However, he discovered a small figure kneeling properly on the tatami mat in the hall. Raiden, you are here so early? You are still young. You should sleep a little longer. In response, Senior Gung Shilang, today is the day of apprenticeship. I dare not be remiss or lose the proper decorum. Well, very good. You are quite thoughtful. From today onward, you shall call me Master. Yes. Please, Master, have some tea. Without the elaborate rituals of apprenticeship, a simple cup of tea marked the official beginning of Raiden's journey as Gung Shilang's first disciple, ushering in a new chapter for both of them. In the courtyard, the pristine blade appeared unremarkable and lacked the grandeur of a precious sword. The simple techniques seemed ordinary, not indicative of a top-tier swordsman. Yet, the sword was a prized blade from the renowned Kato Ichimonji, its edge extraordinarily sharp. The man wielding it was one of the finest swordsmanship instructors of the era. His prowess unfathomable. Raiden quietly observed, feeling the scene before him exude a tranquil steadiness, much like Gung Shilang himself. Raiden, have you discerned anything? Gung Shilang concluded his practice, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, then inquired thoughtfully. In response, Master, I have discerned nothing. I merely sense a profound tranquility within. Oh, is that so? Gung Shilang turned casually, placing the Kato Ichimonji aside, concealing a flicker of disappointment from Raiden's gaze. From today onward, you shall watch me practice my swordsmanship each morning. After I rest, you will focus on the foundational exercises of chopping and thrusting. Yes. Today, however, let us forego practice and instead visit the market to procure some items to adorn the dojo. Understood, Master. Near the center of Shimazuki village, there existed a market, facilitating the villagers' trade of various goods. Naturally, some smaller merchant groups would also congregate here, seeking to profit from the overlooked trifles of larger trading companies. The news of Gung Shilang's opening of the dojo and taking on disciples had spread among the villagers, thanks to the deliberate promotion by the Hans family. Thus, as Gung Shilang and Raiden selected items, they were frequently approached with inquiries, allowing Gung Shilang to experience the burdens of newfound fame. After successfully dispersing the inquisitive villagers, a sense of irritation washed over Gung Shilang as he contemplated the task of choosing items for the dojo. The two things he least enjoyed in life had both converged upon him today. Master, what do you think of these items? Here is the shopping list. In the midst of his vexation, Gung Shilang noticed Raiden presenting a note to him. With a large bundle on his back, the contents unknown. Upon inspecting the note, he discovered it filled with the names and quantities of goods. Ah, quite good. Quite good indeed. The list contained not only the items Gung Shilang had considered, but also several useful items he had not anticipated. This revelation brought a smile to his face, enhancing his fondness for Raiden. And he couldn't help but think, perhaps only such a sensible and mature child could bear the responsibility of being the eldest disciple. By the way, the funds will be secured under the dojo's name. After the market closes tonight, we can retrieve the money from the dojo, which will also serve as a form of promotion. Excellent. You have done well. Although Raiden's swordsmanship was lacking, he excelled in these mundane matters. In his past life, he had adeptly helped a negligent director manage a chaotic orphanage, rendering these tasks trivial in comparison. After returning to the dojo with their purchases and arranging them, the courtyard transformed, acquiring a genuine sense of a dojo. Following the completion of their tasks, it was time for lunch. The three gathered around a small table to enjoy their meal. Master's wife's culinary skills are truly admirable. Such simple ingredients can be transformed into this delightful flavor. It has been a long time since I have savored such deliciousness. Hey, you sweet-talking child, it is not that remarkable. Indeed, The lady's cooking is quite impressive. The child speaks no exaggeration. You two can boast all you like. I am well aware of my own limitations. Though she spoke modestly, the happiness on her face betrayed her. Gung Shirlang and Ray Din exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. Thus, their lunch concluded in a joyous atmosphere. After the meal, the master and disciple sat facing each other, engaging in casual conversation. Ray Din, your training aboard the naval ship, while diligent and effective, was rather crude. Many aspects require refinement. I shall remember this. Please instruct me, master. Upon hearing Gung Shirlang was to teach him training methods, Ray Din promptly straightened up, ears perked, eager not to miss a single word. Firstly, training is a heartfelt process. 10,000 mindless swings do not equate to 1,000 mindful practices. One must consciously feel the force and accuracy of each sword strike to effectively adjust oneself and achieve the purpose of training. Yes, master, I shall remember. Gung Shirlang nodded, seeing that Ray Din was absorbing his words, and continued. Physical training is another aspect. Bodily fitness is also a crucial parameter determining one's swordsmanship. You have recognized the importance of physical exercise, which is commendable. However, excessive training without timely recovery is detrimental as well. Understood. Therefore, from now on, you will practice swordsmanship while listening to my lectures one day, and the next day, you will focus on physical training. As for the food needed during recovery, Raiden observed the darkening expression of Gung Shirlang, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. The term cunning immediately sprang to mind. At that moment, Raiden recalled a saying from his past life, those with squinty eyes are all monsters, which perfectly encapsulated Gung Shirlang's demeanor. Ah, I have heard there are wild beasts on the mountains behind us. It would be prudent for you to train there, especially since it coincides with your physical training day. You might as well bring along Tulong for companionship. It would be a burden upon you, Raiden. As your disciple, I shall comply. In the afternoon, after a brief respite, Raiden commenced his swordsmanship practice for the day. He paid particular attention to the force behind each strike, adjusting his technique as he heeded Master Gung Shirlang's words. Through this meticulous practice, Raiden's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened continuously. Meanwhile, numerous villagers began enrolling their children at the dojo. Most of these youngsters were boisterous and prone to mischief, their parents eager to prevent them from causing a ruckus at home. They preferred to send their children to the dojo, hoping they might learn a skill or two. If they did not succeed, it was still preferable to having them wreak havoc at home. These children, better described as students than disciples, practiced swordsmanship in the dojo's front yard during the morning. In the afternoon, the matron would instruct them in literacy and language, a method that greatly pleased many parents, prompting them to pay for enrollment. According to Gung Shirlang's vision, those who excelled in class would eventually be accepted as direct disciples to inherit his sword techniques, while those with lesser talents would receive tailored instruction, learning moral principles and practical knowledge alongside a few trades to sustain themselves. As a disciple, Raiden naturally enjoyed a treatment distinct from that of other children. Firstly, he resided at home, observing King Shiro's morning exercises during the day and engaging in heartfelt conversations with him at night, sharing his confusions regarding cultivation. This arrangement instilled in Raiden a sense of responsibility, fearing he might disappoint King Shiro's earnest efforts. The following morning, after witnessing King Shiro's morning routine and finishing breakfast, Raiden followed the instructions and headed to Hanzo's residence to practice on the mountain alongside Toru. The dojo at Hanzo's place was quite close, and within a mere 10 minutes, Raiden found himself at the doorstep. Strangely enough, the decor of Hanzo's home mirrored that of his master's. Ah, Raiden, you've come quite early. Toru's figure appeared at the entrance, accompanied by a young man exuding both authority and tranquility, presumably Toru's father. You must be Raiden. Indeed, a remarkable young man. Toru has been fortunate to have your guidance. Your praise is unwarranted. Toru's swordsmanship is impressive. I may very well find myself relying on him for support, Raiden replied modestly. Haha, this lad is simply too mischievous. The man chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling Toru's hair, hinting at a sense of exasperation. After a hasty farewell to Toru's father, the two young brothers ventured toward the back mountain. Hey, Raiden, where are we going to play? Toru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Normally, he would sneak out alone, but now, under Uncle Gung Shiro's suggestion, he found himself able to venture out with a companion, a notion he had never dared to dream. Seeing the eager gleam in Toru's eyes, Raiden could only shake his head in resignation. Did my master not inform you of our purpose? Huh? Aren't we going to have fun? With no alternative, Raiden explained the plan for physical training, only to find that Toru did not run away but instead appeared eager to participate. Encouraged by this enthusiasm, the two soon arrived at the base of the mountain. I'll reiterate, 3 parts. The first part involves training speed and endurance. We will race around the outer perimeter of the forest. The second part focuses on strength and resistance training beneath the waterfall with weighted exercises. The third part is practical combat training, aiming to procure our dinner. Do you understand? Understood. Let us get started. Then let us begin. Raiden, you're cheating. Watch me. As they chased each other in a spirited run, Raiden experienced a long-lost joy. In that moment, he seemed to forget everything. Feeling as though he were the wind itself, free. King Shiro, you've indeed acquired a fine disciple, remarked Shanwu. Observing the two little figures in pursuit from their hidden vantage within the woods, unable to suppress their smiles. Chapter 10. A sword technique of offense without defense. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow upon the mountaintop of Seymour Jiji village, rendering this winter less harsh. 2 small figures lay sprawled on the evergreen grass, breathing heavily. A news bird, soaring overhead, spotted them and deftly dropped a newspaper at their feet. Golden Lion. Are you challenging the Navy again? The outcome appears to be the same. Raiden, is there something significant happening? Oh, it's nothing, just a brainless pirate. Upon finishing the newspaper, Raiden handed it to the nearby Torin. To Raiden's astonishment, the Golden Lion had indeed, much like the original narrative, single-handedly stormed Marin Vondo. A development that was rather difficult to elucidate. Torin, however, was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally exclaiming words of encouragement. The following morning, Raiden and Gung Sailang appeared punctually in the courtyard. 2 months of living in close proximity had fostered an extraordinary camaraderie between the two. Gung Sailang's calm disposition complemented Raiden's meticulous nature, and under Gung Sailang's leadership, the dojo was now firmly on the right path, aided by Raiden's support. Raiden, do you perceive any differences in my swordsmanship now? Gung Sailang inquired unexpectedly after finishing his practice. Raiden surmised this was his master's way of assessing his 2 months of training, and thus he approached the inquiry with utmost seriousness. His master's swordplay was steady, every strike executed with impeccable force, devoid of any dissipated energy, though the movements appeared chaotic. They were executed with remarkable precision, offering profound insights upon focused observation. Is that so? Have you noticed anything else? Alas, I am but a dullard, unable to discern further nuances. I see. Gung Sailang sheathed his sword and, with an impassive expression, gazed at Raiden, contemplating for a moment before striding past him. Raiden, come with me. Yes, master. Raiden felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his heart racing with uncertainty. Over the past 2 months, he had truly maximized his diligence, practicing tirelessly and even contemplating swordsmanship in his dreams. It could be said that he had pushed himself to the very limits of his potential. However, the matter of talent remains an unpredictable variable. With a heart full of trepidation, Raiden followed Gung Sailang to the concealed chamber behind the master bedroom. Gung Sailang casually rotated a few inconspicuous objects, and a hidden door swung open, revealing a staircase leading downward. My father was not only a blacksmith, but also a master of design. This courtyard and the Han's residence were both conceived during his lifetime. This secret room was among his proudest creations. Master, Gung Sailang introduced the origins of the hidden chamber to Raiden, his words imbued with reverence and nostalgia. Raiden, feeling the weight of the moment, lowered his gaze and continued onward. The staircase was not lengthy, measuring perhaps 4 or 5 meters. In the dim light, he discerned that at the bottom lay a square space of approximately 20 square meters. Gung Sailang lit several oil lamps, and the once somber room was instantly illuminated. The chamber was simply furnished, featuring a wooden table at its center accompanied by 4 small stools. However, the walls were adorned with an array of swords and blades, including both short daggers and long katana, all exuding an air of extraordinary craftsmanship. Raiden stood in astonishment, and had he not been compelled to maintain his composure, he might have found himself lost amidst the heap of swords. These were creations of his father's. Yet the modest conditions of their village permitted only the crafting of blades of such rudimentary quality. The fact that such materials could yield weapons of exquisite craftsmanship speaks volumes about the extraordinary skill of his master. Indeed, his father's forging prowess is unmatched in this era. Traditionally humble and unassuming, Gung Sailang revealed a striking brilliance when discussing his father's artistry, prompting Raiden to take mental note, reminding himself to avoid future missteps. Raiden. The purpose of summoning you here today is twofold: to pay homage to your father's relics and to address your training concerns. Yes, I shall heed your teachings, master. Upon the mention of training, Raiden straightened his posture, his eyes bright with intensity. This was of utmost significance to him. Your diligence has not gone unnoticed. And in my lifetime, I have yet to encounter such relentless dedication in a disciple. Therefore, the virtue of perseverance rightfully belongs to you. However, as Gung Sailang regarded Raiden, a medley of emotions stirred within him, and he took a moment to collect himself before speaking. Training is, at its essence, a confluence of talent and hard work. In many respects, innate ability holds greater weight. Gung Sailang endeavored to convey this sentiment without discouragement, yet Raiden's countenance paled slightly, grappling with the painful notion of effort being overshadowed by talent. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully to Gung Sailang, signaling for his master to continue. Observing Raiden's swift recovery, Gung Sailang nodded inwardly. Your intellect, character, and aptitude are all exemplary, and as my sole disciple, I am resolutely committed to assisting you to the best of my abilities. Master, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. As Ruiden listened, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. He had approached Gung Sailang with ulterior motives, yet Gung Sailang had treated him with sincerity, rendering Ruiden's own intentions seem utterly hypocritical. He felt at a loss on how to repay this kindness. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on Ruiden's shoulder. He looked up to see a smiling face before him, which only deepened his discomfort. Ruiden, sometimes I feel you are not like a child, but rather a mature adult. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. The burdens you carry are too heavy for your present self. Perhaps it would be better to set them aside for a while. As Raiden listened to Gung Shiro's words, he nearly succumbed to the urge to reveal his identity as a time traveler. However, he managed to suppress this thought with great resolve, fully aware that divulging such a secret to Gung Shiro would only yield adverse consequences. This secret would remain buried deep within his heart. The former Inji had long since perished. The only one who now existed was Benjamin's son, the disciple of Gung Shiro. Benjamin Raiden. Master, I understand, Raiden replied. The hatred towards Elmi is not something I can resolve at this moment. I shall set it aside for now and revisit it when I am capable of bearing its weight. Gung Shiro nodded in satisfaction before turning to the wall, retrieving 2 books from a concealed compartment. Raiden, come and sit, he beckoned. Taking his seat, Gung Shiro placed the 2 tomes upon the table. Raiden hastily sat opposite him, curiosity piqued by the volumes before him. One book was enveloped in a blue cover, appearing pristine and new, while the other, bound in leather, bore the marks of age. This blue book contains the ancestral sword techniques of the Xuanyue family, Gung Shiro explained. I am thoroughly acquainted with its techniques. Should you choose to pursue this path, I will dedicate myself to guiding you wholeheartedly. However, given your current aptitude, it may take approximately 15 years for you to grasp the fundamentals. Raiden was momentarily stunned, realizing that it would take 15 years to even begin. His talent was undeniably lacking. Once he finally entered, would he be able to defeat Ellery? He had conducted his own investigation into Ellery, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. If strength were indeed proportional to the bounty, it should be sufficient to contend with him, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Raiden lowered his head. In truth, the swordsmanship of the Xuanyue family is remarkably powerful. Within a mere 15 years, he has managed to contend with Ilumi, who has battled upon the seas for several decades. However, this duration is indeed somewhat excessive. On another note, there exists a swordsmanship manual that my father fortuitously acquired during his lifetime, under the diligent study of the family elders. Its prowess rivals that of our clan's own techniques. Raiden lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Gung Sailang, fully aware that the latter had more to say. However, he recognized significant flaws in this particular swordsmanship. Firstly, this technique emphasized offense while entirely neglecting defense, rendering it difficult to truly be considered a martial art. Secondly, the moves were rather simplistic, prioritizing speed and power over finesse, resulting in insufficient follow-through. Nevertheless, due to its training characteristics, I estimate that should you undertake this practice, you could grasp the basics within 5 years. It is a matter for you to contemplate. Once Gung Sailang concluded, he fell silent, adopting a composed posture while observing Raiden. He soon noticed that Raiden, after a brief moment of contemplation, decisively reached for the leather-bound book. Have you made your decision? Choosing this swordsmanship equates to embracing a perilous path. Every battle could lead to life or death. As your master, I cannot obstruct your journey. Yet I sincerely hope you might consider a safer route. Thank you, master, for your earnest concern. However, I am acutely aware of my mediocre talent. Given this reality, why not pursue a path where I can give my all? Master, you know that fighting with all my might is my forte. Ah, then so be it. Gung Sailang replied with a resigned sigh. I appreciate your understanding, master. Observing the elation on Raiden's face, Gung Sailang felt compelled to respect his decision. It seemed that the successor to the Frost Moon swordsmanship would take some time to emerge. Oh, by the way, I have yet to prepare a gift for you. How about this? You may select a sword from this room to serve as your weapon, and consider it a gift from your master. Really? Thank you, master. Thank you so much. In Raiden's eyes, a glimmer of excitement radiated as he had long harbored a keen interest in the array of swords before him. Now, with Gongshiro's consent, his exhilaration surged, prompting him to disregard propriety as he eagerly began to select his weapon. The wall was adorned with over 20 weapons, varying in length and type, yet each one shimmered with a cold light, embodying rare treasures not to be overlooked. Raiden gazed intently, yearning for each piece. Yet after witnessing one, he eagerly anticipated the next. Seeing the exuberant Raiden, Gongshiro couldn't help but chuckle. In this moment, Raiden finally exhibited a hint of childlike innocence. What about this one? As Raiden set down a katana, his gaze was captivated by a long blade before him. The scabbard and hilt of this sword were entirely jet black, rendering it seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern its uniqueness compared to other weapons. Typically, the lengths of tanto and katana blades hover around 90 centimeters, for instance. The length of the famous Dado Ikamanji is 88 centimeters. In stark contrast, this blade exceeded 150 centimeters in length, with the hilt bringing its total to nearly 180 centimeters, surpassing the average height of a person. Additionally, while curvature is a significant characteristic of tanto and katana, this peculiar sword possessed a straight blade, exhibiting almost no curvature whatsoever. As Raiden curiously examined the sword, Gongshiro's smile faded. He slightly lowered his head, and the candlelight glimmered upon his glasses, reflecting two profound beams of light. Chapter 11. Thunderous shock. Raiden removed the blade from the wall-mounted rack, its weight immediately striking him as exceedingly heavy. While the length contributed to this sensation, its mass surpassed that of an ordinary sword. He exerted himself to draw it forth, managing to extract only a third of its length. Despite this limited reveal, Raiden discerned the source of its formidable heft. The blade's design deviated markedly from that of conventional swords. Typical long swords feature curved edges with an exceptionally sharp blade, whereas this weapon boasted a broad spine and a triangular cutting surface rather than a curved edge. Thus, its astonishing thickness naturally resulted in considerable weight. At the top of the scabbard, a notch allowed for the blade's extraction. Following Gongshirlong's guidance, Raiden swiftly uncovered the scabbard's secret. It turned out that scabbards of this length were equipped with a movable opening, enabling the long blade to be drawn with sufficient force from that point. Without hesitation, Raiden pulled the sword upward, finally revealing the entirety of the blade. Measuring 155 centimeters, its thick spine tapered gradually, and the chaotic blade was adorned with a purple hue. This was the final creation of his father before his passing. The blade's sharpness was lacking, yet it was capable of delivering devastating blows that could cleave through armor. Gongshirlang rose, his gaze fixed intently upon the long sword, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. His father had often remarked that the straight, robust long blade was a vision from his youth, regrettably unable to dispel the doubts cast upon it. It was only in his final moments that he succeeded in forging this weapon, thus alleviating a long-held concern. Although this sword rivaled the efficiency of a fine blade, and in certain respects could compete with a great sword, it bore significant vulnerabilities in combat. Are you certain you wish to select it? Raiden carefully examined the long blade, and with each passing moment, his delight grew. I shall choose this one. His master had often mentioned that his swordsmanship was fundamentally an unyielding path of aggression. Thus this blade, which emphasized the art of slashing, was indeed the most fitting for him. Furthermore, he harbored the aspiration to fulfill his mentor's long-held wish and demonstrate to the world the validity of such a vision. Is that so? Since you are fond of it, take it with you. Remember, the sword is not merely a tool, it is a companion that will stand by your side. Treat it well. Yes, master. Raiden laboriously sheathed the long sword, gazing at the straight blade that resembled black ink, a surge of emotion swelling within him. In truth, Raiden had not mentioned that there was another significant reason for choosing this sword. Its perfectly straight blade evoked memories of the Tang knife from his previous life in Huaxia, granting him a fleeting connection to the past amidst the world of One Piece. By the way, master, what is the name of this sword? It has yet to be named, but I have thought of a splendid one. What has inspired such a leisurely mood in you today, master? Raiden was quite astonished. Gongshiro was typically known for his difficulty in naming, yet today he seemed unusually enthusiastic. It appeared that Gungshiro had already formulated a name for Raiden's sword in his mind. After some contemplation, it seemed that destiny had woven its threads, leading the master to christen it Thunderclap. As Raiden gazed upon the elongated blade, he softly whispered the name, Thunderclap, allowing a sharp gleam akin to a blade's edge to emerge in his eyes. That night, Raiden sat in his chamber, diligently pondering over a book bound in leather. The swordsmanship presented within was truly enigmatic. Although he was aware of the nature of this technique, the actual process of learning it left Raiden in disbelief. Thanks to the meticulous guidance of T. Ping-In and Gungshiro, coupled with his diligent practice, Raiden's foundational skills in swordsmanship were remarkably solid. As a result, he could effortlessly execute thrusts, slashes, and points, with movements and techniques that flowed seamlessly. However, this particular swordsmanship was entirely different. If traditional swordsmanship adhered to the doctrine of a duel between swordsmen, constantly measuring their skills and seeking the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike, then this new technique was characterized by relentless aggression, utilizing swift combinations of strikes and overwhelming force to compel the opponent, ultimately rendering them unable to cope and leading to their defeat. As Raiden's gaze deepened, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He found himself gradually ensnared in the overwhelming fervor of the swordsmanship, ultimately reaching a profound moment of enlightenment. When clarity returned, he discovered that he had turned the final page of the book, revealing two faintly discernible characters on its back. Frenzied Sword, indeed a fitting title. Raiden closed the pages of the book and grasped Thunder, entering a meditative state to reflect deeply upon his recent insights. Early the next morning, after a brief conversation with Gung Sailang, Raiden adeptly made his way towards the back mountain, prepared for his daily physical training. As he approached his destination, he heard the somewhat exaggerated exclamation of Tulong. Wow, what an extraordinarily long sword. Let me see it. Tulong swiftly dashed to Raiden's side and, without waiting for permission, seized Thunder from Raiden's back, examining it closely in his hands. Wow, it's truly heavy. How on earth do you draw such a sword? The scabbard has an opening. You can simply extract it from there. Allow me to try. Wow, it truly is. Tulong appeared as if he had discovered a treasure, gleefully toying with the sword, which caused Raiden a pang of anxiety, fearing that the boy might damage his prized Thunder. By the way, my father asked me to give this to you. In the midst of his play, Tulong suddenly recalled something and retrieved two pieces of paper from his pocket, handing them to Raiden. Raiden, perplexed, accepted them and, upon unfolding, was instantly astonished. Blade technique, sword flick slash. Raiden could not help but read aloud, and after a meticulous perusal, he discovered that the paper clearly recorded the comprehensive knowledge of the art of drawing the sword, along with a detailed explanation of the technique of the kinetic sword strike. The art of drawing the sword, also known as Iajutsu, is a technique for swiftly unsheathing a blade for a surprise attack. The kinetic sword strike, a formidable variant inherited from the Hans clan, enables the swordsman to execute a powerful and directed motion while drawing the sword, allowing the blade to automatically spring forth from its sheath and swiftly confront the adversary. This technique not only effectively resolved Raiden's challenges with drawing the sword, but it also possessed tremendous power and, most importantly, exuded an undeniable elegance, prompting Raiden to fervently desire to practice the kinetic sword strike without delay. Raiden shook his head vigorously, casting aside such thoughts, and called for Tulong to commence today's physical training. The practice concluded swiftly, and as evening fell, the two brothers effortlessly captured a wild boar for their dinner. However, Raiden could no longer contain the yearning within him. He immediately grasped Thunderclap and began his practice, with Tulong observing curiously beside him. According to the records, I cannot carry the blade on my back, but must secure it to my waist. Hey, brother. Your scabbard is dragging on the ground. Silence, Tulong. I shall attempt it first, and soon you will witness its might. Raiden is well aware of the issue of the sword being excessively long and dragging on the ground. However, these problems are all resolvable. What is most urgent now is to swiftly attempt the technique of the sword flick slash. Sword flick slash. Following the instructions, Raiden firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and exerted force to draw it out, simultaneously releasing his grip. To his astonishment, the thunder blade was swiftly extracted, halting midway. An awkward atmosphere began to settle in. Ha ha. Observing the comical scene before him, Tulong rolled on the ground in laughter. However, to speak candidly, the power of the sword draw was indeed astonishing, as it instantaneously rendered Tulong incapable of fighting. Raiden's expression faltered slightly, yet he remained composed as he analyzed the recent events. Enough with the laughter, one might become foolishly giddy, he thought. My previous effort lacked sufficient strength, but this time, I shall certainly succeed. With that, he sheathed the thunder blade once more, steadied his stance, took a deep breath, and prepared himself thoroughly. Blade release. This time, Raiden evidently exerted greater force, while deliberately prolonging the retraction of his hand. As anticipated, the speed at which the thunder blade was drawn increased significantly, 1/3, 1/2, 2/3, completely unsheathed. Bathed in the glow of the campfire and the setting sun, the thunder blade shot forth with a brilliant gleam, resembling true lightning. It struck the ground with a heavy thud, nearly cleaving Raiden's foot. Ha ha ha. The earthy lad, who had just managed to suppress his laughter, was utterly undone upon witnessing such an astonishing display of the blade release. He rolled on the ground, flailing his limbs, emitting incomprehensible sounds of mirth. The sheer power of the blade release was indeed staggering, inflicting even greater harm upon the earthy lad during this second encounter. As night descended in this serene atmosphere, the earthy lad's laughter became utterly uncontrollable. His mouth twisted in delight, likely requiring a couple of days to regain his composure. Truly, it was a case of joy leading to misfortune. Upon returning to the dojo, Raiden entered the living room and found Kung Shiro, who seemed to be awaiting his arrival while sipping tea. Briefly explaining the process of practicing the sword flick slash, Raiden voiced his perplexities. Indeed, the sword flick slash, being an advanced sword technique, is quite challenging even to master its fundamentals. Moreover, considering that thunderclap is an exceptionally long blade, the path to truly harness its power remains arduous. Yes, master. From which aspect should I commence my training? Raiden, I have entrusted you with the sword flick slash to directly address the challenge posed by the length of thunderclap, which makes drawing the sword cumbersome. Therefore, in your forthcoming practice, focus not on the might of the sword flick slash, but rather on swiftly transitioning into a combat-ready state. Yes, master, I understand. I have been overly ambitious. Upon hearing Gung Silang's words, Ruiden experienced a moment of clarity. Although the thunderous blade could be drawn from the upper part of the sheath, such a method proved to be excessively sluggish, rendering it quite disadvantageous in urgent combat situations. Thus, the foremost advantage of the flick sword technique lies in its rapid execution. Mastery of the flick sword technique requires stringent control over both the force exerted and its application. In the forthcoming days of physical training, you must supplement your practice in this regard. Should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Yes, master, I shall remember your teachings. Thank you. There is no need for such formality between us. Return and rest early. With a respectful bow, Ruiden departed, wishing his master good night. Good night. In the days that followed, Ruiden dedicated one day to fervent sword training, while on another, he practiced physical conditioning and the flick sword technique alongside Tulong. Occasionally, he assisted Gung Silang in instructing students. Thus, amidst this repetitive yet engaging routine, a year swiftly elapsed. Chapter 12. A New Life, a New Journey in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar. At the One Heart Dojo in the East Sea, a momentous event transpired that would reverberate throughout the world. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was executed in his hometown of Rogue Town in 1498. Just before his demise, Roger's words regarding the great treasure catalyzed the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, prompting thousands of pirates to recklessly plunge into the ocean, all in pursuit of the legendary One Piece. Yet, for the two individuals anxiously awaiting outside the door, neither the great treasure nor the Pirate King held any significance compared to the person within the modest confines of the bedroom. The September sun blazed fiercely, but it paled in comparison to the fervent turmoil within Gung Silang's heart, as he found solace only in pacing back and forth to alleviate the pressure building within. Raiden watched as Gung Silang paced back and forth, having lost count of how many circles he had walked. Concern for his master weighed heavily on his heart. It could only be the agony of his beloved that had shaken the usually unflappable Gung Silang to such a degree. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed throughout the Isen dojo, causing Gung Silang to spring into action as if electrified, rushing to the entrance. At last, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly midwife cradling a crying infant swathed in cloth, her face a mixture of joy and a hint of regret. "Gung, it's a girl," exclaimed the midwife. "Madam Mid, is my wife well?" "Oh, yes, both mother and daughter are safe." "Is that so? Splendid news." "Thank you, Madam Mid. Is this my child? How adorable." Upon hearing that his wife was safe, the weight in Gung Silang's heart finally lifted. He gently took the infant from the midwife's arms, scrutinizing the little one with care. It appeared the baby had exhausted herself from crying and had settled quietly, possibly asleep. "Madam Mid, may I see my wife?" "Of course." "All right, Raiden." Could you help me hold the child? Certainly. Raiden cautiously took the child from Gung Sailang's hands, gazing at the fragile life before him, his heart swelling with warmth and joy for his master. The couple in the bedroom enjoyed a brief moment of intimacy, and soon after, Ganymede called for Raiden, requesting him to bring the child inside. Raiden, let me see the baby. I have yet to behold her since her birth. Yes, master. The mistress appeared quite pale, her forehead damp with sweat, yet upon seeing her child, she was instantly imbued with strength, laboriously turning her body to gaze at her daughter. Sailang, this is our child. Our little one. Indeed, my lady, she bears a striking resemblance to you. Yes, master, when our little sister grows up, she will undoubtedly blossom into a beauty just like her mother. The master and disciple harmonized effortlessly, their years of companionship fostering an unparalleled synergy. This elicited a faint blush of happiness on the pale young mother's face. Regrettably, she had not borne a son for Sailang. My lady, such words are misplaced. Girls are wonderful. I have always cherished them. Master is right. I have long wished for a little sister, and we shall dote on her. Thus, a beloved little princess graced the One Heart Dojo, infusing the already serene environment with even greater happiness. Amidst this joyful existence, Raiden continued his diligent training, growing stronger with each passing day, while time swiftly flowed alongside his development. 3 years later, in the year 1502 of the Oceanic Era, at the One Heart Dojo in the East Sea, it was the 5th year since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, and a fragile girl, one of the survivors of the momentous O'Hara incident, had been fleeing alone for 2 long years. Raiden has now spent 5 years in this world. If he had traversed through time at the age of 10, he would now be 15. Thanks to a nutritious diet and rigorous exercise, Raiden has attained an impressive height of 180 centimeters, and given this growth trajectory, reaching 2 meters seems entirely plausible. Beneath his white swordsmanship robe lies a physique that is both robust and lithe, brimming with explosive power. His long black hair is casually tied back, exuding a wildness that starkly contrasts with Gung Shiro's more polished demeanor. Hey, Raiden, are you really leaving? Inquired Tulong, a boy with dark red short hair, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of dogtail grass while feigning indifference as he glanced at Raiden. Now 14, Tulong is no longer the little boy who would trail behind Raiden calling him brother. Instead, he is in the throes of adolescence, becoming a source of exasperation for everyone in the village. Ah, yes, I have certain matters I must attend to, Raiden replied. Raiden gently caressed the thunder at his waist. He had now mastered this long blade with ease, no longer dragging it upon the ground as he once did. TCH, will you return? Yes, I will certainly come back. Oh, then you won't sneak away in the night, will you? The eyes of Tulong sparkled with delight, yet his words remained obstinate. Though he was well aware of Raiden's reasons for departing at such late hours, a selfish glimmer of hope lingered within him. Tulong, since that encounter 2 years ago, we have not clashed again. Shall we engage in battle today? Hey, do you still have the audacity to say that? Then let's do it. But tell me, have you truly mastered it? Since I invited you, it surely indicates that I have. That is reassuring. Before Raiden could finish his words, Turo surged forward, launching an assault. The technique known as the thrusting blade slash. As the future heir of the Hans clan, this esoteric swordsmanship was undoubtedly one of Turo's most cherished moves. With remarkable swiftness, his right hand sliced through the air from his waist, moving with such speed that a phantom seemed to linger in its wake. Yet, before the illusion could dissipate, a razor-sharp katana erupted from its sheath, spinning through the air at an astonishing angle, its blade hurtling toward Raiden with alarming velocity. It was indeed swift, but alas, it was off target. Raiden gazed calmly at the blade before him, unperturbed by its imminent threat. With an air of nonchalance, he gracefully reclined backward, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. Is it true? The secret technique of Hans, Mountain Splitter. For 5 years, TR had been by Raiden's side. Thoroughly familiar with his dear brother's prowess, he instinctively knew that this maneuver would not succeed, for it was merely a feint. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, TR swiftly followed suit. While Raiden reclined to avoid the edge, TR seized the hilt and transformed the slash into a downward chop, unleashing his secret technique with formidable force aimed at Raiden below. A variation, indeed, formidable. Raiden found himself once again ensnared in peril, yet his countenance remained serene and untroubled. With his left hand resting upon Thunderclap, he employed the lengthy sheath of the sword to brace against the ground, exerting considerable force downward. In an instant, The ensuing reaction propelled Raiden to the side, allowing him to evade the downward strike of the earthbound warrior. The blade sang as it sliced through the air. The gentle words of Raiden drifted into Tulong's ears, serving as the harbinger of his imminent defeat. Despite Tulong's desperate attempt to pivot his body and shield himself from Raiden's strike, it was all in vain. In an instant, a blade imbued with dark purple patterns materialized before Tulong, followed by an overwhelming force that collided with his waist, sending him crashing to the ground. The sound of the blade slowly sheathing itself, accompanied by Raiden's footsteps, echoed in Tulong's ears. Soon, a familiar hand extended towards him, and without pretense, Tulong grasped it and used the leverage to rise from the ground. "How are you holding up? Just fine, huh? Why don't you give it a try, HM? That's odd. With a blade as thick as the Thunderblade's spine, it shouldn't hurt this much." Observing Tulong grimacing and rubbing his waist, Raiden smirked slyly, acknowledging his recent increase in strength. "Raiden, your swordplay is truly impressive now. Even my old man didn't anticipate your natural talent for this technique. It's merely a matter of controlling the direction of force. Which brings us to the realm of physics. You always delve into these concepts that I can't grasp." At this moment, Tulong interrupted their playful banter, his eyes betraying a profound sense of reluctance that he could no longer conceal. "Raiden, are you really going to leave?" Raiden gazed at Tolan, feeling a slight pang in his nose, yet resolutely turned away, presenting his back to Tolan. Once a man has made a decision, he must see it through. You too, Tolan. When we meet again, you should stand tall as the master of the Hans family. You cannot remain so feeble. I shall grow stronger, and when next we encounter one another, prepare yourself for an unrelenting thrashing." Tolan, upon hearing Raiden's words, felt his temper flare, and he retorted sharply, his internal discomfort easing somewhat. "Very well, I shall await that day. Until then, farewell. Please convey my regards to Master and Uncle Jeanwu. And do not forget to mention Guena as well." Indeed, Raiden raised his right arm in a farewell gesture and, without looking back, walked towards the distance, his silhouette gradually vanishing into the darkness. "Raiden, take care. Brother Raiden." Tula's voice pierced the air, hoarse and desperate, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling, with 2 streams of tears cascading down his cheeks, unstoppable. "Oh, that foolish child." Raiden listened to the resounding calls of the villagers and the faint sounds of weeping, unable to suppress a sigh. The moonlight illuminated his face, casting 2 bright reflections. At that moment, in a nearby thicket, the silhouettes of 2 adults and a child swayed amidst the shadows of the trees. The man firmly covered the little girl's mouth, stifling her cries. Only after Raiden had completely vanished from sight did he release his grip. The girl finally regained her freedom, quickly breaking free from the man's hold, rushing out of the woods, and calling out in the direction Raiden had departed. "Brother Raiden, take care. Guena is waiting for your return at home." Watching his daughter cry out hoarsely, the farmer, Gung Shiro, clasped the hand of his wife, who was already in tears, and behind his foggy glasses, glistening droplets began to form. Chapter 13. The arrival of death. The vast ocean resembled a colossal vessel, not only accommodating rivers but also embracing human desires, the pirate's greed, the adventurer's dreams, the Navy's justice, and the fisherman's hopes. As countless individuals explored the sea, the ocean, in turn, graciously embraced them. During the era of piracy, thousands of pirates surged toward the sea, with the Grand Line acting as a formidable threshold that barred most pirates from entry. These unsuccessful pirates, unable to confront the powerful, shamelessly wielded their blades against those weaker than themselves. Under the leadership of Admiral Kong and General Sengoku, the Navy engaged in a stalemate with the pirates on the Grand Line, struggling to maintain the safety of nations along its route. At this time, the 3 vice admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, had already made their names known throughout the world, being designated as candidates for admiral. The Navy's prestige soared unparalleled along the Grand Line. Yet, in the 4 seas, particularly in the East Blue, a notably weaker sea, it became a haven for feeble pirates. A mere few branches of the Navy were insufficient to counter the rising pirate forces, leaving the Navy in dire straits, ultimately resorting to raising bounties to enlist bounty hunters to assist in combating the pirates. A merchant ship slowly traversed the ocean, though modest in size. It was equipped with several cannons. A team of armed guards patrolled the deck, while the shipowner and other passengers sat anxiously in the cabin. "Once we deliver this cargo to Orange Island, I'm done. This life is unbearable," exclaimed the captain, Indeed, Captain, we too are fearful. If there was money to be made, it would be different, but supplying those mercenaries and their cannon ammunition consumes half our profits. What kind of trade is this? Sighed another crew member. Well, at least we've preserved our lives. Bah, this existence is worse than death. The ship owner and several crew members lamented in the ship's small bar, sipping low-alcohol beverages, their faces displaying worry and irritation. On the deck, a group of mercenaries scanned the horizon, ever vigilant for the potential assault of pirates, knowing that any lapse in attention could cost them their lives. Captain, at 8 o'clock, we've spotted a pirate ship no more than 2 nautical miles away. Captain, at 4 o'clock, another pirate ship has been sighted, also no more than 2 nautical miles. Panic seized the mercenary leader, a weathered middle-aged man, upon hearing the grim tidings. Notify the shipowner. We must hoist the white flag to avoid a direct assault from the pirates. Understood. The leader knew that while one pirate ship could be resisted, 2 attacking simultaneously left no choice but to surrender. The shipowner, hearing the dreadful news, nearly burst into tears, urgently calling to the mercenaries, prioritizing their lives over wealth. Quick! Hoist another white flag to indicate our surrender. The mercenary leader sighed in relief, wishing to avoid meeting his end at the hands of pirates. Observing the mercenaries' proficient actions, the shipowner felt a slight alleviation of his worries and instructed everyone to begin transferring goods, intending to offer them to the pirates in exchange for their lives. Just then, he noticed a tall figure lounging on the deck, seemingly dozing off. It reminded him of a young man he had given a ride to from Seymour Village. Hey, young man, be careful. Pirates might be coming soon. Don't act rashly. The shipowner kindly warned the young man, concerned for his safety and fearing he might provoke the pirates. Noting the long sword he carried, he assumed the youth was merely a showman, worried that any misstep could lead to the entire ship's demise. All right, I understand. I want to act impulsively. You needn't worry. The shipowner felt satisfied with the young man's response and walked away contentedly. However, the young man furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. Raiden, reclining on the deck, had intended to board the merchant ship to reach Orange Town and then investigate news about T. Pone in the Navy's G-16 branch, unaware he would encounter pirates en route. Raiden observed the group of individuals hastily transporting their belongings in a desperate attempt to survive the onslaught of pirates. And he could not help but recall that afternoon 5 years prior, a memory he wished to forget. A surge of fury ignited within him, and he tightly grasped the thunderous weapon in his right hand. However, he quickly regained his composure and released his grip. After all, acting impulsively could very well bring suffering to everyone aboard the ship. If merely parting with wealth could secure their safety, Raiden did not object, particularly since he possessed little money himself. Boom, boom. Although the merchant vessel had raised a white flag to signal its surrender, the pirate ship retaliated by firing 2 cannonballs as a show of force. The projectiles missed the hull and instead plunged into the sea nearby, sending up enormous splashes that hastened the crew's frantic efforts. The 2 pirate ships soon flanked the merchant vessel, effectively sandwiching it between them. Before long, pirates began leaping from their ships onto the merchant vessel, embarking on their most enjoyable endeavor. The captain of the pirate crew, attended by his minions, also leapt onto the merchant ship. He was a rotund figure, seemingly weighing around 400 pounds, and his landing caused the vessel to sway alarmingly. I am the captain of the 5,000,000 bounty giant pig pirate crew, Fat Jew, he proclaimed. Which one of you is the owner? I am, stammered the merchant. I have long heard of your fearsome reputation, Captain. We dare not resist. Here is all our cargo and money. Please accept it and spare our lives. Humph. You're quite perceptive, old man. You too. Go and inspect the ship. Right away, Captain. 2 pirate lackeys, under the envious gaze of their comrades, began to scour every room for hidden treasures. After a thorough search, they returned to the deck. Captain, there is indeed nothing left. These people are quite compliant. Is that so? Old 8. Are you certain? Are there no women aboard? Captain, do you doubt my word? There truly are none. Humph. How disappointing. Take the loot and let us depart. Fat Jew waved dismissively, signaling his crew to load their spoils onto the pirate ship. The crew of the merchant vessel sighed in relief, thinking that although they had lost their possessions, they had managed to preserve their lives, a small mercy amidst their misfortune. Wait. Just as the shipowner felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, a young man's voice from behind the crowd abruptly rekindled his anxiety, causing his heart to race. The pirates turned curiously to see a menacing figure with a knife making his way through the throng, slowly advancing towards them. Oh, What do you want, kid? That is quite a knife you have there, old eight. What the hell are you doing? Captain, my mistake, my mistake. Raiden approached the pirate, fixating on the man known as Old Eight, meticulously comparing his words with the voices echoing in his mind. You call yourself Old Eight? Damn it, kid. You think you can address him like that? Are you looking for trouble? The pirate, Old Eight, turned to face Raiden, the previous facade of feigned friendliness evaporating, replaced by a cruel glint in his eyes. Do you remember Dong Rob Village from 5 years ago? What of it? I've slain countless foes. How could I possibly recall every detail? By the way, are you truly seeking your demise? Let me rephrase that. Where is Elamy? Raiden's face remained expressionless, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Old Eight, eagerly anticipating the answer that Old Eight would provide. Indeed, the demeanor of the pirate Old Eight shifted to one of astonishment as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by a crude voice emanating from behind him. Elamy has already passed. A pirate from the East Sea dares to venture into the Grand Line. Ha! Old Eight is now under my command, boy. What do you wish to say? To be frank, I am quite displeased at the moment. Today, not just you, but everyone on this ship shall perish. The corpulent pig swaggered forward to stand before Raiden, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was infuriated. Never before had anyone dared to obstruct him in such a manner. To his astonishment, a mere boy, barely past childhood, had the audacity to disregard him. He craved bloodshed. Only through killing could his wrath be assuaged. Fat pig. I wasn't addressing you. Blade slash? Although Raiden was inquiring, his attention had long been fixated on the bounty of 5 million for the pirate captain. Now that he had already established enmity with the giant pig pirates due to the actions of pirate Old Eight, it was only natural that it would be a fight to the death. Crack. Snap. Raiden executed a maneuver he had practiced countless times, but this time, it was a deadly strike. The thunderbolt swiftly emerged from its sheath, slicing open the belly of the frightened fat pig Lu, blood gushing forth. Despite being caught off guard by the unexpected sword attack, Fat Pig Lu, a bounty-hunting pirate, quickly regained his composure, grasping his flintlock pistol with his right hand. With just a moment's patience, he believed he could shoot down this loathsome yet terrifying young adversary before him. Frenzy blade, swift slash. At that very moment, as Fat Pig Lu's thoughts swirled, Raiden dashed forward, seizing the hilt of Thunderbolt. With both hands wielding the blade, he executed his sword technique, his body soaring past the massive form of Fat Pig Lu. The instant he landed, a colossal head rolled from Lu's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The members of the giant pig pirate crew and those aboard the cargo ship stood in stunned silence, although the battle had not been straightforward in their eyes. This young swordsman had dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 million in just 2 moves. Old Eight's previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer terror that enveloped his face. Don't move. I have questions for you. Just as he prepared to flee, Old Eight heard a voice as grave as death, rendering him immobile as a sharp, long blade adorned with purple patterns was poised at his throat. The captain is dead? We must avenge him. It was only then that the latecomers of the pirate crew remembered their fallen captain, yet none dared to lead the charge. Raiden cast a cold gaze upon the band of pirates, his lips pale as he forcefully suppressed the discomfort from his earlier act of violence. I seek only him. Lay down your possessions and depart. The pirates exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation as they beheld the black-haired figure before them, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. In unison, they discarded the cargo from their ship and hastily retreated from the specter of death that haunted them. On the vast deck, the crew of the cargo ship stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal nature of the scene before them, as the still-warm body of the corpulent pirate served as a grim reminder that this was no dream, but a stark reality. Chapter 14. An Eye for an Eye, Major. We have spotted 2 vessels belonging to the giant pig pirate crew, along with a merchant ship ahead. Proceed at full speed. We must reach them before they assault the merchant vessel. The enormous white sails billowed in the wind, emblematic of justice. Yet the blue seagulls arrived in their usual leisurely manner. Major, it's too late. The pirate ships have fled. Shall we pursue? Bah, the VE had their luck. Let us first ascertain the situation aboard the merchant ship. The aging naval major felt a deep sense of frustration. He had been tracking the giant pig pirate crew for several days without success. If he could capture this pirate with a bounty of 5 million, he could secure the position of chief at the G-16 branch. Upon the merchant ship, a voice broke the tension. Brother, the Navy has arrived. The mercenary leader cautiously informed Raiden, as if addressing a fearsome beast. I understand. Thank you. Do me a favor. Speak freely. Take a rope and bind this man. I have questions for him shortly. Understood. Rest assured. Brothers, bring forth our thickest hemp rope. The mercenaries, filled with malice, roughly secured the pirate known as Old Eight, kicking him to the ground, forming a tight circle around him, their eyes vigilant. The naval ship docked alongside the merchant vessel, a makeshift gangway bridging the two. The aged major slowly made his way onto the merchant ship, accompanied by several naval lieutenants. What is this? The corpulent pirate. Who did this? Upon stepping onto the merchant ship, the major was immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of blood. Before he could ponder further, the massive body of the pirate seemed to slap him across the face with its sheer presence. I did it. The major gazed at the young man before him, meticulously polishing his long blade, incredulous. He bent down to examine the body of the corpulent pirate closely. 2 knife wounds marred the corpse, one piercing the abdomen, reaching the innards, and another that cleanly severed the head. Observing the precise incisions upon the body and the reverence with which the crew regarded the young man, the seasoned major was now convinced. He rose, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Raiden. Your youth belies such remarkable skill. It is truly commendable. I am Major Hound of the G16 branch. May I inquire your name? You are the G16 branch? Do you know T. Pin? Raiden did not respond to the Hound's inquiry. Instead, he deftly sheathed his thunderblade, his gaze fixed intently on the Hound as he inquired about the whereabouts of Major T. Pin. Do you happen to know Major T. Pin, my lord? The Hound was taken aback, his eyes instantly filled with suspicion. It was indeed rather dubious for a mere youth to be probing into the affairs of such an esteemed officer. After all, nearly 5 years had passed since he had ascended to the rank of major. What astonished the Hound further was the fact that the young man across from him offered no clarification, merely muttering to himself, which elicited a trace of displeasure upon the Hound's countenance. Raiden discerned the subtle shift in the Hound's expression and could not help but let out a wry smile, realizing that he had indeed been too impatient. I am Raiden, a denizen of the village of Seymour Ziji. 5 years ago, Lord T. Pin rescued me. He is not only my benefactor but also my mentor, if one might say. At that time, he held the rank of captain in the G16 department, which is why I inquired about him with the major. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Raiden's sincere explanation brought considerable comfort to the Hound, who nodded with a hint of remorse and engaged in a pleasant conversation. Oh, is that so? Then we are no longer strangers, haha. The Hound remarked. I heard from the teacher that he was returning to the headquarters. Is that correct? Indeed. Lord Pin was summoned back to the Grand Line 4 years ago. And now the G16 branch is under the supervision of us few majors. By the way, Raiden, let us have a private conversation. As the Hound spoke, he leaned closer to Raiden, extending his hand to signal him to speak aside. Though Raiden felt a twinge of curiosity, he nodded and followed the Hound to a more secluded part of the deck. The other naval officers instinctively stood a short distance away, ensuring privacy. Raiden, how do you plan to deal with this hefty bounty? The Hound flashed a sycophantic smile at Raiden, his demeanor lacking the previous righteousness and instead bearing a countenance full of ingratiation, causing Raiden to feel a shiver run down his spine. What does this mean, Major? I find myself somewhat confused. Allow me to elaborate. This hefty bounty pertains to a pirate with a reward of 5 million berries. If you eliminate him, you can exchange his head for the bounty at the naval base. However, I would like to request a favor from you in return. I am willing to offer you 7 million. What favor? Please, Major, clarify. Raiden unconsciously furrowed his brows, recalling a saying from his previous life, when one offers undue kindness, it is either a scheme or a theft. He could not bring himself to believe that the Hound had such benevolence as to bestow wealth upon him. However, upon hearing Raiden's words, the Hound exhibited delight rather than anger, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Let me be direct with you, young Raiden, he said. Currently, the G16 branch is leaderless, with several majors engaged in both overt and covert power struggles. As an elder, I hope to enjoy a comfortable retirement with this plump pig at my side. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it, and I assure you, the price is negotiable. Raiden comprehended the situation at hand. After a moment of contemplation with his head bowed, he shook it gently in response to the eager gaze of the hunting dog. Brother, please reconsider, he urged. Regarding this major of the Hounds, I have a question for you. Pray tell, if I were to enlist in the Navy, what rank might this rotund swine elevate me to? Raiden lifted his gaze to meet the somewhat astonished eyes of the Hound. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination reflected in Raiden's earnest eyes, the Hound instinctively straightened his posture, shedding his previous air of arrogance, and instead displaying the commanding presence befitting a Navy branch lieutenant. According to Article 11 of the Naval Charter, individuals of unblemished lineage, upon verification of independently eliminating bounty-bearing pirates, are exempt from the Navy's scrutiny. Those who have bounties between 100,000 and 500,000 berries are promoted directly to third-class seamen, while bounties ranging from 500,000 to 1,000,000 berries ascend to second-class seamen, and those exceeding 1,000,000 but less than 2,000,000 berries are elevated to first-class seamen. Bounties surpassing 2,000,000 berries are to be reported to headquarters for evaluation to determine rank. The Hound recited the stipulations of the Naval Charter with remarkable proficiency, then gazed earnestly at Raiden. At this moment, the Hound was no longer preoccupied with deceiving Raiden. Instead, he solely contemplated how to usher this talented young man through the gates of the Navy. In fact, he did not even consider the potential advantages he himself might gain should Raiden choose to join. Raiden, it has been a long time since the East Blue has seen a young man of your caliber. Based on my experience, headquarters would likely bestow upon you the rank of branch sergeant, and the possibility of attaining the rank of ensign is not out of reach. Raiden's impression of Hound has significantly improved. Although Hound possesses a somewhat mercenary disposition, he remains a loyal officer to the Navy. Major Hound, what if I wish to join the headquarters? Headquarters? Raiden nodded and continued, well, 5 years ago, I made a promise to my teacher to seek them out at the headquarters. Now, the time has come for me to honor that commitment. Upon hearing Raiden's words, the Hound could not help but sigh. Although he had already suspected that Raiden's ambitions extended beyond the seas, he still felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. With the bounty from the fat pig Lu, heading to the headquarters was not out of the question. However, with a rank 3 levels below, he could at most be appointed as a junior soldier at the headquarters. Raiden pondered, his emotions shifting like the tides, seemingly conjuring a myriad of unsettling thoughts. Hound, I must remain in G16 for a while. I trust you will report this. What did you say? Hound, fearful of mishearing, gripped Raiden's shoulders in a surge of excitement. Ah, indeed, in the East Sea, I have a most crucial matter yet to conclude. All right, splendid. Haha, how wonderful. Hound could not contain his laughter, joy radiating from him unabashedly. At that moment, he realized that successfully winning Raiden over would yield rewards far exceeding the mere bounty of 5 million berries for a severed head. The merchant vessel continued its course towards Orange Island, albeit now accompanied by a warship for protection. After finalizing arrangements with Raiden, Hound joyfully returned to the warship with the corpse of the gluttonous pig, dialing the headquarters with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Raiden returned to the merchant ship and entered the cabin. The cabin was crowded with people, and upon seeing Raiden, they parted to reveal a bound man. A clever mercenary hurriedly fetched a stool and placed it before the captive, eagerly gesturing for Raiden to take a seat. Raiden nodded, unsheathing the thunder blade and grasping it firmly, before taking a seat and coldly observing the trembling man before him. Old 8. Why yes, please spare my life, young master. The one bound was none other than the pirate Old 8, who now bore no trace of his former bravado. He shook uncontrollably, resembling a wild dog awaiting slaughter. I will ask. You will answer. Lie, and you shall die? Why yes. If I speak the truth, I implore you to spare my miserable life. Old 8, a seasoned drifter of the seas, despite being in dire straits, was silently calculating his chances. He had keenly observed Raiden's discomfort while killing, concluding that Raiden was not a merciless slayer. If he behaved submissively, perhaps he could secure his survival. Rest assured, if your responses satisfy me, I shall not lay a finger on you. Why yes. Thank you, young master. Old 8 knelt, fervently bowing his head, while inwardly cursing Raiden. Damn brat. If I manage to escape this predicament, just wait and see how I deal with you. If you have any female relatives, reveal all the information you possess regarding Elemi. Why yes. In truth, I do not know much. About half a year ago, I escaped from that scoundrel Captain Elemi's ship. With a sudden movement, the thunder blade had already been drawn, poised menacingly against Old 8's neck, unnoticed by those around them. Utter another word, and you shall bid farewell to your head. Why yes, I shall continue. At that time, the scoundrel Elemi intended to venture into the Grand Line. Aware of my own inadequacies, I had no desire to accompany him to certain death, so I stealthily departed from the Elemi pirate crew. Having concluded his tale, Old 8 observed Raiden's frown, recognizing that the pirate indeed possessed no further knowledge. Raiden sheathed the thunder blade and rose to his feet. Young master, will you not release me? Who here is most skilled in the art of killing? Raise your hand. Raiden completely disregarded Lao Ba, merely surveying his surroundings and muttering to himself, "I." The mercenary leader raised his hand and stepped forward from the crowd. Skilled? Indeed, exceptionally skilled. Raiden glanced at the impassive and composed middle-aged mercenary, nodding slightly. "Eliminate him. Come to me for your reward afterward." Higi, "Very well. Do you have any specific requests?" "Ensure that his death is not too swift." "Understood. I shall comply." A trace of cruelty emerged on the mercenary leader's calm visage, his intense gaze sweeping menacingly over Lao Ba. "Damn it, you treacherous scoundrel. Even in death, I shall not forgive you." Raiden turned and gradually made his way towards the deck, entirely disregarding the curses hurled by the pirate Old Eight. It was not until he reached the threshold that he glanced back, casting a gaze filled with sheer terror upon Old Eight. "Beast, this is what you have learned." Chapter 15. Before the Storm. Raiden leaned against the deck railing, gazing at the tranquil sea, striving to quell his tumultuous thoughts. The distant cries of Pirate Old Eight did not incite a sense of vengeance within him. Rather, they unearthed long-buried sorrow from the depths of his heart. As the screams gradually diminished to silence, the ocean would once again conceal a wretched soul beneath its waves. The mercenaries were reluctant to accept Raiden's payment, and he, resigned, departed from the merchant ship and boarded the warship instead. The Hound was still preoccupied with his tasks, while several naval soldiers escorted Raiden to a small private room for rest. The room was modest, furnished with a simple table and chairs, alongside a rudimentary bed. Yet it boasted ample light and ventilation. Upon the table lay a substantial naval charter, prompting Raiden to set aside his weapon and quietly peruse the text. The book contained a comprehensive account of naval regulations, and several clauses piqued Raiden's interest. Article 16 of the Naval Charter stated that the ranks from the East Sea Branch were 3 levels lower than those from the Grand Line Branch and the headquarters. Should one ascend from the East Sea Branch to the headquarters, their rank would be demoted by 3 levels. However, ranks dispatched from headquarters to the East Sea Branch would remain unchanged. In other words, if you were a warrant officer at the branch, he would be reduced to a corporal upon arrival at the Grand Line. Article 20 stipulated that personnel below the rank of corporal were required to wear naval uniforms, while those above could opt for casual attire that did not detract from the naval image. Officers and above were expected to don standard uniforms along with their respective justice coats, while senior officers could wear civilian clothing paired with their rank's justice coat. Thus, it appeared Raiden need not don a naval uniform, for the sailor attire was decidedly unappealing. Article 22 classified warship types as micro, small, medium, large, and specially designed. Micro and small warships required command from officers of lieutenant rank or higher. Medium vessels necessitated leadership from colonels or above. Large ships required special approval from headquarters and must be commanded by a vice admiral or higher. Specially designed ships needed concurrent approval from both headquarters and research institutes. This mention of a research institute intrigued Raiden greatly, yet despite scouring the naval charter, he could find no further information regarding it. The technological landscape of the world of One Piece was indeed perplexing. The naval soldiers employed rudimentary firearms and ammunition, while the headquarters constructed weaponry rivaling that of mobile suits. They utilized traditional electrical devices while simultaneously producing various genetically engineered organisms and conducting numerous genetic experiments. Raiden could only surmise that the Navy prioritized the development of advanced combat capabilities, heavily influenced by the exceptionally innovative mind of Vegapunk, which surpassed contemporary understanding by 5 centuries. Closing the book, Raiden rose, grasped his weapon, and settled cross-legged upon the bed, wielding it in meditation as he began to analyze both the recent battle and his own condition. Undoubtedly, his 5 years of rigorous training had transformed him into a formidable force within the East Sea, yet he remained acutely aware of his shortcomings. He was soon to confront the notorious pirate Elemi, who had commanded a bounty of 10 million berries for 5 years. Thus, a calm and thorough analysis was imperative. Firstly, there was the matter of physical prowess. Raiden's unceasing physical training over the past 5 years, coupled with the energy derived from his voracious appetite, had fundamentally altered his physique, rendering him far superior to the average inhabitant of the One Piece world. However, the innate gifts of the truly powerful remained an insurmountable chasm. While Elemi could not be classified as a genius, his talents were undoubtedly extraordinary, and at over 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his physical condition. In terms of physicality, Raiden could not compete with Elemi. Secondly, there was swordsmanship. Swordsmen could generally be categorized into 3 tiers: swordsman, master swordsman, and grand swordsman. Those who could master techniques and wield their swords with skill were regarded as swordsmen, while those capable of perceiving the rhythm of their surroundings able to cleave through steel, were deemed master swordsmen. Ridden's frenzied sword technique emphasized offense, affording it a lethality that surpassed comparable sword styles. Combined with the armor-piercing capabilities of his weapon, Ridden could sever metal even before attaining the level of master swordsman. Yet this singular focus had led him to a stalemate, hindering his progress and leaving even the likes of Gung Shiro unable to assist him. Thirdly, there was the matter of techniques. Ridden relied heavily on his weapon. Apart from the sword slash and frenzied sword techniques, he had little in the way of offensive options. The unique nature of frenzied sword meant Ridden's combat lacked defense, compelling him to press the attack or evade damage through agility. When facing foes of lesser strength, Ridden found it easy to dispatch them swiftly. However, when pitted against adversaries of equal might, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Regrettably, Ridden's innate talents had not reached a level capable of resolving these issues, which explained his departure from the One Heart Dojo. Only through further encounters with life and death battles could he hope to surpass his limitations. And Elmi undoubtedly represented the finest crucible for such trials. A knock at the door jolted Ridden from his reverie. He opened his eyes, descended from the bed, and upon opening the door, found a nondescript naval soldier standing before him. "Sir, Lieutenant Hound requests your presence in the conference room. He mentioned a call from headquarters that requires your attention." "Very well, lead the way." Upon hearing that it was a matter of importance, Raiden calmly followed the Marine to the conference room. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the radiant smile of the Hound. "Raiden, come quickly. It's a call for you from an old acquaintance." Raiden answered the phone, feeling a surge of excitement. He only had one old acquaintance in the Navy. "Hello. Is this Raiden?" "It's T. Pin. Long time no see." "It's me, Raiden." "Ha ha ha, it's really you, my boy. I've heard about your exploits from Hound. Well done. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I wonder how you have been." Raiden felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Despite the passage of 5 years, T. Pin's voice remained as steady and seasoned as it had always been. "Do not call me teacher, it makes me feel aged. I am only 33 this year." "Hey, Raiden. Why have you fallen silent?" "Oh, it's nothing, merely startled." "I see. Wait a moment, what do you mean by that?" "Well, it's just that you seem rather mature. I assumed you were around 40. Naturally, Raiden was thinking of T. Pin from 5 years prior. Yet such thoughts were best left unspoken. Humph. We shall revisit this topic later. For now, let us address the matter at hand. Young man, your next plan is to confront Elmi, is it not? Upon hearing the serious tone from the other end of the line, Raiden's smile faded, and his gaze became intense. "Indeed, that is my intention. 5 years ago, I was dispatched to inspect the Eastern Sea Base on orders from headquarters, and the only source of my troubles was Elmi. I had crossed swords with him then, and the outcome had been inconclusive." T. Pin's words left Raiden wide-eyed. He was acutely aware of T. Pin's formidable strength. If Elmi possessed strength comparable to T. Pin's 5 years ago, then Raiden's quest for vengeance would be nothing short of a farce. His strength is insufficient to defeat me. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. Yet, every strike I delivered seemed to have no effect. Even as T. Pin paused. His thoughts drifted back to that extraordinary scene from 5 years past. Despite my confidence that some of my strikes had landed, Elmi emerged unscathed. Until he was ultimately rescued by his crew with a grappling hook, I did not witness a single drop of blood shed from him. Raiden fell into deep contemplation. It was only now that he had acquired first-hand information regarding Elmi, and this intelligence was decidedly unfavorable for him. Upon returning to the Grand Line, I promptly relayed the details about Elmi to headquarters, requesting an intensified scrutiny and a substantial increase in the bounty on him. However, given that he had been residing in the East Sea, I lacked the resources to reach him. Yet, the situation has changed. According to credible sources, Elmi is currently amassing followers in Rogue Town, preparing to enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. Therefore, Raiden, I advise you to remain patient. You may come to meet me first, and we can confront Elmi together. You know, the brothers aboard the ship have been yearning for your presence." Raiden comprehended T. Pin's sentiments and felt the warmth that comes from being cared for. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Teacher, you are merely a major in our department. Regulations prohibit you from pursuing pirates alone. Furthermore, if the headquarters took your report regarding Elmi seriously, how could he have remained so audacious in the East Sea for 5 long years? Moreover, the Grand Line is inundated daily with countless pirates from all seas. While Elmi may reign as the most formidable pirate in the East Sea, he is but an ordinary grain of sand in the vast expanse of the Grand Line. The probability of him being vanquished by other pirates or succumbing to the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line is far greater than our Navy's chances of locating him." T. Pin fell silent. Raiden's analysis accurately reflected the current state of the Grand Line. Divided into 7 routes, the Navy's strength is wholly insufficient to cover all these paths. The Navy's strategy focuses on protecting key nations and islands. Thus, as Raiden pointed out, should enemy venture into the Grand Line, the Navy could not possibly dispatch forces solely to hunt him down. They could only hope that patrolling units might spot him, but the odds are simply too slim. Teacher, I deeply appreciate your concern for my safety, Raiden expressed gratefully. However, enemy is the one I must eliminate. I must personally bring about his demise. It is the sole purpose that has sustained my training thus far. Therefore, I cannot allow him to enter the Grand Line. This is my final opportunity. Raiden was not blinded by anger. On the contrary, he remained remarkably composed. After listening to T. Pin's account, Raiden understood that he might not be a match for Elemi. However, the opportunity to eliminate Elemi was a singular chance. Should Raiden let it slip away, he feared it would haunt him for a lifetime. The Thunderblade was tightly gripped in his hand, its dark sheath catching the sunlight and reflecting an extraordinary gleam, as if the sword itself, like its master, yearned for that life-and-death confrontation. Chapter 16. All is for profit. Orange Island was not far from the Navy's G-16 branch base. After a night of sailing, the following morning, the warship appeared at the port of the G-16 branch base, greeted by the rising sun. Raiden stood on the deck, gazing at the white edifice symbolizing justice. This was, in fact, Raiden's first encounter with an authentic naval base. The largest base of the Navy is naturally situated at the headquarters in Marin Van Du, and although the architectural styles of the various branches differ, they generally bear a striking resemblance to the main base. Before him lay the G-16 branch. With its pristine white towers, the immense blue seagull emblem, a gracefully curved harbor, and walls bristling with formidable cannons. While it may pale in comparison to Marin Van Du, the atmosphere was nonetheless imbued with a sense of imposing authority that left Raiden in awe as he beheld a naval base for the first time. Major Hound's ship has completed inspection and is cleared for entry. After a brief verification, the ship passed through the slowly opening port gates and entered the base. Raiden, this is our G-16 branch. I must report to the conference hall, Trait. Please take Ensign Raiden on a tour of the base. Yes, sir, replied Trait, a young sergeant, as he gestured for Raiden to follow him. Though Raiden's rank was not yet officially established, both Hound and Trait treated him with utmost respect, aware that this young man was destined for a future far surpassing that of an ensign. Trait, appearing to be no more than 20, had an earnest demeanor and spoke with clarity, providing detailed explanations of each structure within the base as he guided Raiden. Raiden nodded in agreement, forming a favorable impression of the sergeant named Trait. After gaining a general understanding of the base's layout, Raiden and Trait began to engage in casual conversation. Ensign Raiden, I was present during your conversation with Lord T. Pin, and there's a question I hope you won't mind me asking. Oh, not at all. Please go ahead. Was your family also slain by pirates? The infamous pirate, Elemi, perhaps? Indeed, that is the case. And if you are inquiring, were your family also victims? Yes. They perished in a pirate raid. It was Lord Hound who saved me, which led to my enlistment in the Navy. Ah, seeking vengeance then? Raiden did not anticipate that Trait was also a victim of piracy, and he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. As a traveler from another world, he had only lost Benjamin, his sole family member, whereas Trait had endured the calamity of losing his entire family. Surely, the anguish he experienced was far greater. Not yet. The unseen puppet master remains at large. Fear not, opportunities will arise. Indeed, Raiden gently patted Trait on the shoulder, unable to articulate any comforting words, yet contemplating that if they could vanquish Ilemi this time, he would find a way to assist Trait. Their bond grew closer, and Raiden deliberately shifted the conversation to the unique customs and traditions of the Jumada Islands, which significantly lifted Trait's spirits. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, soon arriving at the naval officer's office. Before entering the conference room, they were met with the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. Mouse, this is Lord T. Pin's directive. How dare you refuse? Huh? Does my G-16 branch really have to heed the orders of a mere major from headquarters? Either present me with official documentation from headquarters, or let us cease this discussion. You, scoundrel. Eradicating pirates is our sacred duty as the Navy. The notorious pirate Ilemi is currently recruiting in Rogue Town, and as a naval major, you ought to be focused on eliminating pirates. You are unworthy of donning the Navy's justice. Wildcat, you should also weigh in. You all continue your discourse. Once you've reached a conclusion, do inform me. I shall indulge in some tea in the meantime. Raiden furrowed his brow upon hearing the conversation and could not resist the urge to push the door open while behind him. Tret was unable to halt his advance and thus followed Raiden into the conference room. As soon as Raiden entered the room, the three majors in the conference room immediately turned their gazes toward him. However, their expressions differed. The hound bore a look of apology, the lynx exhibited curiosity, while the mouse harbored an inscrutable disdain. Last night, the hound had informed Raiden of the current situation at the base. Following the dismissal of Colonel Huang Shu, the head of the G16 branch, the three majors had become rivals, with the mouse and the hound at odds, while the lynx remained a fence-sitter, neither participating nor voicing an opinion. Unbeknownst to the hound and Raiden, the mouse was the nephew of the former Colonel Huang, and Huang's dismissal was closely tied to T-Pin. Thus, the hound's attempt to pressure the mouse using T-Pin was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. The greedy and cowardly mouse would never acquiesce to the hound's proposal. The mouse scrutinized Raiden intently. He had just learned of Raiden through the hound's conversation. It had never laid eyes on him. Conversely, Raiden, though unfamiliar with the mouse, had long recognized him. Was this not the very mouse major who, after many years, would conspire with the vile dragon to dominate the G16 branch? It was astonishing that the mouse, not yet 20, had already attained the rank of major. Indeed, a misfortune for the Navy. Esteemed colleagues, I am Raiden, the naval newcomer responsible for eliminating the corpulent pig. I sincerely apologize for interrupting this operational meeting. But as one of the initiators of this operation, I wish to participate and contribute to the apprehension of Ailimi. The hound seemed to want to interject, but Raiden merely nodded, offering no hint of reproach. Raiden then turned his gaze towards the mouse, his eyes filled with an oppressive intensity. The mouse, feeling intimidated by Raiden's stare, attempted to maintain his composure, repeatedly reminding himself of his status as a major, and eventually managed to regain his calm, stroking his slender mustache and revealing a smirk. This is the highest operational meeting of G16, and you, a mere foot soldier without rank. Wait. This is a document just issued by headquarters. You should take a good look. Before the mouse could finish his sentence, the hound produced a stack of documents from his pocket and forcefully slammed them down in front of the mouse. The mouse focused intently and immediately read the prominent lines at the top of the document aloud. Therefore, Benjamin Raiden is appointed as a warrant officer of the G16 branch, responsible for the elimination of pirates within the operational area. Dated April 21st, 1502, Navy Headquarters. According to headquarters orders, the operational command of the G16 branch now rests with Warrant Officer Raiden. Do you have anything else to say? After scrutinizing the document several times to ensure its accuracy, the mouse sank back into his chair, feeling a headache coming on. Just as he was lost in thought, the previously silent lynx suddenly spoke up. The appointment letter refers to the operational forces, not the operational personnel, does it not? However, the only operational forces currently at the base are the 2 units under Major Hound and 1 under my command. The rest are merely patrol, security, and logistical support units, totaling only about 200 personnel. Furthermore, the 3 micro-warships at the base can only be deployed with the presence of us majors. The lynx's words struck a painful chord with the hound. The reason he had hesitated to present Raiden's appointment letter was precisely this. Moreover, there was a critical flaw in Raiden's appointment letter. Indeed, Major Lynx has articulated it perfectly. Moreover, the letter clearly states within the operational area. The operational area of our G16 branch encompasses the archipelago of Zameda, while Ailimi is currently far away in Rog Town. I apologize, Warrant Officer Raiden, but you cannot take troops away on your own. The mouse, awakened by the lynx's remarks, quickly pointed to a line in the appointment letter. Gazing triumphantly at both the hound and Raiden, the hound found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Raiden's appointment letter would not suffice to sway the two, but he had not expected that they would both oppose the plan to assault Ailimi. Now, the hound felt utterly powerless, casting a helpless glance at Raiden, only to find Raiden's expression unchanged. Esteemed colleagues, may I have a moment of your attention? Enough words are futile. You best, mouse, be silent. To his surprise, the lynx, who had just aligned with the mouse, interrupted him. Raiden cast a surprised glance at the lynx, yet he approached the two with composure and serenity, stating, to my knowledge, the G16 branch currently lacks a minister. As Raiden finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 individuals brightened, fixed intently upon him. Moreover, all 3 were merely majors, were they not? They remained silent. Yet their gazes grew increasingly fervent. I had vanquished the corpulent pig, and Major Hound had recommended me. It was likely that Major Hound would receive commendation from headquarters, perhaps even being promoted to lieutenant colonel or potentially ascending to the position of head of the G16 branch, even if this promotion did not materialize. As long as I captured several bountiful pirates within our domain, Major Hound, who stood in the same camp as I, would inevitably rise. Immediately, Lynx and Mouse shifted their attention towards Hound, especially Lynx, who, being shrewd and seasoned, contemplated far more than the younger Mouse. Much of what Raiden articulated resonated deeply with his own thoughts. Hound's demeanor and expressions transformed. He could not fathom why Raiden, who had always maintained a harmonious relationship with him, would choose to betray him at this moment. To speak frankly, although I possessed no extraordinary talents, given my combat prowess and age, coupled with the endorsement of Professor T. Pin, my eventual arrival at headquarters is merely a matter of time. With my promotion, the two of you would stand no chance against Major Hound. Humph. What exactly are you trying to convey? Although Lynx and Mouse harbored dissatisfaction, they were acutely aware of the reality. With Hound aligning himself with Raiden and even securing the support of T-Pin, the two of them had little hope of overcoming Hound unless they united. I merely wished to suggest that rather than opposing Major Hound and me, it would be far more advantageous to join forces with us. Should we collectively vanquish enemy this time, I, Raiden, am willing to forego my own accolades, allowing the three of you to share the spoils equally. The potential rewards could be substantial. As Raiden spoke, the three individuals were not foolish. They grasped his meaning and began to ponder silently. In the East Sea, enemy was a monumental achievement, one that could elevate a person to great heights. If the three could unite to eliminate enemy, dividing the credit among themselves would be more than sufficient for their ascent. With so many branches in the East Sea, even being reassigned as a minister to another branch would be an excellent opportunity. Ultimately, as long as the benefits were substantial enough, biases and rivalries would be momentarily cast aside. The trio, now akin to mice, could not resist the allure of this colossal cake that was enemy. Cooperation was their only thought. Chapter 17. The initiation of action. Help. Help. Someone save me. I do not wish to perish. Child. Where are you, my child? Mother. Woe is me, mother. Flames ravaged the small town, the wooden houses succumbing swiftly to the relentless sea winds, transforming the place into a hellish inferno. The fire climbed higher, threatening to break free from the earth's grasp, yearning to scorch the heavens. The seagulls in the sky seemed to sense the impending danger, hastily fleeing from this dreadful locale. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries for help converged, awakening a fallen boy with black hair. Struggling, he shook his head and endeavored to rise. Yet, as he stood, the acrid smoke once again overwhelmed him. Who am I? What am I to do? The boy gazed helplessly at his hands, as if he had lost his memory. Grasping his hair in anguish, he sought to recall something. Perhaps fate smiled upon him, for his vacant eyes gradually regained clarity, and a flicker of lucidity emerged in his mind. Sister! Sister! I must save my sister! The boy shouted as he regained his footing, disregarding the searing flames and suffocating smoke, hastily racing forward along the path of his memories. Time became a blur. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation. Flames danced amidst the ruins, relishing in the remnants of what once was. The boy collapsed onto the ground, his head pounding against the earth in despair. Blood quickly spurted forth, yet it could not quench even a fraction of the voracious flames consuming life. Hey, it's pretty grim here, should we not? Less chatter. We are the Navy, follow orders. Yeah, I heard this is all from above. Shoo. Do you dare speak such words? Are you seeking death? The voices of conversation stirred hope within the boy once more. He rose to pursue the men clad in white sailor uniforms, blocking their path. Please, noble Navy, save my sister. She is trapped beneath the rubble. She is alive. She must be alive. The boy's voice cracked with desperation, blood from his forehead mingling with tears, cascading down his cheeks to the parched earth below. Unfortunately, the men before him paid him no heed, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continuing on their way. Navy, Navy, I will kill you all. The boy roared in fury, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation, swiftly maturing from a boy into a man. He charged at the Navy, forcefully pinning one of them to the ground, and unleashed a flurry of punches, each striking true to the man's head. He continued relentlessly, even as the man's breath ceased, while the other Navy personnel merely watched, as if they were witnessing a mere spectacle, until, Captain Ellamy, are you awake? Huh. The knocking and shouting roused the slumbering Ellamy, who quickly rose, ensuring the intruder did not enter before hastily wiping his face with a towel and adjusting his expression, before finally opening the door. Disturbing my dreams at such an early hour? Do you wish to die? Forgive me, sir. The first mate sent me to wake you. I dared not disobey. The pirate lackey trembled at the sight of the captain's fearsome visage, dread filling his heart, wishing to refrain from mentioning that it was already noon. He merely hoped that the imposing figure before him was in a tolerable mood, so he might survive a while longer. Is that so? I'll be there shortly. By the way, what date is it? Today? It is April 26th, Captain. 26th, is it? How time flies. Elamy mused as he stepped out, leaving behind the quaking lackey, who silently rejoiced. The deck was abuzz with activity. Not only was the first mate present, but also the newly arrived officers. Whistles and banter echoed across the deck. Kid, you dare to join the Elamy pirates without even sprouting proper hair? Surely you fear our crew's solitude. Ha ha ha, redhead. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Hey, this kid is rather handsome, not inferior to the ladies. The man dubbed Redhead, a recent addition to the Elamy pirates with a bounty of 4 million berries, leered at the boy in the center of the deck wielding a long knife, even licking his lips in excitement. The captain has arrived. At the announcement of the pirate lackey, Elamy stepped onto the deck, positioning himself among the crowd. After exchanging glances with the first mate, he turned his attention to the boy in the center. Hey, brat. So, you wish to join my Elamy pirates? Indeed, not only that, but I aspire to become an officer. The boy remained remarkably calm, betraying no excess emotion, as if stating the most commonplace of intentions. Wahaha. This kid wants to be an officer? You've made my day, haha. Perhaps he aims for the lower ranks. That would indeed align with Redhead's desires. The pirates erupted in laughter, their jeers ringing out. The lower ranks referred to the cells where the crew stored their captives. The implication was unmistakable. Elamy, however, refrained from joining in the mockery, maintaining the poise befitting a captain, though disdain flickered across his features, his eyes betraying a hint of irritation. I understand the pirate code. It's all about who wields the mightiest fist, correct? How about this? I'll spar with one of your officers, and if I win, that settles it. The boy remained unfazed, only tightening his grip on the astonishingly long knife. At this moment, the pirates ceased their jeering, realizing the boy's sincerity. A wave of excitement washed over the crew, anticipating the impending spectacle. Indeed, if you can defeat an officer, then his position shall be yours. Choose anyone you like. Very well, I choose him. The boy pointed his knife as hilt at Redhead, who had been the most boisterous. Interesting kid. Captain, when this battle concludes, this brat will be mine. Very well. Good. Redhead grinned maliciously, his depraved intentions resurfacing, envisioning the moment when the calm-faced boy would be crying for mercy beneath his prowess, which only fueled his excitement further. Kid, I want to kill you immediately. I'll take my time playing with you. As soon as Redhead finished his taunt, he lunged toward Raiden, disdainfully opting against using his weapon, instead tightening his fists, having plotted his assault sequence. Despite his bravado, Redhead remained keenly aware of the long knife in the boy's grasp, for it was a potential source of threat. Before him, the youth appeared to be taken aback by the unexpected assault, his unusually long blade remaining sheathed. You've lost, kid. The red-haired individual had already rushed to the boy's front, scrutinizing his delicate features. The boy's visage was exquisitely refined, his skin remarkably smooth, and the more one gazed, the more the red-haired man found delight, especially in those large, luminous eyes, which seemed almost excessively bright. Frenzied sword, blade slash, in the red-haired man's line of sight. The boy's radiant eyes gradually shut, his body retreating swiftly, as if evading something. The red-haired man felt a surge of exhilaration. To think he would close his eyes in the midst of battle, only now realizing the need to retreat. Truly, The red-haired man's thoughts halted in that fleeting moment, only to vanish forever. The onlooking pirates gaped in astonishment, witnessing their red-haired brother charge at the youth, only to see the long blade, barely visible to the naked eye, whirl forth from its sheath with astonishing speed. By the time they regained their senses, the boy had already returned his blade to its scabbard, while their red-haired companion had been cleaved into 3 neat segments. Elamy was equally astonished, having discerned some insight. The long blade had been subjected to a tremendous and skillful force, causing it to spin twice in midair, while the red-haired man, oblivious, charged straight into it. Well, good lad. What is your name? I am Raiden, Benjamin Raiden. Excellent. Raiden, you are now the 3rd in command of the Elamy pirate crew. Someone, tidy up this mess at once. Prepare a feast to celebrate our new 3rd officer. Yes, 3rd officer, 3rd officer, 3rd officer. Pirates are creatures with remarkably short memories. Upon the emergence of a new powerful leader, they promptly submit, erasing all recollections of the previous one. At that moment, standing beside Raiden, the most compliant was none other than the individual who had been closest to the red-haired man moments prior. The pirates swiftly busied themselves with the festivities, coinciding with lunchtime. And thus, food and drink were soon served. Comrades, let us celebrate the addition of our third officer, Raiden, to the Alami pirate crew. With him, we shall forge our path on the Grand Line. To the third officer, hail to Lord Raiden. Raiden observed the fervent pirates without uttering a word, raising his left hand to lift a cup brimming with rum, draining it in one swift motion. Delightful. The third mate boasts an impressive capacity. A chorus of pirates exclaimed in astonishment at his drinking prowess, simultaneously beginning to flatter him, akin to eager little lapdogs wagging their tails in admiration of Raiden. As Raiden navigated the situation, he silently endured his own struggles. The fusion of the mad sword technique with the sword-drawing slash was still beyond his complete mastery. Fortunately, his right hand bore only minor injuries, which should not impede his plans. Meanwhile, the pirates, in celebration of the third mate's induction, offered numerous toasts to their captain, Ellery, and the first mate. Naturally, both leaders graciously accepted their libations, and before long, they found themselves slightly inebriated. The cup in Raiden's hand was devoid of wine. With his adept skills, he could effortlessly substitute the liquor with pure water, using only simple objects for concealment. Thus, he had managed to maintain his sobriety, growing more audacious with each passing moment, his voice becoming increasingly boisterous. Not far from Rogue Town, two warships surged forward, their sails billowing in the wind, displaying the vibrant blue seagull emblem in full splendor. Chapter 18. It's you, April 21st, G16 Naval Operations Conference Room. 3 naval majors and a newly promoted warrant officer reached a consensus and began discussing the forthcoming operational strategies. I must clarify that I possess no combat capability, and the base requires guardianship. I shall remain behind. The mouse hastily raised his hand, apprehensive that he might be dragged into the fray. The hunting dog and the lynx cast him disapproving glances, yet found themselves powerless to contest. That's acceptable, Major Mouse, but your forces must contribute 80%, Raiden suggested. The units of Majors Hunting Dog and Lynx will remain at your command, providing half of their troops. Does that sound agreeable? Reluctantly, the mouse was disinclined to acquiesce. Raiden's proposal undoubtedly undermined his strength. However, confronted with the less than favorable expressions of Hunting Dog and Lynx, he had no choice but to acquiesce in silence. Warrant Officer Raiden, I have thoroughly reviewed the data on the Elmi pirate crew, and I feel that a direct assault may not be prudent, Lynx remarked, lazily gesturing toward the documents in his hand while regarding Raiden. Indeed, Raiden, the Elmi commands 3 pirate ships. Although their firepower pales in comparison to that of warships, they remain formidable adversaries. The 800 pirates under their command are not a concern, yet dealing with Elmi and his lieutenant poses a significant challenge. We must devise a strategy, Hunting Dog added. Despite his recent vexation from Raiden's cunning tactics, Hunting Dog recognized that the priority lay in neutralizing Elmi. As long as Elmi could be eliminated, all else would fall into place. Raiden scrutinized the 2 bounty notices, his mind racing with strategies. Captain Elmi of the Elmi pirate crew, with a bounty of 12 million berries, and the crew's first mate, the Hunter, boasting a bounty of 7 million berries. Their strengths remained a mystery. All he knew was that Elmi was a master of martial arts, while the Hunter wielded a curved blade, with no further information available. This lack of detail caused Raiden to furrow his brow in concern. Could the 2 of them handle this hunter together? The pair, known as the Hound and the Lynx, locked eyes, both well aware of each other's capabilities. After a brief moment of hesitation, they recognized the familiar fighting spirit in their old rival's gaze. No problem, Raiden. He's merely a pirate with a bounty of 7 million berries. Together, we will undoubtedly prevail. Raiden nodded thoughtfully, continuing to peruse the documents spread before him. Alermi was actively recruiting companions, and it was likely that numerous pirates had flocked to his banner. Thus, the formidable adversaries we needed to be wary of might extend beyond just these 2. The uncertainty loomed heavily. The spirits of Hound and Lynx, which had recently surged with excitement, now plummeted to despair. They had been confident that, through their collaboration, they could vanquish the Hunter. However, should another ally be added to the Hunter's ranks, the situation would indeed become dire. Alas, if only there were spies from our navy embedded within Alermi's crew. But wait. A seemingly casual remark from Hound sparked a revelation in Raiden's mind, prompting him to spring to his feet, muttering incessantly as if in a trance. I have only just joined the Navy. My identity remains shrouded in secrecy to the outside world. Alermi has never laid eyes upon me, nor has he even heard my name. Furthermore, as they are in the process of recruiting allies, it presents me with an opportunity. Raiden clarified his thoughts, his eyes regaining clarity, and promptly shared his plan with the group. The Hounds and their companions were not foolish. While Raiden had been musing to himself, they had already grasped the essence of his strategy. Now, as Raiden reiterated his proposal, they could not help but be impressed by his audacity. Raiden, do you believe this plan will evade Elami's scrutiny? Fear not, Major Lynx. Even if Elami harbors suspicions, I can adeptly counter with my genuine experiences from Seymour Jiji village, leaving no room for error. Raiden, is this not perilously audacious? My homeland possesses a sage adage, greater the risk, greater the reward, if all proceeds as anticipated. I might even act preemptively to dismantle Elami's support. The group found themselves persuaded by Raiden. Indeed, this plan appeared to be the optimal solution. With the main strategy established, they turned their attention to the subsequent netting plan. Raiden pointed to the map and continued his explanation. Elami's port base faced the sea and was bordered by a forest. We can dispatch a small team to infiltrate from the forest alongside me, while they will be responsible for support. When the moment is ripe, I shall use a micro-communicator to contact you, and our main force will execute a frontal encirclement to annihilate Elami's pirate crew. Excellent. A splendid plan. We shall follow your lead, Raiden. Indeed, a commendable strategy. Though young, Raiden's tactical acumen is remarkably seasoned. Gigi, I shall await your good news at the base. Time rewound to noon on April 26th. The tavern was nearly devoid of standing patrons. Even Elami and the first mate, Hunter, had succumbed to intoxication. Raiden lay there, seemingly unconscious. Brothers, assist the captains to rest, and you lot keep a vigilant watch over the ship to prevent any surprise attacks. Yes, rest assured. To where shall we escort the captains? Nonsense. To the inn, of course. Are we to let them sober up on the ship? Yes, my apologies for my foolishness. Raiden became aware that he had been lifted by a burly man. After a brief journey, he was gently placed down onto a soft bed. As soon as the man departed, Raiden opened his eyes, ensuring no one was on watch. He then reached into the concealed pocket of his attire and retrieved a miniature communication device. Major Hound, this is Raiden. Can you hear me? Raiden, I can hear you. What is the situation? Upon hearing Hound's voice, a smile graced Raiden's face. Better than expected. Currently, nearly half of the pirate crew is inebriated. Elami and the Hunter have indulged as well, and they are now at the inn by the harbor. We can commence with the next phase of the plan. Excellent. We will execute according to the plan. You must ensure your safety. Not a problem. I shall disconnect now. Carefully tucking the communication device back into his clothing, Raiden picked up the thunderbolt, feigning a state of inebriation, and then opened the door. As anticipated, there were no pirate guards at the entrance. However, upon descending the stairs, he encountered several pirates gathered around the bar, enjoying their fruit juice. They noticed Raiden and promptly stood up. Third mate, what brings you down here? You should be resting well. I was so elated today that I forgot to have a chat with the captain. Where is he? Such joy today. Let us save it for tomorrow. The captain is residing just above you. Oh, tomorrow it is then. I shall return to my slumber. Indeed. Allow me to assist you back upstairs. Take your time. Once again aided back upstairs, Raiden sat up in bed after the pirate henchman left, stealthily exiting his room and making his way upstairs. The upper floor remained unguarded, providing Raiden with significant advantage. He approached Elami's door, pressing his ear against it. And indeed, he could hear the sound of heavy snoring within. Raiden once again treaded lightly, akin to a cat traversing a tightrope, both cautious and silent. He slowly edged the door open, and through the narrow crack, he beheld the formidable figure of Elmina sprawled upon the bed, a thin blanket rising and falling in rhythm with his snores. Approaching Elmina, Raiden felt his palms involuntarily exude beads of sweat. He raised his weapon, Thunder, as a tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him. The nemesis he longed to vanquish lay before him, and sorrow intertwined with fury, yearning to be cleansed by blood. Father, I have come for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Raiden was prepared for bloodshed. At that instant, Benjamin Raiden. Time appeared to freeze. The man on the bed abruptly ceased his snoring and distinctly called out Raiden's name, startling him momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Thunder unsheathed in a flash, darting towards Elmi's body. The man on the bed struck the wooden plank with force, causing the fragile bed to shatter instantly. Utilizing this momentum, Elmi sprang to his feet, narrowly evading Raiden's thrust. Though puzzled by Elmi's sudden awakening, Raiden swiftly cast aside any negative emotions and began to contemplate the impending confrontation with a calm demeanor. The cramped confines of the inn were undoubtedly unsuitable for a swordsman's prowess. Without hesitation, Raiden retreated, shattering the glass window before leaping out. Elmi, taken aback by Raiden's decisive action, could not suppress a sinister grin and followed him through the window. Elmi's room was on the 3rd floor, approximately 9 meters above ground, a height that posed no challenge for Raiden. As he descended to the 2nd floor, he forcefully used thunder to propel himself against the wall, executing a somersault mid-air before landing gracefully. Just as Raiden touched down, Elmi's massive form crashed down from the 3rd floor, creating a substantial fissure in the ground. Raiden had already discerned Elmi's formidable strength merely from the impact. Gripping thunder tightly, he fixed his gaze on Elmi. Captain, first mate, what do you think? Huh. He is no mere first mate. He is Benjamin Raiden, the man who killed my father 5 years ago and now serves as a naval ensign. What? The pirate lackeys on the inn's 1st floor were utterly astonished, their ability to think evaporating. Elmi regarded Raiden with a mocking glint in his eyes. Surprised, are you? Perhaps you're puzzled about where you went wrong. Ah, indeed, it is quite perplexing. Logically, you shouldn't recognize me. Of course, even if I now know your identity. I cannot recall which of the many I killed 5 years ago was your father. Raiden's grip tightened around Thunder, a fierce aura of murderous intent emanating from the dark sheath. So why is that? Could there be a traitor within the Navy? No. Our plan only involved attending the meeting. Mice. Elmi observed Raiden, whose brow was furrowed in confusion, and couldn't help but smirk, as if savoring the most entertaining drama in existence. Well, let me clarify things for you. Step forth. From the shadows of the inn, a man's indistinct figure gradually became clearer in Raiden's gaze, and the calm expression he had maintained now morphed into one of profound shock. How could it be you? Chapter 19. A twist of fate. Lord Raiden, you seem quite surprised to see me, the man remarked, strolling over to Elmi, grinning as he regarded Raiden. Raiden gazed at the figure before him, both familiar and alien, unable to reconcile it with the person etched in his memory. Ah, indeed, I had speculated about rats, pondered the possibility of bobcats, and even considered hounds as potential suspects, yet it was you, Trait, who eluded my suspicion. Raiden struggled to lift his head, striving to discern the true visage of Tret before him. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though a shroud of mist obscured his vision, rendering the truth completely elusive. So, have you been deceiving me all along, Tret? From the annihilation of my family by pirates to the salvation by the hounds, was it all a fabrication? Tret chuckled softly. If it were mere fabrications, how could they ever deceive you? Everything is, in fact, true. Then why? Why betray the Navy? Raiden's mind was ignited by negative emotions, as the memories of the past few days with Trait incessantly eroded his thoughts. At this moment, Raiden sought not to ponder further. He simply yearned for answers. Betrayal? Betrayal? Ha. Upon hearing Raiden's response, Trait erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his mirth laced with malice, devoid of any trace of the innocent youth he once was. Only after he had laughed to his heart's content did he fix his bloodshot eyes upon Raiden, as if gazing at a sworn enemy. Lord Raiden, do you recall what I once confided in you? I mentioned that the puppet master still roams free. The puppet master? Could it be? Despite your youth, I must commend your prowess and cunning. However, your exposure to darkness has been rather limited. Trait lowered his hands. As if the earlier outburst had drained him of all vitality, his eyes clouded, seemingly lost in a distant past. 6 years ago, pirates ravaged our village. I was spared only because I was fishing by the shore. Upon my return home, I was met with a scene of carnage. Just when I felt most desolate and helpless, the Hound and the Navy arrived, taking me aboard their warship. From that moment, I earned the Hound's trust and became his bodyguard. I once believed I would spend my life in the Navy. Trait paused, the redness in his eyes fading, as he gazed meaningfully at Raiden. It was just 2 years ago, at a gathering, the Hound became inebriated. I assisted him to bed and overheard him murmuring the name of my village, uttering phrases like it is not his concern. At that moment, my curiosity piqued, prompting me to discreetly utilize Navy resources to investigate the events surrounding my village. Do you know what I discovered? Raiden listened in silence, observing the expression in Trait's eyes, a sense of foreboding swiftly enveloping his heart. It turned out that the true perpetrators behind the massacre of our entire village were not the pirates, but the world's aristocrats. What? Huh? Who would have thought? That group of noble lords, having grown weary of hunting mere animals, could masquerade as pirates to mercilessly slaughter innocent civilians. They could even enlist the Navy to safeguard their security. Ha ha ha. Isn't it intriguing? Raiden was taken aback by Trait's words. The narrative exceeded his wildest imagination. Meanwhile, Elemi, who had been silently listening, clenched his fists, an aura of lethal intent radiating from his beastly form. While eavesdropping on your plans in the conference room, I devised my own strategy. As we disembarked in the forest, the moment you departed, I systematically eliminated that group of naval personnel. Subsequently, I was the first to locate Captain Elemi. After recounting my tale, the captain did not immediately believe me, but when you appeared as I had predicted, all doubts were dispelled. Haha. Indeed, young Raiden. The moment you appeared and dispatched Redhead, I had already placed my faith in Trait's words, simultaneously arranging for my confidants to set explosives in the harbor, anticipating the Navy's inevitable entrapment. As for you, I had long been on high alert, even without Trait's warning. I was acutely aware that your boarding the vessel was not without intent. Oh, how did Captain Elemi discern that? I believed I had concealed my intentions quite effectively. Raiden's mindset seems to have shifted, revealing a sense of ease about him. Having drifted at sea for so many years, Lomi, have developed a keen eye for discerning character. That you possess a fierce disposition, you are certainly not one of our kind. If you are not of our ilk, how could you entertain thoughts of a pirate ship on the high seas? There must be some deceit at play. Regardless of whether Raiden accurately perceives the situation or simply wishes to provoke him, the only task at hand is to prepare for battle. Do you still wish to resist? What a tenacious little spirit you are. Allow me to test your swordsmanship. However, let us first take a moment to appreciate the scenery that graces the sea, as the Navy should be arriving shortly. Indeed, Captain, according to their plan, they must have received word of Raiden's impending action before he strikes. And I estimate the time is now. Trait also turned his gaze toward the distant ocean, eagerly anticipating the colossal blaze that was about to illuminate the waters. There is something I have not shared with you, Trait. Lord Raiden, what more could you possibly wish to say at this juncture? It is merely the words of a defeated foe. Do not further embarrass yourself. I truly did not anticipate that the traitor would be you. I warned you not to. Trait, growing increasingly impatient, found Raiden's words a hindrance to his enjoyment. Yet Raiden remained unfazed, speaking calmly. However, I did consider the possibility of a traitor, particularly one like the rat. I have long harbored suspicions about him. Elemi turned back, years of combat having attuned him to a subtle, ominous presence. Thus, after dinner yesterday, I clandestinely met with the Hound. What if there truly is a traitor? He would only reveal himself after I take action. Prior to that, it would be impossible for me to detect him. Hence, I conferred with the Hound that I would first inform him to prepare for battle. And if my suspicions prove correct, even in the most urgent of circumstances, I shall use a miniature telephone bug to contact him. Even if I say nothing, the Hound will proceed as planned, sailing his warship from the port. If there is no call, Raiden gazed at the two individuals before him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Let us change our approach from the forest. I can already hear the commotion. Kill. Eliminate the pirates. Charge. A multitude of naval officers surged forth like a torrent from the myriad alleys of Rogue Town. The hounds and cougars had also spotted Raiden and hastened towards him. Captain, what is the rush? You lot, go alert the others and prepare for battle. The rest, including you, get ready to set sail. Understood. Aileron truly exemplified the mightiest pirate in the East Blue, swiftly making decisions even in perilous circumstances, which brought a sense of calm to the crew, allowing them to execute their plan with order. Raiden, are you all right? Is that you, Trait? Trait is a traitor. As for the reasons, you should be well aware, Major Hound. Could it be that he has discovered the truth? Alas, this is not the time for such concerns. We must swiftly organize the soldiers to encircle the pirates, and while the hunter is absent, we must eliminate Aileron. Aha, I have been here all along. The response that echoed in the ears of Raiden and his companions was akin to a splash of cold water, and upon the true appearance of the pursuer, the trio utterly relinquished their fleeting thoughts. According to the plan, Lynx, we move. Understood, old dog. The Hound and Lynx charged towards the pursuer, who remained unfazed, merely grinning menacingly as he drew forth his curved blade to confront the two naval majors. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Naval soldiers clashed with the pirates who had regained their composure. The Navy momentarily gained the upper hand with their firearms, but the seasoned pirates swiftly dispersed, leading the naval troops into narrow alleys. where the chase and counterattack commenced in a fierce urban skirmish. In the vast expanse, only Illumi and Raiden remained. Their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. The flames of hatred clashed with a chilling malice, as both masters sought the other's weakness. The outcome of this duel would determine the fate of the entire battle. Neither could afford to lose. Justice against evil, vengeance against plunder, the true clash was about to unfold. Chapter 20. The dodging fruit. If you do not attack, then I shall take the initiative. A powerful straight punch. Illumi surged forward, his robust hind legs propelling him off the ground, the swirling dust urging his massive form onward, as a colossal fist loomed larger in Raiden's vision. Sword slash. Raiden remained unhurried as thunder suddenly unsheathed, its blade gleaming with a violet light, swiftly striking towards Illumi. The amplitude of Illimi's straight punch was excessive in this position. My intent was solely to cleave through him. How amusing. Yet, at that moment, Raiden inadvertently caught a glimpse of Illimi's gaze, and to his astonishment, he found no trace of panic therein, but rather a glimmer of mockery. Under Raiden's astonished stare, Illimi executed a seemingly illogical evasive maneuver. His left leg dropped with an apparent loss of strength, and he half-squatted at an angle, precariously avoiding Thunder's lethal slash. In Raiden's eyes, there was a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, yet he remained remarkably composed. After failing to land his strike, he swiftly grasped the hilt of Thunder's blade, preparing to swing once more, only to realize that Illimi had altered her approach. With her right fist firmly clenched, she readied an uppercut. The powerful blow surged forth. The immense fist struck Raiden's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, the overwhelming force penetrating through his abdominal muscles, wreaking havoc upon his form. The gale of the punch even pierced through his back, leaving an indelible mark upon his garment. Raiden fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable, making it almost impossible for him to maintain his grip on the Thunderblade. Kid. That strike pales in comparison to the one that took down the red-haired man. Are you still hiding your true strength in this life-and-death battle? Don't make me laugh to death. Raiden braced himself against the thunder, struggling to rise. Blood trickled down his right arm, coating the hilt of the thunderous blade in a slick crimson sheen. To think he could still stand. Perhaps I ought to commend you. Illimi mocked Raiden without restraint, seemingly eager to glimpse the desired expression on his face. Yet, he found Raiden lost in contemplation, his countenance as tranquil as flowing water. Though the cost was steep, the discovery of your abilities remains a worthwhile endeavor. Oh? Illimi's expression remained unchanged, yet his trembling left leg caused his body to sway. Raiden switched thunder to his left hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand as he lifted his gaze to confront Illimi. Ever since I heard about you from Master T. Pin, I have been quite curious. Although Master S right-angle swordsmanship is a formidable and nearly unavoidable combat style, evasion is significantly more challenging than blocking. So why, Illimi, do you possess the ability to evade yet refrain from using it to effortlessly counter T. Pin? Illimi's expression darkened, but he remained still, refraining from advancing to strike Raiden. Thus, I speculate that you lack the strength to contend with T. Pin, relying instead on some mysterious power that enhances your evasion. My previous sword strike did not target your vital points. It merely aimed at your most difficult evasion target, your left leg, and yet you managed to evade it. If I am not mistaken, it must be some peculiar devil fruit ability. How intriguing. Illimi laughed rather than showing anger, no longer restraining his left leg, which slumped to the ground like a noodle. I have traversed the East Sea for many years, and those pirates who share my renown have failed to perceive this. Yet you, this impetuous youth, have seen through it. Indeed, I am the user of the evasion fruit. Every attack can be evaded. Before Illimi could finish his sentence, Raiden interjected, denying him the opportunity to refute. However, the cost is that you cannot control the extent of your evasion. Even when your body cannot meet the standards for evasion, it will forcibly contort to evade. As evidenced by your current left leg, you are quite exasperating. Yet, there is something you have not anticipated. Suddenly, Illimi's left leg twitched twice, causing him to grimace in pain. But amidst the sound of muscle contractions, his left leg regained its firmness and stood resolutely on the ground. My body has endured countless injuries. These invisible scars have bestowed upon me a remarkable capacity for recovery. But tell me, young one, are you already at your limit? Oh, you are blissfully unaware of many things. Illimi's formidable recovery ability indeed caused Raiden to furrow his brow, yet he promptly raised thunder, preparing to counter. Perhaps this time, I shall have to utilize this. On a sunlit afternoon, within the tranquil woods of the rear mountain, Raiden. Raiden. Wait for me. Hey, T. Lang. You are becoming increasingly rude, not even addressing me as elder brother? Huh. If I cannot even defeat you, why should I call you elder brother? Then does that mean if you win, you may call me so? Precisely. What? Do you wish to try? Of course. You have never bested me. All right. Let us have another round. This time, let us use real swords. Who fears whom? Bring it on. The two youths stood facing each other with their gleaming blades. The red-haired boy wielded a beautifully crafted katana, appearing exceptionally sharp, while the black-haired boy brandished a uniquely shaped longsword, its straight blade adorned with dark purple patterns, emanating an otherworldly beauty. As the battle commenced, the red-haired boy quickly gained the upper hand, dominating both offense and defense, with his distinctive wrist-flicking swordsmanship causing the black-haired boy considerable distress. Still hoping to deflect my blade. T. Lang, are you underestimating me? Your swordsmanship remains lamentably weak. Raiden, brother? The continuous provocations from the red-haired boy seemed to ignite the fury of the black-haired boy, who began to alter his swordsmanship, launching an extreme assault toward the red-haired boy. What is that technique? I surrender. I surrender. Raiden, I was wrong. Stop. I am T. Lang. Raiden. Raiden. The red-haired boy's desperate pleas failed to halt the black-haired boy's relentless onslaught, while tears streamed down the latter's cheeks, flowing like a clear spring. It appeared he had not lost his sanity, yet remained powerless to control himself. It was not until the sensing Yosuke Shiro appeared that this indescribable battle came to an end. This was a bizarre and uncanny battle, a nightmare that Raiden desperately wished to forget. Throughout the encounter, he remained acutely aware, yet in this state of lucidity, he found himself unable to control his own body. Forced to watch as T. Lang was relentlessly tormented by himself. Although T. Lang ultimately recovered and bore no resentment, Raiden harbored a lingering bitterness from that day. A deep-seated loathing for his own weakness and incapacity. Ellermy shook his left leg, confirming its complete recovery before turning to scrutinize Raiden. Oh? Are you implying that you two are preserving your strength? Who knows, though? Raiden raised the thunder and aimed it at Elmir, the flicker of resentment in his eyes dissipating, leaving only an oceanic calmness. The sword technique he wielded was called Frenzied Blade. Chapter 21. Frenzied Blade. No return. The demon blade is a unique weapon, embodying both sharpness and a curse, making it difficult for ordinary swordsmen to master. Amongst the demon blades, Thunder stands out as an exceptionally unique entity. Its astonishing thickness and triangular blade design prevent it from achieving hair-splitting sharpness. Instead, it bestows upon the weapon formidable armor-piercing and blade-breaking capabilities. The profound obsession of the master blacksmith, Gongsan Lang, before his demise endowed Thunder with extreme malevolence, as though it were forged specifically to sever all other swords. Despite 5 years of practice, Raiden could not fully control Thunder. Each time he wielded it, he had to exercise immense restraint. However, the current situation left no room for hesitation. Frenzied Blade, no return. The blood-soaked Thunder seemed to tremble slightly, the patterns on its blade becoming increasingly sinister. Raiden struggled to lift the long sword, unsteadily advancing. Kid. Die. Elmir appeared to be in peak condition, the veins in his right arm bulging, his fists cracking as if gathering all his strength. Swish. In the instant Elmir threw a punch, Thunder had already appeared before him. Yet Elmir paid no heed to Raiden's attack, merely swinging his right fist. Just as Thunder was about to sever Elmir's left arm, the joint of his left shoulder unnaturally twisted, pulling his left arm back and completely evading Raiden's strike. A fleeting grimace of pain crossed Elmir's face, but he still swung his right fist down heavily, aiming directly at Raiden's face, the sensation of flesh already palpable on his fingertips. Kid, it's over. Just as Elmir believed the outcome was decided, his legs unexpectedly surged with unwarranted force, propelling him off the ground, and his fierce right punch altered its trajectory, grazing Raiden's cheek. Swoosh. As Elmir's feet left the ground, Thunder sliced through from a low angle, severing a chunk from the sole of Elmir's right shoe. Had Elmir not leapt at that moment, his feet would have been cleaved in two. How is this possible? That blade just passed by my left side. How could it suddenly appear beneath my feet? As Elmir landed, still bewildered, Raiden swiftly rotated his wrist, transforming his downward strike into an upward thrust. This left Elmir devoid of offensive options, forcing him to rely on his reflexes to adjust in advance, mitigating the adverse effects of his evasive maneuvers. Thunder danced through the air like a purple serpent. With every slash Raiden executed, he adjusted his stance mid-motion, generating momentum for the next strike without ever retracting, yielding an unending assault. This reckless fighting style, and the peculiar swordplay left Elmir in utter torment. Coupled with the demon blade's extended length, Raiden's strikes gained both amplitude and reach. The blade's eerie nature and the ferocity of the frenzied blade embodied the essence of no return, an assault without retreat. The tide of the battle began to shift. Although Elmir could evade Raiden's strikes thanks to his evasive fruit, the effort drained his stamina rapidly, and his body began to sustain injuries. Meanwhile, Raiden had entered a state of reckless abandon, attacking relentlessly until his energy was spent. The life-and-death duel had morphed into a battle of endurance. Whoever faltered first would be the loser of this confrontation. Damn it, how infuriating. Elmir had never fought such a suffocating battle. Even against the formidable T-Pin, he could retaliate after evading. Now, he could only dodge. As Raiden's relentless swordplay crashed down upon him like unceasing waves, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Damn it. Enough. With his eyes burning red, Elmir seemed to have made a resolute decision. He ceased his retreat and charged straight at Raiden. Thud. Thunder sliced into Elmir's side. But just as Raiden attempted to withdraw the blade, a large hand seized his left arm, and Elmir's contorted face loomed before him. Kid, have you cut enough? Now it's my turn. Raiden was thus compelled by Elmir to cease his offensive, retreating from the state of no return. A sudden and intense exhaustion enveloped him, as if his lungs were ablaze and his left arm had completely succumbed to weakness, leaving him barely able to grip the hilt of his sword. However, Elmir's decision to engage in the attack was not intended to grant Raiden any respite. With a fierce knee strike, Elmir assaulted Raiden's already injured abdomen, then released his grip and raised his right fist, unleashing a relentless flurry of blows upon Raiden's head. After an indeterminate number of strikes, Raiden could no longer maintain his footing and collapsed onto the ground. Elmir, gasping for breath, pressed his right hand firmly against his bleeding side. Yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, for he knew that he had triumphed in this battle. Raiden appeared to have lost consciousness moments ago. Elmir's relentless strikes had rained down upon his head, causing blood to flow profusely from his wounds, staining his entire face crimson. Beneath the veil of blood, his facial expression was utterly unrecognizable. With a sharp crack, Elmir suddenly straightened his left arm, returning his dislocated joint to its rightful place. Years of combat had accustomed his body to dislocated bones and muscle strains, yet the external injuries, now oozing blood, were a condition he had not encountered in many years. Elmir advanced step by step toward the fallen Raiden. Observing Raiden, now devoid of consciousness, Elmir furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. Is that all you have, kid? You were quite boastful moments ago, weren't you? Ah well, you've brought me some amusement. It's only fitting I send you off to meet your kin. Elmir, prepare yourself. He lifted his leg, the worn sole of his shoe aimed at Raiden's head, poised to strike when suddenly, a shout pierced the air, followed by two figures closing in, encircling Elmir from both sides. Raiden, are you all right? Raiden, it seems he has lost consciousness. It's our turn to hunt the hounds. It appears our friend Raiden has left us quite a gift. The newcomers were the Hound and the Lynx, who had evidently dealt with the pursuers. Huh. Are you referring to this wound? Yet, it seems my former first mate has left me with an even greater inheritance. What a reliable fellow. Alas, it's a pity, I shall take your heads to express my gratitude. Without further ado, the Hound and the Lynx charged at Elmir. The Hound swung a fist towards Elmir's face while the Lynx aimed a knife at his leg. Their coordination was impeccable. In such a coordinated assault, an ordinary pirate would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. However, Elmir was no ordinary pirate. One has lost a left hand, and the other a right eye. And yet you dare to challenge me? How laughable. Just as the Hound's right fist was about to connect with Elmir, he swiftly tilted his head to the right, evading the blow, and seized the Hound by the neck. In a rapid motion, he spun around, using the Hound as a makeshift cannonball, crashing him into the Lynx, who was attempting to ambush him. The Lynx was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, landing on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Huh. To think the Navy would fight so desperately, it's truly touching. Continue to champion justice in the next world, officers. Elmir clenched his fists and approached the Hound and Lynx, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Elmir's face, revealing a hint of vexation. Suddenly, a metallic clank from behind interrupted Elmir's advance. He turned to look, surprise etched across his features. Kid, you're still able to stand? Then I shall deal with you first. Chapter 22. My name is Thunder. Raiden wobbled as he rose from the ground, his mind engulfed in a haze. With swollen eyes, he forced them into a narrow slit, through which he beheld Elmir approaching him step by step. Bang! As Raiden trembled, his hand poised to wield thunder. Elmi's left fist struck his already swollen face once more. The searing pain had yet to register when Elmi's right fist landed heavily on his chest. Then, a flurry of Elmi's punches rained down upon him like a relentless storm, leaving Raiden's life hanging by a thread, like a candle flickering in the wind. Elmi. The wounded hound and lynx gazed at Elmi, who was relentlessly pounding Raiden, and despite the agony of their fractured bones, they struggled to rise and charge at him. Are the Navy still so vigorous? Quite impressive. Elmi heard Hound's voice and momentarily ceased his assault on Raiden, turning to face the two. Now in a daze, Raiden crumpled like a heap of mud, collapsing heavily to the ground. Yet, just before hitting the earth, thunder found its deep purchase in the soil, allowing Raiden to kneel. His head drooping heavily, though still suspended slightly above the ground. The hound and lynx, aware they were no match for Elmi, refrained from initiating an attack, instead collaborating to entangle him, hoping to buy time for the returning naval soldiers to rescue them and grant Raiden a chance to recover. If Raiden could regain his strength, victory was still within reach. Raiden, Raiden. As they struggled with Elmi, the two called out repeatedly, attempting to rouse Raiden from his stupor. Yet, the despondent Raiden remained still, as if all vitality had seeped from him. In a simple dojo, a bespectacled middle-aged man sat across from a young boy with black hair tied back. Behind the screen, an elegant and gentle lady held the hand of a little girl, silently observing. Master, I have begun to grasp thunder, and my practice of the frenzy blade is progressing well. I can now sever steel, yet I feel my strength stagnating. Please, enlighten me. Raiden. The synergy between thunder and the frenzied blade is greater than I anticipated. I suspect your father forged thunder with the frenzied blade in mind. The man paused, his eyes beneath the glasses filled with affection. The path of the swordsman is not rigidly defined. While you can slice through steel using the characteristics of the frenzied blade and thunder, you have yet to reach the realm of the swordmaster. You have encountered a bottleneck. It is time for you to comprehend and break through it. Have you not already contemplated the journey that lies ahead? The boy bowed his head heavily against the floor, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you, Master, for your immense kindness. I, Raiden, shall never forget. Foolish child. Go forth and confront the hatred within your heart. You are now worthy of shouldering this burden. The path ahead is for you to forge. The man rose and approached the kneeling boy, aiding him to his feet, smiling with pride at the youth who now stood taller than him. If you find yourself in dire straits, think of thunder, and then think of your name. Thunder? My name? Master, what does this mean? The day you comprehend it fully will be the day you truly become a swordmaster. The battle between the naval soldiers and the pirates was nearing its conclusion. Though the cunning pirates utilized the alleys to elude capture, using the distressed civilians as hostages, the sheer number and weaponry favored the Navy. And the resisting pirates dwindled in number, with victory for the naval soldiers on the horizon. Bah! Two cowards. Useless. Elmi perceived the intentions of Hound and Lynx and felt his impatience rise, while he cared little for the lives of the pirate lackeys. Defeat was something he could not accept. A splendid opportunity. Hound suddenly noticed Elmi's momentary lapse, and, spotting the knife wound in Elmi's abdomen, felt a surge of hope. He rushed toward Elmi, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his midsection. Old dog. It's a trap. Hearing Lynx's warning, Hound's heart sank as he indeed saw the mockery in Elmi's eyes. His full-force strike was effortlessly evaded, and before he could adjust, Elmi's elbow struck the back of Hound's head, the sound of shattering bone marking the end of Hound's consciousness. On the battlefield, only Lynx remained to face Elmi. Initially intent on charging at Elmi with all his might, Lynx suddenly recalled something, gritted his teeth, and turned to flee. Haha, yes. Now that's a true naval officer. Elmi did not pursue Lynx, but instead erupted in laughter, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, he caught sight of his black flag billowing on the horizon. This boy must die. Elmi formulated his next move and approached Raiden, grasping his hair and yanking him off the ground. Still clutching your knife, are you? What a terrifying child. Too bad you crossed paths with me. But perhaps in your next life, you can seek revenge. Elmi's right hand tightened around Raiden's neck, the immense pressure rendering Raiden breathless. The sensation of suffocation stirred a flicker of awareness in the gravely injured Raiden, and a fragment of memory flashed before his blurred vision. Boom. Dense lightning pierced the heavy clouds, illuminating the dark sky, only for it to revert to darkness moments later, accompanied by a deafening roar. The tavern fell silent, with only a large man and a small boy standing at the entrance, staring vacantly at the sky. Kid, aren't you afraid of thunder? Huh? Why should I be afraid? Most children your age would be terrified of it. To be honest, I fear it too. Oh? The boy turned to look at the burly man, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The man noticed and couldn't suppress a smile. When I was young, just a mountain bandit, I once encountered such weather. We were gathered in the hall of our hideout, feeling the oppressive weight of the storm. Our leader was seated, drinking and cursing, while I was lost in thought. Suddenly a blinding light engulfed me, and I was struck blind. Then keep going, Benjamin. Then there was an enormous explosion, my eardrums burst, and a tremendous shockwave knocked me unconscious. When I woke again, the hall had vanished, leaving only a few surviving comrades, while the rest had turned to ash. The man concluded his tale, looking at the boy with a sense of triumph, hoping to see fear etched on the boy's face. To his disappointment, the boy remained calm, his large eyes staring blankly at him. Sigh, you young one. By the way, have you forgotten your name? I have just the name for you. You shall be called Raiden. My name is Thunder. The swollen, lifeless eyes of Raiden suddenly ignited with a spark of awareness, akin to a flash of lightning illuminating the sky. His right hand, resembling an iron hook, instantly grasped Ellery's arm, exerting such tremendous force that the bones of Ellery's arm cracked audibly. What? How is this possible? In excruciating pain, Ellery instinctively withdrew his hand, fear manifesting for the first time in his gaze. Fury blade, thunder. Raiden's left hand moved to the right side of his body with an imperceptible swiftness, and in an instant, a purple blade of light appeared before Ellery like a flash of lightning. This strike was unavoidable. Such a thought involuntarily arose in Ellermy's mind. The purple lightning was even swifter than his own thoughts. Before he could register the pain, a massive wound appeared on his chest, and blood gushed forth from it. At that moment, it seemed that Raiden had exhausted his last ounce of strength. The thunderous weapon slipped from his grasp, ultimately falling to the ground alongside his body. Chapter 23, General Heron. Raiden slowly opened his eyes, blinking laboriously as his initially hazy vision gradually sharpened. The pristine white walls, the soft bedding, the hurried footsteps, and the pungent scent of antiseptic led him to deduce that he found himself in a hospital, seemingly having been granted a second chance at life. Second Lieutenant Raiden? Second Lieutenant Raiden has awakened. Quickly, notify Major. Yes. The resounding calls of the medical staff shattered the tranquility of the hospital, prompting Raiden to furrow his brow involuntarily. The intense pain seemed to awaken in tandem with their cries, deepening the furrow of his brow even further. Raiden endeavored to recall the final moments of that memory, his thoughts gradually flowing back like a river. In the last instant of his battle with Elmi, Raiden finally comprehended the words of Gungshiro. The ferocity of the Mad Blade and the overwhelming might of thunder compelled Raiden to pursue the path of power, enabling him to sever steel. Yet he completely overlooked the grace and sharp techniques possessed by ordinary swordsmen, just as his own name and that of Thunder suggest. What Raiden lacked was the swiftness akin to lightning. If he could wield the heavy thunder with the finesse of a light blade, he would indeed have stepped into the realm of the Swordmaster. This encapsulates what is often said to be understood but not expressed, master. Raiden's thoughts had completely immersed themselves in the practice of swordsmanship. If it weren't for his current inability to move, he would have eagerly leaped out of bed to rehearse the sword techniques he had recently comprehended. Raiden, my dear brother, you are awake. The voice of Hound echoed from outside the room. With great difficulty, Raiden turned his head and caught sight of Hound, whose body was wrapped in bandages, approaching him. Indeed. Major Hound, Raiden replied. Let's not dwell on questions for now, medic. Administer an injection to Lieutenant Raiden. Understood. Before Raiden had the chance to voice his inquiry, a thick syringe had already been inserted into his arm. The icy fluid swiftly coursed through his veins, alleviating the pervasive pain that had engulfed him. Major, this medication contains sedative properties. Cadet Raiden should fall asleep shortly. If you have something to say, please do so quickly. Yes, I understand. You may leave now. The Hound positioned himself beside Raiden, allowing the latter to catch a clearer glimpse of him. Their gazes met, and disappointment gradually spread from the Hound's eyes to Raiden's. Elmir, you didn't manage to capture him, did you? Indeed, he was rescued by his pirate crew. Your injuries. Let us not dwell on that. Perhaps an early retirement is not such a bad idea. The Hound's left arm was heavily bandaged, yet it was evident that a portion was missing, rendering his left hand entirely absent. The lynx had also suffered severe injuries, now reduced to a one-eyed creature, much to the amusement of the Hound. As for that little rat, he has proven to be somewhat reliable, providing a reasonable report to headquarters. Raiden listened quietly, his heart a tumult of emotions, lost in thought. Soon, a gentle wave of drowsiness enveloped him, offering a fleeting respite to his restless mind. Yes. Our headquarters will dispatch troops shortly to commend you. At that time, you should be able to return with them. Let us discuss these matters once you have recovered. For now, rest. Thank you, Major Hound. Hound merely waved his hand dismissively. As Raiden's gaze drifted, the words justice behind Hound began to blur, and he succumbed to slumber. 5 days later, the sun bathed the G16 branch in its golden light, illuminating the vast blue seagull emblem on the wall with newfound clarity. The Navy soldiers stood in orderly formation in the square, their expressions unusually solemn. Hound and his companions stood at the forefront, gazing intently toward the harbor. Raiden, having just regained the strength to rise, stood behind them, his eyes brimming with anticipation. They are coming. Hound could not suppress a low murmur, straightening his posture even more. Even the usually jovial rat hastily composed himself, his body trembling with nervous tension. Is this the formidable large warship of the Navy headquarters? Truly intimidating. Indeed, it can accommodate 800, no, perhaps even 1,000 souls. I wonder which admiral leads them. Could it possibly be Admiral Sakazuki? Or perhaps Admirals Borsalino and Kazan? No, it would be best if it were Admiral Garp. The Navy soldiers, awestruck by the imposing presence of the headquarters warship, began to murmur quietly among themselves. All personnel, stand at attention. Salute. The booming command of Hound swiftly drowned out the soldiers' whispers, and the square fell into a profound silence. The Navy troops saluted, their expressions regaining their solemnity, though the excitement still shimmered in their eyes. Raiden, his injuries not yet healed, could only barely stand, relying on thunder for support. Nevertheless, he made every effort to stand upright, gazing into the distance. The silhouette of the fleet vessel gradually became clearer, and soon a colossal character for Crane emerged prominently on the sails. Could it be that Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Naval Staff, had made a special trip to the East China Sea merely to commend such a minor affair? It seems there is more to this than meets the eye. Raiden could not help but harbor doubts in his heart. In his view, it would be most logical to dispatch Captain Karp for this situation, not only due to Karp's origins from the East Blue but also because of his carefree disposition. Such trivial matters would undoubtedly fall within his purview. Alternatively, it might have been more reasonable to send the likes of the commanders from the O'Hara extermination mission, such as Weasel or Fire Mountain. Given Crane's esteemed position and significance within the headquarters, it was indeed perplexing. The expression on Hound's face also bore an air of discomfort. The directive from the headquarters was classified, and it had not been disclosed which admiral would be involved. He certainly did not expect the Chief of Staff to make a personal appearance. A colossal warship docked at the harbor, and a gangway was lowered from the vessel. A tall female figure approached slowly, accompanied by 2 attendants. Major Hound of the G16 branch, along with Lynx and Mouse, salute Admiral Crane and the entire contingent. We await your orders, Admiral Crane. Ah, quite spirited. Dismissed. Yes. At this moment, Raiden was able to discern the appearance of General Crane. At the age of 56, she possessed a robust and upright stature, even slightly surpassing the towering T-Pin, who stood at 2 meters behind her. Her overall condition was far from the decrepitude depicted in future animations. Although her face bore the marks of time, traces of her youthful charm were still evident. What was particularly remarkable was her gaze, commanding yet imbued with wisdom, as if capable of penetrating through facades, rendering others hesitant to meet her eyes. T-Pin stood behind General Crane alongside a young female officer. After 5 years apart, Raiden observed that T-Pin's expression remained unchanged, his face still resembling that of a zombie, albeit with slightly longer hair. T-Pin also recognized Raiden, offering a subtle nod filled with reassurance. The Hound approached General Crane with utmost respect, raising the loudspeaker insect in his hand. The young female officer stepped forward to inspect it, and upon confirming its functionality, she handed the device to Crane. At this moment, Raiden felt a surge of energy as he vaguely sensed that the upcoming words from Major General Crane would herald a profound transformation for himself and the entire G16 division. Chapter 24. The Supreme Commendation. Ahem. Major General Crane cleared his throat, and all the naval personnel perked up, eagerly anticipating the address from this esteemed Chief of Staff. Esteemed colleagues, I am Major General Crane from the Naval Headquarters. Today, I am here under orders to present the deserved commendations to the outstanding naval warriors of the G16 Division. A resounding chorus of enthusiasm echoed in response, reflecting the soldiers' exhilaration. This invigorating proclamation and the enthusiastic replies reverberated beneath the blue seagull emblem of the building, stirring a tempest of excitement within Raiden's heart. Former G16 Major Hound, who fought valiantly in the battle against the enemy pirate crew and vanquished the 7 million bounty pirate hunter, was specially promoted to the rank of colonel and transferred to the Rogtown Naval Base to serve as the director of the East Sea Recruitment Office. Yes, Hound replied solemnly, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Now disabled, he could only accept the goodwill from headquarters, dedicating the remainder of his life to the new generation of EC sailors, former G-16 Major Links, who displayed keen combat skills and significant contributions in the battle against the enemy pirate crew. Was specially promoted to lieutenant colonel and transferred to the East Sea 128 Division Base to serve as acting minister. Indeed, Links responded joyfully. Although he had lost an eye in the battle, it did not significantly hinder his combat capabilities. Moreover, being young, he viewed his current position as merely temporary, believing that removing the acting title was only a matter of time. Former G-16 Major Mouse, who adeptly defended and reported timely during the battle against the enemy pirate crew, was specially promoted to lieutenant colonel and appointed as acting minister of the G-16 division. Yes, Mouse bowed respectfully. Were it not for the multitude of eyes upon him, he might have danced with joy. Having only lost some troops in the battle, yet reaping the greatest rewards, how could he not be excited? Major General Crane paused, casting his gaze towards Raiden, who felt a sudden palpitation, as if all his secrets were laid bare before the keen eyes of the Major General. Former G-16 Ensign Raiden, who played a crucial role in the battle against the enemy pirate crew by successfully restraining and severely wounding the pirate leader, was recognized for his youthful prowess and was specially transferred to naval headquarters, with his former division rank converted to a headquarters rank, awaiting reassignment upon return. Yes, Raiden was utterly astonished, completely taken aback. The three hounds also displayed expressions of incredulity. Only Crane and T-Pin maintained a calm demeanor, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Although it seemed that Raiden had merely changed his assignment, it was, in reality, tantamount to a substantial promotion of at least 3 ranks. Moreover, it far exceeded that. The naval personnel at headquarters were the elite of the elite. Individuals as young as Raiden attaining a position that were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, he had only seriously injured Ellermy, not completely vanquished him. Raiden cast a puzzled glance at T-Pin, who merely nodded in reassurance. Aside from these 4, every naval soldier involved in the encirclement received a second-class merit, while those with special contributions were awarded first-class merit. All soldiers from the G-16 branch were granted an additional 3 months' pay. Long live the Navy! Long live the Navy! Gratitude to headquarters! Thank you. Justice shall prevail. The naval commendation concluded amidst this jubilant atmosphere, with smiles adorning the faces of every sailor. Major General Crane conducted a brief inspection of the branch with a few companions before retiring to the warship to rest. Once Major General Crane returned to the ship, Raiden finally had the opportunity for a private conversation with T-Pin. Well, you've done well. T-Pin lightly tapped Raiden's chest with a playful punch, prompting Raiden to feign a cry of pain, indicating his injuries were not yet healed. Stop pretending. I know you too well. As expected of a teacher. The two exchanged smiles, each reflecting on the image of the other from 5 years prior. Teacher. Major General Crane's visit to the East Sea surely isn't solely for our commendation, is it? You've always been astute. Pinpointing the crux of the matter right away. This is hardly a guess. Besides, my rank seems a bit excessive. You needn't doubt that. Now, let's discuss your situation. What ultimately became of Ellermy? T-Pin gently patted Raiden's shoulder, signaling him not to worry excessively. Raiden temporarily set aside his curiosity and recounted everything he knew to T-Pin. Indeed, that is a troublesome matter, but it's a relief that you're unharmed. Sigh. I'm still too weak. That is, indeed, the truth. Raiden was momentarily taken aback by T-Pin's words, gazing at him in disbelief, only to find T-Pin's expression serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Raiden, I acknowledge your rapid advancement and recognize that your strength has evolved significantly. However, the Grand Line is teeming with formidable adversaries. The Navy's combat capabilities are unprecedentedly formidable, with legendary figures such as Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp at the helm of the older generation, and the middle generation bolstered by the likes of Admirals Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji as the pillars of strength. T-Pin paused to collect his thoughts before continuing. Even with such overwhelming power, the Navy can only assert a modicum of dominance in the first half of the Grand Line. The New World remains the dominion of pirates. Moreover, in the wake of the pirate King Roger's dying words, a multitude of new forces have surged into the seas. while the new generation of the Navy pales in comparison to its predecessors. This, too, elucidates why you have ascended so swiftly. Raiden listened with great interest, unaware that T. Pin would suddenly shift the conversation onto himself. You know Admiral Zephyr, right? Indeed, his name is well known. Over a decade ago, due to certain circumstances, Admiral Zephyr transitioned from the front lines to the field of education, nurturing a plethora of naval officers, including the 3 prominent vice admirals. Consequently, each year, there are fixed slots for new trainees at the headquarters. Thanks to my strong recommendation and your outstanding achievements. Heh, you have been granted this opportunity ahead of time. What? If Raiden was merely surprised by the commendation earlier, he was now overwhelmed with joy, ecstatic beyond measure. He was well aware of Admiral Zephyr's training program and had contemplated ways to join, but the stark disparity in status and strength had relegated it to a mere dream. Now, with this dream materializing, Raiden felt an incredible sense of happiness. Pin, witnessing Raiden's excitement, couldn't help but feel happy for him. At that moment, he recalled the towering figure known as a monster. It was thanks to his persistent suggestions that Raiden's introduction was made possible. At this time, Raiden was too absorbed in his thoughts to recognize the underlying implications of the situation. He only knew that this prestigious accolade had opened a world of endless possibilities for his life. Chapter 25. Belmere Admiral Crane's warship was crewed entirely by female soldiers. These women, after years of rigorous training, proved themselves no less capable than their male counterparts in both navigation and combat, though many were robust and strong in appearance. Female naval officers like Admiral Crane and Peach Rabbit, with their more slender physiques, were relatively rare, yet each such woman possessed considerable strength. Inside Admiral Crane's quarters, a young female officer was respectfully massaging her shoulders while Crane perused a document, taking advantage of the ample sunlight to read carefully. Don Quixote is indeed a troublesome surname. Admiral, are you referring to the recently rampant pirate family? Yes, ever since Roger's death, the seas have grown increasingly chaotic. Admiral Crane gazed at the audacious smile of the figure wearing sunglasses in the document, unable to suppress her frown. After thoroughly reviewing the material, she carefully set it aside and picked up another document. Xiaoju, what are your thoughts on this young man named Raiden? Is he the one recommended by Major T. Pen? Indeed, that's him. Admiral Crane lightly shook the document in her hand, and the direct sunlight illuminated Raiden's photograph on the paper. To be able to contend with a pirate of the 10 million caliber, he must meet the standards, at least. What about his character? I cannot discern much. He appears to be a decent lad. Is there any issue with the documents? The documents seem fine. Both Major Pin and the individual known as Hound corroborate the information. However, the records only cover his experiences after he turned 10, which piques my curiosity. Admiral Crane's penetrating gaze fixated on Raiden's photograph, as if attempting to unveil all his secrets. I find it somewhat difficult to grasp this child's thoughts. His sense of belonging to the Navy is questionable. Are you overthinking this? With Major T. Pin's recommendation and the strict oversight of that gentleman, there should be no issues. Upon hearing the young officer Xiaoju's words, Admiral Crane's mind immediately conjured the image of that towering figure known as a monster, and her doubts were swiftly dispelled. You are correct. I must have been overthinking. Sigh, I am getting older. You mustn't say that. You look no more than 40. Haha, Xiaoju. Your flattery skills are still lacking. You are far from the level of Guillaume. Oh, is that so? I thought it was comparable. Haha, excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Xiaoju. The two exchanged playful banter, and Admiral Crane relished this rare moment of levity. By the way, where is the female naval unit from East Blue? Oh. A notification arrived an hour ago stating they have reached West Rob Village. They should be nearing the G16 branch soon. Please inquire further. We cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. As the young officer Xiaoju shifted back to seriousness, she promptly exited the room. Admiral Crane stood up, placing Raiden's documents on the table, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. The sunlight illuminated both documents, casting light on the contrasting faces of calmness and exuberance. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the two faces to sway lightly, as if on the verge of collision. Have you laughed enough, kid? Yes, I've laughed enough. Nonsense. You haven't stopped laughing. I've tolerated you for quite a while. Teacher, I've undergone professional training. Unless I can't help it, I won't burst into laughter. After some time, Raiden finally ceased his raucous laughter, not solely due to his formidable mental fortitude and exceptional control, but because his jaw had dislocated from the exertion. Kid, feeling comfortable? Still laughing? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Smack. Click. Due to his hand injury, he could not exert full strength to reposition his jaw, so he had to ask T. Pin for assistance. T. Pin, both amused and exasperated, raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap to Raiden, the force of which was astonishing. Ah, thank you, teacher. That hurt. Humph. Kid, this is just the beginning. Those who can attend the training program are all prodigious talents. This is not meant to discourage you. But you best adjust your mindset. If you fail to meet the standards, you may be forcibly expelled. Yes, I understand. I will not disappoint your expectations. Now that S the spirit, don't place too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. T. Pin felt relieved as he saw Raiden finally regain his composure, returning to the familiar version of himself, although a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. By the way, there are 3 slots from East Blue this time, which is quite unusual. Oh, is that so? Yes, the other 2 are currently aboard Admiral Crane's warship. I've crossed paths with them. What are their abilities like? Raiden was acutely aware that, despite a fleeting moment of triumph, he had not lost sight of his own place. Amidst the myriad of formidable foes in the Grand Line, he was but a mere speck, incapable of making even the slightest ripple. Yet, the opportunity to grow stronger lay before him, igniting within him a fervent desire for the future. One was difficult to articulate. As for the other, how should it be expressed? T. Pin regarded Raiden, seemingly deliberating on the most suitable way to convey his thoughts. However, upon meeting Raiden's tranquil gaze, he hesitated no longer and spoke decisively. Far superior to you. Upon hearing this, Raiden felt a profound impact, which left T. Pin with a twinge of regret. Yet, Raiden soon lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with aspiration. Is that so? Splendid. In the realm of the weak, the strongest among them is still a weakling, just like Elemi from the East Sea, who remains but an ordinary member even upon reaching the Grand Line. Raiden yearned for strength and sought competition with the mighty, even if it meant enduring countless injuries. He bore no regrets. Teacher, I implore you for a favor. Speak your mind. I shall devote myself to rigorous training in the academy. But I need your assistance in uncovering Elemi's whereabouts. Oh, that is no trouble at all. Even without your request, I would seek him out. Thank you, teacher. When next we meet, I shall effortlessly vanquish him. Indeed, that is only natural. Raiden stood quietly, his mind completely at ease, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, the alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. What could this be? The base assembly alarm sounded, indicating that something was amiss. Raiden, let us investigate. Yes. T. Ping and Raiden made their way to the port, only to find a small military vessel docking just in time for the alarm to cease. General Crane, what is this? T. Ping noticed General Crane standing not far away and hurried to inquire. Ah, young Ping, a contingent of female soldiers has arrived. Oh, I see. Raiden gazed curiously at the disembarking female soldiers, his expression gradually shifting from anticipation to dismay. This group of soldiers did not possess the charm he had hoped for. Their physiques and appearances were decidedly utilitarian. Even the commanding female colonel at the forefront exuded an intimidating aura, causing Raiden to feel a prickling unease. Just as he contemplated retreating, a young soldier with pink hair caught his attention, her striking beauty and well-proportioned figure standing out against her peers. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. At that moment, the group of female soldiers noticed Raiden, and his youthful, handsome visage immediately drew their interest. Hey, Belmir, that young officer is looking at you. He seems quite dashing. Humph. Just a pretty boy, Belmir scoffed, dismissing him with a disdainful huff, though she couldn't help but feel a flicker of intrigue upon seeing his astonished expression. Meanwhile, Raiden was simply astonished to have encountered Belmir, Nami's adoptive mother from the original story, unaware that his image in her eyes had already been tarnished. Chapter 26. Living brings many joys. General Crane. The female colonel saluted with fervor, for Crane was the idol of all female soldiers, a figure they greatly admired. Well done. From now on, the female battalion will be stationed south of Leif Town. Yes, we defer to General Crane's arrangements. Now, take the ladies to the city to rest. We shall set sail tomorrow and provide you with a lift along the way. Yes, to the south of the G16 battalion lies Leif Town, the largest settlement in the entire Jamida archipelago, a town symbolizing life and love. Only a town of such stature could supply 2 naval divisions. General Crane intended for this battalion of female sailors to enjoy a pleasant environment, while also coordinating with the G16 battalion to maintain order throughout the archipelago. The female soldiers joyfully linked arms, strolling in small clusters toward Leif Town. While they were fearless warriors on the battlefield, once off the field, they embraced their femininity, with shopping and sightseeing being their favorite pastimes. Many soldiers from the G16 battalion had come to witness the arrival of the female soldiers, but most quickly departed, preferring the gentle ladies of Leif Town over the robust female soldiers. The soldiers shared similar sentiments, eagerly clutching their money as they hurried to the renowned poultry shop in Leif Town, eager to indulge in pleasures unattainable on the ship. Hey, look at that female soldier over there. Wow, you really have a sharp eye. Let's go. Belmir and her companions were happily making their way to Leif Town when suddenly, a group of burly sailors blocked their path, their faces plastered with insincere smiles. This caused Belmir to feel a wave of irritation, thinking to herself that no man was ever truly good. As the men continued their annoying banter, Belmir's frown deepened, her temper boiling over as she contemplated confronting them. Just then, "You lot, clear out. Who dares disturb Lieutenant Raiden? We sincerely apologize. We were unaware it was you. Enough. Leave now. I have matters to attend to." Yes, we're leaving right away." The sailors quickly retreated, their faces betraying knowing smirks that left Raiden feeling unsettled. "Belmir, I shall take my leave as well. Enjoy your chat with the officer." The accompanying female soldier flashed a mischievous smile before hastily departing, leaving Raiden and Belmir alone, exchanging awkward glances amidst the scrutinizing eyes of onlookers, heightening the tension. I would like to buy you a drink." Oh, Raiden, driven by mere curiosity, sought a conversation with Belmir. However, his approach was rather awkward. Yet, as a gentleman, he took the initiative, guiding Belmir, the esteemed guest, through the G16 branch, while making their way to the tavern in Leif Town. Gradually, both Raiden and Belmir began to ease into their interaction, shedding the earlier tension. Raiden found himself reflecting on Belmir's character as depicted in the original narrative, and a sense of admiration began to emerge in his gaze and words. In turn, Belmir, through their dialogue, came to understand Raiden better. This young naval officer exhibited no hint of discrimination towards her as a subordinate or as a woman, which brought her considerable comfort. Soon, her cheerful disposition surfaced, and laughter filled their conversation. In the secluded booth of the tavern, Raiden and Belmir frequently clinked their glasses. Though Belmir's remarkable capacity for alcohol soon overwhelmed Raiden, leaving him feeling dizzy. "Lieutenant, your tolerance for liquor leaves much to be desired. Is this all you can handle?" she teased. "Well, I seldom indulge in alcohol," he replied. "That simply won't do. How can a man abstain from drinking? Come on. Cheers." Gulp. "By the way, I have a question for you," Belmir said, her spirits evidently lifted by the drink, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lowering her voice, she shyly glanced at Raiden. Today's tab will be covered by you. Want it, Lord Raiden?" Raiden was utterly astonished, yet he could only numbly nod in response. This expression did not go unnoticed by Belmir, who was instantly filled with excitement. "Oh, Lord Raiden is truly generous. Boss, bring me 2 more barrels of the finest wine." How generous you are, my lady. I commend you for your courage." "Alas, shall you not partake? Then I shall drink in your stead. Cheers." Raiden could scarcely anticipate that the evening would culminate in a solitary revelry for Belmir, leaving him to drag the intoxicated young woman to the seaside in an effort to sober her up with the strength of his still vigorous right arm. The sea breeze caressed their faces, dispersing the remnants of his own slight inebriation, as he gazed upon the delicate features of the slumbering beauty beside him. A fleeting sense of melancholy unfurled within Raiden's heart. At merely 20 years of age, Belmir still radiated an innocent charm. Yet the thought of the tragic events that would befall her in the years to come swiftly enveloped him in sorrow. He yearned to alter her fate, yet found himself utterly powerless in the face of destiny. "Hey, Belmir," he called softly. "MMM?" Belmir appeared to be quite intoxicated, resting her head on Raiden's shoulder. Feeling discomfort, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in the nape of his neck. The scent of alcohol wafting from her breath made Raiden's neck tingle, stirring an inexplicable flutter in his heart. With a gentle motion, he raised his right arm to support her, striving to make her more comfortable. "Belmir, many events are destined to unfold in the future, some we cannot avoid, yet must confront. However, I implore you to believe that life is filled with hope. As long as you draw a breath, you shall witness the light of hope. To live is to embrace countless joys." Raiden gazed at the moon and spoke softly, uncertain whether his words were meant for the beloved Belmir or merely to himself. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from behind him. Instinctively, He drew Belmel closer and shielded her with his own body, focusing intently on the source of the noise, readying himself for any threat. To his relief, it was merely the female soldier who had been in Belmel's company earlier. "My Lord Raiden, I apologize. You are a friend of Belmel, correct? She has had too much to drink. Please take her back to her quarters." Oh, very well, very well." The soldier approached Raiden, effortlessly lifting Belmel in her arms. After offering a brief farewell to Raiden, she darted away with the swiftness of a rabbit. Raiden reclined, gazing vacantly at the moon above, the lingering scent of Belmel's wine still clinging to him. This evoked a sense of nostalgia, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, prompting Raiden to rise and stride toward the G16 branch base. The moonlight cast his silhouette before it gradually faded, leaving only the imprint in the sand as a testament to his recent presence. Simultaneously, the moon illuminated another path, revealing the figures of two others. "Let me go? You truly are." My apologies, Belmel. I was just too engrossed." Belmel leapt from her companion's embrace, now devoid of any sign of inebriation. She touched her flushed cheeks, her eyes gradually losing focus, no longer exuding the boldness of a man, but rather embodying the gentle grace of femininity. Her lips slightly parted as she murmured, "Is there much joy in living?" Chapter 27. The Steady Marksman and the Restless Youth as night deepened. The naval conference room of the G16 branch remained brightly illuminated. The young naval lieutenant, Mouse, meticulously polished every surface within the chamber. From this day forth, everything here belongs solely to me." Suddenly, a loud knock at the door disrupted Mouse's revelry, causing him to throw the cloth onto the table in frustration, bellowing, "Who is it? What business could possibly warrant a visit at this hour?" "It's me, Raiden." As the door swung open, Mouse's lecherous visage transformed into a sycophantic grin, rubbing his hands together as he respectfully stood before Raiden. It's Lieutenant Raiden. How may I serve you? Let us discuss this inside." Of course. Mouse dared not show any disrespect towards Raiden. Although Raiden's current rank fell short of Mouse's, his future prospects undoubtedly eclipsed those of the lieutenant. Moreover, Raiden's association with Pain filled Mouse with trepidation. "Lieutenant Mouse, I shall be brief. You are aware that I depart tomorrow, and from now on, the G16 branch is solely under your jurisdiction. Indeed, the future of a person like you far surpasses that of a mere branch lieutenant. Upon your arrival at the headquarters, you shall undoubtedly ascend the ranks. Let me share some news. I am attending Admiral Zephyr S training course. Surely, you have heard of it?" "What?" Mouse's eyes widened in shock. Upon witnessing Raiden's calm demeanor, he believed most of it, for Raiden had no need to fabricate such pointless lies. Coupled with Raiden's recent promotion, Mouse was fully convinced. "Congratulations, sir. A momentous achievement indeed. Should you graduate from the training course, you would at least become a headquarters officer. Indeed, I trust you understand." At that moment, Raiden swiftly drew thunder, pressing the weapon against Mouse's throat. Terrified, Mouse dropped to his knees, cold sweat streaming down his face. "Sir, Lord Raiden, what is the meaning of this? I have not wronged you. If this is about the past, listen closely, Mouse. I know you well, and I will be candid with you. I shall return here one day. If I discover that you have acted contrary to naval principles upon my return, today's blade shall strike on that day. Understood? I shall steadfastly uphold naval principles and shall never defy them." Observing Mouse bowing his head repeatedly in fear, Raiden sighed in resignation, uncertain of the efficacy of his actions. Given Mouse's greedy yet timid nature, Raiden knew he would be calculating his next moves. "In due time, I will reach out to you at headquarters. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If you perform admirably during this period, I may even consider facilitating your advancement. Thank you, Lord Raiden." "Thank you, Lord Raiden." Raiden withdrew from the conference room, the echoes of thunder fading behind him. Meanwhile, the mouse kneeling on the floor glimmered with a calculating light in its eyes, reminiscent of a merchant engrossed in his accounts. He would find solace in sleep that night. At the very least, Raiden, Belmel, and the wayward female sailors would remain awake. Belmel lay on her bed in the dormitory, her roommate's snores creating a rhythmic backdrop. Yet her gaze remained fixed ahead, as if she had entered a realm solely inhabited by herself and that individual. Occasionally, a soft chuckle would escape her lips, followed by gentle murmurs of complaint. Raiden, on the other hand, stared blankly at the moon, pondering the myriad of information he had gathered. He questioned whether his minuscule existence like that of a butterfly, had begun to exert even the faintest influence on the world around him. As dawn broke, the cycle of a new day commenced in orderly fashion. Once he had completed all necessary transitions, Raiden ascended aboard General Crane's warship, accompanied by a small parcel and his lingering thoughts. The grandeur of the vessel truly astonished Raiden, the expansive deck, sophisticated weaponry, robust steam boilers, and the sea stone flooring beneath were all striking in their contrast to the military ship of the female soldiers behind him, evoking an ineffable sense of disparity. "Lord Raiden, this shall be your quarters. I trust you will find it satisfactory," said the attendant. "Oh, the conditions are quite commendable. My gratitude to you," Raiden replied. "I am pleased to hear that. I shall take my leave now." "Indeed, travel safely." Raiden opened the door to reveal a spacious interior with a remarkably clean restroom. The bedroom contained 3 beds, 2 of which were already occupied. Upon hearing the door creak open, the occupants turned their gazes toward Raiden. "Oh, good morning to you both. I am Raiden. Hello, I am Dottie. Hey there, I'm Vicky. Wait, Raiden?" The young man named Dottie was a robust figure with a deep brown complexion, casually disassembling a pistol with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the youth named Vicky had bounced over to Raiden, his wide eyes surveying him with great curiosity, leading Raiden to label him as overly exuberant. Just as Raiden was about to speak, Vicky suddenly pinched his chin, appearing to ponder something deeply. It was clear to Raiden that a label of eccentricity was being affixed in his mind. "Raiden, your long blade is quite intriguing. You seem to be a formidable swordsman," Dottie remarked, quickly noting Raiden's injuries in the uniquely crafted thunderblade. As a marksman, his instincts sensed Raiden's considerable prowess. "Indeed, I am a swordsman, while I may possess strength. I am merely at the beginning of my swordsmanship journey. In contrast, you, Dottie, are astonishingly strong." "Haha, that must be a misconception. I am just an ordinary naval soldier," Dottie replied. "This ship harbors no ordinary naval soldiers," Raiden countered. "Haha, that's true." Compared to Vicky, Dottie appeared considerably more composed, perhaps due to his slightly older age. Dottie emanated a sense of maturity, which quickly bridged the gap between them, allowing for simple conversation to flow. Suddenly, Vicky, who had been deep in thought at the doorway, seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes sparkled as he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, as if he had just grasped a profound realization. In a flash, he dashed toward Raiden, pressing down on Raiden's still healing shoulder, forcefully pushing him back onto the bed. "Ah, what the hell? Hey, you brat. Are you trying to kill him? He's seriously injured." "Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to." Vicky scrambled off Raiden, but inadvertently bumped against his left arm, eliciting another round of anguished cries from the cabin. "Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm sorry. I was wrong. There's no need for such dramatics, just get up." "Will you?" Raiden interjected. "Mother always said that if one accidentally harms another, one must sincerely apologize and seek forgiveness." Raiden and Dottie gazed in bemusement at Vicky, who was kneeling and earnestly apologizing. This young rascal may have caused a ruckus, but he did not seem to be a villain at heart. "I forgive you. It's really not a big deal." "Really?" Vicky suddenly lifted his head, his face alight with joy. "Yes, truly. Thank you. You are both such wonderful people." "Huh. Hey, don't come over here. Please, don't approach." Vicky sprang to his feet and rushed towards the two, embracing them both in a carefree laugh. "Are you out of your mind? Why must you include me in this?" Thus, the 3 companions from the Eastern Sea finally came together. Perhaps Raiden and Dottie could not fully grasp the antics of this madcap, but Vicky's exuberance undeniably infected them. Maybe having such an amusing companion would render their mundane lives a tad more delightful. Chapter 28. A meeting that lasts forever. "Ah, that hurts. Dottie, you were too rough." "Pa, it's a miracle I didn't kill you. You nearly choked me." Vicky, sporting a swollen head, could only glare in frustration and cast an expectant look towards Raiden. "Raiden, don't you think Dottie has gone a bit overboard?" "Well, somewhat. I believe this approach is more reasonable. You see, Raiden understands, doesn't he?" "Brother Raiden, let us discuss this calmly. Please, just put the knife down." The lively and boisterous Vicky radiated the exuberance that is characteristic of youth. As Raiden observed the golden-haired boy before him, he could not help but recall the image of a red-haired youth from his hometown. After this commotion, the 3 were finally free of barriers and began to share their experiences with one another. "So, you're actually of noble birth? Is there such a raucous noble?" "Hey, what does that have to do with one's character? It's merely a matter of birth. If given a choice, I would prefer to be a commoner, living freely every day. Whether noble or commoner, each has their own struggles. Yet, Since you are of noble descent, how did you end up joining the Navy and boarding this ship? Upon hearing Raiden's inquiry, Vicky scratched his head, hesitating for a moment, but after a brief contemplation, he looked earnestly at Raiden and Dottie, as if making a monumental decision. I stole a family treasure, initially intending to frighten them into allowing me to venture out on an adventure. But to my surprise, they issued a bounty on my head. So I decided to go all in and simply devoured the treasure. Devoured it? Raiden and Daddy were utterly astonished. What kind of treasure could compel a family to issue a bounty against one of its own? And what sort of treasure could be consumed by a person? Just then, Vicky abruptly spread his arms, and to their amazement, dark gray scales began to sprout from his arms, swiftly enveloping his entire limb. A devil fruit, unbeknownst to them. Raiden and Dottie both exclaimed in surprise, with Dottie unable to restrain himself from reaching out to touch. Don't touch that. Vishi suddenly intervened to stop Dottie. But it was too late. Dottie's hand had already made contact with the scales. In that instant, a brilliant flash of electricity illuminated Dottie's form, causing his hair to stand on end, as if he had just undergone a perm. Vishi hastily retracted his powers, and Dottie, now appearing even darker, collapsed in a daze, emitting faint wisps of smoke. Dottie, are you all right? Don't die on me. Vishi cried out, throwing himself over Dottie and weeping, shaking him vigorously, which made Raiden break into a cold sweat. Surely, he wouldn't actually die from this. If you keep shaking him like that, you might truly kill him. Oh, is that so? Then that's a relief. Thud. Vishi decisively released his grip, and the sound of Dottie's head striking the floor echoed, as if in vehement protest. After a considerable time, Dottie finally regained consciousness. What kind of fruit is this? It looks remarkably formidable. This is the snake fruit, electric serpent form. Oh, right? Raiden. Your name signifies thunder. We truly share a remarkable fate. So after standing there contemplating, that's what you concluded? Dottie, now rubbing the back of his head, rose to his feet, intently gazing at Vishi, his thoughts obscured. A devil fruit, indeed. For an ordinary noble family, its value could easily compel them to issue a bounty. Indeed, although it is merely a standard Zoan type, the capabilities of this fruit are exceedingly potent. Raiden and Dottie exchanged brief yet earnest glances while observing Vich, who lay languidly on the bed with a nonchalant demeanor, arms outstretched. I had intended to venture out to sea after consuming the fruit, but unexpectedly encountered fierce storms and nearly perished in the ocean. Subsequently, I was rescued by a passing naval crew and decided to join them. And what of your identity? Did your family not seek to join the Navy? Vich remained silent, his long golden locks obscuring his eyes. Raiden sensed a hint of despondency in Vich, while Dottie, without uttering a word, quietly lit a cigarette. I have no family left. Upon discovering that I had consumed their treasure, they cast me aside. Vich's murmured confession emanated from the bed. Upon hearing this, Raiden abruptly seized the thunder nearby, rising to his feet and striding towards the door. Vich, alerted by the commotion, turned to look at Raiden but could only see his retreating figure. Your family's treasure is the reason you find yourself here, and it is also what has granted you the opportunity for transformation. Therefore, if one day you become strong enough to yield greater benefits than that fruit ever provided your family, they may indeed return to your side. Is this not the essence of noble tradition? Vich sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, eager to debate Raiden, but found him already gone from the room. Hastily, Vich prepared to pursue Raiden, when Dottie, who had remained silent until now, suddenly seized Vich's arm. Listen, lad, while Raiden's words may wound, they are nonetheless rooted in truth. Let go of me. You know nothing. It is you who knows nothing. Vich forcefully withdrew his arm, glaring at Dottie, only to find him unfazed, calmly smoking his cigarette. Do you believe we are here for a holiday? You, a mere novice, would be wise to turn back now. Leaning against the railing, Raiden gazed at the distant sea, where waves relentlessly crashed against the hull, mirroring his turbulent emotions. Raiden, there you are, came a voice. Dottie, how is Vicky faring? What else could that lad be doing? I imagine he is somewhere, shedding tears. Yet, I never expected you to be such a busybody. Concerned for that rookie. Is it truly worth your attention? After all, we hail from the East Sea. There is a certain camaraderie to uphold in such a place. Then shall we consider an alliance? Of course, it would be my honor. The warship swiftly navigated southward, soon passing through Rafe Town. Arriving at the designated deployment area just south of it, 2 naval vessels docked promptly, and the female sailors disembarked in an orderly fashion, gathering swiftly in the open space before the base under the command of their superior. Admiral Crane and several accompanying female officers also descended from the warship, preparing to convey essential information. At a glance, Raiden spotted a graceful figure amidst the assembled formation. The two seemed to sense each other, quickly locking eyes, but upon contact, they instinctively averted their gazes. The manpower and materials for the base's renovations will be supplied to you as per the plan by Colonel Mouse of the G16 branch. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to headquarters. I shall assist you in finding solutions. Understood. Thank you, Major General Crane. There is truly no need for further words. The hardships faced by the female soldiers of the branch are well known to the Navy headquarters. This is our duty. We shall obey orders. Yes. All salute. We bid farewell to Major General Crane. The brief address concluded swiftly, and Major General Crane returned to her ship, burdened with numerous responsibilities. The female soldiers from her ship disembarked in groups to assist their counterparts in transporting supplies and equipment. Seizing this opportunity, Raiden also disembarked and made his way toward the familiar silhouette. Belmel, engaged in moving containers, suddenly heard a familiar call from behind her. After ensuring it was not a figment of her imagination, she refrained from turning around, striving to compose her emotions. Warrant Officer Raiden, this is a time for duty. Is there something personal you wish to discuss? As Belmel spoke, an unsettling realization struck her, causing her words to falter, and an unexpected pang of sorrow welled up within her. Perhaps this time would indeed be the last. Raiden slowly advanced, his gentle footsteps echoing softly against the ground, each step seemingly imprinting upon Belmel's heart, as she wrestled internally with the decision of whether to turn around. A cool metallic object was delicately placed around her neck by warm hands. Struggling to decide on a suitable gift, he ultimately settled on this necklace, believing it to be a fitting choice for her, and he hoped she would cherish it. By the way, the pendant on this necklace can be opened. Should you ever encounter a perplexing dilemma, simply open it and take a look. And so, with that, I take my leave. Raiden departed, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. In Bellamur's heart, hesitation evaporated. Her hand involuntarily released the box she held, and she turned to glance behind her. Instead of the anticipated silhouette, she beheld Raiden's smiling visage not far off, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Ha ha ha, who walks backward like that? She mused. Isn't it peculiar? Some people conversing while clutching a box is far more bizarre. Pa, that disrupts official duties. According to the charter, you ought to be penalized for that. I'm merely a novice in the Navy. I had no idea. The two resumed their banter, as if they had returned to the tavern from the previous night. Next time we drink, I'll ensure to teach you properly. There will be a next time, right? Of course. Then it's settled. You must treat me to the finest wine next time. Indeed, it's a promise. Take care then. And may you have a smooth journey. You too, take care. The evening light bathed the entire base, as the Navy women of the branch gathered spontaneously to bid farewell to General Crane. The sails of the warship seemed to swell with the sunset, the grand character of Crane gradually diminishing in the eyes of the crowd until it faded into obscurity. The women in the square soon returned to the base in small groups, leaving Bellamur as the sole figure on the vast plaza. Bellamur stood transfixed, gazing at the sea, her left hand tightly clutching the necklace around her neck. The crimson glow of the setting sun illuminated her face beautifully, yet it could not compare to the rosy hue of the previous night's tipsiness. End of East Sea Chapter 29. Entering the doldrums, the sun slowly descended, soon sinking into the sea, with only the remaining half defiantly radiating a red light, staving off the encroaching night. On the deck, Raiden, wielding his longsword Thunder, stared vacantly at the northern sea. Raiden, dinner is ready. Stop standing there like a statue. Oh, coming. Upon hearing Dottie's call, Raiden snapped back to reality and departed the deck, heading toward Dottie. The dining hall aboard the warship was remarkably spacious, far larger than any other dining area Raiden had previously encountered. Moreover, as the ship was manned entirely by female soldiers, despite their fierce demeanor in battle, their everyday lives retained a distinctly feminine touch, with the dining hall adorned with numerous decorative elements reflecting this sensibility. Raiden instinctively leaned back against Dottie, as the aggressive gazes of the group of female soldiers were quite difficult for him to bear. In contrast, Dottie maintained a serene composure, his unflappable demeanor evoking Raiden's admiration. Vicky, do eat more, you are still growing, someone remarked. Nearby, a small circle of female Navy personnel surrounded a blonde youth, whose fierce expression suggested he was not merely dining but rather gnashing his teeth at his adversaries. Raiden and Dottie exchanged a smile, subsequently shaking their heads in resignation as they found a spot to begin their meal. The fare aboard the warship was quite commendable, featuring a variety of nutritious meats, complemented by excellent culinary skills, which whetted Raiden's appetite, prompting him to consume nearly half again what he usually would. Dottie, not one to shy away, matched Raiden's consumption, eating no less than his companion. In the past, Raiden had accelerated his physical training through gluttony. However, such indulgence has its limits. Although Raiden was still growing, he was nearing the upper limit for someone of his age, and thus his appetite and physical condition had plateaued. It seemed the first step was to discover a means to transcend his physical limitations. Observing Dottie, who still had energy to spare, Raiden felt a pang of pressure and found himself yearning even more for life in the Zei training class. After dinner, Raiden and Dottie hurried back to their dormitory, reclining on their beds to digest their meal. Shortly thereafter, Vicky returned. Vicky, without engaging in any argument with the two, simply flopped heavily onto his bed, exposing his substantial belly, and fell silent, expressing his discontent through this gesture. Raiden observed Vicky, who had turned his back to him, and couldn't help but chuckle as he realized how much Vicky resembled Torong. Suddenly, the ship's intercom blared to life, its powerful voice resonating in the ears of every individual on board. Attention everyone, we are about to enter the doldrums. All lighting and sound devices on the vessel will be shut down shortly. Please remain in your cabins. Maintain silence and avoid making loud noises. Violators will be dealt with according to military regulations. Raiden comprehended that the warship was destined to traverse the doldrums directly towards the Grand Line, ensuring the shortest route, albeit fraught with peril. Although Admiral Crane's vessel ought to be equipped with a rough sea stone hull, capable of bewildering the senses of Sea Kings, there remained the possibility of certain Sea Kings launching attacks due to noise or light emanating from the ship. Furthermore, a notification requested Cadet Raiden, Sergeant Dottie, and Sergeant Vicky to promptly proceed to the deck to rendezvous with the Admiral. They called for us. Let's go, said Raiden. Onward, Vicky. I'm not deaf. TCH. This kid is truly asking for it, Vicky retorted, laughter echoing among them. The trio departed their quarters and made their way to the deck, quickly spotting Admiral Crane, Lieutenant Peng, and Officer Orange. They hastened towards them. You've arrived, Officer Orange. Please brief them, the Admiral instructed. Yes, sir. The three stood respectfully to the side, listening intently. In a moment, we shall traverse the doldrums, following the course dictated by the permanent compass to reach Marineford. You should all be familiar with this knowledge. She continued. Indeed, we studied it in the navigation syllabus, Raiden replied, taking the lead due to his slightly higher rank. The officer nodded, proceeding with her explanation. Well, that's good. The forthcoming voyage is anything but ordinary. Although the hull is reinforced with sea stone, the technology is still in its infancy. The reason for summoning the three of you is to familiarize yourselves with the doldrums conditions while simultaneously serving as a training exercise. You three will be in charge of today's escort. Is that understood? Raiden exchanged glances with his companions. Although Vicky was still seething with residual anger, he understood the gravity of the situation and merely nodded. Corporal Raiden, I accept the orders. Very well, let us proceed diligently, young man, General Crane replied, nodding in agreement before leading the way. Lieutenant Penn followed closely behind, yet not before casting a concerned glance at the injured Raiden. After receiving a reassuring look from Raiden, he reluctantly set aside his worries and departed. Let us divide our tasks. Dottie, you will guard the western side, while Vicky and I will oversee the eastern flank. No, I shall go alone to the west. You two should monitor the east, Vicky insisted, unwilling to remain with Raiden. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and strode towards the western deck. Sergeant Vicky, did you not hear the officer's orders? Or do you intend to defy them? Before Raiden could utter a word, Daddy's cold and resolute voice reached Vicky's ears, causing her steps to falter and a pang of bitterness to wash over her. After a brief pause, she ultimately turned around and walked back towards the eastern side, her gaze lowered. Raiden and Dottie exchanged a glance and nodded. Dottie then silently passed by the bowed figure of Vicky, making his way towards the western deck. Vicky, with his head lowered, gazed at the tumultuous waves, engulfed in a profound sense of gloom. Raiden, too, remained silent, his vigilant gaze fixed ahead. As the wind gradually diminished and the waves subsided, the warship finally entered the calm zone. An eerie tranquility settled in, accompanied by an oppressive sense of dread that swiftly enveloped the three men. The sails of the warship had long been furled, relying solely on the propulsion wheels to navigate forward. The vast expanse of the sea resonated only with the rhythmic splashes of the wheels against the water, rendering an unsettling silence. The pitch-black surface of the ocean loomed like an abyss, with shadowy forms lurking just beneath, heightening their anxiety and causing beads of cold sweat to form. The still air felt viscous, as if it were a thick liquid, trapping the sweat and intensifying their discomfort. Vicky, paralyzed by the strange atmosphere, trembled involuntarily, his eyes refusing to meet the dark depths, fearing that monstrous creatures might suddenly emerge from the inky abyss. At that moment, a hand gently patted Vicky on the head, jolting him from his near catatonic state. He turned to follow the arm to find Raiden's kind eyes. "Do not fear, all will be well. If anything goes awry, just stand behind me. I am not afraid. Who would hide behind you?" Vicky defiantly lifted his head and swatted Raiden's hand away, allowing a surge of indignation to momentarily quell his fear. "Oh, that is good to hear." Raiden observed Vicky, who had regained her vitality, and his gaze shifted back to the sea. However, the slight tremor in his left hand, which clutched thunder, betrayed the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. The night enveloped the dark ocean, with the only glimmer of light, the moon, obscured by a shroud of ominous clouds, as deeper darkness silently descended. Chapter 30. Fierce battle with the Sea King lacking the assistance of the wind. Even with the boiler operating at full throttle, the warship's speed remained sluggish, propelled solely by the external wheel. In this slow voyage, time seemed to gradually lose its essence within the enveloping darkness. Is it not yet over? This duration feels excessively prolonged. Dottie, however, was able to approximate the passage of time. Since their departure, he had consumed an entire pack of cigarettes. Calculating at 5 minutes per cigarette, with a break of 5 minutes in between, they had been sailing for approximately 3 hours. Raiden and Vichy had nearly lost their grasp on time, their dread of the doldrums gradually transforming into a numbing indifference. Ah, a breeze. A whisper of wind caressed their surroundings, yet the three immediately sensed it, their eyes involuntarily sparkling with joy. Splendid. At long last, we can depart from this place. Vichy was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to convey his elation to those around him. However, upon realizing that Raiden was beside him, he swiftly turned away, falling silent. Raiden, filled with helplessness, turned his gaze towards the western deck, where only a vague shadow was discernible. Nevertheless, they had finally passed through the calm zone. Suddenly, a colossal column of water erupted skyward, causing the waves to batter the warship fiercely. Although the vessel's immense weight prevented significant turbulence, the entire deck began to tremble. A resounding roar, reeking of brine, soon assaulted Raiden's eardrums, threatening to tear them asunder. "Are you two all right?" "Yes, all clear. Prepare for battle." Dottie, who had leaped into action, brandished his twin pistols, his eyes fixated on the immense dark silhouette ahead, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Fortunately, having emerged from the calm zone, the sea creature before them appeared to be merely 300 meters in length, manageable for them. "Vicky, you good?" "Absolutely." The monstrous form materialized before the trio, a serpentine sea king with an elongated neck and razor-sharp fangs. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the three on the deck, poised to strike at any moment. Roar. The creature lunged forward. Its head, several meters long, propelled by its lengthy neck, surged towards them with alarming speed. Its massive jaws gaping wide, revealing knife-like teeth before Vicky's eyes. Vicky, paralyzed by fear, felt scales involuntarily manifest on his body, electric sparks crackling across his skin. The power of the devil fruit, acting without his command, sought to shield him. Yet, against such a colossal sea creature, this level of electricity was utterly ineffectual. Bang! The creature's gargantuan jaws collided with the deck, splintering a large section of the wooden floor and enveloping the area in smoke. Raiden, Vicky, Dottie, firing his weapons, ventured into the smoke. However, the creature's thick hide was impervious to ordinary firearms. "We're fine. Dottie, aim for its eyes." At that moment, a flicker of lightning danced through the haze, and Raiden's voice emerged from within. Dottie suppressed his momentary panic, redirecting his cautious gaze towards the Sea King, searching for a vulnerability in its eyes. Infuriated by its failed attack, the monster raised its head high, preparing to use it like a battering ram to smash through the entire ship. It had detected the scent of a feast within what appeared to be mere seawater and had no intention of relinquishing its prize. "Vicky, you little rascal. Your electric power is quite astonishing." Raiden recalled how, in that critical moment, he had yanked Vicky away just in time to evade the Sea King's lethal strike. However, he himself had been struck by Vicky's electric powers, leaving him somewhat numb. "Save your words for later. Right now, your task is to fully unleash your fruit S abilities." seized the opportunity to give the creature a taste of electricity. Understood. With newfound determination, Vicky's dark gray scales erupted across his body, crackling blue-white electricity illuminating the darkness. The Sea King's head had reached its peak, and it suddenly swung its neck, its massive head crashing down towards the warship like a siege hammer. Dodge. Bang. Such a devastating blow was not aimed at any individual but intended for wide-scale destruction. Under this assault, a deep crater, roughly 20 meters in diameter, was instantly carved into the eastern deck of the warship, splinters flying. Now, without needing Raiden's command, Dottie swiftly positioned himself closest to the creature's head, its enormous crimson eye glaring at him. Rapid fire. Dottie unleashed a barrage, emptying his handgun before swiftly producing 2 more loaded weapons from his coat. The bullets wove a dense tapestry of fire in the air, unerringly striking the monster's right eye, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Charge strike. Vicky seized his moment. Leaping high and plunging a short dagger deep into the creature's elongated neck, electric currents surging through the blade and into the beast's body. Let us see how you fare. Raiden also rose to his feet, shaking off the lingering numbness from the recent electric shock, and swiftly dashed toward the monstrous creature. The beast, having endured the onslaught from Daddy and Vicky, became enraged, struggling to lift its head from the deck in preparation for a counterattack. However, Raiden had already positioned himself beside its head. Frenzy blade. Piercing slash. Raiden's right hand swiftly drew his sword, executing the swordsmanship that had once felled the pirate red-haired with even greater finesse. A flash of purple lightning erupted as he spun rapidly, striking towards the creature's left eye, instantly shattering it into fragments of varying sizes. The monster let out a fierce roar. This blow inflicted even greater pain, and the intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals finally instilled a hint of fear in the Sea King. It desperately attempted to drag its head away, preparing to retreat into the depths of the ocean. Once you arrive, there is no escape. Raiden leapt to his feet, grasping the thunderbolt in the air with his right hand. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and a profound understanding of the swordsmanship suddenly illuminated his mind. As if time and space had come to a standstill. Frenzied blade. Thunder. Raiden abruptly opened his eyes. The sword intent he had comprehended in the face of death days prior manifesting alongside his sword technique. As Raiden's body descended, his right hand, embodying the power of thunder, gradually moved to his left side. In the moment just before reaching the head of the Sea King-like monster, he swiftly thrust it upwards, and a fierce flash of blade light instantaneously pierced through the creature's skull. As Raiden landed from a half-squat, his right hand still maintained the upward motion. He then rose to his feet, casually twirling his sword a few times before sheathing it with a flourish. The massive head of the Sea King-like creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, finally succumbed and fell, splitting in two mid-air, its wound as smooth as a mirror. The tremendous noise had already roused all the naval soldiers aboard the ship. Vice Admiral Crane and others observed the trio on the deck from a nearby conference room, their eyes reflecting approval. Meanwhile, Pin could hardly contain his astonishment, his countenance filled with wonder. He never anticipated that this boy, whom he hadn't seen in years, had matured into such a figure. Chapter 31. The water train. The Grand Line is a uniquely treacherous sea. In this realm, all navigational knowledge and experience proves unreliable. The only dependable guide is the record pointer. After departing from the entrance, the first half of the Grand Line comprises 7 routes leading ultimately to the Sabaody archipelago. Since Raiden and his companions traversed the windless zone directly to the Grand Line using the permanent pointer from Marineford, they were spared the usual complications faced by other navigators. However, the extreme weather fluctuations along the Grand Line indeed allowed Raiden and his companions to experience the notorious dangers of this pirate graveyard firsthand. Vice Admiral. We are approaching the fabled Bermuda Triangle. Which route shall we choose? Have we reached that place already? Vice Admiral Crane furrowed his brow, as if recalling numerous troublesome matters. The Navy has several routes for returning to headquarters, with the most commonly used being the passage through Justice Island's Gate of Justice, leading directly to Marineford. However, Justice Island is under the strict jurisdiction of the world government. Although the Navy operates under the world government's oversight, their functions differ significantly. As the largest armed force under the world government, naval officers possess their own dignity, and high-ranking officers like Crane particularly detest direct dealings with the world government. Report. Vice Admiral. A naval vessel has been spotted ahead. It appears to belong to a special agency of the government. Just as Crane was about to decide to cut through the Bermuda Triangle and head toward the Sabaody archipelago, a reconnaissance soldier rushed in with the news, deepening Crane's frown. Strange. Why would the world government's forces come here? Which unit is it? And have you identified them? Not yet clear. It seems they are heading towards us. Should we evade? Since we are here, let us confront them directly. Understood. The warship advanced, and soon the distant vessel became increasingly distinct, revealing a massive ship with CP-5 emblazoned on it. CP-5? Is that Spandam? The two warships swiftly made contact, and a floating bridge was quickly established. A young man with a head of purple hair approached Vice Admiral Crane, wearing an arrogant yet lewd smile, and mockingly bowed before him. Ah, Vice Admiral Crane. It is indeed a tremendous honor to meet you. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What brings CP-5 here, Spandam? This is not within your jurisdiction, is it? Spandam straightened up, gazing at the towering Crane with a hint of trepidation, which quickly morphed into bravado. The great project in Water City is halfway completed, and I have come to inspect it. Oh, I see. Crane's expression softened as suspicion faded. Your course seems set for Marineford. Allow me to inform your father. You may pass through Justice Island without hindrance. Thank you for your kindness. You and your father have certainly stirred quite a commotion in recent years. You're too kind. It is merely service to the world government. I shall not delay you any further. Safe travels. Farewell. As the world government's warship departed, Vice Admiral Crane's expression shifted from formality to a hint of disdain. Navigate around Water City and proceed to Justice Island. Yes, sir. The navigator retrieved the permanent pointer to Justice Island and adjusted their course accordingly. In their quarters, Raiden and his companions withdrew their gazes from the window, beginning to deliberate on the recent encounter. It seems Vice Admiral Crane and that young officer from CP-5 are at odds. Aren't the Navy and the Special Operations Agency supposed to be allies? After the battle with the Sea King, Vicky had returned to his usual self, leaving uncertain whether his previous anger had been forgotten or absorbed. You underestimate the situation. The Navy, as the primary combat force of the world government, wields the highest combat strength, yet the authority of the special agencies supersedes that of the Navy. In any circumstance, demanding unconditional obedience from these formidable beings to a weaker command is unlikely to be readily accepted. What do you think, Raiden? Dottie took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze fixed on Raiden. As for me, I truly have no particular thoughts. Raiden reclined languidly, seemingly in a state of utter contentment. Observing this, Daddy let out a resigned sigh, feeling quite exasperated by Raiden's insufferably nonchalant demeanor. Did Raiden truly possess no thoughts? Certainly not. He was privy to far more intelligence than Dottie, Vicky, and others, even being aware of numerous secrets held by the world government. Yet, what significance did that hold? At present, he was merely a minor figure struggling to deal with ordinary sea kings, an inconspicuous ensign in the Navy. Raiden was acutely aware of one truth. In this world, strength was the most dependable asset. The weather and currents outside the warship were undergoing a transformation. Yet for Raiden and his companions within the cabin, it bore no consequence. The vessel, under the adept command of the seasoned female sailors, continued its steady advance. Suddenly, a clatter echoed, rousing Raiden from his brief respite and prompting him to gaze outside with curiosity. This glance widened his eyes in astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of delight. Raiden hastily leapt out of bed and opened the door, striding swiftly towards the deck. Vicky, intrigued by the unfolding scene, followed suit, simultaneously dragging Daddy from the bed, forcefully ushering him outside. Raiden gazed at the iron tracks upon the surface of the sea, along with the train that perpetually advanced forward. A tumult stirring within his heart. That must be the famed maritime train of the Water City, renowned far and wide. Witnessing it in reality was even more breathtaking than he had ever imagined. If I hadn't dragged you here, you would have missed it entirely. Come, express your gratitude to me. The two individuals behind Raiden were equally awestruck by the magnificent sight of the maritime train. Their expressions caught the attention of the female soldiers aboard the warship, eliciting a ripple of good-natured laughter among them. During the subsequent voyage, numerous pirate ships made their appearance upon the waters, yet upon witnessing the imposing size of the warship, these pirates fled with swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. Rarely, a few self-proclaimed formidable pirate captains, upon drawing near and catching sight of the crane insignia, were eager to participate in the rowing, only to hastily retreat in a flurry. Amidst this serene and harmonious journey, 2 days swiftly passed, leading the warship into a peculiar sea region. This area is devoid of night, perpetually basking in daylight, with its central isle known as the Isle of Eternal Night. Naturally, it bears an even more resounding and feared name among pirates, Judicial Island. Chapter 32. Marineford is this Judicial Island? It is truly magnificent. The grandeur of the front gate is astonishing, I can only wonder what other architectural wonders lie beyond. Perhaps. Ridden stood behind Admiral Crane and T. Spandane, gazing in awe at the imposing and robust front gate of Justice Island. The sound of the telephone bug connecting prompted Ridden to quickly silence himself, and the entire deck fell into a hushed stillness. Hello? Is this Admiral Crane? Ha ha ha, it's Spandane. Long time no see. It's me, Crane. I'm currently at the front of Justice Island. What's the word? Should I disembark to register? Such a statement is unnecessary given your esteemed position. I am not at Justice Island at the moment. I am conducting training with a group of promising youths. I will have my subordinates open the door for you shortly. Please hold on. Thank you then. Hee hee, it's a trivial matter, so I shall take my leave. With that, Spandane abruptly ended the call, and Admiral Crane calmly handed the telephone bug to the female officer, Little Orange, beside her. Although she appeared composed, Ridden detected a flicker of anger within her demeanor. As 10 minutes swiftly passed, the group remained in a daze on the deck. Just as T. Spandane was about to unleash a tirade, the grand gate of the front island began to slowly creak open, revealing a gap wide enough for a warship to pass through. Let us go, say nothing. It's the Vice Admiral. Not only T. Spandane but even Ridden and others felt a surge of indignation. Spandane's underhanded tactics were truly despicable, exemplifying the worst of human nature. Fortunately, the subsequent passage was unobstructed. However, due to Spandane's behavior, the group lost all desire to admire Justice Island, only yearning for a swift departure. Ultimately, the gate symbolizing the inevitable judgment of evil creaked open, and the warship finally departed from Justice Island, heading towards Marine headquarters in Maryford. We expect to arrive at headquarters in about half an hour. Little Orange, please send a notification to headquarters, merely reporting on the situation of Ridden and the Eastern Sea female soldiers. I shall personally report the rest to Admiral Sengoku. Understood. Vice Admiral. A sense of trepidation arose within Raiden as he pondered the imminent arrival at Marine headquarters, Marineford, a place that had long captivated his imagination. This was Marineford. The sheer grandeur was overwhelming. If Justice Island had merely elicited astonishment, Marineford was a spectacle that invoked profound awe. Towering sea fortresses, majestic spires, the expansive crescent-shaped harbor, and the imposing inscription of Marine were all sights to behold. Not only Raiden and his companions, but even T. Pin, who had frequented the headquarters countless times, felt a compelling sense of reverence. The warship, having undergone inspection, gradually docked at the harbor. Soldiers from the headquarters, who had been awaiting their arrival, promptly stepped forward to provide assistance, ushering the group towards the central main building. Once disembarked, Raiden and his companions were even more astounded. In the presence of such formidable artillery surrounding them, anyone would feel an overwhelming pressure. In addition to the towering main building, numerous fortified structures near the harbor were manned by well-equipped personnel, with officers frequently entering and exiting in an orderly manner. Many saluted upon spotting Vice Admiral Crane. Good afternoon. Vice Admiral. Chief of Staff, you are back. Mountfire, you are here as well. Are you not on a mission? Indeed I am. Until we meet again. Chief of Staff, Admiral Sengoku is looking for you. Shall we proceed together? Vice Admiral Squirrel, very well. Throughout the journey, Raiden encountered numerous familiar faces, and Vice Admiral Squirrel was easily recognizable. At that moment, Squirrel glanced up and caught sight of Raiden and his companions behind Vice Admiral Crane. The sharpness of his gaze instilled in Raiden a sensation akin to being pricked by a needle. These three must be the trainees from the East Blue, correct? Indeed. That is correct. Raiden, this is Vice Admiral Squirrel, who is also a graduate of the training program. Salutations, Vice Admiral Squirrel. The three of them promptly saluted, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. The sharpness in the weasel's eyes had diminished considerably, replaced instead by a hint of warmth and nostalgia. Persevere, young ones. General Zephyr's methods are indeed astonishing. I hope you can endure. Yes. Chief of Staff, please follow me. Very well, Brother Weasel. These are your classmates. Why not show them around? It was at that moment that Raiden and his companions noticed a youth with brown hair standing behind the flying squirrel. This boy, known as Archie, possessed a pair of droopy eyes that exuded a sense of languor. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the flying squirrel's enormous fist struck Archie on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. How many times must I say it? In the base, refer to me as General Flying Squirrel. Fine, I understand, Brother Flying Squirrel. Archie replied, somewhat begrudgingly. The flying squirrel then departed alongside General Crane, leaving Raiden and his companions to gaze at the dazed Archie, his head swollen with lumps. In a state of awkward silence. This is quite troublesome, but since it is Brother Flying Squirrel's order, there is little we can do. Archie muttered to himself as he brushed off the dirt and rose to his feet, looking towards Raiden and his friends. My name is Archie, and I am also a student in this training program. You three must be from the East Sea, correct? Indeed, I am Raiden, this sturdy fellow is Dottie, and the blonde lad here is Vicky. Who are you calling a lad? Raiden, Dottie, and Vicky. I shall remember your names. Follow me. Archie instructed before turning on his heel and walking away, prompting Raiden and the others to hastily follow suit. Marinfander is riddled with restricted areas where one cannot wander freely. The main building is off-limits, and many armories require special orders for entry. The structures that do not necessitate such orders are typically the operational meeting rooms of various officers, offering little in terms of exploration. Archie continued to speak, his world-weary tone dousing the previously exuberant spirits of Raiden and his companions like a bucket of cold water. Oh, by the way, since you've just arrived, you probably haven't registered yet. Indeed, we have not. Then let us proceed to register. Upon seeing Archie finally broach the subject at hand, Raiden eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to proceed, as he was quite weary of Archie's tour guide explanations. The four of them continued onward, the silence between them palpable, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat desolate. By the way, how much do you know about the training program for Admiral Zephyr? Archie seemed to have discovered a shared topic of interest and promptly turned to face the trio. The three of them exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. However, the languid Archie, upon witnessing this, gently nodded. Well then, allow me to share the details of the training program during our journey. It is quite remarkable, considering that no soldiers from the East Sea have been selected for the training class in quite some time. The trio remained silent, simply listening intently. They were shrouded in confusion regarding Admiral Zephyr's training program. It would be immensely beneficial to have someone elucidate the details for them. Chapter 33. Death brings rebirth. In the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, Admiral Zephyr, known for his no-kill philosophy, announced his resignation due to extraordinary circumstances. The world government, however, persuaded him to retain his rank and establish an elite naval training program. Archie, with his leisurely and distinctive drawl, gradually recounted all the particulars of the training program. The three individuals behind him followed along, attentively absorbing his words. Only Raiden slightly bowed his head, attempting to conceal the shifts in his gaze from outsiders. The training program lasts for 1 year, culminating in a 3-year graduation. Presently, the majority of the vice admirals in the Navy are alumni of Admiral Zephyr's program, including my elder brother, Vice Admiral Mongoose, who was a member of the 6th cohort. I have indeed heard of this. The current 3 monsters also graduated from Admiral Zephyr's training program, did they not? Archie turned his head back, casting a vacant stare at Dottie, and nodded slowly before continuing. Vice Admirals Sakazuki and Borisolino were part of the inaugural cohort, while Vice Admiral Kazan belonged to the 3rd. Speaking of which, we are currently in the 13th cohort. Truly an ominous number, isn't it? Archie, could you kindly provide an overview of the training program? This includes details on examinations and graduation requirements, among other aspects. Archie turned his gaze once more, but this time his languid eyes sparkled with curiosity as he scrutinized Raiden, as if attempting to see through him. Raiden, you are rather forthright, he remarked. It is always prudent to gather more intelligence. Can you enlighten us? Archie nodded slowly in response. Cannot. Yes. The three of them, taken aback, soon regained their composure and fixed their gaze on Archie with malice. You nodded just now, did you not? One of them inquired. Indeed, came the response. Does that not imply your consent to divulge the information to us? What? No. Archie protested. You little rascal. Onward, let us teach him a lesson together. Enough. Cease this at once. Raiden grasped the 2 individuals who were about to step forward, preventing them from acting impulsively. His actions did not escape Archie's notice, who nodded to himself in acknowledgement. It is not our duty to be informed by others, and if they are unwilling, so be it. Indeed, Raiden, you truly are an insightful individual. What do you mean by that? Raiden swiftly covered Vicky's mouth, silencing him. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Archie, a flicker of anger seeping through his eyes, betraying his disdain. Such a captivating look, truly intriguing, Archie mused, a smile gracing his lips, curiosity and admiration gleaming within his eyes. Just another 300 meters ahead is the registration office. I'm rather fatigued. So you may register on your own, Archie said leisurely, sidling past Raiden, his arm brushing against the thunder at Raiden's waist intentionally, yet casually. Oh, by the way, in light of Raiden's presence, allow me to share a bit of information with you. Archie paused, as if struck by a thought. Only a fraction of students who enroll in these training programs actually graduate. On certain occasions, merely a handful of individuals complete the course. He turned to face Raiden, whose eyes had grown increasingly frigid, yet Archie wore a broad smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Rumor has it that among the current cohort, there exists a fruit user of the natural system. Quite fascinating, I assent it, Raiden-san. Indeed, that is rather intriguing, Raiden conceded. Well then, I wish you the best of luck. Farewell. Archie waved casually, sauntering away with a languid gait, gradually vanishing from the trio's sight. Raiden. Why? There's no point in further discussion, the initiative lies with them. If they choose silence, there's little we can do. How unreasonable of him to utter such outrageous words. Wouldn't you agree, Darty? Hey, wait for me. Darty remained silent, trailing behind Raiden as they proceeded forward. Vicky, still simmering with frustration, soon realized that the pair had distanced themselves and hurried to catch up. The registration office was a rather unremarkable small office, manned by an elderly naval officer. After the trio explained their purpose, the veteran casually retrieved 3 forms from a drawer and tossed them to Raiden. Fill out each section of the forms accurately. Each person receives only one. If you make a mistake, it's gone, so be cautious. Moreover, anyone deemed unqualified will be shown the door. I won't tolerate any sobbing here. Admiral Zephyr has no use for useless individuals, the old soldier concluded, producing a hefty stash of beer and indulging in a hearty drink. Raiden glanced over the forms and noticed there was nothing particularly difficult to fill out. The only item that troubled him greatly had caused him to ponder for an extended period. In contrast, Daddy and Vitch completed theirs swiftly and handed them to the veteran, who was indulging in drink. Daddy, hailing from East Sea Rog Town, held the rank of sergeant and was proficient with firearms. He had been awarded second-class honors 4 times and third-class honors 12 times. You look over 30, yet you're only 20? Surely, you are not fabricating your age? Daddy's dark complexion seemed to flush slightly, a change that did not escape the veteran's notice, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. The veteran then took a hearty swig of his drink and promptly stamped Daddy's form with a large seal. All set. In half a month, we gather. Yes. Thank you. Now next. Let me see. Vitch, from East Sea Goya, a sergeant, possesses the ability of the animal fruit, snake type, electric snake form. Interesting. He is the 3rd ability user, I believe. The veteran immediately flipped through Vitch's military achievements, which allowed Vitch to exhale a sigh of relief. Born on June 1st, 1488. Excellent. Quite young. Truly commendable. At this moment, the veteran was too engrossed to continue drinking, his gaze flitting back and forth between Vitch and his form, ultimately satisfied as he produced his stamp and pressed it down with conviction. Thank you so much. Vitch exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Fearing the veteran would dismiss him due to insufficient achievements, yet he was exhilarated to have passed. Hey, you over there, how much longer will you dawdle? Are you afraid to fill it out? Raiden seemed oblivious to the veteran's words. His expression was as grim as the depths of water, his eyes devoid of life, as if he were immersed in a world of his own. Raiden. The call from Vicky jolted him back to reality. A swift glance revealed the veteran's impatient gaze, prompting Raiden to hastily apologize before diligently completing the final section of the form. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Humph. The veteran snatched the form from Raiden's grasp and placed it before him, as if determined to uncover every error the young man had made. Benjamin Raiden, is it? Raiden? HM. Upon reading the name, the veteran abruptly set the form down and scrutinized Raiden with a malevolent glint in his eye. So, you are the one who gained entry through the back door? The lightning lad? HM? Upon hearing the veteran's words, Raiden was taken aback, pointing helplessly at his own face. I am Raiden. My father indeed named me with the connotation of thunder and lightning. I was introduced by Colonel T. Penn. Does this count as favoritism? I truly did not know. He chuckled lightly. The veteran remained non-committal, continuing to peruse Raiden's information sheet. A native of Seymour Ziji village in the East Sea. A warrant officer at headquarters, skilled in swordsmanship. He had received first-class honors twice. What a farce. Achieving first-class honors in the East Sea is astonishingly easy. Despite his grumbling, The veteran believed the young man before him was not deceiving him. He could discern those with genuine capability. At that moment, as the veteran reached the end of Raiden's information sheet, Raiden's previously unflappable demeanor began to shift. Born on September 29th, year 1487 of the C Circle calendar. You are lying. The veteran set down Raiden's form, his eyes devoid of the earlier negligence, replaced instead with profound seriousness. In Raiden's eyes, the veteran seemed to transform in an instant. Moments ago, he was merely an ordinary soldier, yet now he exuded an aura of formidable strength that enveloped him, instilling in Raiden a suffocating sense of tension. I am merely intrigued as to why you chose to deceive in this seemingly inconsequential matter. I offer you an opportunity to persuade me. Huh? The veteran, under his own pressure, was genuinely curious as to how a young junior could still manage to smile. There is nothing to deceive you about. I simply do not know the year of my birth. It is just that. Raiden lifted his head, gazing steadfastly at the veteran. This date holds far greater significance for me than even my birthday. The veteran fell silent, regaining his composure, which instantly eased Raiden's tension. Individuals of your kind will undoubtedly be among the first to be eliminated. Take your leave. Thank you, esteemed elder. Raiden seized the form thrown to him by the veteran, and the large red stamp glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Chapter 34. The 13th Cadet Class. Near the Marine headquarters at Marineford, there exists the world's largest red mangrove, known as the Yarkaman mangrove. Its roots, perpetually exposed to the water's surface, have given rise to a vast island, referred to as the Sabaody Archipelago. Positioned between Marineford and Mariewa, the island's predominant powers are the nobility and the navy. The island is divided by 79 numbered trees, with numbers 1 to 29 representing the lawless territories directly controlled by the celestial dragons, while numbers 60 to 69 are under the navy's jurisdiction. The remaining areas are primarily occupied by shops and tourist attractions. At this moment, in the scenic park numbered 45, a white-haired youth was running frantically, as though fleeing from something. Upon reaching the back of a building and ensuring he was alone, he collapsed onto the ground, skillfully retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Damn it, that wretched woman. Are all people from the West Blue mad? The white-haired youth frowned, his triangular eyes filled with exasperation. It is utterly unreasonable to discuss a lady behind her back. Tina is furious. Suddenly startled by an unexpected figure, the youth jumped to his feet, the lit cigarette falling onto his pants. Hey, it's you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The pink-haired girl looked at the boy, who was yelping from the burn, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You're laughing. It's all your fault. The white-haired youth pointed an accusatory finger at the girl, but quickly retracted it, pondering something else. What do you want from me? I haven't provoked you. I merely wish to test whether my smoke fruit could capture smoke. Smoker, she explained. Wait. Don't come any closer. The girl, Tina, extended her now blackened, sinister right hand towards the bewildered boy, and, under Smoker's terrified gaze, she finally made contact. Turns out, I can't capture it, Tina lamented. I told you it was smoke. Of course, you can't capture it. Now can you leave me be? Smoker reached into his pocket, expertly lighting another cigarette and taking a satisfying drag, as if all his worries and fatigue had vanished. Tina watched quietly, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Is it truly that enjoyable? Tina pondered, eager to try it for herself. Oh, hee, really? Smoker, who had previously ignored Tina, suddenly displayed interest, his triangular eyes sparkling with intrigue. He skillfully shook out a cigarette from the pack and offered it to her. Hold it in your mouth, steady now. I'll help you light it. You fool. Inhale. Use your mouth. Cough, cough. This is terrible. Hey, don't rush. Take your time. Watch me. Whoosh, cough, cough, cough. Much better. Let us try again. Whoosh, whoosh, well done. I didn't expect you to have such talent. Really? Tina beamed with delight. Here. Take this pack. It's a special edition. You can try that one next time. I hear it has a wonderful flavor. Thus, in the park numbered 45 of the Sabaody Archipelago, the seasoned smoker successfully led the girl Tina down a path of no return, adding 2 more loyal patrons to the world government's cigarette division. As half a month passed like the smoke from their cigarettes, which vanished the moment they were inhaled, Raiden inquired, do we really have to go now? It isn't even midnight yet. Of course. Otherwise, why would Raiden let you sleep so long during the day? Well, since they only informed us of the date without specifying the time, we cannot dismiss the possibility of a midnight assembly. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Vichy wasted no time, grabbing a nearby military backpack and following Raiden as they departed the inn, heading toward the registration area. Unbelievable. There are actually figures present. Shut up. Be quiet. Before they reached their destination, the trio spotted two individuals standing at the entrance of the registration area. Their hearts racing as they hurried over to assess the situation. Ah, long time no see, Raiden-san. Aki, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems I underestimated you. To their surprise, Aki, who had previously guided them, was among the first to arrive, accompanied by the veteran who had stamped their forms. The veteran, upon seeing Raiden, could not suppress a twitch of disdain on his otherwise impassive face. Now that you're here, stop wasting time. Stand straight. Hand me the form. We depart promptly at 2. Raiden was uncertain about the destination at 2 o'clock. Yet he harbored a foreboding sense that those arriving after this hour would encounter misfortune. In stark contrast, Dottie and Vicky felt nothing but relief. Had it not been for Raiden, they would never have contemplated gathering at such an ungodly hour. Time gradually slipped away, and over the course of the next hour, a number of youthful faces joined the line, while the veterans meticulously examined the forms, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. The tower struck twice with a resounding clang, heralding the arrival of 2 o'clock. The veterans could no longer maintain their composure. Their anxiousness reached a boiling point, yet they ultimately steeled themselves to execute their orders. Ah, quite a few have shown up, one veteran remarked. You were right, Tina. It seems Smog was just too sluggish, much to your disappointment. My apologies. I was simply too fatigued, came the reply. Oh, isn't that the old gatekeeper? Why does he look so strangely amused? Tina, too, found herself perplexed. The veteran's face was practically beaming with joy, and as Raiden observed discreetly, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. It appeared that Smog and Tina were the only ones who could be responsible for this unexpected gathering. From the moment Achi informed Raiden that this training session would host users of natural-type devil fruits, Raiden immediately deduced that Smoker was among them. After all, natural types are exceedingly rare, and Smoker's age seemed to align perfectly with the criteria. It appears that the 3 devil fruit users among the trainees are indeed Smoker, who wields the natural-type smoke fruit, Tina with her supernatural-type barrier fruit, and Vicky, who possesses the animal-type snake fruit. Where have you all been? Hand over the forms and fall in line. We are set to depart. Although the veteran was brimming with excitement, he maintained a stern demeanor, barking orders. Without hesitation, Tina retrieved the forms from her bag, while Smoker lagged behind, visibly displeased. Yes, here you go. Ah, what a hassle. The veteran beamed at the diligent Tina, nodding approvingly as she rejoined the group. However, upon encountering the troublesome Smoker, his expression shifted dramatically. He snatched the forms from Smoker's hand and, as Smoker moved forward, delivered a sharp kick to him. Once all the names were gathered, the veteran turned to face the group, clearing his throat to command their attention. Listen up, lads, congratulations. You have successfully passed the first examination of your enrollment. What? Is this considered an assessment? Is this truly Admiral Zephyr's training camp? How amusing. My companions are still at the inn. What will become of them? The veteran, observing the murmurs among the crowd, felt impatience rising within him. Silence. Everyone. Follow me to the port. As for those who were absent, he cast a cold, unyielding gaze over the crowd. I have stated before, Admiral Zephyr has no need for the inept. Chapter 35, The Ruthless Challenge 22, 23, 24. A total of 24 individuals. I never expected that after expanding the recruitment, there would only be this many. Admiral Zephyr's allure seems to wane year by year. The veteran took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes filled with discontent. He tossed the cigarette aside in frustration, crushing it beneath his foot before departing the shore and leaping onto the warship. They all appear to be formidable individuals. It seems I must intensify my efforts. Raiden observed the unfamiliar faces surrounding him, unable to suppress his scrutiny of the crowd. Although no verbal communication transpired, subtle glances were exchanged, and a palpable tension enveloped the deck. Smoker and Tina undeniably became the focal point of attention for several individuals. Among them were astute observers, capable of discerning the unique status of Smoker and his companion from the demeanor of seasoned veterans. Another faction comprised individuals like Archie, well-informed through exclusive channels. Smoker. It appears we have drawn some attention, Raiden remarked. They are but mere trifles, Smoker retorted dismissively. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he possessed extraordinary abilities, far surpassing many present. In fact, numerous trainees might never reach his level, granting him ample confidence to be audacious. Listen up, you youngsters. The veteran stood atop the railing, casting a commanding gaze over the assembly, which promptly turned to face him with solemn expressions. Even Smoker turned around, suppressing his arrogance. as the lingering pain in his backside served as a constant reminder that this elder was no ordinary figure. The ship would reach the first training base in 3 hours. Yet the true schooling commenced at this very moment. As he spoke, the veteran even licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From this moment forth, all of you shall launch an assault against me. In 3 hours, I will evaluate your performance, and your scores will determine your initial rankings. Trust me, this ranking will be the most crucial aspect of your training. As the warship powered up, the veteran leaped down from the railing, stretching his neck. Now, let the games begin. Old man, prepare yourself. White fist. No sooner had he spoken than Smoker sprang into action. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, his arms transformed into white smoke, propelling his fist toward the veteran with remarkable speed. Hey, not bad for speed, but precision. The veteran merely shifted his body slightly, causing Smoker's powerful strikes to miss entirely. White snake. Tina. Chainlock. At that moment, Smoker's fist reversed, the white smoke coiling around the veteran like serpents. Meanwhile, Tina, who had been poised and ready, charged at the veteran, her black chains flickering in and out of visibility. Heh, have you learned to coordinate already? What promising prospects? The veteran commented, only to swiftly exclaim, shave, just as Tina was about to make contact. An immense force erupted from the veteran's body, shattering Smoker's smoky form and causing him to vanish from sight. What are you looking at, smoke brat? What? Boom. Smoker, incredulous, turned just in time to see a foot crashing into him, sending him flying and slamming him hard against the ship's wall. Heh. Using a touch of hockey against a natural-type kid isn't too excessive, is it? Smoker. Tina gasped in disbelief. Over the past few days, she had come to fully understand the terrifying nature of natural-type fruits, yet the ease with which the veteran dispatched Smoker left her utterly astonished. A bullet? A lead slug. Just as the veteran contemplated how to swiftly deal with the pink-haired girl before him, a bullet struck his head with pinpoint accuracy. However, there was no sign of injury. Instead, smoke from gunpowder wafted into the air. Senior, observe this move. It worked. Electricity? Zap. Vicky's hands made contact with the veteran's skin, sending arcs of bluish electricity coursing through his body, accompanied by the smell of singed currents. However, Vicky did not linger, quickly retreating after unleashing his ability. Ah, so it's you with the killing blow. Frenzied sword, swift slash. With the remnants of electricity still crackling around him, Raiden arrived, his long blade harmonizing with a mighty thunder, slicing through the veteran as his silhouette blurred. Thud. What? The sensation of thunder passing through him and a barely audible sound startled Raiden, causing him to turn in disbelief, only to find a large hand swiftly reaching for his neck. Not enough power. Ugh. At least you can still grip your weapon, which makes you a rather pathetic swordsman. And that little snake over there. As Vicky prepared to intervene, he noticed the veteran charging towards him, with Raiden being used as a projectile. Before he could react, Raiden's body collided forcefully into him. Boom. The deck splintered, embedding both Raiden and the veteran deep into the floor's recess. Raiden. Hey, your aim is quite precise, kid. Click. As a marksman, your speed is still lacking. Boom. Hiding at a distance, Daddy also fell victim to the veteran's relentless pursuit, never imagining he would one day be trampled by sheer speed. Onward. Everyone. Attack. The others had ceased to be astonished by the 3 devil fruit users. Their singular goal now was to assault the seemingly frail veteran at the center of the deck. The tide of battle swiftly turned, transforming from a skirmish into a rout. In a mere 10 minutes, only 2 figures remained standing on the deck, a stunned Tina and the veteran clutching a den mushy. 3 devil fruit users, 11 martial artists, 4 marksmen, 2 swordsmen, and 4 others, totaling 24 individuals. Reporting to you. Well done, but it seems this year's batch is slower than last. The quality of trainees appears quite commendable. No, it's merely that I have grown old and ineffectual. Haha, is that so? Then take care of yourself, old friend. We shall share a drink when you arrive. Indeed. With that, the veteran gazed contemplatively at the den mushy in his hand, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head, the silvery moonlight illuminating his eyes, blending sadness with the luminous glow, transforming into a soft, milky radiance. Admiral Zephyr, if only I had. Tina stared blankly ahead, much like the 23 individuals sprawled on the deck, feeling a profound sense of defeat for the first time despite her usual excellence. Yet, gradually, a renewed determination began to flicker in her eyes, while the fallen Smoker and Raiden clenched their fists tightly. Chapter 36. Blackleg Zephyr at 5 in the morning. The gentle sunlight began to awaken the slumbering island. A warship gradually docked at the artificial pier, the bold letters Navy standing out vividly even in this light. "Hey, you lot. Disembark. Stay alert." The veteran's grating voice roused all the trainees on deck, despite having been thoroughly trounced 3 hours prior. Most of these promising recruits had regained their composure and began to disembark in an orderly fashion. "Raiden, are you all right? Lean on me." "Thanks, Vicky. Just a minor inconvenience. Hold on tight." With the assistance of Vicky, Raiden struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze incessantly sweeping over the surrounding individuals, his heart sinking deeper into despondency. Vicky, possessing the powers of the animal fruit, naturally boasted a resilience far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Yet even this group of people seemed to be able to walk relatively unscathed. Raiden staggered forward, fortunate that Vicky's strength far exceeded what his appearance suggested, thus enabling Raiden to leave the warship unscathed and barely catch up with the main force. The veteran led the way ahead, quickening his pace. And soon the group of 24 was divided into several segments, with those in the rear compelled to follow the throng ahead, as a competitive atmosphere resurfaced. "Vicky, Daddy, you go on ahead." "What are you saying, Raiden? I could never abandon you." Raiden gazed at Vicky, whose expression was somewhat displeased, and a wave of warmth surged within him. "How about this? Dottie will accompany me at a leisurely pace while you venture ahead to scout for the campsite. It is essential that you locate our rendezvous point and return to us. If you continue to follow closely, I fear we may ultimately lose our way to the gathering spot. Go ahead, Vicky. I shall remain with Raiden. Your task of finding the encampment is paramount, for our current predicament is less than favorable." "Very well, be safe. I shall set off first." Vicky, persuaded by the two, then transferred Raiden's arm to Dottie's shoulder before sprinting forward, chasing after the path ahead. Raiden and Dottie gazed at the swiftly vanishing figure of Vicky. A flicker of despondency reflected in their eyes. "How is your injury healing, Dottie?" "Sigh. I suppose it's only slightly better than yours," he replied. "Yet that lad. It seems Vicky will soon create a chasm between us with his devil fruit powers. This boy does not strike me as the type to abandon us." "Are you perhaps overthinking this? It matters not what kind of person he is." Raiden struggled to straighten his body, endeavoring to lessen the weight he bore upon Dottie. After all, in this realm, competition reigns supreme, and strength serves as the ultimate criterion. "You are right. Yet, we are undeniably different from others, are we not?" "Indeed. We are friends, and that has always been the case." Let us strive together, my friend." Before long, Raiden found himself alone, with no trace of others in sight, compelled to navigate by the footprints before him. This solitude only deepened Raiden's distress. He even began to suspect whether that veteran had been overly harsh on him, for, in comparison, his own recuperative ability seemed rather lacking. "Raiden, Dottie, I have come to fetch you." "Vicky, have you located the military camp?" "Yes. It's just ahead." "All right. Let us hasten our pace." "Raiden, hold on tight. I am here to assist." The military camp soon loomed before the trio. While not particularly grand, it was comparatively orderly, with each housing unit being fairly spacious. The veteran had vanished, leaving the group to cluster in small circles on the training grounds, awaiting further instructions. The positioning of the trainees was quite intriguing. Smog and Tina were surrounded by approximately 10 individuals, forming the most formidable faction. Among them were those who admired their prowess and others who were simply captivated by Tina's beauty. A few were attempting to curry favor with her, yet Tina remained detached, silently smoking a cigarette. Strangely, her indifference only fueled their enthusiasm further. Next in line was a group of 6 led by Archie, who appeared to be the most composed among the crowd. Given Archie's background, Raiden surmised that this group likely boasted a remarkable naval pedigree. Additionally, there was Raiden's trio from the East Sea, alongside another trio of swordsmen from the South Sea. The remainder consisted primarily of lone wolves, standing apart with vigilant eyes. "Gather everyone." As Raiden contemplated the situation, a sudden series of knocks jolted him back to reality. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and immediately recognized the veteran, now standing respectfully beside a purple-haired officer. The crowd collectively speculated about the identity of the purple-haired officer, refraining from any semblance of negligence as they aligned themselves, faces reflecting reverence towards the imposing figure before them. "As you have all surmised, I am Zephyr. Today, the 24 soldiers standing before me shall officially become the trainees of the 13th Elite Naval Training Class." Upon receiving Zephyr's confirmation, the admiration among the crowd intensified. Several individuals even flushed with emotion, as though they were on the verge of an emotional outburst. "Here, rank, influence." Connections and wealth are all rendered meaningless. Only strength is the undeniable truth. Therefore, young men, strive forth. Endeavor, and grow stronger with fervor. Now, declare your aspirations aloud. What do you wish to achieve? Oh, I want to grow stronger. I aim to restore my family's honor. I shall fulfill my parents' expectations. I will strive to become a true naval officer. I want to unleash my talents. I aspire to be the world's mightiest marksman, to be a hunter that strikes fear into the hearts of pirates. I wish to be a man who upholds justice and eradicates piracy. The crowd could no longer contain their fervent emotions, erupting into a chorus of declarations. Even Smog widened his eyes in fervent intensity, roaring alongside them. Upon witnessing such a fervent scene, Raiden felt a surge of emotion, unable to contain his desire to shout, yet uncertain of what to express. He could only clench his fists tightly and join the crowd in fervently waving their arms. Excellent. This is how the youth should be. Ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed heartily, observing this new generation of naval elites. Once again, he felt the weight of his mission and the honor of nurturing the next generation for the Navy. His inner turmoil momentarily overshadowed by a sense of responsibility. Allow me to briefly introduce our regulations. The specific guidelines will be elaborated upon by each subject instructor. One point I must emphasize, and it is indeed the most crucial aspect of our training program, is the ranking system. The crowd exchanged glances. Recalling what the veterans had mentioned aboard the ship, this ranking was their most significant concern. Yet, what purpose did it serve? Only Aki and his companions maintained a calm demeanor, as if they were already aware of the ranking's significance. Chapter 37. The harsh ranking. The ranking number represents everything within the training program. Each of you, 24 in total, will see your monthly standings fluctuate based on your performance and achievements. The exceptional will naturally enjoy greater privileges, superior weaponry, esteemed instructors, and even the latest technological advancements at their disposal. Conversely, those who lag behind, well, those who find themselves in the bottom 5 for 2 consecutive months will be sent back to their original camp. Zephyr's voice resonated throughout the training ground. Though the trainees were young, as the strongest among their peers, they remained composed, undeterred by Zephyr's stern regulations. They surveyed one another with vigilant eyes, resolute in their determination not to be the failures. The training program ranks participants based on daily assessments and the comprehensive examination at the month's end. You need not worry about the content of the evaluations. I will personally oversee all teaching and assessments. Now, without further ado, we shall delve into the details later. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., gather here for your first situational assessment. Dismissed. Yes, without lengthy proclamations or elaborate welcoming ceremonies. The 13th cohort concluded under Zephyr's succinct yet solemn words, leaving them with merely half a day to recuperate and confront the harsh doctrines ahead. Raiden, you don't seem fully recovered yet. Now, do you understand why I refrained from disclosing the situation to you? Nonetheless, I apologize. Here, I believe we can collaborate once more, Aki said with a chuckle. Observing Aki's outstretched hand, Raiden smiled softly and shook his head, gripping Thunder with both hands, straightening his posture. No need for that. From today onward, we are rivals. Let us both strive hard. We shall be on our way. Dottie remained silent, simply guiding Raiden towards the barracks, while Vicky followed closely behind. As they passed Aki, he suddenly bared his teeth and made a provocative face at him, swaggering away with an air of arrogance. How amusing, Aki remarked, retracting his hand, seemingly unperturbed by the encounter. Aki, shall we make our move against them? If we eliminate them, the second phase will be patience, patience. Let us take our time. Aki gestured for his companions to quiet down, then turned to glance at the retreating trio of Raiden, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile. The accommodations here are categorized into 3 types. The first is a single occupancy residence, a small dwelling meant for one person, of which there are 2. The second type is a medium-sized house that accommodates 2 individuals, with a total of 4 available. The remaining option is a large house that can house 4 people, of which there are 5. The opulence of the housing inversely correlates with the number of occupants, with the finest being the single occupancy cottage. Raiden and his companions chose a modest 4-person dwelling situated on the far west side. The interior offered ample space, yet it contained only 4 simple beds and basic living amenities, exuding an air of stark simplicity. This place appears to be quite suitable, likely the most tranquil in the vicinity. Well, Raiden, you lie down first, Vicky, and I will tidy up a bit. All right, I appreciate your efforts. As Raiden reclined on the vessel, his thoughts began to flow subconsciously, while Darty and Vicky, accustomed to such scenarios, commenced their straightforward cleaning tasks. The last 5 individuals in the rankings, having found themselves at the bottom, undoubtedly lacked strength relative to others. with merely a month to surpass those ahead. Even as a motivational strategy, such a rule seems excessively harsh and rather unreasonable. Furthermore, it appears that Achi and his group possess a profound understanding of the regulations here. Although he may seem languid, he is, in truth, quite cunning. Given our confusion about this place and our lack of exceptional strength, he has little incentive to collaborate with us. What could be the reason behind this? The veteran's presence on the warship might be considered an evaluation. But what type of assessment awaits us tomorrow during the admission examinations? And what of the comprehensive test at the end of the month? Raiden's mind gradually succumbed to fatigue amidst his contemplations. Soon, the lingering pain from his injuries, coupled with the exhaustion of the previous night, compelled him to close his eyes and gently drift into slumber. Dottie, hush. Dottie gestured towards the sleeping Raiden, and Vicky, upon noticing, nodded in agreement, lowering his voice considerably. Dottie, are your injuries healing? Yes, they are nearly mended. I shall surely be well by tomorrow. Oh, that's reassuring. I only worry about Raiden. Dottie inhaled deeply from his cigarette and exhaled slowly, finally fixing his gaze upon Vicky's eyes, hesitating to speak. What troubles you, Dottie? Ah, it's nothing. There's no need to fret over that fellow. He will manage just fine. Indeed, you are right. Huh. I am quite weary as well. I shall need to sleep shortly. Then let us hasten our preparations and retire early tonight. Agreed. At 4 in the morning, Raiden's eyes abruptly fluttered open. He frantically surveyed his surroundings, and upon seeing Dottie and Vicky peacefully asleep beside him, he exhaled a deep sigh, realizing that he had been overly anxious. To his surprise, he had managed to fall asleep while pondering his thoughts. His injuries had nearly healed, and he felt well rested. It was time to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Stealthily, Raiden descended from his bed, grasping the thunder by his side, and quietly exited the chamber. The camp was indeed vast. As Raiden strolled, he meticulously observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and in an instant, thunder was unsheathed, slashing towards the figure behind him. The clash of blades ignited the darkness with a spark, revealing the visage of his opponent. Following that singular strike, both remained motionless, each holding their swords, scrutinizing one another. A swordsman from the Eastern Sea, your performance aboard the warship was quite impressive, and your swordsmanship remarkably skillful. You have left a lasting impression on me. Your swordplay is commendable as well. If I am not mistaken, you must be the one from the Southern Sea. What brings you here? Shall we exchange techniques? It would be an honor, but perhaps another time. The swordsman from the Southern Sea retracted his double-edged sword, which resembled a long dagger, exceedingly sharp in appearance. Observing this, Raiden also sheathed thunder, their gazes locking, the unique brilliance of swordsman shimmering in the air. The South Sea. Sword. Your name is quite straightforward. I am Raiden of the Eastern Sea, Benjamin Raiden. Ah, Raiden of Lightning. I shall remember you. When we meet again, we must engage in a proper exchange. Indeed, I look forward to it. As the only two swordsmen among the current cohort of trainees, Raiden and Sword undoubtedly became rivals, not only in the competition of the training camp, but also in their respective journeys of swordsmanship. Parting ways, Raiden completed a brief tour, gaining a general understanding of the military camp's layout and divisions, before hastily returning to his quarters to awaken Dottie and his companion. As the sun was on the verge of rising, at 6 in the morning, the sunlight illuminated the entire military camp. All members of the 13th cohort had long assembled at the designated meeting point on the training grounds, and Zephyr arrived punctually with a squad of soldiers. Raiden gazed at the myriad of testing instruments in the hands of the soldiers, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. He had envisioned countless scenarios for the evaluation, yet none had prepared him for this peculiar situation. The others, too, were perplexed. Even Archie furrowed his brow, as if such circumstances had never appeared in his intelligence reports. Chapter 38. An inadequate talent. The bizarre equipment resembled helmets, and some appeared akin to electrotherapy devices. A group of individuals clad in white coats gingerly cradled these instruments, as though they were precious treasures. Today's assessment comprised 2 parts, physical aptitude and combat prowess, with these instruments being the latest inventions from the Research Institute. Let us commence the first test, shall we? Yes, General Zephyr. Next, the name called shall step forward. First up, Smoker. TSK. Smoker spat out the cigarette, but from his mouth, crushing it into the ground with disdain, and reluctantly made his way towards the beckoning naval researcher. Curious glances were cast upon him by the crowd, eager to glean insights from his experience. Place this on your head and relax your body. The researcher adeptly fitted Smoker with the apparatus, ensuring everything was in order before signaling to his commanding colleague, who promptly pressed the button in hand. ZZZZ. A faint electric current coursed through Smoker's body, causing the instrument's display to fluctuate wildly before finally stabilizing after a few seconds. Despite the distance, Raiden could clearly discern the readings on the gauge. A perfectly pentagonal frame was almost entirely filled with green bars. The researcher nodded and recorded the data, then called forth the next participant. One by one, the individuals stepped up, and Raiden observed the preceding candidates. Most values were quite similar, while not as dramatic as Smoker's. Many managed to fill one or two sections, with others remaining moderate. Among them, Raiden paid special attention to Tina, Daddy, and Vichy. Tina's results were nearly as commendable as Smoker's, while Daddy exhibited an exceptionally high score in one category, which Raiden surmised was likely related to neural reaction speed. As for Vichy, he boasted 3 full bars, with the remaining 2 considerably lower. Given Vichy's Zoan-type fruit, it was likely that his strength, agility, and stamina were particularly remarkable. Raiden, it's your turn. At last, his name was called. Raiden took a moment to steady his breath before approaching. The testing process was not unpleasant. He merely felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and within seconds, the assessment was complete. What is this? The researchers exchanged puzzled glances. Raiden attempted to turn his head to see, but the restraining device had locked his neck in place, further exacerbating his anxiety. Once more, the electrical sensation returned, lingering longer this time. Stand aside and wait a moment. Archie, you come next. Yes. Raiden stood by, observing Archie's assessment. He noticed that Archie's values quickly stabilized, approaching a pentagonal shape. Although it could not rival Smog, it was comparable to Tina, which could be deemed quite remarkable. Raiden, please take another measurement. Certainly. I appreciate your assistance. Raiden experienced the surge of electricity for the 3rd time, and this instance seemed to linger longer, causing him a degree of discomfort. This must be it. Let the recording commence. Commander, what is happening to me? The testing has concluded. You may return now. Understood. With a sense of unease, Raiden returned to the group, while the remaining members swiftly completed their assessments. The records detailing the various metrics were promptly handed over to Zephyr. The second phase of combat talent evaluation involved 4 distinguished naval officers, each responsible for testing physical combat, swordsmanship, abilities, and marksmanship. Participants were required to engage with them in succession, giving their all in the encounters. Sword and Raiden were the only 2 swordsmen, thus their evaluations took place relatively early. Sword's swordsmanship was characterized by a harmonious balance of offense and defense, skillfully exchanging blows with the testing officer, ultimately succumbing after a protracted series of exchanges. Raiden, it is now your turn. Perform admirably, and best of luck. Thank you. Raiden stood before the inspecting officer, fully immersed in a state of combat readiness. Are you prepared? Let us commence. Please guide me. Frenzied blade, sword strike. Raiden dared not hold back. In an instant, the thunderblade flashed forth from its sheath, its violet arc spinning as it hurtled toward the opposing officer. It was a rather ingenious maneuver, yet lacking in potency. The inspecting officer merely flicked his wrist, effortlessly dismantling the lethal strike that had once easily vanquished the pirate red-haired. The elongated blade of thunder was promptly deflected, coming to a standstill in the air. In that fleeting moment as thunder was sent soaring, Raiden leaped into the air, his right hand deftly grasping the hilt of thunder. The initial stance of his instant strike already prepared. Was there a variation? What a pity. So swift. There was no evading it. The inspecting officer unleashed a downward slash with his long sword, a surge of sword energy advancing toward Raiden just before his instant strike could land. With no chance to evade, Raiden could only force thunder to cross in front of him, bracing himself to endure the onslaught. Very well, this shall be the end. Indeed. Raiden sheathed his sword and offered a salute to the officer opposite him before turning to depart. Sword stood at a distance, and as Raiden turned away, he let out a soft sigh and gently shook his head twice. After the conclusion of Raiden, he intended to observe others, particularly the assessment of Dottie and Vicky. However, he discovered that the testing for those with devil fruit abilities was conducted in a closed manner, rendering observation impossible. Thus, Raiden could only proceed to Dottie's side to ascertain his condition. Raiden, how did your assessment go? Dottie, has your evaluation concluded? It was merely a straightforward operational test. And you? Well, I have a rather ominous feeling. Don't overthink it. Let us go and see how the others are faring. Indeed, Raiden's mood was far from pleasant. At this moment, he had already formed a general assessment of the testing situation. In particular, Sword's performance in the examination profoundly shocked him. As the swordsmanship he had always taken pride in seemed to offer him no advantage whatsoever. Though Raiden constantly maintained a sense of urgency and was prepared to face any challenge, the bitter taste of weakness was undeniably hard to bear, and a sense of despair began to seep into his heart. However, this thought was quickly suppressed. He no longer concerned himself with the results of others' assessments. Instead, he pondered how to grow stronger amidst such challenges, ensuring he would not be eliminated from the training program. Finally, before the sun reached its zenith, the evaluations concluded, and everyone gathered in the mess hall of the military camp. The sumptuous and energizing food allowed the hungry trainees to indulge heartily, laughter echoing throughout the hall. While Raiden sat vacantly, his eyes glazed as if lost in profound contemplation. General Zephyr, all the data has been entered. Very well, please report the situation. Yes. Among the 13th cohort of trainees, there is one S level, 4 A levels, 12 B levels, 6 C levels, and 1 D level. What? A flicker of surprise finally crossed the typically impassive face of Zephyr, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and curiosity. A D level? Chapter 39, The True Swordsman. Provide me with the information on the D-level trainee. Yes. The reporter bowed respectfully and handed a neatly stacked dossier to Zephyr. As he perused the document, a calm visage met his gaze. This does not appear to be the countenance of a weakling, Benjamin Raiden. Is this not the individual recommended by that young lad? Indeed. He is highly endorsed by the Vice Admiral, but the reporter hesitated, the subsequent words lingering unspoken in his mind, fearful of voicing them. His physical strength and innate abilities are rather lacking. What of his combat talent? On the second page, a swordsman, then. Let me see. As Zephyr scrutinized the commentary, his frown deepened. The white document bore clear, black ink inscriptions. His swordsmanship is unconventional, demonstrating considerable lethality, and his technique is adeptly coordinated, yet his agility is limited. With a predicted ceiling at the level of a school officer. What does the combat evaluation from the naval vessel indicate? Here, it states, decisive in battle, with a strong sense of timing and commendable adaptability, as well as proficient team leadership skills. However, his offensive methods are rather singular, and his recovery ability is poor. The reporter concluded the previous veteran's assessment of Raiden aboard the naval ship and stood quietly to the side. While Zephyr silently puffed on his cigar, the smoke obscuring his features, leaving the reporter unable to discern his expression. A strategist type, perhaps? Alas, insufficient strength ultimately hampers him. Please read me the details of the S-level and A-level trainees. Understood. The S-level is Smoker, a natural type user of the smoke fruit. His physical attributes are exceptionally remarkable, and his mastery of the fruit is commendable, with predictions of him becoming a top-tier vice admiral or even a candidate for admiral. A natural type user. Let us hope he does not become overly reliant on his powers like that fellow Borsalino. The reporter felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Too apprehensive to interject, he quickly flipped through the pages and continued his briefing. The A levels include Tina, a superhuman-type user of the barrier fruit, Vicky, a Zoan-type user of the snake fruit, the swordsman's sword, and the younger sibling of the squirrel vice admiral, Archie. Tina's assessed ceiling is at the top-tier vice admiral level, while the other three are anticipated to reach vice admiral status as well. The reporter laid down the dossier, casting a sidelong glance at Zephyr, eager to witness any shift in the legendary figure's demeanor. Unfortunately, Zephyr's countenance remained shrouded in smoke, revealing no discernible change. Even when partially visible, his expression as tranquil as still water. A new generation, indeed. Keep a close watch on this lad called Smoker. Send me his previous records along with his recent performances. Understood. By the way, Zephyr suddenly halted the departing reporter, who looked back in confusion, only for Zephyr to pause. His words unvoiced. This Raiden fellow warrants attention as well. Compile a dossier for me, in case that magma lad causes a ruckus in my office and sets it ablaze. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Within the dormitory building on the westernmost side of the base, Vicky inquired, Raiden, can you speculate on what subjects we will be studying tomorrow? Raiden? Take a break, Vicky. What is wrong with Raiden? Dottie did not respond, but took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Dottie, whose talents were not particularly outstanding, could comprehend Raiden's current state of mind. If Raiden struggled to accept his circumstances, it was even more challenging for Dottie, who possessed considerable strength yet faced an abysmal lack of talent. Unable to restrain herself, Vicky stood and approached Raiden, only to find her clothing firmly grasped by a large hand. Turning back, she saw Dottie gently shake his head. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door, prompting Vicky and Dottie to glance swiftly towards it. Even Raiden stirred from his thoughts, regarding the wooden door with curiosity. I am Sword, here to see Raiden. Is he present? Vicky was about to respond that Raiden was not there when she noticed him already rising from his bed. Striding towards the door. Raiden, Dottie. Let go of me. Allow him to go. Nothing will happen in the training camp. But, ultimately, Vicky could not voice any further objections, watching in silence as the taciturn Raiden exited the room, gradually vanishing into the night. What do you want? If you seek to duel, I regret to inform you that I have other matters to attend to. No, that is not my purpose. Sword halted abruptly, and upon sensing his pause, Raiden turned to meet his gaze. Your swordsmanship is quite peculiar, yet it remains merely that, peculiar. However, I am intrigued. Despite your apparent lack of talent, you exude an air of danger. Skill in swordsmanship has never been my forte. It seems all forms of talent are beyond my grasp. The ability for a swordsman to surpass their inherent limitations can stem from a fervent passion for the art or a deep-seated resentment driving them. Which are you? Sword's smile gradually morphed into a solemn expression, his gaze at Raiden tinged with pity. My homeland once boasted a fool of a master. A fool? Indeed, a true fool. He began studying swordsmanship at 16 and was still only capable of performing the chop by the age of 20. For the next 40 years, he practiced that single movement by the river, enduring ridicule from the village children, yet he persevered. In Raiden's eyes, anticipation gradually emerged as he locked gazes with Sword. Within each other's eyes, they discerned a fervent passion for the way of the sword. At the age of 60, when pirates invaded, the formidable swordsmen of the village were mercilessly slaughtered. Yet, in that dire moment, this fool stepped forth, wielding his honed over 40 years to vanquish the intruders. He, too, perished in the ensuing battle. Can one truly label him a fool? Yet, who can deny that he was a master? Indeed, both assertions hold true, evoking profound admiration. Sword gazed into Raiden's eyes and finally let out a soft chuckle, seemingly mocking his own thoughts. It appears I have uttered meaningless words. You have likely made your choice already. No, the tale you shared has been immensely beneficial to me. I am truly grateful. Sword nodded and proceeded towards the dormitory, while Raiden watched him depart, then tightened his grip on the thunder and ventured into the dense forest to begin his sword practice. Raiden devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fundamental practice of chopping, gradually finding tranquility within himself as time slipped away in this repetitive endeavor. The next morning, the students stood neatly on the playground, leaving a space between Vitch and Dottie. Dottie, have you seen Raiden? He should be nearby. No, I haven't seen him. It must be that rascal from last night. I'm going to find him. Without a moment's hesitation, Vitch dashed away, approaching Sword. Where is Raiden gone? Speak. Raiden? Heh. Aren't you his roommate? You scoundrel. Vitch seized Sword by the collar, pulling him closer. After leaving with you last night, Raiden never returned. You claim you don't know. Heh, who knows? But I wonder if you're willing to lose that hand of yours. Give it a try, you bastard. Tension crackled in the air, with Sword's hand reaching for the hilt of his weapon, while Vitch's muscles tensed, faint sparks of energy flickering about. What are you two doing? Stop at once. The instructor's voice cut through the conflict, prompting Vitch to release Sword, casting a threatening glance, while Sword merely regarded Vitch with a look of bemusement. Stand at attention. Today we will discuss the arrangements for physical training and the elective of the 6 styles. Please choose your training based on the instructor's recommendations and your own considerations. I advise against hastily selecting all techniques, understood? The seasoned instructor suddenly noticed an empty spot among the crowd and upon counting, realized only 23 students were present. Who is absent? Reporting. Student Raiden is missing. I am his roommate Dottie. Kindly ask for your patience, instructor. Raiden? Oh, that lad. This is intriguing, the instructor remarked, glancing at his watch, the hands precisely indicating 6 o'clock. According to regulations, those who are more than 5 minutes late will lose 20 points for the month. And being 10 minutes late will lead to expulsion. Time starts now. And so began the long wait, with most merely observing the spectacle. While Dottie and Vitch were consumed by anxiety, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Sword let out a soft sigh, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing his eyes. Time does not alter for anyone's plea, and soon the 10-minute mark was approaching. The watch's face reflected the glaring sunlight. The playground eerily silent save for the rhythmic ticking of the watch, which echoed Vitch's increasingly frantic heartbeat. Ah, time. The instructor sighed in disappointment as the second hand crossed the 50 mark, preparing to retract his wrist. Just then, a weary voice called out from the distance. Reporting. Student Raiden requests to return to formation. The instructor turned toward the voice, confirming it belonged to the individual listed in the records. Quickly raising his wrist to see the second hand cross the 60 mark, initiating a new cycle. Student Raiden, you are 10 minutes late. 20 points will be deducted for this month, and should there be a next time, you will be expelled. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, instructor. Return to formation. The student's gazes followed Raiden until he rejoined the ranks. Ahem, today's lesson begins now. First, please review your physical training schedule. The focus will primarily be on physical training. Most of you are ready to engage in the preliminary practice of the 6 styles, which will also serve as a standard for skills and auxiliary training. Now, let me introduce the main components of the 6 styles. Listen closely. The instructor cleared his throat, waiting until all eyes were fixed upon him before straightening his collar and beginning his explanation. The 6 styles are techniques capable of surpassing human limits, with compatibility being a crucial aspect. Some individuals can even master them with just a glance. The 6 styles consist of shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonstep, storm kick, and finger gun. Shave provides an immense explosive acceleration, allowing the user to move swiftly. It is the most practical of the techniques. Mastery of shave enables one to perform aerial walking, which is the skill of moonstep. Next, iron block and paper drawing are defensive techniques. The former relies on increasing muscle hardness for defense, while the latter utilizes agility for evasive maneuvers. Storm kick and finger gun are offensive techniques, with the former leaning towards ranged attacks and the latter focusing on close-range strikes. The instructor paused, observing the curious expressions of the students, a swell of pride bubbling within him as he awaited their contemplation before continuing. Once again, I emphasize, do not be overly greedy. Consider your personal circumstances, prioritizing the maximization of your combat prowess. Now, one by one, please come forward to register. The students exchanged glances, appearing quite hesitant. Finally, Vich seized the opportunity to converse with Raiden. Raiden, where did you go last night? You scared me to death. Sorry, I can't explain the specifics. But what techniques are you considering? Hey, is this really the time to discuss that? You lost 20 points. You're sure to be at the bottom this month. If next month. Vich's anxiety was palpable, while Raiden appeared remarkably unperturbed. Well, I suppose I'll be at the bottom this month. But as long as I'm not in the bottom 5 next month, it'll be fine, right? You must be joking, Vich replied. But noticed Raiden had returned to his usual calm demeanor. A weight lifted from Vich's heart, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Cut it out, I'll go. A disdainful voice broke the awkward silence, drawing everyone's gaze to Smog, who swaggered up to the instructor, casually scribbling on the registration form before turning away without another word. The instructor stared at the form, his eyes wide with fury, hands trembling with rage. You little brat. Thud. The instructor's fist struck Smog's head with force, burying the talented youth's head into the ground, faint wisps of smoke rising in protest against the instructor's brutality. Instructor, give me the pin. Tina wants to fill out her form. Oh, Tina. Come, take a look. The instructor turned, his expression instantly transforming into one of delight, causing Raiden, who had been observing, to feel an involuntary chill run down his spine. Shave, moonstep, paper drawing, indeed, these are quite suitable for Tina. Once Tina completed her form, she respectfully bowed to the instructor before pulling Smog up by his collar, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Instructor, I'd like to fill out my form too. I want to as well. The sooner I fill it out, the sooner I can train and rest. One by one, the students approached to register their desired techniques, each well aware of their abilities, aligning their choices with their combat styles, prompting the instructor to nod in approval, occasionally offering reminders. Vich, as a Zoan-type user. Only registering for shave and finger gun? Yes, instructor. Yesterday, during the combat talent assessment, my senior suggested that I focus more on developing my fruit abilities. Therefore, I believe it suffices to learn these 2 techniques. Indeed, your abilities hold great potential for development. So, strive diligently. Understood. Once Vicky completes his form, only Raiden will remain. Being late is absolutely unacceptable. What would your recommending mentor think if they knew what you intended to enroll in? I have observed your talent and genuinely advise against excessive applications. At the mere mention of that individual, a blend of fear and respect flickered across the instructor's face, igniting Raiden's curiosity about the person who had recommended him. However, as he glanced at the form handed to him by the instructor, he hastily picked up a pen and circled an option. Report, instructor, I wish to practice only 2 techniques. Very well. Which 2 techniques? The instructor nodded approvingly. Perhaps due to Raiden's calm demeanor or his pragmatic choices. The first is shave. I believe it complements my swordsmanship and is therefore crucial. Indeed. And the second technique? I hope to compensate for the shortcomings of my physical talent. Excuse me? The instructor raised his gaze in confusion. Unable to conceive of a technique that could remedy physical deficiencies, despite his familiarity with the 6 techniques. Yet, Raiden's eyes were clear, devoid of jest or mockery. Instructor. I wish to learn life return. Life return. In Admiral Zifa's office, laughter erupted. Haha. That rascal smoker, how amusing. He genuinely left everything blank, more audacious than even Borsellino back in the day. Haha. Admiral Zifa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, even Rear Admiral Kazara had his. The natural type. Such a power one both loves and loathes. Nevertheless, given Borsellino's example, let us honor Smoker's wishes. By the way, has Kazan been lacking tasks lately? Reach out to him. When he's free, have him come over to mentor the junior. Understood. By the way, Admiral Zifa, there's another matter. The report officer hesitated, seemingly unsure about whether to divulge the information. Speak. Yes. Today, Cadet Raiden was nearly 10 minutes late and had 20 points deducted from his monthly score by the instructor. Excuse me? Zifa's expression shifted to one of gravity, a formidable aura enveloping the room, instilling a sense of immense pressure in the report officer. Is he the D-rank cadet? Yes, that is correct. Being late is an absolutely unacceptable error. Investigate what he has been up to recently. Understood. Admiral Zifa, furthermore. This cadet named Raiden has enrolled in a special technique, and Commander Kaji asked me to inform you. A peculiar technique? Which one? Zifa's mood seemed to steady, and the tension in the room gradually subsided. The report officer lifted his gaze towards Zifa, slowly parting his lips to utter the name of the technique. Life Return. Chapter 41. Shaved just after finishing lunch, the assembly horn sounded once more. The crowd, without much commotion, swiftly swallowed their food and hurried to the training ground. Attention, cadets. From this afternoon onward, our Phase 1 training officially commences. The training and practical assessments of the Navy's 6 techniques will be the focal point of this first phase. So please pay heed. The instructor's words reached every ear. As Raiden pondered the meaning of Phase 1 training, he chanced upon Archie's serene expression, which sparked a notion in his mind. Considering that everyone has chosen shave, I will demonstrate the technique and impart the learning method this afternoon, so pay close attention. Shave. In an instant, the instructor vanished before them, and the only indication of his departure was a gust of wind. When they turned back, they found him standing behind them. This is shave. By exerting force through your legs and striking the ground, you can achieve the acceleration effect of shave by stepping dozens of times within 0.36 seconds. Now give it a try. It doesn't seem too difficult. With that, Vicky engaged his hind legs, seemingly grasping the essence of shave, and confidently pushed off. However, his newfound speed caused him to lose balance, resulting in a rather unfortunate fall. Perhaps it's not as simple as it seems. Raiden gazed at Vicky, who was sprawled on the ground, and with a touch of exasperation, he rubbed his forehead. He had long been acquainted with the technique of the scythe, having previously endeavored to practice it, albeit to no avail. It was only today, whilst observing the instructor's demonstration, that he unearthed some intriguing little nuances. The method of wielding the scythe bears a striking resemblance to archery. Initially, one leg is employed to anchor and accumulate power. If we liken this leg to the taut string of a fully drawn bow, then the other leg assumes the role of the bow's limb. On one hand, it must sustain the body's equilibrium, ensuring one does not soar into the air like Vicky. On the other hand, it must prevent the force generated by the anchoring leg from dissipating, culminating in a sudden, explosive release akin to a true arrow, propelling the body forward with great velocity. Thus, it ought to be executed in this manner. Raiden's left leg bent slightly, while his right leg exerted tremendous force, propelling his right foot to strike the ground with remarkable speed and intensity. In an instant, a tremendous reaction force surged towards his body, causing Raiden's left leg to lose control, and he was momentarily propelled forward, yet he managed to maintain his balance and avoided crashing to the ground. Raiden, impressive. How did you achieve that? Vicky's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang to her feet and rushed to stand before him, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Daddy also stepped beside Raiden, seeking to glean wisdom from his experience. Well, let me explain. Raiden shared his speculations with the two, who nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced by his conjecture. TCH, so close, Tina murmured, feeling quite displeased. Tina, You are truly remarkable. To grasp the technique of sorrow so swiftly. Hey, must you be so nauseating? Nevertheless, Tina indeed possessed exceptional talent. It was said that only a select few could master the essence of the 6 forms after a single glance. And it appeared that Tina was one of them. As they continued their conversation, a sudden exclamation resonated nearby. Wow, impressive arch. Oh, it's nothing. I still can't control the force and direction. It's merely mimicking the basics. To grasp the fundamental application of sorrow so quickly, Arch, you are indeed a genius. Haha, I'm far from it. Keep practicing. The instructor, observing from the shadows, nodded in satisfaction before pulling out a notebook and jotting down some notes. TCH, just a low-level trick. However, since there's no objection to my lack of study, I shall take it as their consent. I'll find a quiet place to rest. Waking up at 6 every day is truly absurd. Smoker supported his head with his hands and swaggered off the training ground towards a shaded area. Leaning against a large tree and closing his eyes. Hey, white-haired kid, slacking off like this isn't good. Who are you? How dare you? Wait, you. Upon seeing the lazy face that had suddenly appeared before him, Smoker was about to erupt in anger, but felt an inexplicably familiar sensation. After a brief mental lapse, he promptly stood up and saluted respectfully. Cadet Smoker, reporting to Rear Admiral Akiji. Shoo, the old man called me over secretly. Keep it down. It's a perfect opportunity to slack off and observe the recent renowned nature element rookie. Let's move to a different location. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji's body transformed into ice, gliding smoothly along the ground in a specific direction. Seeing this, Smoker activated his devil fruit powers, transforming his body into smoke, and swiftly followed the icy trail. Akiji and Smoker departed the training ground quietly, unnoticed by the cadets, aside from the instructor present. No one was aware that the illustrious Rear Admiral Akiji had just visited. Meanwhile, everyone continued practicing sorrow under the instructor's guidance as time flowed alongside their perspiration. And the sun soon began to set. All right, no more practice. I'm exhausted. As soon as class ended, Vicky collapsed onto the ground, utterly unwilling to rise. Raiden, whose stamina paled in comparison to Vicky's, had long since run out of energy but gritted his teeth and continued practicing his footwork. Hey, overtraining can cause irreparable harm to your body. It's best to rest early. Yes, instructor. I have one more question for you. Ask me tomorrow. I'm off duty now. Understood. Take care, instructor. Shall we go eat? Raiden let out a sigh and called for Dottie and Vichy to join him for a meal in the dining hall. Just as Vichy, who had been lacking energy, suddenly sprang up from the ground, swiftly tidying up his belongings and preparing to rush to the dining hall. Raiden couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After their meal, the trio returned to their dormitory, and after a brief wash, they lay down on their beds, swiftly drifting into slumber. In the stillness of the night, free from disturbances, time seemed to flow more swiftly than during the day. And soon it was around 3 in the morning. While immersed in sleep, Raiden was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain in his chest. He did not panic. Instead, he deftly patted his chest to deactivate a nondescript charm. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, leaving the dormitory and making his way towards a secluded clearing. Having only grasped the application of his technique, the control of direction eluded him, and feeling fatigued from the previous day's exertions, he decided instead to practice his arms and refine his skills with the wild blade. As Raiden spoke to himself, meticulously arranging his plans and readying the thunder for practice, a sudden noise from behind startled him. He swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by an unexpected figure. How could it be you? Chapter 42. The past of Zephyr. The figure before Raiden gradually approached him, the moonlight illuminating his aged face, stirring a sense of reverence within Raiden. Senior, what brings you here at such a late hour? Raiden chuckled. Shouldn't I be asking you? You're up so late, and judging by your demeanor, it seems you intend to cultivate? The approaching individual was none other than the veteran who had previously assisted at the registration desk and aboard the military vessel. Unlike his usual stern self, there was now a warmth and affection characteristic of the elderly. Excessive training yields no benefits. I am well aware of your physical aptitude. I fear the soreness from yesterday's exertions has yet to subside. Has it? Indeed, senior, my legs are still lacking strength. Then you must prioritize rest. The veteran's gaze, once gentle, grew stern once more, reverting to his customary demeanor. Raiden, observing this, felt a sense of resignation. It was evident that a disciplined soldier placed great importance on punctuality. I sincerely apologize. I did not rest well last night and merely dozed off this morning, which caused me to exceed the allotted time. And And what about today? Do you still intend to arrive late? Absolutely not. I have rested for a full 7 hours today and feel quite invigorated. Moreover, I plan to practice my upper body exercises this morning. Perhaps some appropriate training will alleviate my soreness more swiftly. The veteran scrutinized Raiden's face, attempting to discern his true intentions through his words and actions. Young man, if you don't mind, would you indulge an old man like me in conversation? Of course. If the esteemed elder is willing, I would be most delighted. Very well. Have a seat. Raiden complied, but as soon as he settled down, the soreness in his legs caused him to inhale sharply. Young man, what drives your relentless pursuit of strength? For what purpose? Raiden was taken aback when the veteran immediately broached this subject, leaving him somewhat perplexed and uncertain of how to respond. He spoke offhandedly, expressing whatever came to mind. Indeed, in the past, I diligently studied swordsmanship under my master to avenge my deceased father. I have come across some information regarding that. It pertains to a pirate named Elmi from the East Sea, if I am not mistaken. It seems he is still alive. Indeed, he is very much alive. Raiden's hand involuntarily clenched, and his gaze grew somewhat tumultuous. But what comes after your vengeance? After all, regardless of your outcomes in the training program, eliminating such a minor pirate should be a trivial task. What lies ahead? Raiden's gaze was filled with confusion, as if myriad figures danced in his mind. The amiable couple, Gung Silang, the endearing and obedient Guena, the mature-looking T. Pin, the gracious and resilient Belmel, and, of course, the visage of his father Benjamin in his final moments. The veteran observed as a smile blossomed on Raiden's face, only for it to swiftly be replaced by a somber expression, negative emotions rapidly radiating from him. Raiden jolted back from his reverie, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I possess a multitude of beautiful memories. This world has granted me so much, yet. Raiden lifted his head and solemnly gazed at the veteran, their eyes locking in a profound exchange. All beauty requires strength as its shield. Without strength, beauty ultimately dissolves into mere illusions, potentially transforming into deeper anguish. Thus, I must possess sufficient power to safeguard the beauty that resides within my heart. This is the doctrine I hold dear, the essence of my own justice. Is it not so? This embodies your justice. The veteran extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a casual air, inhaling the smoke deeply into his lungs, only to exhale it languidly after a prolonged pause. The 3 years of training can be broadly divided into 5 stages, the first of which pertains to the events that are about to unfold in the coming months. Archie and his companions have already gleaned information through their familial connections. It is undeniably unfair, yet I cannot divulge the details to you. Raiden was astonished at why the veteran chose to share this information with him. Although Raiden had his suspicions, hearing it directly from the veteran was still quite shocking. Only by successfully completing the first stage could one truly become a disciple of Admiral Zephyr and enjoy the privileges afforded to the elite of the Navy. The preceding period was merely a series of trifling skirmishes. However, I must ask, how well do you truly understand Admiral Zephyr? Raiden shook his head. Not out of a desire to conceal his ignorance, but rather because he was genuinely unaware. In the original narrative of his past life, there was scant information regarding Zephyr, and the lengthy and rich experiences within the world of One Piece had caused many of Raiden's memories to gradually fade. Aside from his moniker Black Arm, Admiral Zephyr was also known by another title, the Marine who does not kill. Not killing? Zephyr joined the Navy at the tender age of 14. Contemporaneously with the now-renowned Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Commodore Tsuru. At that time, I was already a seasoned veteran nearing a decade of service, tasked with overseeing the discipline of new recruits. The veteran removed the cigarette from his lips, gazing at the tranquil moonlight. As his thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, unlike the formidable Garp and Sengoku, Zephyr did not possess extraordinary talent, in my eyes. He was merely a boy who loved to extol heroes. By the time he turned 18 and engaged in actual combat, Garp and Sengoku had already become celebrated supernovas within the Navy. Yet, Zephyr remained unchanged, continuously clinging to the notion of heroism without wavering. Even amidst the fiercest battles, he refrained from taking the life of any pirate, opting instead to incapacitate them and deliver them to prison, often even tending to the wounds of severely injured foes. Raiden listened quietly, as if he were transported back in time alongside the veteran to decades past. Consequently, Zephyr's military achievements progressed at a languid pace, allowing him to work alongside me for a decade. It was only when his long-honed strength became evident that he was promoted to a non-commissioned officer in the headquarters. thus earning the opportunity to learn the 6 styles. From that moment onward, his power surged rapidly. The strength he had accumulated over the years ultimately manifested as unparalleled talent, leading to his promotion to admiral at the tender age of 38, making him the youngest admiral in naval history. Truly remarkable. Indeed, even now, I find it hard to believe that this formidable admiral was once the brash young lad who shouted about heroes. A smile graced the veteran's face, smoothing the wrinkles that lined it, but this smile was fleeting, quickly replaced by a deeper sorrow. However, over a decade ago, Zephyr's family met a tragic fate at the hands of the pirates he had long been reluctant to kill. How ironic it is. And I was the one tasked with escorting Zephyr's family. What? Raiden stood up in shock, his eyes wide open, fixated on the old soldier. The soldier, however, remained as still as a statue, enveloped by a thick sorrow that seemed to have solidified into a liquid form. If given the choice, I would fervently wish for the pirate's blade to be sharper, to take my life directly, sparing me from this enduring anguish. If I could choose once more, how I longed to possess greater strength, strong enough to annihilate that band of pirates. Yet, who could grant me such an opportunity? At last, the cigarette was extinguished, marking the conclusion of the old soldier's tale concerning Zephyr. Nevertheless, a tempest surged within Raiden's heart, stirred by the profound history of Zephyr and tinged with melancholy for the old soldier. Kid, I admit I misjudged you. I may have wronged you in the past. But now I sincerely hope you will remain in the training camp and become a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. I have great faith in you. The old soldier suddenly rose, stretching towards the moon, while Raiden promptly stood up, respectfully positioning himself behind him. Thus, the elder and the youth basked in the gentle moonlight, beneath which a rigorous journey of training was about to commence. Chapter 43. The Chains of Destiny in the first half of the Grand Line. It serves as a graveyard for the weak and a paradise for the strong. Survival of the fittest is the sole principle here, as countless newcomers are buried by the sea and their predecessors. Yet, many newcomers tread upon the corpses of their forerunners, establishing formidable new forces that cannot be underestimated within this segment of the Grand Line. Among them, the name Don Quixote da Flamingo undoubtedly shines as one of the most brilliant stars among pirates. In the first half of the Grand Line, on the third route, at a modest tavern, a man with an arrogant grin and sunglasses was savoring his drink, unmistakably the audacious da Flamingo. Just then, a disheveled man with a runny nose entered, making his way toward the young drinker. Da Flamingo, someone wishes to see you. Should I let him in? Tori Pole, who desires an audience with me? Da Flamingo set down his cup, still wearing a peculiar smile as he regarded Tori Pole, though this time his expression was more amiable, devoid of malice. Tori Pole remained unfazed, grinning as if he were addressing his master. Heh, it's from that pirate crew we recently defeated. He expressed a desire to join us. Heh. There are many who wish to join us, but not everyone possesses the qualifications to become part of my family. Wouldn't you agree, Tori Pole? Da Flamingo laughed heartily, lifting his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. Da Flamingo, this individual claims to have a strategy to offer you. I say, why not give him a chance? A strategy, you say? Da Flamingo's smile faded, his gaze penetrating through his sunglasses as he scrutinized Tori Pole, causing Tori Pole to fidget uncomfortably. Let him in. Very well, Da Flamingo. I shall fetch him at once. Tori Pole appeared elated as he turned to leave the tavern, but then he heard his young master's voice calling him back. Tori Pole, next time you accept benefits from others, please be forthright with me. We are family, and I will grant you the respect you deserve. But I wish for no secrets between us. Do you understand? Da Flamingo. Tori Pole broke into a cold sweat, hastily turning back to kneel in supplication, only to realize he could not reach the ground, having been ensnared by invisible threads that prevented him from kneeling. Enough. I hold no grudge against you. Now, go. Yes. Tori Pole expressed his gratitude profusely as he hurried away, unaware of how many times he cursed the pirate who had provided him benefits. He contemplated that if his young master deemed him useless, he would have to take matters into his own hands. In a short while, a simply dressed middle-aged man arrived at the tavern. Upon reaching Da Flamingo, the man knelt on one knee, performing a gesture of servitude. You dare to bribe my family to meet me? You possess quite the audacity. Speak your strategy directly, and do not waste my time. Yes. The man bowed even lower, striving to appear more submissive, yet his voice did not tremble, suggesting he had contemplated this for some time. Lord Da Flamingo, allow me to speak frankly. What you desire is not merely dominion over the first half of the Grand Line. Rather, what you seek is a throne. Da Flamingo fell silent, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile, his demeanor chillingly serene. The man awaited a response, but upon receiving none, he continued. Though I am but an inconspicuous character, I am acutely aware of the terrifying monsters that inhabit the new world. Even you, my lord, are not their match, are you? Heh. As a mere ant, you speak boldly. Doflamingo's face broke into a deranged grin, his laugh sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, the man seemed unfazed. As if he had transcended fear itself, unbothered by the monster before him. If my conjecture is correct, my lord possesses an exceedingly terrifying background. Does he not? The man raised his head, his weathered face etched with determination. Doflamingo displayed a rare expression of surprise, his features reflecting astonishment. How did you come to know? Through certain special channels and bold conjecture, the conclusion was not difficult to draw. When coupled with your experiences, the answer becomes crystal clear. And the strategy one wished to propose is. The man gradually divulged his plan, while Doflamingo's facial expression shifted ceaselessly, ultimately settling into a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. What is your name? To your honor, I am called Ellamy. Ellamy. Doflamingo repeated the name a few times, then rose, revealing an even more frenzied grin. Very well, Ellamy. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Don Quixote family. As a newcomer, I have a grand gift for you. Doflamingo opened an inconspicuous box on the table, retrieving several strange fruits. Here lie the precious devil fruits I have recently acquired. Choose one. These rare and coveted devil fruits, for which countless individuals would risk their lives, were presented as if they were mere ordinary fruits in Doflamingo's hands. However, Ellamy merely displayed a look of astonishment before shaking his head. Thank you, my lord, but regrettably, I have already consumed the dodge fruit and cannot in just a second. Is that so? What a pity. Doflamingo returned the devil fruits to the box and turned to face Ellamy. Since you have consumed the dodge fruit, you should possess considerable advantages in close combat. Thus, you shall accompany Diamante and serve as an officer in the block fighting group. Yes, thank you, my lord. Ellamy was about to bow in gratitude, only to find himself ensnared by threads, rendered unable to kneel. We are family. No need for excessive formalities. Moreover, refrain from calling me my lord in the future. Yes, young master. In the opposing camp of the Marines, the young trainees of Zephyr's training class are diligently striving, with every increment of strength cultivated through countless droplets of sweat. The results of the first month's assessment soon emerged, primarily evaluating the trainees' progress and innate talents. The top scorer, Tina, achieved an impressive 42 points, followed closely by Archie with a commendable 40 points. Meanwhile, the so-called troublesome student Smoker, despite being a source of concern for the instructors, secured third place with a remarkable score of 39, owing to his exceptional aptitude. Vicky and Dottie claimed the 9th and 16th positions, respectively, which is also considered satisfactory overall. As for Raiden, although he received guidance from veteran soldiers each morning, propelling his rapid improvement, the penalties for tardiness resulted in a significant deduction of 20 points, leaving him with a mere 15 points and at the bottom of the ranks, just as the trainees were still absorbing the results of the first month. The day of the second month's examination quietly approached. Chapter 44. The rigorous assessment at 5 in the morning, the sky was already illuminated by the sun. In a secluded clearing, a black-haired youth practiced his swordsmanship, while an elderly man seated opposite him nodded approvingly, seemingly satisfied. Senior, will you not reveal today's examination subjects? It is already 5 o'clock, he inquired. Hiki, rules are rules. There can be no mistakes, the elder replied. Sigh. If I find myself among the bottom 5 again this month, I shall have to leave this place, Raiden lamented. Haha, Raiden, do you lack confidence? No, of course. I'm confident. Raiden sheathed his blade, a confident smile gracing his visage. The veteran, too, was beaming, sharing in Raiden's joy. I have merely scratched the surface of the art of life restoration. In a month's time, I shall request that the infamous Ghost Spider come to instruct you. He is an expert in the field. Is that so? Senior, do you have an acquaintance with Lord Ghost Spider? Acquaintance may be an overstatement. I'm not particularly fond of that fierce little imp. However, he does have a connection with your recommendation, cough cough. The veteran abruptly recognized his misstep, hastily clearing his throat to halt his speech, leaving Raiden in a state of perplexity. By the way, Senior, it is only fitting that you reveal your esteemed name to me. I cannot continue addressing you in this manner indefinitely. Raiden fixed his piercing gaze upon the veteran, endeavoring to extract the answers he sought. What? A name? I'm too old. My memory has faded, long forgotten, the veteran replied with a chuckle. Now, hurry along. Don't be late. Realizing the hour was growing late, Raiden bid farewell to the veteran and made his way to the dining hall to satisfy his hunger. Upon entering the cafeteria, Raiden was taken aback by the sight before him. The usually desolate hall was today teeming with people. Each individual was solemnly consuming their meal, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Raiden, over here. To Raiden's surprise, Vicky, who typically awoke just in time, had inexplicably appeared in the dining hall at 5 o'clock. Raiden waved helplessly as he approached Vicky's table. Raiden, I didn't see you when I got up. You startled me. I thought you were going to be late again. Is this matter of tardiness never to be resolved? Raiden's face reflected an increased sense of helplessness. He truly feared that the specter of tardiness would haunt him for the rest of his life. In contrast, Daddy maintained a calm demeanor, quietly consuming the food before him, seemingly unfazed by Raiden's mysterious disappearance that morning. Raiden, you must perform splendidly. I have faith in you. You absolutely cannot afford to falter again. Thank you. However, if it weren't for the 20 minutes I lost last week due to being late, stay strong. You simply cannot stumble here. I ask you, can you please listen to me, Raiden? Bam! Daddy's merciless fist struck Vicky's nape, and the tension that had enveloped Vicky dissipated as he finally ceased his anxious chatter, restoring tranquility to the cafeteria. Raiden once again shook his head in resignation, only to perceive a gaze directed towards him. Following the line of sight, he met the eyes of Archie and Sword. He returned their glance with a subtle nod, a silent promise to reconvene later. Grasping the rice ball in his hand, Raiden exited the cafeteria without further ado. At precisely 6 o'clock, the students had already assembled neatly on the playground. The instructor, unwavering in his punctuality, arrived just a few minutes before 6 to face the crowd. Everyone appears quite spirited today. Has Raiden arrived? I trust he is not late again. Raiden truly wished to refrain from displaying a look of helplessness, yet what other expression could he muster? A burst of laughter rang out from the crowd, a sound as clear as silver bells, causing a surge of hormones among a group of male students, with a few fervent admirers even allowing hearts to dance in their eyes. Even Vichy, who stood beside Raiden, could not help but glance over, a flush creeping across his face. All right, the examination is about to commence. The instructor's voice timely interrupted the atmosphere on the playground, drawing the students' focus and instantly spreading a palpable tension among them. Today is quite simple. There are a total of 24 participants. We will draw lots to select opponents, and pairs will engage in combat, with scores assigned based on performance. The results of this assessment will account for 60 of this month's total score, while the remaining 40 will be based on regular evaluations. Enough chatter, let us begin the draw. A Navy soldier positioned behind the instructor presented a simple box to the assembly, and the students gazed at one another, uncertain of the ensuing procedure. Inside were 24 slips of paper, each inscribed with numbers from 1 to 12, with each number appearing twice. Now, we will draw lots in the order of last month's rankings. First up, Tina. Here, each month's ranking corresponds to the final scores from the previous month, and Tina had emerged as the top scorer, naturally securing the first position in the draw. However, since there had been no formal examination last month, and scores were determined solely by regular assessments, many held reservations regarding their rankings. After all, last month's rewards of genuine berries were distributed according to these positions. In stark contrast, Raiden, who languished at the bottom, had received a paltry 500 berries, enough to purchase merely 10 chobas from 18 years hence or 5 from 20 years hence. This month's assessment was poised to truly reflect each student's capabilities. A moment of validation was at hand. Tina, number 5. Next, Archie. Yes, Archie, number 11. Next, Smoker. TCH, watch your attitude, kid. Yes, esteemed instructor. Bang. Smoker, number 12. The students continued to draw their numbers one by one until it was Raiden's turn. Last one, Raiden. Here. Wait. He need not draw. Just as Raiden was about to step forward to select his number, a shout, deliberately calm, interrupted. Both Raiden and the instructor turned their gazes to the source of the voice, where Sword held aloft his slip of paper, his expression brimming with excitement. I am number 1, and the arena has only one number 1 unpaired. Raiden, come, let us duel and prove who the stronger swordsman is. The instructor retrieved the final slip from the box, gazing at the large numeral 1 inscribed upon it, before nodding in agreement. Then let us commence. Match 1. Sword versus Raiden. As the instructor finished speaking, the students below spontaneously began to converse amongst themselves. Sword against Raiden. Oh dear. Raiden is in trouble. Sword was ranked 4th last week, just behind Smoker, while Raiden is at the bottom. Does this even need fighting? Hey, Raiden lost 20 points last week for tardiness. Without that deduction, he would be among the top. Tina expressed, exasperated. What the goddess Tina says is true. Go, Raiden. You can do it. Originally poised to engage in a debate with the group, Vichy found that a single remark from the graceful and charming Tina shifted the atmosphere, extinguishing his inner fury and deepening the flush on his face. Meanwhile, neither Sword nor Raiden allowed the chatter surrounding them to sway their focus at this moment. Their gazes were solely fixed on one another. Chapter 45, Duel of Swordsmen. Lightning versus Blade. Raiden, I have been observing you closely for the past 2 months. Oh? I believed I had maintained a sufficiently low profile. Raiden bantered lightly with Sword, much to the astonishment of the onlooking students. It was unexpected to witness Raiden, often deemed the underdog, exhibit such poise in the presence of a formidable opponent. Unlike that group of fools, I do not place my faith in a mere talent evaluation or in the results of a trivial examination. I trust only in my own perception, Sword declared, oblivious to the shift in Raiden's expression. In 2 months' time, let me witness your true strength, Raiden. Very well, let us proceed. The two men immediately tensed their bodies, and the atmosphere in the arena grew taut, as if two razor-sharp blades were about to clash. The spectators, too, adopted serious expressions, acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from the two combatants. Frenzied blade, sword slash. Raiden moved, and the thunderblade swiftly emerged from its sheath. The spinning blade radiated a violet gleam, resembling a gracefully dancing purple butterfly as it hurtled towards Sword. Is it this move again? TSK, how underestimated I am. Sword let out a cold chuckle, swiftly drawing the broadsword hanging at his waist, effortlessly executing a slicing strike. A visible wave of sword energy surged forth, directly colliding with the whirling thunderblade, sending the long sword hurtling away. Shave. Frenzied sword. Sequential slash. Raiden's right leg surged with power, causing the ground beneath him to yield and form a considerable crater. In an instant, his figure shifted to the location of thunder, his right hand deftly grasping the hilt of the blade, executing a swift slash. The strike sliced through the space where Sword stood, yet it merely struck his afterimage, as his true form had already maneuvered to where Raiden had once been. Their confrontation was akin to a tempest, showcasing lethal techniques within a fleeting moment. Among the onlookers, many of the students were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly. Is this truly the caliber of their strength? To master such a technique in merely 2 months is utterly astonishing. If it were I would have surely succumbed in that initial exchange. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Raiden and Sword merely exchanged positions, resulting in a draw. However, a hierarchy was already evident. Sword's strike had the capacity to unleash sword energy, compelling Raiden to employ 2 techniques to counter it, while Sword had yet to expend a single move. This alone indicated that Raiden was at a disadvantage. Is this the sword energy strike derived from the Galefoot? Impressive. Yet, it is perhaps too premature to express admiration. Prepare yourself, quintessential sword. Tempest. Sword raised his blade high and then swiftly swung it, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged towards Raiden like a storm. In Raiden's eyes, only a blinding brilliance remained. Frenzied blade. No return. In the face of this deluge of sword energy, Raiden did not attempt to evade using the swift technique. Instead, he raised thunder, seemingly entering a frenzied state. With wild and vigorous swings, his long blade shattered the oncoming waves of sword energy. At the moment the final surge of sword energy was obliterated by thunder, what emerged before Raiden's eyes was no longer mere energy, but the figure of Sword himself. Step. Raiden hastily raised his blade to strike, yet the length of Thunder's edge proved too cumbersome, rendering his strikes noticeably slower than Sword's agile blows. Consequently, Raiden could only strive to maneuver his body during each swing, endeavoring to evade Sword's counterattacks. The sounds of clashing echoed, a sharp is followed by a dull thud. Raiden's ferocious slashes were effortlessly parried by Sword, and just as Raiden prepared for a second strike, Sword's counterattacks consistently anticipated his moves. Consequently, within just a few exchanges, Raiden bore numerous wounds upon his body. Raiden's form vanished in an instant, only to reappear within 10 meters of Sword. He forcefully thrust Thunder into the ground, gasping for breath as blood seeped from his wounds, staining his garments crimson. In close combat, with your long blade and your unguarded swordsmanship, you stand no chance against me. This time, you have lost, Raiden. Sword approached Raiden slowly, blood dripping from the tip of his blade and splattering onto the ground. Perhaps that is not the case at all. In this moment, Raiden's face bore a smile as he withdrew Thunder and locked his gaze onto the advancing Sword, surprisingly adopting a dual-handed grip on his weapon. Are we to perish together? Very well, let us engage once more. Raiden. With a swift motion, sword appeared before Raiden. His blade spinning in a peculiar flourish, the movement graceful and adept, as if he were not wielding a sword but conducting a delicate experiment. The technique was named Jingjin, Qianluan Wu. In Raiden's pupils, the mesmerizing dance of swordsman swad is vividly reflected, yet Raiden remains unperturbed. His eyes still gleaming with unwavering determination. Power. Frenzied blade. Thunder. Suddenly, Raiden's muscular arms swelled to an exaggerated degree, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength as they propelled the colossal thunderbolt forward, akin to a fierce flash of lightning cleaving through the air. Tina's cigarette tumbled to the ground. Yet no one paid heed to this triviality. All eyes were fixated on the two swordsmen, seemingly frozen in time, poised to deliver their final strike. The sheer force was astonishing. With a resounding thud, sword fell heavily to the ground, a gaping wound splitting open across his chest, torrents of blood gushing forth. Medical team. Attend. The instructor remained composed, directing the medical personnel who had been waiting nearby to come forward and administer aid. The team, clad in protective gear, approached with practiced efficiency. A mere spray treatment halted Sword's bleeding. They then carefully placed him on a stretcher and conveyed him into the makeshift shelter. Provide treatment for this fellow too. He performed admirably. Ah, thank you, instructor. Raiden had no objections. Although he had narrowly triumphed over Sword, he bore numerous wounds, 2 of which were particularly deep. Having even struck bone, Raiden accompanied Sword to the makeshift shelter for treatment. And it was only after Raiden's departure that everyone suddenly awoke to the reality of his astonishing strength. My goodness, is this truly the extent of Raiden's power? It is overwhelming. Both individuals are remarkably formidable. Who would have thought that such destructive capability could be achieved without relying on the powers of the devil fruit? It is truly astounding. Ahem. The timely cough of the instructor brought a sense of calm to the fervor that had engulfed the training ground. Redirecting everyone's attention back to him, their eyes still shimmering with the excitement of the recent battle. Well, these two youngsters have set an excellent precedent. Your upcoming battle should mirror this intensity. Do not hold back. Give it your all. As long as you survive, the medical team will be able to treat you. Yes. The spirits of the young were soon ignited with passion, and the entire training ground was suffused with a palpable sense of adrenaline from the battles. Chapter 46. A different kind of monster. The subsequent battles did not feature the fierce rivalry seen in the first group with Raiden and Sword. Tina, Archie, and Vicky easily triumphed over their opponents. The only unfortunate match was Dottie facing Smoker against the seemingly invincible powers of the natural devil fruit. Dottie could only manage a few feeble exchanges before being decisively defeated by Smoker. Raiden performed splendidly. You want to be eliminated. Just after the fight, Vicky dashed into the makeshift shelter, exuberantly patting Raiden on the shoulder, as if he were the one who had just faced adversity. Take it easy. Oh, my apologies. No, I mean lower your voice. There are injured people here. After completing this month's assessments, everyone was granted half a day's respite. Once Raiden's wounds were sufficiently treated, he and Vicky departed the shelter, encountering the ill-fated Dottie along the way, whom they could only offer token consolation. Victory or defeat is not the essence. It is the mastery of techniques and one's own combat prowess that truly matters. Don't worry, Dottie. Let us go have a meal together. Indeed, Dottie. It's no use dwelling on it. Let us eat instead and get some rest this afternoon. The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, where a number of students had already gathered. The sight of Raiden, bandaged and bruised, evoked a profound respect in their eyes, dispelling any previous notions of disdain. After all, respecting the strong is one of the cardinal rules of this world. Ah, Raiden, your swordsmanship is impressive. I shall remember you. Smoker happened to arrive at the cafeteria as well, casually approaching Raiden amidst the adoration he received from his peers. Raiden could only respond with a wry smile, for he truly held no chance of victory against Smoker, having to endure his haughty demeanor, which was more a matter of habit than intention. Kiki, Raiden. I wish to spar with you next time. Tina is looking forward to it. Indeed, it is an honor to be held in such regard by Tina. Tina's tone was significantly more amiable than Smoker's. Moreover, she was the only female student among them, a delicate and charming beauty, prompting Raiden to respond with gentlemanly decorum, maintaining an appropriate level of respect. However, Vicky beside Raiden lacked such composure. The boiling blood rushed to his head, coloring his face a deep crimson. Dottie, feeling helpless, covered his face, lamenting for his younger companion. As Smoker and Tina departed, Vicky gradually regained his composure, though the occasional strange laugh and the involuntary drool escaping his lips suggested that he might have lost his wits. Before Raiden lay a veritable mountain of food. nearly enough to satisfy 3 individuals. However, this was not the ordinary portion meant for common folk, but rather a comparison to the prodigious appetite of someone like Daddy. Daddy, unfazed by the bounty before him, quietly indulged in his meal while occasionally glancing at the pitiful Vicky. Hey, Vicky, do you have a crush on Tina? Huh? No. Absolutely not. What nonsense are you spouting, Daddy? A casual remark from Daddy struck at the very heart of Vicky's vulnerabilities. Instantly, Vicky emerged from his peculiar reverie, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to assert his innocence. Huh? Tina, what brings you here? Tina. Wait, what? No. Raiden, even you are teasing me. This afternoon. With the rare opportunity to relax instead of wolfing down his meal, Raiden savored the delightful fare in peace. Upon witnessing Vicky's reaction, he couldn't resist the temptation to play a little trick, leaving Vicky in an awkward predicament, simmering in his own frustration. Although Raiden jested with Vichy, he was secretly contemplating his situation. Currently, while Smoker and Tina were merely temporary allies, the adage "the early bird catches the worm" rang true. Although Smoker was somewhat of a stubborn mule, the time they had spent together suggested that Vichy's chances were rather slim. The youth sought moments of happiness amid their hectic lives, while for the high-ranking officers of the Navy, happiness manifested as the fruits of their labors. Ah. What brings you here, young man? A rare visitor indeed, the old man remarked. Old man, I haven't the time for idle chatter. I merely came to observe the new generation of the Navy, Raiden replied. Is that so? Well, here are the documents, Zifa said, handing over the files to the robust man, who examined them silently. Zifa remained quiet, savoring his favorite beer. The office fell into a hushed stillness, interrupted only by the swaying of the word justice emblazoned on the back of the tall man's coat. So, this is the much-talked-about natural talent? He seems rather unmotivated. He commented. Really? He asked the troublesome lad who gives Kogji headaches, Zifa replied. Kogji? He asked the instructor now, is he? How intriguing. Raiden continued flipping through the files, skimming over numerous names. However, when he stumbled upon the profile of a black-haired youth, he abruptly halted, his hands trembling slightly. The temperature in the office noticeably rose, not merely a figment of imagination but a palpable increase. This scoundrel is the one T implored me to recommend? I never expected such a worthless individual, Raiden exclaimed, frustration boiling over. Calm down, lad, don't set my office ablaze, Zifa interjected, his voice cutting through the anger. Though Raiden's grip on the file reduced some pages to ashes. Old man, surely your standards haven't lowered? This talentless waste should have been expelled from the training class by now. Indeed, he was at the bottom last month, Zifa confirmed. Humph. Let us rid ourselves of this worthless individual. I'll confront T-Pan about this, Raiden declared, turning to leave. But that won't do, Zifa countered, compelling him to face him again, a furious expression now evident. If it's due to my influence, then there is no need for that. Moreover, I wish to— Don't be so hasty. Take a look at this, Zifa interrupted, handing him a form. Humph. What is this? How is this possible? Raiden questioned, incredulity written all over his face. Rest assured, this is genuine. This lad has mastered the shave technique in just 2 months and adeptly applied it in combat, even scratching the surface of the notoriously difficult life return technique. How could someone like him not secure the top position? Raiden's stern demeanor softened, his anger dissipating as he regarded Zifa with a hint of bewilderment, reminiscent of a student inquiring with a teacher over a decade ago. Have you ever pondered how someone without innate talent grows? Zifa asked, taking a hearty sip of his drink, his gaze fixed on the man known as Akainu, filled with warmth as though he were gazing at his own child. In this world, alongside the so-called geniuses, there exists another kind of monster. One known as the diligent monster. Chapter 47. The second phase. At 3 a.m. the next day, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet Raiden's figure emerged amidst the grass. Little Raiden, why not take a break after your exam? Why arrive so early today? As Raiden arrived at the familiar place, he was greeted by a well-known voice. He turned to face the veteran, respectfully offering a salute. After a long afternoon nap yesterday, he found it difficult to rise in the morning, especially with the esteemed elder present. How could he possibly refrain from attending? Old bones like me just couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll. I didn't expect to see you, you little rascal. What a coincidence. The two, an elder and a youth, exchanged hearty laughter, yet their gazes were earnest, clearly aware that their previous banter was merely a shared jest. By the way, you secured first place this month. That is indeed commendable. Really? First place? I hadn't anticipated that. You certainly deserve it. Considering the combat performance of others pales in comparison to your group. Even that lad who lost to you managed to attain 5th place. Is that so? Sword did secure 5th place despite his defeat. This time it was merely a stroke of luck. When I face Sword again, my preliminary mastery of life restoration and thunder sword techniques may not prove as effective. Raiden instinctively crossed his arms, his lips murmuring unconsciously. The veteran observed Raiden, chuckling softly, before taking a hearty swig from the beer beside him. The return of life had, to some extent, compensated for my physical prowess. The improvement in my digestive abilities has rendered my gluttony training effective once more, allowing me to temporarily set aside concerns regarding my stamina. However, when it comes to offensive techniques, at this thought, Raiden lifted his gaze towards the veteran, only to find him already watching. As if he had been anticipating Raiden's inquiry all along. The thrusting spear and the gale kick are both commendable offensive maneuvers, yet one must not overreach. Mastering the scythe and the return of life has already proven challenging enough. It is prudent to fully grasp one before pursuing another. By the way, the rewards for this month have been announced. Rewards? ISNT at Bailey? Hehehe, certainly not. Bailey is merely the most trivial of rewards. This time, the rewards are truly remarkable. The veteran, in high spirits, lifted his beer bottle, relishing the drink while delighting in Raiden's eager, yet puzzled expression, his joy palpable. At 6 a.m., Raiden, overwhelmed with an unprecedented urgency, hastily concluded his morning training and swiftly finished his breakfast, rushing to the parade ground for assembly. In the midst of Raiden's eager anticipation, the instructor finally arrived, accompanied by Zephyr and the veteran. General Zephyr has arrived. It has been 2 months since we last saw General Zephyr. Could there be an important matter today? His presence elicited gasps and murmurs among the crowd, extinguishing the flames of anxiety that had burned within Raiden. He glanced questioningly at the veteran, only to receive a dismissive look that conveyed, "Mind your own business and enjoy the show," intensifying Raiden's internal turmoil. "Students, congratulations on persevering for 2 months without any dropouts. As your commander and instructor, I am immensely gratified." However, the single word "however" from Zephyr plunged the entire parade ground into silence. Those who had sensed the impending announcement wore expressions of dismay. The resources of the Navy are ultimately limited, and the cost of cultivating elite forces is exorbitant. Thus, competition is imperative. The previously established ranking system will commence this month, meaning there may be eliminations in the subsequent months. Now, I shall announce this month's results. First place, Raiden. Upon hearing his name, Raiden instantly straightened his posture, although he did not perceive it as a momentous occasion. The admiration in the eyes of those around him and the acknowledgement from Zephyr and his comrades filled him with a profound sense of pride and happiness. Second place, Smoker. Third place, Aki. Fourth place. The rankings continued to be announced in succession. Initially, the atmosphere was lively, but as the list progressed, a sense of trepidation and relief began to permeate the air. 20th place, Daddy. Unfortunately, Daddy found himself unfortunate, landing among the bottom 5. Thankfully, he had narrowly escaped being in the bottom 5 last month, thus ensuring his temporary safety. However, the remaining 4 were not so fortunate. They had already occupied the bottom 5 position last month and were likely to become the first to be eliminated this time. Among the 4 students who had fallen into the bottom 5 in both months, Zephyr offered words of encouragement. Do not be disheartened. You will be placed in positions where you are most needed. In the days to come, continue to strive and uphold your sense of justice. Yes, one among the 4 was on the verge of tears, yet upon hearing Zephyr's encouragement, he managed to compose himself and saluted him in unison with the others. Raiden's mood was not particularly pleasant. As he shifted his gaze to Daddy's face and noticed the absence of sorrow there, his spirits lifted considerably. The 4 who had been eliminated departed the playground under the guidance of the instructor, presumably to leave today. Those who shared a close bond with them bore expressions of sympathy, yet the pressure of elimination ultimately overwhelmed their emotions, leaving them to bid farewell to their former companions in silence. From this day forth, the training class would enter the second phase of its curriculum, with Zifa truly becoming the teacher for all. The upcoming instruction would be personally overseen by me. The crowd was filled with excitement, not only for successfully passing the first phase, but also for officially becoming disciples of the esteemed General Zifa, an unparalleled honor. The elimination mechanism of the second phase would remain consistent with the previous one, with the notable change in the number of eliminations shifting from 5 to 2. Henceforth, this rule would remain unchanged. Next came the new regulations for the second phase. Everyone, pay attention. The students perked up their ears. while Archie wore an expression of eager anticipation, as if silently making a wish. Based on past patterns, the second phase was expected to last between 6 months to a year. During this period, students would no longer operate independently, but would be paired for learning and assessments, as designated by me. As Zifa spoke, Raiden couldn't help but begin to ponder. Pairing students entirely at the discretion of teacher Zifa, what could be the significance of such arrangements? If the purpose was to test their cooperation, allowing students to form their own groups would undoubtedly be the most suitable approach. The list of pairings would be published tomorrow morning. Oh, and the rewards for this month's assessments have yet to be distributed. Let me share the details with you now. Just as Raiden's mind began to wander again, Zifa abruptly shifted the conversation to a topic that had intrigued Raiden most. Under Raiden's watchful gaze, Zifa gradually revealed the nature of the rewards. This time, the rewards were related to the Navy's special institutions. Everyone, we are now setting off. Our destination, the Research Institute. Chapter 48, The Girl and the Sword. The Navy Research Institute stands as the highest scientific research institution within the Navy, and the scientific corps is the most elite unit within the institute. The institute is situated on a concealed island not far from Marineford. The vessel carrying Zifa and the others arrived at the island in just over 2 hours, navigating the route with ease. The island was lush with vegetation and teeming with diverse life, appearing far from a scientific research base. However, Raiden still sensed the multitude of watchful eyes hidden among the trees. It seemed that had Zifa not been leading the group, they might never have set foot on this island. Whether or not Vegapunk was present remained uncertain. According to the calendar and previous intelligence regarding the semi-finished sea prisms used in the naval warship's hull, Vegapunk should have already joined the Navy. However, given their current status, it was likely they would not have the opportunity to meet Vegapunk. Raiden slowly made his way towards the heart of the island, following a lengthy queue, while his mind remained actively engaged in thought. Although he was unaware of the specific rewards awaiting him, the prospect of gathering more intelligence was, to Raiden, a delightful surprise. Soon, the group arrived at a concealed metallic entrance, where the guards meticulously verified Zephyr and the other trainees before granting them passage. The heavy metal door creaked open, releasing a potent gust of gas, a bizarre amalgamation of gasoline, metal, and various inexplicable odors, which struck the group like a wall. Be cautious not to disturb any equipment within the research facility. We shall discuss matters further once we reach the assembly area. Understood. The trainees entered the Research Institute in an orderly fashion, their surroundings populated by researchers clad in cumbersome protective gear. Upon noticing Zephyr and his entourage, the researchers exhibited little interest, absorbed as they were in their tasks. Occasionally, one or two researchers, taking a brief respite, would acknowledge Zephyr with a casual wave, treating it merely as a greeting. The trainees, in this moment, resembled a band of inquisitive children. Despite the explicit prohibition against touching any objects, their eyes roamed freely, eager to imprint every scene upon their minds. Raiden was taken aback as he observed the scientific apparatus within the Research Institute, which was far more magnificent than anything he had ever seen on television in his previous life. Many of the instruments were beyond his comprehension, which offered him a fresh perspective on the naval technological prowess. While Raiden and his companions were touring the institute, a noticeably smaller researcher was watching them intently. As the group continued to move forward, this diminutive researcher seemed to have spotted something and hastily abandoned his current task to join Raiden's entourage. The others did not mind the presence of this small tail. To them, researchers were often eccentric and could not be regarded as ordinary individuals. Initially, Raiden paid little attention, but he gradually became aware of an oddity. It appeared that the gaze of the researcher was fixated upon him, or perhaps more specifically, upon his waist. Raiden was eager to inquire, yet he hesitated to discreetly leave the group, fearing a misjudgment. Moreover, being at the Naval Research Institute alongside his instructor, Zephyr, he felt reassured that no issues would arise, and thus he chose to dismiss his concerns. The diminutive researcher trailed behind the group as they arrived at a vacant warehouse, still lingering at the rear. Through his thick visor, it seemed evident that his gaze was fixated on Raiden. When the group came to a halt, he too stood motionless, neither departing nor advancing. Children, allow me to explain this month's ranking rewards. Those who place from 4th to 20th can select any piece of equipment from the Institute according to their rank. Each piece of equipment has corresponding exchange conditions, and shortly, you will follow this, doctor, he announced. Equipment? What kind of equipment could it be? Are you foolish? It must be the latest technological gear. I can hardly contain my excitement, lamented another. Alas, I ended up in 16th place this time. I doubt I will be able to acquire anything of worth. If I see something desirable, it would be torturous. The crowd buzzed with animated chatter, while Raiden, Smoker, and Ace wore expressions of anticipation, each awaiting their own rewards. The top three not only had the privilege to select a piece of equipment, but also received a session of the Institute's premier restorative treatment, a highly coveted remedy, particularly effective for fatigue and hidden injuries. Even the old man had only experienced it a few times. As for Raiden, Zephyr gazed at him with a look of profound satisfaction. You shall remain at the Institute for the next couple of days. A warship will arrive to collect you at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow. As long as your requests are not excessive, they will accommodate you. This is not just from me, but also a reward from the Navy. Make the most of it. Yes, Raiden had not anticipated such a peculiar form of reward, however. Being acutely aware of the value of technology, he understood the preciousness of this opportunity. Perhaps the gains from this endeavor would far exceed his expectations. While the others followed a doctor from the research institute, Raiden remained rooted in place. Now that he had obtained temporary access rights to the institute, he could explore it at his leisure. Whether it be rewards or treatments, there was no urgency. What mattered most was determining his next destination. Just as Raiden was lost in thought, a subtle sensation brushed against him, accompanied by the melodious voice of a young girl behind him. Turning to look, he discovered it was the researcher who had been shadowing him. Have you been following me? Is there something you need? I believe we are not acquainted. Raiden did not lower his guard simply because the other party was a girl. Rather, he became increasingly suspicious, judging by her voice. She appeared to be merely a girl of around 13 or 14 years of age. How could someone of such tender years possibly be involved in a research institution at the pinnacle of the Navy's scientific endeavors? I am not seeking you. I merely wish to examine the knife you possess. Is that not a cursed blade? The girl pressed a button, and the semi-transparent visor on her head promptly retracted, revealing a demure visage before Raiden. Yet, this seemingly innocent girl spoke with an astonishing bluntness, bordering on insensitivity. She reached out and touched the thunderbolt at Raiden's waist, her eyes sparkling with profound excitement. Indeed, this is a cursed blade. How did you come to recognize it? Raiden was intrigued. The cursed blade was not something that could be easily discerned by ordinary individuals. Even the swordsman wielding such a blade sometimes struggled to identify it. Yet, this young girl was capable of distinguishing the cursed sword merely by sight, which genuinely perplexed Raiden. Was it truly so difficult? Any weapon emanating a crimson glow was a cursed blade, while those radiating a blue light were merely ordinary weapons. Raiden's expression darkened, and the girl across from him seemed to have recognized the issue in their conversation. With a soft sigh, she pointed to her right eye, casting an impatient glance at Raiden. I belong to the weapons inspection department. Our members wear special detection lenses over our right eyes, which can identify the light waves emitted by various weapons. Thus, we can easily discern the power of a weapon based on the color and intensity of these waves. Do you understand? Well, I can somewhat grasp it, Raiden replied, nodding sincerely, albeit with a hint of confusion in his gaze. The girl raised an eyebrow, nodding frequently as if she found comfort in Raiden's willingness to comprehend. Essentially, the demon blade is a rather unique type of weapon. Outsiders often claim that it is called a demon blade due to the malevolent spirits it harbors or the supernatural powers it possesses, which can lead its wielder to lose control. However, from our perspective as researchers, a demon blade is merely a weapon endowed with a special form of energy, though we have yet to fully analyze this energy. Oh, so you specialize in the study of demon blades? Raiden inquired. Not exactly, she replied. I am merely particularly intrigued by them, but Raiden gazed at the haughty young lady before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. Despite her eyes being fixated on the thunder the entire time they conversed, she still attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, which was utterly endearing. The girl, momentarily disrupted by Raiden's laughter, puffed up her cheeks in irritation, a faint blush creeping across her face. Yet, she stubbornly continued to point at the thunder, striving to uphold her demeanor as a researcher. But this knife is rather peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Raiden's smile faltered as he listened to the girl. Her words did not seem deceptive. Instinctively, he drew the thunder blade from his waist and placed it before him. The girl leaned in closer, her right eye focusing intently on the thunder blade, her expression gradually turning serious, as if she were verifying something. It was indeed peculiar. Just moments ago, I had mentioned that under my light, even the demon sword would emit a crimson glow, correct? Indeed, that is true. However, the light emitted by your blade appears to be purple. Chapter 49, The Essence of the Demon Sword. Purple? Raiden scrutinized the thunderclap in his grasp, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity with the long blade that had accompanied him for many years. Well, there is no point in dwelling on it. Follow me. For you too must be curious about the secrets of this sword. The young girl waved her hand, signaling Raiden to follow her, prompting him to temporarily set aside his doubts and trail closely behind the petite figure. You're wondering how old I am and why someone so young is working here, aren't you? The girl glanced back at Raiden, observing the expression on his face, and let out a weary sigh. Ah, you outsiders truly are Navi. Everyone seems to pose such questions. Well, never mind. In consideration of this sword, I shall provide a brief explanation. You may call me Lily. My father is the head of the Special Weapon Manufacturing Division, and due to his position, I have lived here since childhood. Although I am only 14 this year, I have already amassed 7 years of experience in weapon testing and the study of demon blades. Currently, I am responsible for the examination and research of special weapons. So rest assured, I shall not lead you astray. For the first time, Raiden found himself acutely aware of his intellectual limitations, struggling even to interject in conversations. Throughout his life, he had mostly interacted with children of limited intellect, such as Vicky, and it was a rare occasion to encounter individuals like Tina and Archie, who possessed a keen intellect. However, when he finally came face to face with the intellectually gifted members of this world, he felt the overwhelming disparity in cognitive abilities. Hello. I am Raiden, a student from the Zephyr training class. I currently have 2 days to spend at the Research Institute, and I am allowed to receive some assistance within permissible boundaries. Therefore, I would like to kindly request a brief introduction to the Institute, if you would be so gracious. He inquired. Huh? What is there to introduce about the Institute? Since you have the access, why not take a map and explore it yourself later? Raiden decided to remain silent for the time being, opting to first assess the thunder at Xiaoli's place before making a decision. Upon arrival, he declared, "This is my workspace. Please come in." Xiaoli's workshop was a semi-open space, accompanied by a small storage area filled with an array of swords and blades. Raiden surveyed the surroundings and was pleasantly surprised to find no subpar items among them. Upon entering the room, he discovered that the space was more expansive than he had anticipated. The gently curving walls exuded a sense of warmth, and despite the numerous instruments present, they were all meticulously arranged, avoiding any semblance of disorder. The only somewhat jarring feature was a small pink bed tucked away in the corner, presumably for Xiaoli to rest when needed. Here, this is the eyeglass version of the light detection device. Try it on, Xiaoli said, retrieving a pair of brown-lensed glasses from a box on the table and handing them to Raiden. He examined them with curiosity and noted that they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary sunglasses before placing them on his face. As Raiden donned his spectacles, he was struck by the transformation of his surroundings. Beyond the mere difference in brightness, every object within his field of vision emanated a faint blue luminescence, while the thunderclap in his grasp radiated an immensely profound purple aura. This was an ordinary katana, crafted with commendable skill, yet under the light, it exhibited a remarkable shade of blue. In contrast, this particular blade was an otherworldly sword. Although it lacked renown, its crimson glow remained quite conspicuous. Indeed, that was the case. Raiden gazed at the 2 blades in Xiaoli's hands, distinctly noting the differences when compared to the thunderclap. The aura emitted by the thunderclap was markedly more intense than either of the 2, yet its most striking feature was its unique purple glow. Had no demonic blades ever emitted different hues of light? Xiaoli shook her head, but then crossed her arms, seemingly in contemplation. While there aren't many demonic blades, the few I have examined all radiated a crimson light. If one were to consider the peculiar, there was indeed a rather unusual blade sent from the Advanced City for testing. Advanced City? Xiaoli nodded, then looked up at Raiden, slowly beginning her introduction. It is a blade known as Thunderstorm, whose luminous intensity surpasses that of the one you hold, and its color differs slightly from that of ordinary demonic blades. Although it remains red, it is an exceptionally deep crimson, almost bordering on black. Regrettably, after the preliminary examination, it was requested to be returned. Thunderstorm, thunderclap, how intriguing. Raiden gazed at the regret etched on Little Lee's face, and waves of emotion surged within him. He surmised the origins of the cursed sword, Thunderstorm, and speculated on the identity of its master. When he connected this to the thunder he held in his hand, a sense of intrigue enveloped his thoughts. Little Lee, why are you so fervently devoted to the study of cursed blades? What merits does this pursuit hold? This research is of profound significance. As soon as the topic of cursed blades was broached, Little Lee's enthusiasm ignited. She pressed an inconspicuous button on the table, and beams of light suddenly erupted from the crevices, coalescing into a luminous screen in the air. According to the research, the material of the cursed sword is not fundamentally different from that of ordinary blades, falling far short of the exquisite craftsmanship of the supreme great blades of 12 and 21 grades, and even inferior to the quality of the fine blades of 50 grades. However, the cursed sword possesses a sharpness and resilience that surpasses mere material attributes. Advanced cursed blades not only rival the great blades but also exhibit unique properties that defy scientific explanation. As Raiden gazed at the plethora of information and intricate equations displayed on the luminous screen, he listened intently to Xiaoli's explanation, becoming somewhat entranced. Thus, if we could discern the nature of this peculiar energy emanating from the demon blade, the mass production of weapons akin to it would become feasible. At that juncture, the naval close combat equipment would experience a transformative leap in quality. After listening to Xiaoli's account, Raiden couldn't help but admire her spirit of scientific inquiry. Yet he found himself lost in contemplation, ultimately shaking his head in silence. Xiaoli, each cursed blade possesses the ability to disrupt the wielder's mind, which is precisely why they are referred to as cursed swords. Take, for instance, the Thunderstrike in my possession. This blade is the final creation of the master blacksmith Gung Sanlang, embodying the elder's lifelong aspirations. It is this very aspiration that has transformed Thunderstrike into a cursed blade, endowing it with formidable and resilient qualities. However, this also renders it difficult to wield, ensnaring the user in an endless cycle of futile strikes without their awareness. To be honest, I have yet to fully master it myself. Therefore, I comprehend your point. You suggest that the origin of these cursed blades may stem from unique emotions infused by serendipity, and even if produced in abundance, ordinary individuals would still be unable to wield them, correct? Raiden nodded. Conversing with an intelligent individual, although not particularly entertaining, offered a certain ease. Xiaoli flashed 2 fingers at Raiden. The first point concerned the origins of the cursed swords. This required further investigation, as cursed swords were still exceedingly rare, and the data available for analysis was insufficient. However, I firmly believe that these swords merely possess unique energy. The notions of souls and emotions contradict the essence of scientific inquiry. As for the second point, Xiaoli retracted 1 finger, leaving her index finger pointed at Raiden, her face brimming with pride. Who says I cannot enable ordinary individuals to wield cursed swords? Chapter 50. A new turmoil marine fort, the command room of the Fleet Admiral. At the central position sat Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, flanked by Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Crane, with the illustrious hero Garp occupying seats at the forefront. The trio of renowned admirals sat below Garp, while vice admirals like Fire Mountain and Mongoose stood resolutely behind their respective commanders. The highest echelon of the Navy's military might had gathered, and the atmosphere was exceedingly solemn. Even Garp, with his legs crossed, roamed his gaze around the room in search of something to alleviate the monotony, yet he refrained from engaging in frivolous antics such as munching on senbei. The lower-ranking officers, in contrast, were visibly tense, some even breaking into a cold sweat. The military conference of this year commenced. Departments, proceed with your reports in order. Yes. The empty utterance signified the onset of the meeting, prompting the officers in attendance to extract their notebooks, ready to document each detail discussed. This year's Golden Sky Initiative had been successfully completed. The world government's directives for the Navy had largely been met, and no significant safety issues had arisen for the allied nations along the Grand Line. Overall, this year had unfolded quite smoothly. Well done, Sengoku. After relaying the fundamental situation of the year, Sengoku settled back into his seat, exchanging a knowing glance with his longtime partner, Crane, who promptly rose to speak. Admiral, recently, a plethora of elite pirates have emerged in the first half of the Grand Line, notably the Don Quixote pirates and the Fishman pirates. Furthermore, several well-known pirate crews have entered the New World, and they are expected to clash with the local monsters. The New World is currently beyond our purview. Let them engage in internecine conflict. The surviving pirate crews may be considered for invitation, but that surname, Don Quixote? Kong cast a puzzled gaze at Crane, who confirmed with a nod, prompting Kong to cross his arms in resignation and let out a deep sigh. Crane closed his eyes, slowly returning to his seat. What is the current status of the Shichibukai system? Is Crocodile still stable? That Sandbrat? Ever since his defeat by Whitebeard, he seems to have lost his footing. What a fragile-hearted little fellow. There's no shame in losing to that old monster. Ha ha ha. Garp. Garp. Both Sengoku and Crane shot furious glares at the unrestrained Garp. Causing him to hastily quiet down, rubbing his face as if to ease his embarrassment. Only Akiji regarded Garp with a fiery gaze, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, each department briefly reported their circumstances, which were generally calm, with only minor issues arising. This alleviated some of the tension in the brows of Kong and Sengoku. What is the situation with Zephyr? The 11th batch of students should be graduating soon. Are there any promising talents? Report to the Admiral. According to the records sent by Admiral Zephyr, this time there are 10 graduates in the 11th batch, with 1 graded as A, 6 as B, and 3 as C. Report concluded. Upon hearing the report, the expressions of nearly everyone present darkened. The Navy was experiencing a golden age. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp were all under 60, while Akainu and others were still in their 30s, with the older generation flourishing. However, the younger generation, around 20 years old, fell significantly short of expectations, leading to concerns about the Navy's future. Admiral, there is one student in the 13th batch with S-class talent, a natural devil fruit user. I have been observing and guiding him as per my mentor's orders, and he appears to be a valuable asset. Ah, the one with the smoke fruit ability, right? I have heard of him. Kong nodded, though his brow remained furrowed. Admiral, I just learned about the examination results from February for the 13th batch. Besides a few devil fruit users, there are several young individuals recognized by Admiral Zephyr, so it seems promising. The Navy's justice shall not falter with the younger generation. Kong looked at Akainu in surprise, but his frown eased significantly. With Akainu's statement, he temporarily dispelled many doubts. All personnel, stand by for orders. Yes. Kong's calm yet powerful voice resonated throughout the command room as all officers rose from their seats, prepared to heed his directives. Crane, you will be responsible for the Don Quixote pirates. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to handle them as you see fit. I will manage the subsequent matters. Understood. Kizaru, given the complex relationship between the fishmen and the world government, you will oversee the fishman pirates, aiming to avoid direct conflict. Yes. Garp, you will be in charge of the New World. Pay close attention to those newly emerged monsters. Akiji, you will assist Garp. Ha ha ha, finally something to do. I get to work with Mr. Garp again. It feels invigorating. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Kazan, let us depart. Sengoku watched as Garp and Akiji swept out of the room, unable to suppress a weary sigh at the Navy's misfortune. Crane shared a resigned chuckle. Kong, however, remained unfazed, instead watching the two depart with satisfaction. Akainu, you will be responsible for the safety of our allies in the first half and the security of Mariewa. Understood. Lastly, addressing the Navy's new generation, Kong gradually rose, his massive arm crashing onto the hard wooden table with a resounding thud. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, a grand training exercise will be held at the headquarters. All personnel aged 30 and below the rank of Brigadier General, are welcome to participate. Sengoku, this will be your responsibility. Yes. Kong's eyes fixed on the door, seemingly gazing into the future of the Navy. The world was stirred by the words exchanged in the command room, and not far from Marineford, the Navy Research Institute experienced its own unexpected turn of events. Are you saying you have a way to eliminate the curse of the cursed sword? I've told you, it's not a curse. My apologies, my apologies. Can you show me? Xiao Li observed Raiden's fervent demeanor with a sense of pride swelling within her. Throughout her research, few had paid her much attention, often merely appeasing her due to her father's influence. It was rare to encounter someone as passionately invested in cursed swords as Raiden. Such a kindred spirit was indeed hard to come by. Xiao Li pressed a button on her protective suit, causing the bulky attire to deflate like a balloon, quickly shedding it and leaving it as flat as a bedsheet. Here, this. Raiden gazed in perplexity at Xiao Li's delicate, jade-like arms, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a transparent, circular ring affixed to her wrist. Although he could not ascertain the exact nature of the peculiar energy emanating from the demon blade, he realized that nullifying its effects was not particularly challenging. Otherwise, one might wonder why he could conduct research on the demon blade with such ease. Raiden gazed intently at the transparent ring, his belief in Xiao Li's words now firmly grounded. His intense desire for power ignited a sudden flash of inspiration, revealing a potential avenue for rapid advancement. Chapter 51. The Unruly Raiden Admiral Zephyr. This is the information just released from the command room. Please take a look. The command room? That is beyond my purview. The Warring States Admiral specifically insisted that you must review it. Warring States, is it? Very well, let me see. Having just concluded a pressing matter, Zephyr reluctantly accepted the document from the anxious messenger. However, as he delved deeper into the contents, his brow began to furrow with concern. Are they truly intent on implementing the 7 warlords of the sea system? How infuriating. How can they permit pirates? Zephyr clenched the edges of the document tightly, his anger threatening to erupt, when suddenly, a particular decision caught his eye, prompting his furrowed brow to gradually relax. A grand military exercise? Now, that is intriguing. Perhaps the teaching plan can be adjusted accordingly. Teacher Zephyr. The sudden call snapped Zephyr back to reality. He turned to find none other than Raiden, his most promising student and the top performer of this assessment. Raiden, what brings you here? If you seek recommendations for the Research Institute, you have come to the wrong person. No, teacher. I have matters to discuss with you. Oh, is that so? Come with me. Noticing Raiden's earnest demeanor, Zephyr considered the situation and beckoned him to a secluded office. He casually sat beside a chair, finally regarding the urgent Raiden. Speak up. What is it? Your eagerness is rather uncharacteristic. It cannot be concealed from you. Teacher, the matter is as follows. Raiden recounted the events of his encounter with Xiaoli to Zifa in a clear and concise manner. After listening intently, Zifa remained silent for an extended period, eventually raising his gaze to meet Raiden's. Are you suggesting that you are aware of the whereabouts of a formidable demon sword, and that Xiaoli's research at the Institute can aid you in wielding this weapon? Is that correct? Indeed, teacher. This weapon holds immense significance for me. I have reached a plateau in my current capabilities. Should I acquire this blade, I am confident I could surmount this limitation. I implore you for your support. Observing Raiden's growing agitation, Zifa shook his head in resignation. I am not a swordsman, yet I understand that a swordsman's second life is their blade. However, Raiden, remember that external objects are ultimately mere tools. True strength emanates from within. I hope you do not stray from this path. Zifa's words were like a refreshing breeze, momentarily calming Raiden's fervent thoughts. Yet, the mere notion of the weapon he yearned for reignited the flames of excitement within him, burning even more fiercely. Very well, very well. If this extraordinary weapon can transform your typically composed demeanor, it must indeed be remarkable. I shall grant you permission for this endeavor, and I will assign a warship to accompany you. Thank you, teacher. Hold your gratitude for a moment, Zifa interjected, gesturing for Raiden to regain his composure. With Zifa's approval, Raiden's urgency began to wane, prompting him to adjust his mindset and force himself to calm down. Well done. You have not let excitement cloud your judgment. However, I must clarify something. We are currently in the second phase of your studies. Although you are requesting leave, the training program's rules must still be adhered to. In other words, you are transitioning from guided learning to independent study. If you are absent for a day, you will receive no credit for that day. And should you fail to return in time for the examinations, you risk falling to the bottom of your class. Therefore, you must return no later than the upcoming examination in 2 months, or you will be eliminated. Raiden nodded, his mind, now restored to a state of calm, began to ponder. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally arrived at an answer. Teacher, I understand. I shall certainly return before the examination in 2 months. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I wish you a safe journey. Do come back soon. Indeed. Raiden expressed his deep gratitude and respectfully paid his respects to Zephyr before bowing and exiting the office. He then hurriedly dashed towards the armory. Raiden, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the Research Institute seeking advantages at this hour? Smoker? Is this the weapon you have chosen? Ah, this? Quite remarkable, I assent it. It's made of sea stone. Raiden gazed at Smoker before him, as well as the sea stone handcuffs in his possession. A sense of speculation arose within him. Yet the subsequent thrill clouded his judgment. Ahead lay the armory, indeed. Ah, my gratitude. Until we meet again. Hey. Like the wind, Raiden dashed away, leaving Smoker bewildered in his wake. However, Raiden was not entirely fixated on every fleeting moment. Rather, his exhilaration demanded an outlet, and this was the only way he could express it. Please register. Benjamin Raiden, correct? You may select one item from room 1, only one. Yes, thank you. Raiden, fatigued from his run, felt the exhilaration within him gradually fade. Arriving at room 1, he gazed upon the dazzling array of equipment displayed on the weapon rack. Each weapon clearly labeled, and he found himself gradually immersed in the joy of selection. There were numerous items made from sea stone. Even the swift blade was present. What is this? A portable grenade launcher. Is such a thing even available? Raiden swiftly perused the items, his eyes momentarily dazzled. The offerings here were indeed practical for combat, yet none were precisely what he yearned for. Just then, he caught sight of a weapon that piqued his interest. After a brief contemplation, Raiden seized it and decisively exited the room. Is this your selection? So soon? If you're certain, I shall proceed with the registration. Yes, this one will suffice. Raiden departed with his meticulously packaged weapons. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Smoker, who had yet to leave. Their eyes met, creating a rather awkward silence. Ah, greetings, Smoker. Raiden, are you jesting with me? Smoker seized Raiden by the collar, his face contorted with fury, resembling a ghoul. Raiden offered an apologetic smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. You've been acting strangely all day. I try to converse with you, yet you ignore me. Strutting around after claiming the top position. And what is this nonsense about seeing you again? You've barely been gone for 5 minutes. My apologies, my fault. By the way, where are the others? TCH. They've all gathered. Once I finish this cigarette, I'll be heading to experience that treatment as well. Unlike the esteemed first place, I can't afford to linger until the day after tomorrow. Smoker, recognizing Raiden's earnest apology, released his grip but callously discarded the cigarette onto the ground, crushing it underfoot before turning to leave. Wait. What do you want now? Nothing much. I too wish to indulge in that treatment and see if it truly possesses such wonders. Shall we go together? Aren't you supposed to explore the research facility? There are numerous valuable areas within. Smoker regarded Raiden with confusion, yet found only excitement and satisfaction reflected in his eyes. Raiden raised an eyebrow, adopting a tone of uncharacteristic bravado, uttering a statement that irked Smoker. The most valuable thing? I've already discovered it. Chapter 52. The teacher becomes the brother. Interesting. I shall certainly try your method next time. I never imagined you had such profound knowledge of tobacco. Yet, why have I never seen you smoke before? My family once owned a tavern that also sold cigarettes, but I never developed a penchant for smoking myself. How can that be? Come. As Raiden engaged in light-hearted banter with Smoker along the way, he managed to salvage the friendship he was on the verge of losing due to his own hubris. Thanks to his scant knowledge of tobacco, smoking the cigarette that Smoker had forcibly offered him, Raiden was filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, he felt somewhat ashamed of Smoker's naivety, while on the other, he reminded himself to remain composed in any situation, avoiding the pitfalls of arrogance. Soon, they arrived at the new treatment room. There lay Aki in a glass chamber filled with a peculiar liquid, his expression one of utter relaxation. Reminiscent of the healing pods from anime like Dragon Ball, suggesting a truly comfortable experience. After the operator verified their identities and confirmed their credentials, he guided them into separate treatment chambers. Once the necessary instruments and conduits were connected, the machine was activated, and the precious, energy-rich healing liquid enveloped Raiden's body. The sensation was akin to entering paradise, warm and soothing. As the liquid filled the chamber, Raiden gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting into slumber. The pale green healing liquid continuously washed over his battered body, alleviating his fatigue. As the treatment progressed, the liquid transformed from its initial light green hue to a dark gray. When Raiden awoke once more, he felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, as though he had been carrying weighted burdens throughout his life, which had now been lifted. Aki had awakened earlier than the two, still reveling in the transformation of his own physique. Upon exchanging glances with Smoker, both men recognized the joy reflected in each other's eyes. This treatment was undeniably top-notch. Indeed, even excluding the machinery, the cost of each treatment liquid surpassed 1,000,000 berries, with production being exceedingly rare, something unattainable even for the wealthy. Remarkable. A few minutes later, the trio had fully acclimated to their newfound vitality and left the treatment room, invigorated, and made their way to the assembly point. By the way, Raiden, how come you're with us? Aren't you? Oh, plans have changed. Aki shot Raiden a dubious glance, searching for any hidden truths. Raiden could only exasperatedly rub his forehead, bemused by Aki's inquisitive nature, unaware that he too was not far off. Raiden? What is going on? Upon reaching the assembly area, Raiden met the puzzled gazes of Vicky and Dottie. He gently gestured for them not to probe further, then retrieved a box from his pocket and handed it to Dottie. Dottie, this is for you. What is this? Dottie opened the box, and its contents made his eyes widen in astonishment, his hands trembling involuntarily. Raiden, do we still need to say anything? I may need to be away for a while, so during this time, you two take care. Raiden wrapped his arm around Dottie's shoulder and, in a smooth motion, pulled Vicky into the embrace as well. Dottie was deeply moved, closing the box tightly in his hand. Vicky appeared bewildered, merely gazing at the two, feeling as though she had become an inconsequential third party. Children, there is an important update. Gather around. Yes. Zephyr's arrival prompted everyone to swiftly line up, respectfully gazing at their teacher. According to the latest announcement, in January of the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is merely 2 months away, a grand military exercise will be held at the Navy headquarters. All soldiers under the age of 30 and below the rank of Brigadier General are eligible to participate. Naturally, all of us from the 13th cohort will participate. So we shall revise the previous Phase 2 plan accordingly. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Even Raiden wore a confused expression. He looked at Zephyr's face and sensed that this upright teacher might possess a hidden, less virtuous side. The grand military exercise, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely involve a chaotic battle for supremacy, followed by individual ranking matches. Therefore, our original plan to pair off has been postponed to the third phase of our studies. For now, our focus will remain on preparing for the grand exercise. Do you understand? Understood. Oh, I am still so young. It was then that Raiden comprehended why Zephyr had so readily acquiesced to his request. No wonder he mentioned it was no trouble at all. He had evidently intended to alter the previous plan of dividing into pairs. Following Zephyr's announcement to disband, the group commenced discussions regarding the grand training exercise, which presented a splendid opportunity for the 13th cohort to gain renown. Before the students could deliberate for long, a large and a small warship appeared before their eyes, swiftly docking at the shore. Children, let us board the ship. Raiden, you shall embark on that vessel. Coincidentally, an old acquaintance awaits you on board. Understood. Farewell, teacher. Indeed. Zephyr led everyone aboard the ship, while Raiden watched the warship depart before turning his gaze towards the smaller vessel, where he immediately spotted a familiar face. Teacher. I. Raiden was filled with excitement, and before he could finish his words, a familiar figure leaped off the warship and rushed towards him, delivering a hearty punch. You rascal! How many times must I tell you? Do not call me teacher. It was none other than Pen. However, to Raiden's astonishment, their long-awaited reunion began with an unexpected beating. I told you not to call me that. It was acceptable before, but it only made me seem older. Now you are a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Do you wish for my demise by continuing to address me as such? What will your colleagues think of me? Today, I shall not spare you, you little scoundrel. I apologize, please stop. It hurts. Pen, old brother. Ultimately, under the rigorous tutelage of Pen's iron fist, Raiden successfully altered his address from teacher to old brother. Yet, titles are merely superficial. The essence lies in the respect held within one's heart. As the warship gradually set sail, the two leaned against the railing, gazing at the sea. Although the titles had changed, everything seemed to remain as it once was. Raiden, the mission I received this time is rather peculiar. It merely states to escort you, with no further instructions provided. Why are you not diligently studying in the training camp? What are you doing out here? Well, I am in search of a special sword. This sword is of great significance. Oh, what sword? How do you know about it? Are you certain of the location? Raiden observed Pen, who had transformed into a loquacious individual, and felt a mixture of amusement and profound gratitude. As he entered the training camp, Raiden became acutely aware of his own lack of innate talent, yet he also recognized the immense sacrifices made by the elder before him. Hey, old chap, it's been a while. How about a match? Pen met Raiden's gaze, and a competitive spirit surged within him. He straightened his posture, grasped the hilt of his sword, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Precisely my intention. I too wish to witness the extent of your progress. Chapter 53. Right-angle swordsmanship versus frenzied blade. The warship sailed away from Marlin Fan Duo, and the deck, spacious enough, was teeming with soldiers, many of whom had been loyal followers of Pen for many years. Their attention was riveted on the two figures at the center of the deck. Major, please do not lose. Come on, Raiden. Defeat this old fellow. Hey, old chap, whom do you support? Why side with an outsider? Outsider? You were nowhere to be found when this lad boarded the ship. Haha, Raiden is indeed our old friend. An experienced sailor turned to introduce Raiden's feats to the younger sailors, and soon, their perception of Raiden shifted dramatically. Yet, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, Raiden and Pen remained unfazed, their focus solely on one another. Right-angle flying bird, Pen the great bird. Pen sprang into action, unsheathing the long sword from his back and raising it high above his head before delivering a powerful downward strike. In an instant, a blade of azure light surged forth, cleaving toward Raiden. Still terrible at naming techniques, but undeniably impressive, Raiden gazed at the swiftly approaching strike, its sword wave forming a shape reminiscent of a bird's head, far more formidable than Sword's previous assault. Yet, Raiden remained unfazed. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Slash. Frenzied blade. Springing slash. Just as the strike was about to connect with Raiden, his figure suddenly vanished from its original position, reappearing approximately 2 meters in front of T-Pin. The thunder at his waist swiftly unsheathed, spinning as if accompanied by razor winds. Curved. Right angle flash. T-Pin instantly raised his longsword, the elongated blade trailing a glimmer as it struck the thunder head-on. The whirling blade incessantly sliced at the longsword, yet ultimately, it was parried and sent flying away. Flash. In the very instant the thunder was deflected, Raiden moved again, grasping the rebounding thunder with both hands. How swift. Just in time. Right angle inferno. Horizontal cut. Life restored. Frenzied blade. Lightning. The two simultaneously executed a horizontal slash, and the onlookers merely perceived a flash before the two figures stood back to back, their postures elegantly intertwined. That cut was impressively straight. Ah, I am grateful for your teachings from years past. Raiden, you have truly progressed, I concede. T-Pin rose, sheathing his longsword into its scabbard strapped to his back. Raiden also retracted the thunder, turning to gaze at T-Pin. The crowd observed a vast tear in T-Pin's upper garment, which had almost been severed in two. Oh, young Raiden has triumphed. Major has lost. My youth. What a splendid performance. Take down this old fellow's arrogance. Brother, the Major is only in his 30s. Pa, who knows if that is true? I certainly don't believe it. Neither do I. After dinner, T-Pin and Raiden sat across from each other in the office, exchanging their circumstances. Brother, I still can't fathom how you managed to find someone with such immense power to get me into the training program. Well, since you've established yourself firmly in the program, let's not dwell on that. Though my strength may be lacking, my connections within the Navy are decent enough, you can rest assured. Raiden observed the feigned reluctance on T-Pin's face and could only shake his head in resignation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this large-scale training exercise was indeed a grand undertaking. The Air Marshal was truly sparing no effort for the younger generation. Raiden, you must exert yourself. Well, I shall do my utmost. T-Pin regarded Raiden's calm demeanor with a silent nod of approval, relieved that Raiden had not become overly arrogant after besting him, which was a rather fortunate occurrence. You have now mastered the 6th technique, the shave, along with the unique skill of life restoration. Your prowess is indeed incomparable. However, your moves remain rather simplistic. Should you fail to defeat your opponent with a single strike, it will ultimately be you who faces defeat. Indeed, that is true. Someone mentioned a similar sentiment yesterday. Who was it? General Zephyr? No, it was my classmate, named Sword. As these thoughts crossed Raiden's mind, memories of the previous night flooded back, recalling his conversation with Sword. Raiden, your techniques are formidable, yet lack fluidity. If I were to engage you today without confrontation, victory would ultimately belong to me. Sigh, yes. If we were to battle again, it is likely that I would be the one to lose. But Sword, you did not rouse me from my slumber merely to convey this, did you? Naturally not. I have not yet reached the point of being unable to bear defeat. I merely wish to share my thoughts with you, hoping you might glean some insight. But do not misunderstand. I simply wish to avoid losing a worthy rival in the future. I am immensely grateful. If it is you, Sword, I am certain you possess unique perspectives. In truth, there is nothing extraordinary. However, Raiden, have you ever considered trying dual wielding? Dual wielding? Indeed. T-Pin leaped to his feet, slamming his palm heavily upon the table. How could you possibly learn such an underhanded sword technique? Yet, it does seem capable of compensating for your shortcomings. No, wait. This approach is far too convoluted. Raiden gazed at the exasperated T-Pin, speechless, and could only lift his cup to quietly sip some tea, taking the opportunity to gather his thoughts. Initially, Raiden was taken aback by the concept of dual wielding, as his journey in swordsmanship had always revolved around the single blade technique. Coupled with the unique characteristics of Thunderbolt and Frenzied Blade, the notion of using two swords had never crossed his mind. However, upon deeper contemplation, he suddenly realized that dual wielding resonated remarkably well with his style. Firstly, wielding two blades would inherently increase his attack frequency, thereby compensating for the sluggish nature of Thunderbolt. Secondly, the essence of Frenzied Blade lies in its concentrated offensive power, and dual wielding would allow for swifter strikes, potentially offsetting any defensive shortcomings. With this newfound understanding, Raiden found himself brimming with excitement, Yet he was still in search of a weapon that would complement Thunderbolt. And that weapon, plop. Raiden was startled from his thoughts by the sound of Pin striking the table. He looked at Pin in confusion, only to find the latter lost in contemplation, his face marred by a frown. "Hey, my friend," he exclaimed, "do refrain from speaking. Even you disdain my unwavering swordsmanship. Is it truly the case that I, Pin, am thus?" Raiden gazed at Pin, who appeared to have lost all hope for life. With a sigh, he gently patted Pin's head before rising to stand before him. "My dear brother, I wholeheartedly admire your swordsmanship and hold you in high esteem as a person. Your unwavering technique will undoubtedly become an integral part of my own martial path. Rest assured, I have even conceived a formidable and straightforward dual-wielding sword technique. Is that so?" Pin's spirits lifted at once as he grasped Raiden's shoulders, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Allow me to name it then. Let it be called right-angle twin blades. Pin's dual lightning. What do you think?" "I must decline." Chapter 54. The course of fate. The warship raced toward its destination, which seemed to lie near the entrance to the Grand Line. At that moment, a pirate ship from the East Blue appeared to be heading toward the warship, as if in defiance. The pirate crew was modest in size, numbering only a handful, among the multitude of pirate crews venturing to the Grand Line. This particular band stood out as an anomaly. Their flag bore the image of a relatively elongated skull, with two broad blades sporting red hilts crossing each other in an ominous X shape, exuding a sense of lethal intent. The young captain, appearing to be under 20, radiated a confidence that shone with an undeniable allure, while his crew looked on with smiles. All of it seemed to herald that this newly formed pirate crew, just 2 years old, was destined to achieve remarkable feats in the Grand Line. "Brothers, we have rested for over 4 months in the East Blue. It is time to make our mark on the Grand Line." The crew members cheered, raising their arms in jubilation. Among them, a man with brown hair, though equally exhilarated, bore a hint of reluctance. The young captain noticed this and turned to the brown-haired man. "Jezeb, once we make a name for ourselves, we shall return to the East Blue. Then you will have the chance to see your child." "Yes, indeed. That lad will certainly grow into a fine man." Jezeb set aside his moment of hesitation, regaining his spirit and fixing his gaze intently on the red-haired captain. Meanwhile, a rotund man in green clothing raised a chicken leg in his hand, laughing boisterously at Jezeb. "Haha, Jezeb, your child likely won't be born until next April. How can you be so sure it's a boy? You foolish fat man, I'm not like you. I'm a sharpshooter. Haha, Rikibu, you are utterly pathetic." The deck erupted into a sea of laughter, and it was no surprise that Jezeb's words would become a recurring source of amusement among the red-haired pirates in the days to come. The warship sailed through the day and night, having passed Judicial Island. As they departed from the influence of the Navy headquarters, the number of pirates lurking in these waters gradually increased. "Major, a pirate crew has been spotted at 3 o'clock ahead. Upon comparison, they are confirmed to be the bounty of 22 million, the sea snail pirates. They are not attempting to evade us and are sailing directly toward us. Prepare for battle." "Yes." Raiden gazed at the approaching pirate ship with a sense of exhilaration, for this was truly a genuine battle. "Set the course against the wind at 20 degrees. With the port side exposed to the gusts. Full speed ahead. Prepare for cannon fire." The sailors aboard the vessel busily attended to their respective duties, while Pin and Raiden stood at the bow, observing the vessel of brigands before them. "Once the cannon fire commences, I shall take charge of the left side, and you shall oversee the right. We must ensure that the cannonballs are intercepted. Remain vigilant." "No problem." Raiden strode towards the starboard railing, and the busy sailors on deck regarded him with admiration, the tension aboard the warship dissipating significantly. "Captain, are we truly going to attack the warship? Isn't that rather rash?" "Rash? Nonsense. I am the notorious pirate, Sea Snail Soul. Should I fear a mere small warship? Onward. Prepare the cannons." "Aye, Captain." Boom, boom, boom. The two vessels soon reached firing range, and a barrage of cannon fire erupted. The resounding blasts mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, spreading across the waters. Slash. Right-angle strike. The accuracy of the cannonballs was lacking. Even the occasional hit was intercepted by Raiden and Pin before it could strike the warship. In contrast, the pirate ship was relentlessly bombarded, with sections reduced to rubble. "Close in. Engage in hand-to-hand combat." The pirate ship pressed forward amidst the cannon fire, finally nearing the warship. Several long ladders were cast over, and a tide of pirates surged upwards, braving the gunfire. Snail leap. At that moment, a massive figure leapt from the pirate ship, crashing heavily onto the deck of the naval vessel. "Ha! I am the infamous pirate with a bounty of 22 million. I shall slash. Before Soul could finish his declaration, a swift figure darted past him. Instinctively, Soul dodged, yet a sharp pain shot through his shoulder blade. Did I evade it? Not too shabby. Pin. I leave the pirate ship to you. This one is mine. No problem. Right angle flying bird. Pin the great bird. Pin struck fiercely. His immense sword energy cleaving through the side of the pirate ship, creating a neat gash, rendering it akin to a slab of steak. What? Right angle? The ship slicing hero. You are the ship slicing hero, Hey, you don't have time for idle chatter. With a swift motion, another wound opened on Soul, who hastily focused on the young naval officer before him. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Snail machine gun. Soul curled his hefty frame, revealing a barrage of firearms that erupted from his flesh, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Just then, Raiden vanished from Soul's sight, a devilish whisper echoing behind him. Too slow. Truly deserving of the name Snail. With a swift, bloodied blade, Soul beheld his final sight as the sword withdrew, his corpulent body collapsing, blood pooling beneath him. The remaining pirates, witnessing their captain's demise, were swiftly demoralized, many surrendering. All of them to the hold, barked Raiden. You scoundrels. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, the clash between the Navy and the pirates reached its end. The seasoned sailors efficiently imprisoned the remaining pirates, who would serve as laborers for certain projects. With the chief pirate vanquished, they held no further value except for the bounty. Brother, are there many pirate crews like this? Indeed, one cannot eradicate them all. Today we dealt with one, yet tomorrow another may emerge. It is truly a plight for the common folk. Raiden gazed at the slowly sinking pirate ship, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. Today he had vanquished a notorious pirate, avenging many who had fallen victim to his malevolence and mitigating the threat to countless others who might have suffered at his hands. Yet, with the demise of this villain, it was likely that another would soon rise to take his place. Raiden preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. He wished only to tend to his own affairs, for he was far from possessing the strength to contemplate such matters. Raiden, are you certain we are on the right course? If all goes well, we shall reach Long Island in 2 days. Pin interjected, disrupting Raiden's reverie. Raiden nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the horizon ahead. There should be no issue. We should be situated just south of Long Island, likely near Gyre Island. Is there a confirmed name for the island? You may disclose it to me now. Raiden turned to Pin, unable to suppress a smile. Of course, my friend. The name of the island is Asuka Island. Chapter 55. The cursed holy sword. Asuka Island sounded strangely familiar to Pin. He stroked his chin, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Gradually, it seemed he recalled something, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead as his eyes slowly opened to gaze at Raiden, his pupils trembling involuntarily. Hey, Raiden. You aren't planning to go there, are you? Yes, indeed. What I seek is the most beautiful legendary sword, the cursed one. Are you joking? Pin exclaimed, gripping Raiden's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Have you lost your mind? That is the fabled demon sword, the demon sword. Calm down, my friend. The thunderbolt in my possession is still a demon blade, isn't it? That's different. That is the legendary 7-star sword. Do you understand? Pin halted his shaking, his eyes reflecting immense terror. A cursed sword with a legacy spanning a millennium, coveted by countless swordsmen, yet never has anyone been known to master it completely. Setting aside the question of its existence, Raiden, if you cannot persuade me, then even if it means defying military orders, I shall bring you back. Raiden gazed at the earnest Pin, feeling a warm surge of affection wash over him. He raised his hand and gently tapped Pin's chest, conveying a reassuring message. Rest easy, my brother. I shall not court death. With that in mind, allow me to elaborate in detail. Raiden divulged all that he knew along with his plans. And gradually, Pin's expression softened. In other words, on one hand, you can confirm the existence and approximate location of the 7-star sword, and on the other, you can shield yourself from its curse? To be honest, I find it hard to believe, just based on this little ring. Pin gazed skeptically at the transparent ring in Raiden's hand. Do not underestimate it. This is a creation of a brilliant young girl who spent many years perfecting it. There are only 2 in existence, and I brought both for safety. How about this? You give it a try? How do I try it? Here. This is my Thunderstrike. Brother, experience the demon blade. Pin took the Thunderstrike from Raiden, his curiosity gradually overshadowing his doubts. It feels no different. Pin swung the blade a few times casually, finding that Thunder Strike was not unlike an ordinary blade, merely longer and heavier. Brother, see if you can stop it. Stop. Stop it, stop it. Pen discovered that he could not halt his strikes at all. His entire right arm seemed to be under the control of the Thunder Strike. Completely disregarding his brain's commands, Pen extended his left hand, gripping his right hand, which held the blade, with all his strength, attempting to force it to cease. But to no avail. Then, Pen took the ring offered by Raiden with his left hand and pressed it onto his right hand. In just a fleeting moment, his right hand regained control, and the swinging motions gradually came to a halt. Raiden retrieved Thunder from Pen's right hand and sheathed it back at his waist. So, have you been wielding such a weapon all along? This bracelet is truly remarkable. Pen scrutinized the bracelet but found himself utterly unable to discern its extraordinary qualities. This blade embodies the aspirations of my mentor. Perhaps it is due to my connection with my master, or perhaps it is a result of my years of companionship. That this sword has a relatively minor influence over me, only occasionally manifesting when I employ my swordsmanship. However, possessing this bracelet, Raiden raised his right hand, the transparent bracelet upon it gleaming conspicuously. I have finally mastered Thunder. Thus, mastering the 7-star sword is not beyond the realm of possibility. Pen pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Soon, the doubt in his eyes dissipated, and as he met Raiden's gaze, a look of delight overtook him. So, it follows that you might indeed grasp the 7-star sword. If you were to master the 7-star sword. Pen said nothing further, merely reveling in Raiden's potential. Should Raiden wield a weapon of such caliber, his power would escalate exponentially. Raiden gazed at Pen, feeling an immense sense of relief. As he approached the end of his 5th year in this world, he finally found someone he could trust completely. In his previous life, he had been unable to find a true friend. Yet, in this terrifying world, he had forged a bond of absolute trust with both Gungshiro and Pen. A rarity indeed. At this moment, Raiden had buried the name Ng deep within his heart and began to wholeheartedly accept and relish everything this world had to offer. At the Navy's 2nd training camp, the site of the 12th cohort, where Raiden and his companions had previously trained, they had nearly completed their training in the 6 styles and teamwork. If categorized by learning stages, they had now entered the 3rd phase. On the training grounds, a group of individuals gathered, their expressions grim. Hey, have you heard? Our task now is to be practice partners for the 13th cohort. That's not quite accurate. The instructor merely mentioned it as an interactive exercise while preparing for the main training. Interactive exercise? Have you ever practiced with the 11th cohort? The instructor is clearly biased. Shut up. Do you dare speak ill of Instructor Zifa? At that moment, a man with long black hair seized the loudmouth student and lifted him high above his head. In the sunlight, the man's hand appeared as thin as paper, threatening to ensnare the student's neck. Did I say something wrong? In our 12th cohort, you're the only A-ranked, while the 13th cohort boasts Pan-Peak. Spare him. He can hardly breathe. Pan-Peak. My apologies. Please let him go. The man referred to as Pan-Peak forcefully slammed the loudmouth to the ground, fixing him with a cold glare. If I hear another word from you, I will render you incapacitated. After delivering his warning, Pan-Peak turned and walked away, indifferent to the man gasping on the ground. Do you think you're impressive, Pan-Peak? You're merely an estimated A rank. The 13th cohort has 2 S ranks. Pan-Peak halted, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing before the fallen man. Tell me, how do you know this? And who are those 2? The man on the ground was startled but fueled by rage. He rose to meet Pan-Peak's gaze. Surprised, aren't you? Aside from Instructor Zifa, even Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazan are closely watching the 13th cohort. My father overheard a conversation between Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kazan. Did you know that? The man leaned closer to Pan-Peak's icy face, adopting a provocative stance. There are 4 A ranks in the 13th cohort. Among the 2 S ranks, one is Smoker with the smoke fruit, and the other is Raiden. Pan-Peak's expression remained stoic, yet a flicker of light seemed to flash in his eyes. He turned away slowly, muttering under his breath, Smoker, Raiden. Chapter 56, Natural Enemies Asko Island. A beautiful, tranquil, and mysterious isle. Before the era of pirates, this island, shrouded in the legend of the 7-star sword, was relatively peaceful. However, in recent years, with the influx of pirates into the Grand Line and the unfounded rumors of treasure associated with the 7-star sword, more and more pirates invaded the island, plunging the lives of its inhabitants into turmoil. Grandma, another ship of pirates has entered the village perimeter. The warriors have yet to recover from the last battle. What should we do? And Ilyasha, we have no manpower for hunting, and the granary is empty. What now? What do we do? What do we do? The woman named Ilyasha held a newborn baby, her face calm. Though it was unclear whether her demeanor reflected true composure or if she had been utterly crushed by the harsh reality. The child in her arms stirred awake. A delicate and charming little thing, seemingly imbued with spirit despite being just born. The baby, not crying or fussing, gazed widely at Ilyasha. Upon seeing the child, a faint smile finally graced Ilyasha's aged face. We must abandon everything. All able-bodied individuals, gather the injured warriors and what little food remains. We prepare to fight to the death here. Grandma, why not retreat? We could fall back to the ruins, that way. Ilyasha raised her head, locking eyes with the already panicked boy, a fierce glint in her gaze. Lakos, close your mouth. Remember your place. Perhaps startled by her intensity, Ilyasha softened her tone slightly. Lakos, your father was an exceptional warrior, and you too are a man. Be brave. Help me gather the villagers. Look, Maya is here. You cannot retreat. Maya is. Lakos glanced at the baby in Ilyasha's arms, studying her clear eyes. Shedding all fear, he turned and ran to notify the others. The village comprised merely 100 souls, with many men gravely injured. Some women took up the men's weapons, standing bravely at the perimeter to protect the others. Each face bore the expression of those prepared to face death. Captain, this place is too dilapidated. Is there really treasure here? Pa, you coward. Are you scared out of your wits by the 7-star sword? I am not. Ha ha. The voices of the pirates grew louder, and soon a repugnant group of them, reeking of filth, appeared before the villagers of Ask Island. Hey, women, what a delightful surprise. This island has female warriors? Come, let us find a better spot to fight. You uncouth brute, isn't it better here? The pirates' vile taunts incited fury among the fallen men, who struggled to rise but reopened their wounds, collapsing back to the ground in frustration. Ilyasha did not plead with the pirates. She knew that no matter what she said, it would only embolden these loathsome vermin. The only solution was to fight to the death. Today, I fear I will perish here. My life is of little concern, but I regret for Maya. She surveyed the pirates before her, noting their numbers, as despair began to fill her heart. The women standing at the outskirts trembled uncontrollably. The fierce pirates and their terrifying gazes felt like the arrival of their natural enemies, robbing them of the will to resist. Many women lifted their weapons, not aimed at the pirates, but at their own necks. Hey, pirates! What a delightful surprise. This island has pirates? Come, let us find a better spot to fight. You uncouth brute, isn't it better here? Ha ha. As the pirates reveled in their vile desires and the islanders sank into despair, a deliberate mockery echoed from afar, drawing the attention of all present. One voice seethed with anger, while the other was steeped in helplessness. Who the hell doesn't he want to live? I shall end your existence this very moment. The pirate leader discerned the insult imbued in the stranger's words and turned to glare with an intensity akin to that of a fallen islander. However, as the figure materialized before him, dread gradually supplanted his fury, causing his body to tremble as though confronted by an arch-nemesis. It was the Navy. The newcomers were indeed Raiden and Penn, who had traversed great distances for nearly half a month to finally arrive at Asker Island. At this juncture, Raiden and Penn regarded the band of pirates with teasing glances, perceiving not filthy brigands but rather beautiful maidens in a lively establishment. Boys, advance. After a brief moment of terror, the pirate leader swiftly regained his composure. He was acutely aware that surrendering to the Navy would spell his doom. Only through rebellion could he hope to carve a path to survival. Out at sea, where no one can see, we can disregard the rules. Let us eliminate them all. Wait. Though, we have numerous projects at hand, and the ship's prison still has space. Perhaps we should spare a few. Understood, brother. Raiden charged ahead with unwavering resolve. He was not one to revel in bloodshed, yet to eradicate such malevolence and thwart impending atrocities was a cause worthy of his efforts. Even if Raiden were inclined to relent, the thunder in his grasp would not permit it. These pirates were hardly formidable. The bounty on their leader scarcely reached 10 million, rendering them no match for Raiden's prowess. With a few deft maneuvers, he dispatched the pirate captain, and the remaining scoundrels promptly surrendered. The naval soldiers, unfazed by the spectacle, had come to recognize the young officer's formidable capabilities over the past fortnight. They expertly seized ropes, binding each pirate and arranging them in a line, escorting them towards the warship moored at the port. Many sailors even stifled yawns, lamenting the monotony of the skirmish. Raiden finally had the leisure to glance at the islanders who had gathered around them. In the eyes of these men, women, and children, there was only astonishment and gratitude, which brought a sense of comfort to Raiden's heart. Young naval officer, thank you for saving our village. As the elder of this community, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Elianda said, stepping forward amidst the crowd and bowing deeply before Raiden. Raiden remained silent. But when he noticed the adorable child in Elianta's arms gazing at him with wide, twinkling eyes, he could not resist crouching down to gently touch the child's face with his finger. Maya was not afraid of Raiden. Instead, she burst into giggles as he touched her, which brought even more joy to Raiden. He became so engrossed in playing with Maya that he momentarily forgot to engage with the crowd. Grandmother, what is this child's name? She is truly delightful. Esteemed sir, this child is named Maya. She is my granddaughter. Maya. Raiden lifted his body, gazing at the perplexed Elena Shah, and made an effort to lower his demeanor, striving to adopt a more courteous tone. Madam, I have come to propose a transaction. Upon hearing Raiden's words, Elenash's confusion gradually dissipated. Having weathered many trials, she had already surmised Raiden's intentions. At that moment, she could only let out a deep sigh, her expression a blend of anguish and a sense of liberation. Chapter 57, The most beautiful sword you seek, the 7-star sword, do you not, young man? Indeed. As you have said, but I believe it to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Raiden gazed at the elderly Elanda before him, fully aware that swaying this obstinate woman would be no simple task. Nevertheless, he spoke earnestly of his intentions. The 7-star sword has brought forth an abundance of calamities to this island. For your clan, it is an unequivocal curse. Now, as a representative of the Navy, I shall remove it, ensuring that this nightmare shall never again plague this isle. Upon observing the subtle stirrings of emotion in Elder Elanasha, Raiden seized the opportunity with fervor. Moreover, I propose to establish a naval dojo on Asuka Island, which would aid in eradicating the pirates drawn by the whispers of the 7-star sword treasure. The dojo would merely require a plot of vacant land on the island, ensuring no disruption to your daily life. What do you think of this arrangement? Elder Elanasha scrutinized Raiden closely, committing each of his gestures and words to memory, then shook her head in resignation as she slowly ambled forward. The 7-star sword is the emblem of royal power in the kingdom of Asuka, birthed from the malevolent desires of the 3 princes and the blood of innocent civilians, culminating in a tremendous evil that has wrought unparalleled calamity upon the world. The saint sacrificed her very life to awaken the 3 princes, ultimately transforming into 3 precious jewels, beseeching the blessings of the Asuka deity, thus sealing the malevolent 7-star sword. It is anticipated that when this child matures, he too shall become the guardian of the 7-star sword. Elder Elanasha spoke to herself, glancing down at Maya with deep compassion in her eyes, before turning to face Raiden. Young naval officer, I do not wish for one such as you to become the next victim of the 7-star sword. Yet, it seems you have resolved your path, and the old woman has nothing further to say. Lakis, grandmother, I am here. Bring forth the jewel. Yes, although young, the boy Lakis grasped the essence of the conversation between Raiden and the elder. Inspired by Raiden's formidable presence in vanquishing the pirates, he promptly retrieved the jewel and presented it to Raiden. Young man, this is the jewel imbued with divine power, the sacred object that seals the 7-star sword. Take it, as it is the old woman's blessing for you. Raiden accepted the precious gem, casually picking up one of the radiant stones. The jewel shimmered with a delicate pink glow, its clarity and perfection leaving no room for doubt, prompting Raiden to question whether this exquisite item was truly a creation of divine power. Thank you. I shall take this, he declared. Rest assured. Even if I were to meet my demise, the promises I have made will remain valid. Then the 7-star sword is located within our northern altar. Lakis, please escort this esteemed guest. Yes, my lord, follow me. Raiden gestured to T. Pin, who was not far away, indicating that everything should proceed according to plan. T. Pin nodded in response, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of concern. Although he understood that Raiden was well prepared, he could not entirely quell his anxiety. Lakis led the way ahead, swiftly guiding Raiden to the ruins of a stone edifice. My lord, the sword lies within the sarcophagus on the 2nd level. I cannot accompany you further. Please exercise caution. Do take care. Very well, you may return now. Raiden gazed solemnly at Lakos, casually rubbing his head with his left hand. He then descended the steps, slowly entering the relic with the precious jade in tow. The ruins were in a state of disrepair, and the 2nd floor space was rather cramped. In the midst of this silent, confined area, the stone sarcophagus appeared even more eerie. A shiver ran down Raiden's spine as he discreetly checked the wristbands on his arm before continuing forward. For safety's sake, he secured both wristbands to his right hand this time, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Before lifting the lid of the sarcophagus, he placed the jade in 3 positions beside it, forming a triangle, as instructed by Elder Ilensa. Having completed this, Raiden took a deep breath and slowly opened the sarcophagus. Contrary to his expectations, nothing extraordinary occurred upon opening the stone coffin. Inside the heavy, ancient sarcophagus lay an exquisitely beautiful longsword, quietly resting. With just a glance, Raiden was captivated. The 7-star sword was impressively long, rivaling the equally lengthy thunderbolt. The silk-wrapped hilt was graceful and smooth, offering a superb grip without needing to be held. The guard, resembling a blooming flower, was both aesthetically pleasing and not overly ornate, its bronze hue perfectly complementing its form. However, what truly astounded Raiden was the sword's straight and robust blade. If the thunderbolt's appearance evoked memories of his past life as Tang Dao, the 7-star sword's quintessentially Chinese design and its name ignited a fervor within him. All previous doubts about the 7-star sword vanished from Raiden's mind. At this moment, he only wished to seize it, to claim this weapon destined to become his own. Raiden withdrew the 7-star sword from the stone sarcophagus with his left hand, while his right hand gently grasped the hilt, slowly drawing it forth. As the scabbard was opened, a glimmer of green light emerged, and the intricate, enchanting patterns gradually expanded in Raiden's pupils. As a swordsman, he became utterly captivated by the sword's exquisite beauty. Truly, it is indeed the most beautiful legendary sword. Disregarding its lethality, the aesthetic allure of the 7-star sword is unparalleled. Once fully liberated from its sheath, the elongated blade shimmered with a frosty gleam, while the green inscriptions carved upon its surface resembled orchids entwined in an elegant embrace. Raiden brought the 7-star sword close to his face. Unable to resist further admiring this magnificent weapon, and an impulse arose within him to test its prowess. At that moment, a flicker of rationality jolted him awake from his reverie, causing him to stumble and fall to one knee, beads of cold sweat forming on his back, even dampening his garments. It was terrifying. Even with 2 layers of wristbands, he had nearly succumbed to its allure. Nevertheless, he had succeeded. Raiden once again surveyed the 7-star sword, yet his gaze had lost the previous obsession, replaced instead by overwhelming satisfaction. He rose to his feet, preparing to sheath the sword. However, at that moment, the orchid symbol etched upon the blade suddenly blazed with an astonishing brilliance, casting a vivid green light throughout the chamber. A look of terror spread across Raiden's face as he swiftly raised his right hand, attempting to force the sword back into its sheath, only to discover that his body had become utterly immobile. What on earth is happening? Raiden's rationality still lingered, yet he found himself incapable of discerning the current circumstances. He could only persist in attempting to move his right hand, hoping for some semblance of response. Meanwhile, the precious gem that Raiden had placed upon the ground began to emit a soft radiance, a pink light breaking through the verdant glow that enveloped the room. As if striving to rival the green luminescence, Raiden's body remained immobile, and what was even more perilous was that his sanity began to wane gradually. Ultimately, as darkness engulfed him, Raiden lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 58, The Secret of the 7-Star Sword. Upon regaining consciousness, Raiden felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. It was then that he realized he was no longer in the previous chamber, but rather in a spacious and opulent room. Raiden struggled to rise to his feet, only then realizing that his attire was no longer the familiar garb of yore, but had transformed into a suit of leather armor. The thunder, which had been fastened to his waist, along with the 7-star sword in his right hand, had mysteriously vanished. Upon further inspection, he discovered that even the bracelet on his wrist was gone. What could have transpired? All I can recall are 2 beams of light flashing. What could that be? Just as Raiden pondered this, a faint green light suddenly emerged in the dimness ahead. Recognizing this familiar hue, he cautiously approached, until he found himself before a wooden door, from the crevice of which the green light emanated. After much contemplation, Raiden ultimately resolved to push open the door, for the events unfolding before him had transcended his comprehension, and he was fervently in search of answers. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a magnificent hall before Raiden, where the 7-star sword was prominently displayed upon a sword rack at the center, emanating a vibrant green glow. "You have awakened, traveler," he suddenly heard a voice from above while still fixated on the 7-star sword. Startled, he lifted his gaze and discovered 3 opulent thrones positioned atop the long staircase that extended throughout the grand hall. 3 handsome young men, exuding an air of authority and majesty, were seated upon them, their eyes fixed intently on Raiden below. "Might you 3 be the esteemed princes of the kingdom of Asker?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Raiden immediately conjured a rather absurd thought, and hurriedly prepared to pose a question to the three individuals. To his surprise, the trio greeted him with satisfied smiles. Indeed, this time, the foreigner displays a far superior demeanor than those of the past. Brother Wong, it seems our hopes have finally materialized. Yes, this should be the final occasion, shouldn't it? The three seated figures exchanged excited words, and after a brief conversation, they rose and descended the steps, positioning themselves before Raiden. We are the once princes of the kingdom of Asuka. Foreign traveler, might you divulge your name? Raiden. Raiden. I am aware that you possess many inquiries, yet I implore you to first address a few questions of mine. Firstly, did you arrive here through the power of the seven-star sword? Raiden nodded. Secondly, please recount the secrets of the seven-star sword that you are aware of. Raiden nodded slightly, recounting all that he knew along with the words of Granny Yalanasha. The foreheads of the three princes gradually furrowed with concern. Brother, what is this? Sighed one of the princes from the rear, his expression marred by anger, yet upon reflection, he seemed resigned, letting out a heavy lament. The prince at the center also contorted his face for a moment, but once he steadied his thoughts, he lifted his gaze to Raiden and slowly articulated the information that Raiden yearned to comprehend. Raiden, I am aware that what I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe, yet I implore you to place your trust in me. Raiden's expression remained impassive as he merely nodded gently, urging the prince to continue. The prince, standing at the center, exhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Over a millennium ago, the kingdom of Asuka stood as one of the most formidable nations on this continent. The realm excelled not only in terms of population, economy, culture, and military prowess, but was also blessed by the protection of the Asuka deity, which ensured a stable reign for the royal family and garnered immense loyalty from the populace. All of this contributed to the unparalleled Asuka civilization. The three princes were raised in such an environment, and as they reached adulthood, the competition for the throne transformed into a new game among the brothers. Unlike other nations, securing the throne required not only exceptional talents across various domains but also the affirmation of the Asuka deity. The three of them hastily ascended to the summit of the gods, where, after fervently offering their prayers, they received a divine oracle at the distant borders of the capital. There resided a sorceress endowed with unfathomable malevolent powers. Whoever could purify her would ascend as the next king. The princes prepared to act separately, intending to first locate the whereabouts of the sorceress before devising their plan. However, the second prince, who found her first, was ensnared by the sorceress's beauty and succumbed to her sinister influence. While the other two princes grieved deeply, they summoned the national treasure of Asuka, the seven-star sword, a symbol of supreme authority, ready to wield its power to rescue their brother. Alas, the sorceress's might far exceeded the prince's expectations. Although the seven-star sword awakened the second prince, the combined strength of the three remained insufficient to contend with the sorceress. Even more terrifying was the sorceress's ability to manipulate human hearts, leading an ever-growing number of people to become her devoted followers, thus igniting a merciless war. The horrific chaos transformed the once prosperous and peaceful kingdom of Asuka into a veritable hell on earth, drawing in more and more nations, all of whom ultimately fell victim to the grinding wheel of war. In their desperation, the princes sought the aid of the Asuka deity once more, who imparted to them a miraculous secret technique capable of sealing souls within a designated space. In the end, the princes sacrificed their own lives, forever sealing their souls alongside that of the sorceress within the seven-star sword. The war was brought to a complete halt, however. The seven-star sword was deemed a cursed artifact, and its twisted legend has persisted through the ages. Within the grand hall, Raiden silently pondered, while the three princes waited patiently, quietly observing him. I can believe the tale, but why have I been brought here? Raiden lifted his head, casting a sharp gaze upon the three princes. This is the sealed space formed by the seven-star sword, unaffected by the passage of time. Our souls have remained in slumber, awakening only when a foreigner enters. In the past, when we sealed the enchantress, we anticipated that we could not completely annihilate her, yet feared that she would eventually emerge to wreak havoc. Thus, we established an entrance, allowing access to the space within the seven-star sword through the precious jade we left behind. Regrettably, one can only enter 3 times. The first 2 occurrences transpired many years ago, and those 2 foreigners lacked the strength to vanquish the sorceress, likely meeting their demise. Upon hearing the accounts of the 2 princes, Raiden furrowed his brow deeply. So, how might I possibly escape from this place? Raiden had no time to squander on such matters, nor did he wish to involve himself in the so-called conflict between gods and demons. Although he was a traveler from another realm, he was ultimately a product of advanced education in Huaxia. While he could reluctantly entertain the notion of souls, he remained a staunch atheist. In his view, the former nation of Asuka was merely a reshuffling of power. It was, at its core, the machinations of human desires and interests that drove events. He longed to escape this wretched space as soon as possible. We too are uncertain of how to depart. But you are the third individual to enter this place. Our powers have been completely diminished, leaving only the strength of the demoness to sustain this seal. Raiden approached the location of the seven-star sword and drew forth the legendary blade. Gazing at the exquisite patterns adorning the sword's body, he elegantly twirled it, then picked up the scabbard resting nearby to sheath the seven-star sword with deliberate care. This implies that by slaying her, one could attain freedom? Where is she? Chapter 59. Three versions. The three princes exchanged glances of delight upon Raiden's acquiescence. Raiden, we cannot exit the Grand Hall, thus we are unaware of her exact whereabouts. However, this sealed space is not expansive. We should be able to locate her swiftly beyond the hall. And the exit? This. Raiden nodded slightly, gesturing simply to the three princes, and then followed the direction of their fingers until he soon discovered a grand door. With a modest exertion, he pulled open the door, revealing the panoramic view of the sealed space. Indeed, this realm was not expansive. From Raiden's perspective, a small hill in the distance marked the boundary of the space, beyond which lay an expanse of emptiness, resembling a wall. Despite its limited size, the scenery outside the Grand Hall was rather delightful. Lush green lawns, a crystal-clear lake, and gentle sunlight, all of which significantly lightened Raiden's previously somber mood. Raiden wandered aimlessly forward, his gaze fixed upon the ground as he pondered some inscrutable thought, seemingly oblivious to the beauty surrounding him. Hey, young man, you're about to reach the end. A crisp voice jolted him from his reverie in a rather brash manner. As Raiden lifted his head, he was met by the sight of a young girl clad in white. Her features were undeniably sweet, and her voice melodious, yet, at that moment, she wore a frown that belied her appearance. What? Raiden stammered, taken aback. When someone offers you a reminder, shouldn't you express your gratitude first? The girl spoke with an edge that stripped away any semblance of sweetness, reminiscent of Belmer's usual demeanor. This absurdity left Raiden feeling somewhat bemused, prompting him to bow his head slightly. Thank you for the reminder. Well, that is more like it. But speaking of which, you're here to kill me. Just like the two before you, aren't you? Oh. Raiden remained noncommittal, merely lifting his gaze to regard the girl before him. Do not look at me in such a manner. In my consciousness, aside from the events of the past, the only memories I possess are those of the previous two attempts on my life. May I inquire as to their ultimate fate? The girl also raised her head, regarding Raiden with an expression reminiscent of one observing a fool. I am still here, what do you think? No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to know the outcome of their endeavors. The outcome? They perished, of course. What of dying here? Nonetheless, I do not wish to involve myself in your affairs. I simply desire to depart. The girl clapped her hands and leaped from the stone to stand before Raiden, examining him with curiosity. I truly do not know. After I vanquished them, they simply vanished. I am uncertain whether they returned to their original world or were utterly extinguished. However, you are indeed unlike the others. The girl pointed to the seven-star sword in Raiden's hand. Following her gaze, Raiden raised the sword, placing it before him. I have never encountered anyone who could resist the control of this cursed blade. Though you seem somewhat foolish, your thoughts are remarkably lucid, truly perplexing. A cursed blade? Indeed. Without a doubt, a cursed blade. HM? Raiden found himself enveloped in profound perplexity. He had heard two versions of the tale concerning the seven-star sword. To be frank, he remained somewhat skeptical of both narratives. However, in each account, the seven-star sword, as the protagonist, appeared largely consistent. Yet now, as the girl spoke, it seemed there were further discrepancies. Raiden hastily inquired of the young maiden about the events of yesteryears. Though somewhat displeased, she recounted the memories etched in her mind. The priestess clan had, for generations, devoted themselves to the service of the celestial deities. During the era when the divine was most revered, the priestesses were exalted as holy maidens, basking in the respect of the populace. Over a millennium ago, in the kingdom of Asuka, it was precisely during this time of unparalleled veneration for the gods that the ancestral priestess clan flourished as the most prosperous lineage within the realm. As the purest scion of her family, the young maiden was hailed as a holy maiden at a tender age. One fateful day, the deity of Asuka delivered a divine oracle. The kingdom would inevitably descend into chaos, stemming from the royal relic, the seven-star sword, which must be utterly destroyed before the impending turmoil. Upon receiving the oracle, the holy maiden promptly reported to the reigning king of Aska. To her astonishment, the king preferred to offend the divine and the populace rather than relinquish the seven-star sword. The audacious holy maiden feigned agreement with the king's decision but stealthily infiltrated the palace. Unexpectedly, deep within the castle, she discovered the aged king nurturing the seven-star sword with his own blood. This revelation solidified her conviction of the sword's malevolence, prompting her to rally her kin and counsel the king. However, upon their return to the palace, they found the king had perished, and the seven-star sword was nowhere to be found. When the sword re-emerged, it was wielded by the three princes, who commenced a blood sacrifice. The realm was engulfed in warfare, and the lives of countless citizens were extinguished, their blood and resentments absorbed by the sword, casting a dreadful crimson hue upon the moon. Ultimately, the holy maiden prayed to the deities of Aska and received the means to seal the seven-star sword. She offered her life and the majority of her family's bloodline as a sacrifice, successfully creating 3 gemstones capable of sealing the sword, ultimately using them to bind the seven-star sword and the 3 princes ensnared by its power. Is that all? Indeed, it is. Upon hearing the tale of the saint, Raiden felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. Initially, he believed that the more he learned, the better he could analyze the situation. However, to his utter astonishment, having encountered 3 versions of himself only left him more bewildered. Raiden crouched down, sketching a chart in the sand. The saintess found it rather intriguing and followed suit. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Raiden. The first version, that of Elder Elonda, depicted the seven-star sword as a divine gift, one that incited war due to the prince's infatuation with the saintess. Ultimately, the sword succumbed to malevolence, transforming into a cursed blade. In the end, the saintess sacrificed herself to awaken the prince's reason, leading him to beseech the gods for a gem that would ultimately seal the sword away. Bah! How absurd! I am to perish merely to redeem 3 fools? What purpose does that serve for a saintess? Moreover, it is simply 3 princes vying for 1 woman. Does it warrant such a dreadful tale? Raiden listened to the timely remarks of the saintess, nodding in silent agreement. The account provided by Elder Elonda was riddled with inconsistencies and far too antiquated to serve as a reliable source. The second version, that of the prince, declared that the seven-star sword was a royal sacred artifact, with the war instigated by the malevolent which foretold in the divine oracle. Ultimately, the prince beseeched the gods for a precious gem, sealing himself and the witch within the seven-star sword. The third version, espoused by the saintess, asserted that the seven-star sword was a royal cursed object, possessing the power to ensnare hearts. The war was initiated by 3 princes who fell under the sword's seductive influence, culminating in the saintess sacrificing herself to implore the gods for a gem, thereby sealing herself and the prince within the seven-star sword. The saintess remained silent, instead pondering deeply while resting her chin on her hand, prompting Raiden to engage in a meticulous comparison. Undoubtedly, the 3 narratives diverged significantly, yet each bore striking similarities or opposing elements, rendering them akin to 3 identical gems, leaving one perplexed as to the true nature of the reality. Chapter 60, The Peculiar Space. 3 simple charts, though not overly complex in content, featured a limited cast of characters. Nevertheless, Raiden's expression remained contemplative, his gaze fixated on the ground. Oh, the 3 princes claimed that their powers had waned. Could it be that you were the one sustaining this sealed space? Raiden, having transformed his stance into a relaxed sit, reclined on the ground with one hand propped up, casting a casual gaze towards the saintess opposite him. The saintess, finding his demeanor quite amusing, mimicked his posture and settled down in a similar fashion. Indeed, this position was remarkably comfortable. It had been ages since she had felt such relaxation. Hey, oh, my apologies. However, even if you were to inquire, I would be at a loss for answers. To be honest, I wish to ask you too, as I am utterly oblivious to this space. The saintess, with a hint of exasperation, gestured towards the sun above and shrugged her shoulders. Then, how much power do you possess at this moment? Can you perceive it? Well, that's rather difficult to articulate, but as she shifted her finger from the sun to point at Raiden, a provocative smile graced her lips. Killing you should pose no significant challenge. Though her words bore no malicious intent, they instilled a palpable sense of dread. Raiden shook his head lightly, rising from the ground and casually brushing off the dust from his clothing. Are you leaving? He mused. Well, since I cannot think of anything, I might as well take a stroll. I shall accompany you. The saintess promptly stood up, gazing at Raiden with wide eyes, fearful that he might abandon her. Raiden sighed, pressing his forehead, yet did not decline her company. Consequently, the saintess beamed with joy, following Raiden closely, cheerfully narrating everything she knew about the space around them. Before long, the duo had thoroughly explored their surroundings. Raiden was particularly meticulous, even plunging into a small lake for a closer examination, but alas, he found nothing of significance. They meandered around the perimeter and eventually returned to stand before the castle. "You cannot enter this castle?" Raiden inquired. "Indeed, I have tried and failed. You may see for yourself," the saintess replied, extending her right hand towards the wooden door of the castle, yet despite her efforts, it would not budge. With a deep breath, she delivered a powerful punch against the door. The forceful impact struck the door with a ferocity that conjured a tempest, leaving Raiden with the sensation that he had been thrust back into a stormy sea, reinforcing his belief that the saintess could easily end his life if she so wished. However, as the winds subsided, the door remained unscathed, firmly shut without a dent. "See, it won't open," the saintess said, her hands raised in a gesture of helplessness as she looked at Raiden. "Allow me to give it a try." Raiden stepped forward and gently pushed, causing the wooden door to creak before it slowly swung open. As the door revealed its entrance, the saintess was taken aback. Instinctively, she reached out with her right hand, only to find herself encountering an invisible barrier, preventing her from crossing the threshold. Upon witnessing this scene, Raiden found himself momentarily entranced. He slowly approached, soon re-entering the castle, standing in opposition to the saintess through the door. "Are you still unable to enter?" "Indeed, it is utterly impossible." "Very well, then wait for me here. I shall summon the three individuals over, and we shall converse face to face." "Humph, three unsophisticated bumpkins. Ahem, I shall take that as your consent. Please wait for a moment." "All right, I shall consider it a favor to you." Raiden gently waved at the holy maiden before retracing his steps back to the grand hall. The three princes were taken aback by his return. "Raiden, what is the meaning of this?" "I regret to inform you, I was unable to defeat her." "However," Raiden crossed his arms, casting a piercing gaze upon the three princes seated before him. "I beckoned her to the entrance. We could converse there." The three princes exchanged glances, engaging in silent deliberation, yet ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Raiden led the way, guiding the three princes to the grand door. "Hey, how did you arrive so swiftly? What of those three dullards? And what of that enchantress?" Raiden looked around in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "You cannot see or hear each other." Observing the bewilderment of both parties, Raiden covered his face and let out an ambiguous chuckle. Ultimately, after Raiden's examination, it became apparent that the prince could not leave the castle and remained oblivious to the presence of the saintess outside. Likewise, the saintess was unable to enter the castle and could not perceive the prince within, even with the grand gates wide open. Raiden succinctly recounted his discoveries and shared the version of the saint with the princes. Upon receiving their somewhat aloof replies, he decided against further inquiries. "Then I shall take my leave," he said. "Wait, Raiden, where are you going?" Raiden stepped out of the castle gates and approached the equally perplexed saintess, before turning to face the prince with a slight air of disdain. "Since you have all become useless, where I choose to go is my own prerogative." On one side stood the dreary castle accompanied by three ineffectual men, and on the other, a relatively pleasant environment with a young, beautiful, and remarkably capable woman. As a normal man, the choice should be quite evident. "Forget about remarkable capabilities, you fool. Raiden, you will come to regret this. She is a seductress." Raiden waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the incessant chatter of the three individuals within the castle, and turned to stride forward. Although the saintess was aware that the trio inside the castle could not see her, she nonetheless made a face at the castle before skipping along to catch up with Raiden. "Hey, where are we headed next? We've explored the surroundings thoroughly." "Well, I have no idea. Let us wander aimlessly." Raiden walked straight ahead, unwavering in his path. The saintess pondered for a moment, realizing she had nowhere in particular to go, and thus continued to follow the silhouette of Raiden. Along the way, the saintess incessantly posed questions to Raiden, mostly inquiring about the intriguing novelties of his era. Raiden would occasionally respond, eliciting a blend of curiosity and slight annoyance from the saintess trailing behind. "Hey, we're reaching the end. If we're stopping, why not tell me more about the sea train?" she exclaimed. Raiden paid no heed to the saintess, instead lost in contemplation as he gazed ahead. Before him lay the very edge of this realm, where the glaring light wall stood out starkly against the surrounding scenery. As Raiden brushed his hand against the luminous barrier, it felt akin to caressing a sheet of glass. "Saintess, could you strike this wall? With all your might?" "Ah, I haven't attempted that before. Allow me to give it a try, but I shall recount three tales, Unabridged, she replied. Even if I fail to break through, it will still count. Very well. It's a deal. The saintess clenched her tiny fists, resembling dumplings, and twisted her delicate neck in a preposterous warm-up that was neither necessary nor reasonable. Raiden quickly retreated to a safe distance, focusing intently on the spectacle before him. Are you ready? Then, the saintess leapt high into the air. Her right hand tightly clenched and positioned behind her. A whirlwind of energy swirled around her, ultimately coalescing around her right fist, compressing into a nearly translucent gauntlet. The saintess swung her arm forward with great force. The light wall instantly bore the brunt of this tremendous power, showing signs of fracturing at the focal point of the impact, yet it could not be breached further. As the shockwave dissipated, the fissures in the luminous barrier gradually healed, returning to its pristine state. I gave it my all. You cannot. Yes, I know. However, saintess, how about we wager? Huh? What kind of wager? The saintess, initially delighted by Raiden's promise, shifted her interest upon hearing the mention of a bet. Raiden gazed intently at the luminous barrier before him, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. I surmise that I should be able to shatter this radiant wall. Chapter 61. Opposition what? I find that hard to believe. This wall is exceedingly sturdy. While the saintess was still speaking, Raiden had already approached the shimmering veil, raising the seven-star sword high above his head before plunging it forcefully into the barrier. This. Under the incredulous gaze of the saintess, Raiden effortlessly cleaved a door-sized opening in the barrier, as if slicing through tofu. Behind the breach lay an abyss of darkness, seemingly devoid of all substance. How did you accomplish this? This is utterly. The saintess faltered, unable to conjure words to adequately describe the spectacle before her. Raiden merely turned back, a smug smile illuminating his face. This is but a trivial matter. The crux of our wager lies ahead. Wasn't the bet about whether you could open it? Certainly not. That was merely a prelude. However, should I emerge victorious in the forthcoming wager, you must agree to grant me a favor. Rest assured, it will be something within your capacity and entirely agreeable to you. Oh, then do tell. What shall we wager on? In Raiden's eyes shone an intense confidence as he beckoned the holy maiden to approach him, uttering a statement that left her utterly astonished. I am aware of the place to which this entrance leads. Outside the ruins. Ping anxiously paced, imploring the elderly matron. It's been a month. Can you devise any means to assist? The matron sighed helplessly. Alas, I too am at a loss. It had already been a month since Raiden had entered the ruins. Over 2 weeks prior, Ping had exhausted every possible method to unlock the ruins, only to discover his impotence in the matter. He promptly reported the situation to headquarters, which swiftly dispatched an elite team for assistance. However, even with the deployment of explosives, they found themselves unable to breach the seemingly dilapidated structure. A peculiar green light continuously enveloped the ruins, rendering all strategies futile. Raiden, what on earth have you encountered? Please, emerge. Ping felt as though his heart were laden with lead, heavy enough to stifle his breath. He could only gaze vacantly at the ruins, yearning for the familiar silhouette to emerge. Where's this? Could it be? It seems I have won my wager. Within the confines of the sealed space, Raiden and the holy maiden traversed through the luminous threshold, navigating a brief stretch of darkness before arriving at a shadowy stone chamber. A smile fully illuminated Raiden's face. This is the very point from which I entered this world. Does this mean that I truly? Of course, let us proceed. Raiden set forth in the familiar direction, with the saintess cautiously trailing behind. At that moment, her heart raced tumultuously, an unprecedented sense of tension enveloping her, as she gazed upon the silhouette of the youth ahead. Fear eluded her. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her veins. Upon pushing open the wooden door for the second time, the magnificent hall materialized once more before Raiden, and the saintess finally beheld the interior of the castle. Raiden, what on earth? What is that? A witch? A country bumpkin? The three princes, who had been seated comfortably, sprang to their feet in alarm at the sight of the woman behind Raiden, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. The saintess, filled with curiosity, regarded the trio with a playful demeanor, sticking her tongue out at them without reservation. Come now, there is no need for such theatrics. Can't we simply converse in peace? Raiden, you can't be unaware that this witch, country bumpkin prince. Seeing your faces infuriates me, truly. How embarrassing. You fools. Raiden gazed upon the tense princes, unable to suppress a loud exclamation. This utterance restored a semblance of calm among the princes, who now regarded Raiden and his companion with vigilant eyes. The saintess, on the other hand, proudly straightened her posture, standing quietly beside Raiden. Are you all calm now? To speak frankly, I could eliminate you all single-handedly, so it would be wise to abandon the pretense of princely grandeur. Humph. Ultimately, you are nothing but a fool enchanted by the sorceress, you second-born. Silence. How embarrassing. The eldest prince intervened, halting the second prince's impotent fury, and then cast a dark glare at Raiden. So, your intention is to slay us? Ah, esteemed saintess, do you wish to take their lives? Raiden let out a helpless sigh and then turned to gaze at the saintess. The saintess, taken aback by Raiden's question, lowered her head in contemplation before ultimately shaking it. Although these three unsophisticated individuals were quite irksome, eliminating them would serve no purpose. Very well, I shall comply. Raiden turned once more to face the three princes, who wore expressions of bewilderment, as if they had encountered an astonishing revelation. Ahem. Now, may I proceed to share my words with you, esteemed princes and the delightful saintess? Speak freely. Oh, how charming. Raiden took a few steps forward, positioning himself at the center of both parties, then slightly turned to allow both sides to behold his visage. Unsurprisingly, this place served as the dwelling, or perhaps more aptly termed a prison, of the four souls, and its very essence was the result of their collective sealing. A fact that left no room for dispute. The four nodded in agreement, and Raiden continued to speak. All conflicts arise from opposition, based on your personal experiences. The dichotomy of the seven-star sword's righteousness and malevolence, as well as your individual notions of good and evil, are in stark contrast. Yet, when you observe events through this adversarial lens, what was once a singular occurrence may yield entirely disparate outcomes. Reflect on this. If you were to switch places and adopt the perspective of the other, would their narrative begin to seem plausible? Raiden paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd. After a prolonged contemplation, the expressions of the four individuals transformed into one of incredulity, with several princes even breaking into a cold sweat. Have you realized? The narratives you have recounted are fundamentally identical. Only the opposing perspectives render the tales entirely distinct. However, there exists one element that remains utterly unchanged. Did the four of them begin to sense something? Their eyes widened in unison as they gazed at Raiden. Even the saintess displayed an expression of shock, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Raiden slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards the heavens. Indeed, it is the god of Asuka. As Raiden discerned the three starkly different versions, he effortlessly identified a crucial detail. The depiction of the god of Asuka across all three stories bore no discrepancies, perhaps to the eyes of ordinary mortals. The existence of deities is a commonplace notion. Yet for Raiden, an atheist from another realm, this revelation stood out like a shadow under the sun, remarkably conspicuous. Furthermore, in your accounts, the seven-star sword, regardless of whether deemed a sacred relic or a malevolent artifact, invariably originates from the royal lineage. Yet in the version from over a millennium later, this sword derives from the god of Asuka. Oh, and the secret arts you have sealed away. Were they not imparted to you by the god of Asuka as well? This is inconceivable. The second prince clutched his head, kneeling down, while the countenances of the others reflected their dismay. They yearned to counter Raiden's assertions, yet found the reality aligning with his claims. Meanwhile, Raiden remained unperturbed, maintaining a serene demeanor as he spoke. When I witnessed your inability to communicate at the castle gates, I was both perplexed and enlightened. Perhaps it is best to allow the rightful party to speak. Do you still wish to remain hidden? Very well, then I shall summon you forth. Saintess, onward. Raiden's words jolted the bewildered saint from her confusion. She gazed at him with dazed eyes, yet swiftly regained her composure. Recalling his earlier counsel at the entrance, she cast aside all doubts and, as if venting pent-up emotions, gathered the swirling winds into her fist. With a mighty leap, she unleashed her full power in a devastating punch toward the unknown ahead. At this moment, Raiden remained unperturbed, meticulously observing the position of the Holy Maiden. He deftly hurled the seven-star sword towards the trajectory of her punch. The soaring sword collided violently with the force of her strike, resulting in a tremendous impact that shattered the legendary, invincible seven-star sword. Chapter 62, Kashala. The remnants of the seven-star sword cascaded through the air like shattered glass, glimmering with an emerald hue. As the Holy Maiden landed, she stood beside Raiden, cautiously eyeing the fragments above. She had already sensed the extraordinary nature of that previous blow. Raiden, too, became exceedingly vigilant, instinctively reaching for the right side of his waist, only to find an absence of sensation. The emerald shards gradually coalesced into a misty figure, with the original green luminescence slowly transforming into a soft pink. Was this a deity? The second prince rose to his feet, yearning to approach the pink light. yet was pulled back by a brother who shielded him protectively. How intriguing. Mortal, how did you come to this realization? The pink luminary, or rather, the deity Asuka, finally spoke. Although Raiden could not discern his features, he could sense an unmistakable air of delight emanating from him. The princes and the saintess, upon hearing this familiar voice, were momentarily taken aback, feeling none of the warmth they once knew, only a profound terror that resonated deep within their souls. Ah, mortal, how amusing. If you are indeed a god, why not take a guess? Without a doubt, Raiden's words struck at the very core of the divine being, Asuka. He remained silent. Yet the palpable sense of oppression rising within the grand hall revealed the god's tumultuous emotions. An intriguing mortal. Logically, my domain is flawless. In truth, I had not anticipated this. I suspected everyone, yet your so-called perfection ultimately betrayed you. This space, the castle where the prince resides, and the clearing where the saintess stands, are two distinct locations. However, why did the previous two, including myself, manifest in the castle's confined space? 3 occurrences provide a sufficient sample size. I refuse to believe this is mere chance. The saintess gazed at Raiden helplessly, her heart a tumult of confusion, her long-held faith shattered entirely. The only anchor she had was the confident youth before her. The sole explanation is that you intentionally let us here first. The small chamber possesses only one passage to the grand hall. In other words, allowing us to see the prince first was part of your design. You intend to convey through the prince that the possibility of escaping this realm lies in the death of the saintess. Preventing any interaction between the two parties serves only to further confound me, does it not? Moreover, there are numerous errors you have committed. Oh, what, pray tell, is amiss this time? Raiden fixed his gaze upon the deity before him, determined to shatter the flawless illusion that had been meticulously crafted. My arrival here was facilitated by my encounter with the 7-star sword in the realm of reality. If my entire being had been transported, my equipment should align with that of the real world. Conversely, if my soul had traversed dimensions, being utterly unclothed would have been the most plausible scenario. Yet, here I stood clad in this wretched leather armor, devoid of even a single weapon. I was left with no choice but to wield the so-called 7-star sword within the grand hall. Thus, it is hardly surprising that this sword harbors significant issues. Raiden stretched his neck, his right hand resting casually by his side. The power of the saintess is truly formidable. I certainly stand no chance against her. However, those whose strength far exceeds that of the saintess could shatter the barrier of light with their own might and unveil the truth. I suspect that the 7-star sword, transformed by you, possesses not only the ability to slice through dimensions, but if I were to strike the saintess with it, oh, how exhilarating that would be. Indeed, as long as I make contact with their souls, I can absorb them directly, just like this, as if propelled by divine intent. Asuka moved instantaneously to the side of the 3 princes. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were enveloped by a swirling pink orb of light. Within mere moments, they were absorbed into the luminous sphere, unable to utter a single cry of despair. Raiden the saintess drew closer to Raiden, her voice trembling involuntarily. Do not worry. It is merely a fade. These 3 possess no real strength, they are but empty vessels. If you truly had the power to annihilate you, why would he resort to such theatrics? Raiden's resolute words provided some solace to the saintess, who clenched her fists and turned towards the deity Asuka, momentarily casting aside her confusion. The unsettling sound of gnashing ceased, and the luminous sphere visibly expanded. The humanoid form of Asuka slowly raised its right hand. An intense tremor surged towards Raiden in an instant. A crackling sound reverberated through the sky, as if the very fabric of this realm was being constricted. After a millennium of repose, the souls of 3 worthless beings and 2 outsiders, along with the power of the entire space, shall now reveal to you the might of the divine. Now, your corporeal form shall be embraced by the essence of the divine. The right hand of the luminous sphere gradually coalesced into a shimmering sword of soft light, while Raiden maintained a menacing posture, sword poised in his right hand. Are you not coming? Hurry, hurry. Here it comes. Suddenly, a verdant light emanated from Raiden's right hand, gradually coalescing into a magnificent longsword, resembling none other than the 7-star sword. Forthwith, the 7-star sword, frenzied blade, slash of the sword. The 7-star sword erupted from its sheath, whirling violently like a green tempest, directly cleaving into the pink orb of light. The emerald radiance incessantly sliced through the pink glow, carving a vast gash into the orb. How absurdly arrogant and foolish! To have remained oblivious to the soul of the 7-star sword for so many years is truly the pinnacle of ignorance. Infuriating. At that moment, Asuka finally grasped the situation, hastily raising the pink glowing longsword before him, forcefully deflecting the deeply embedded 7-star sword. Flash. 7-star sword. Sword chi slash. Raiden suddenly stomped the ground, and in an instant, he arrived at the rebound position of the 7-star sword. He then raised his long sword high in the air, merging his spirit with the 7-star sword, and struck downward with tremendous force. The power of the 7-star sword combined with Raiden's swordsmanship, creating a verdant sword energy that sliced through the air like a crescent moon, aimed directly at the god Asuka. The god Asuka raised his long sword with all his might to block the attack, and the clash of their two radiant energies caused the already fragile space to shatter further. Mortal, you have lost. Could it be the Saintess? Raiden immediately reacted, his gaze darting towards the position of the Saintess. To his horror, he beheld a brilliant pink light surging towards her from behind, piercing through the air with alarming speed. The Saintess instinctively turned her head, only to realize that the radiant light had already penetrated her body. Saintess! Raiden hurriedly rushed over, and with a swift motion, the 7-star sword struck fiercely towards the radiant light, only to be intercepted by Asuka, who had teleported to this location. Raiden extended his left hand, firmly grasping the Saintess in an attempt to pull her back, while the god Asuka tugged at her from the opposite side, creating a standoff between the two forces. Oh, a precise strike to the heart. Once I absorb her formidable soul, I shall undoubtedly attain full restoration, and at that moment, Raiden completely disregarded Asuka's words. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon the pale, yet seemingly liberated smile of the Saintess. When this typically boisterous girl displayed such an expression, an overwhelming sense of discomfort welled up within Raiden. Raiden, you still owe me 3 stories. You must tell them to me in the future. Accept my power. And remember my name. The hauntingly beautiful smile gradually faded from Raiden's eyes as the Saintess's form slowly transformed into a sacred beam of white light, infusing itself into Raiden's being. This luminous white glow enveloped him like warm cotton, making him feel as though he were in paradise. However, deep within, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by unyielding ice. Raiden's left hand lunged forward with great force, seizing the long sword from Asuka's grasp. A sharp pain immediately surged through his left hand, but it was soon enveloped by a wave of warmth. With all his might, Raiden raised the 7-star sword high and then brought it crashing down. The sword, gleaming with unparalleled sharpness, cleaved through Asuka's terrified visage, and the very fabric of space seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse, before erupting into fragments alongside the pink light. Kizurara. As Raiden's soul gradually dissipated, his consciousness began to scatter. Transformed into motes of light, Raiden resembled a tear shattered in the air, revealing an indescribable beauty. Chapter 63, If One Must Gamble. Let it be a grand bet the immortal race, a unique lineage that existed thousands of years ago, bore no significant physical differences from ordinary humans, yet possessed a vitality far surpassing that of humanity. While typical giants could live for over 3 centuries, an ordinary member of the immortal race could exceed a millennium in lifespan. This extraordinary vitality, however, was counterbalanced by an exceedingly low reproductive capability. The immortal race faced reproductive isolation from all human races, and their females could only bear offspring once in their extensive lifetimes, yielding but a single child each time. In essence, this was a race destined for extinction. At last, only one member of the immortal race remained in the world. He arrived in the nascent nation of Asuka, quickly earning the title of deity through years of accumulated wisdom. Thus, the kings of the realm continuously changed, yet the god remained eternally the same. Nevertheless, he was not a true god. Years later, the Asuka deity ultimately realized that his lifespan was nearing its end. The soul secrets he had long yearned to master for the sake of immortality were still incomplete, and he desperately needed time. Only to discover that what had once seemed an abundant resource had transformed into the most precious of commodities. During this period, the nation of Asuka flourished. The reigning monarch, eager to showcase the nation's might, summoned the most renowned artisans to utilize the finest materials, ultimately crafting the legendary artifact, the 7-star sword. The reverence of the populace for the royal family began to eclipse that for the deity. Feeling humiliated, the Asuka god resolved to gamble everything. He wove 2 lies that sowed discord between the royal family and the priestess clan, inciting conflict that culminated in a blood sacrifice. Countless lives and tormented souls were exploited. Yet he found himself unable to absorb this negative energy, which ultimately fractured his own soul. Driven once more by deceit, 3 princes and the holy maiden Kishara, under the Aska god's arcane influence, sacrificed their lives and souls, sealing the god and themselves within the indomitable seven-star sword. The sands of time obscured the truth of this history, leaving only the seven-star sword, still sharp, seemingly weeping for those tragic times. Upon the warship, Raiden struggled to open his eyes, and his blurred vision gradually became clear. Pin, who had been waiting anxiously by his side, rushed forward, his face a mask of excitement and concern. Raiden, the medical team. Hurry over. Raiden once again closed his eyes, seeking respite. Meanwhile, the medical team, having hastily arrived upon receiving the news, swiftly deployed their equipment. After a thorough examination and treatment, they finally exhaled in relief. Major, Ensign Raiden is fine. He merely requires a couple more days of rest. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. It is merely our duty, but Major, it would be prudent for you to rest as well. Indeed, my constitution is quite robust. I am perfectly fine. By the way, could you bring me some more of that invigorating drink? Well, you have already. Pin shot a glare at him, swiftly seizing the special solution from the hands of the medical personnel and consumed it in one gulp. Since there are no further issues, you may all leave now. Understood. The cabin was left with only Pin, and Raiden. Raiden's strength had notably recuperated, and he opened his eyes to regard Pin. Hold your tongue for a moment. Allow me to speak. It has been a month and a half since you entered the ruins. It was only a few days ago that the barrier dissipated, enabling us to rescue you. We are currently aboard the warship, en route to headquarters. The seven-star sword lies beside you. You stubbornly refuse to relinquish it. But it appears your endeavor has borne fruit. As for the Naval Dojo on Osaka Island, I have submitted a request to headquarters, and construction has presumably commenced. Do not display such an expression. I am not swayed by your tactics. This time, I have exerted considerable effort. You must assist me in making a name for myself in the upcoming naval competition. I have staked all my possessions on your placing in the top 5. Should you fail to achieve this, our friendship shall be forfeit. Do you hear me? Raiden nodded with difficulty, his eyes brimming with gratitude. All right, if there are no issues, I shall take a rest. You should also recuperate well. I suspect there will be an examination as soon as we arrive at the training camp. Pungin glanced back a couple of times before turning to leave. Hey, brother, don't bet on the top 5. Huh? Pungin turned back in confusion, only to find Raiden lying on the bed, his eyes radiating a piercing confidence. I'm betting on the first, to ensure Raiden was prepared for this month's examination. The vessel had been making relentless progress day and night, firing on all cylinders in the combustion chamber, even resorting to manual rowing. The crew harbored no grievances. Rather, they were enthusiastically discussing the upcoming grand competition at headquarters. This rare large-scale naval drill, a once-in-a-century event, aimed to foster a sense of participation among all personnel and amplify publicity. Consequently, the Navy had surprisingly relaxed its restrictions on gambling. Not only had inspections of clandestine gambling dens been curtailed, but the officials had also introduced a major betting event, allowing participants to wager deposits for odds. Overnight, the drill became the most sensational news along the Grand Line, with the Newsbird's newspaper updating the odds for each participant in every edition. Hey, who is currently leading the odds? Is it still that natural type? Not anymore. I heard there's a graduate from the 11th class who has already mastered Conqueror's Hockey. His odds for first place are nearly 1-to-1. 3. What about our Raiden? Has his odds improved? Well, a month ago, he was 9th. But now he has dropped out of the top 50. The champion's odds seem to be around 1-to-14. 9. Hey, what are you all discussing? After 2 days of rest, Pungin had fully regained his vitality. He strode onto the deck, snatching the newspaper from a sailor's hands and scrutinizing it closely. Major, should you place another bet? The betting window will close soon. Humph. Pungin flung the newspaper back at the sailor, extending a finger with a smug expression. Of course. I'm betting. I'll wager my salary for the next 30 years. Wow, truly the Major. He has gone mad. Who are you betting on? I'll follow your lead. A group of sailors was astounded by their Major's boldness and hurried over to watch. Since we're gambling, let us go big. I'm betting on Raiden. All in for first. The sailors were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they observed the Major, who seemed serious and even a bit smug. They couldn't help but start questioning their life choices. Chapter 64, 7-Star Sword Versus. Griffin, if the damp sea breeze is a gift from the ocean to women, then braving the waves aboard a ship is the romance of men. Amidst the boundless sea, a wooden sailboat, adorned with a black flag, glided steadily forward. Captain, A military vessel has been spotted behind us. Should we engage or flee? The pirate crew member shouted, his voice loud enough to stir excitement rather than fear. Yet, this commotion merely roused the pirate captain from his slumber, as he lazily removed the straw hat from his face and yawned broadly. I certainly don't wish to initiate an attack on the Navy. But fleeing doesn't quite align with my character. What a dilemma. What? How can a captain be so headstrong? Show some bravery. Bravo, Captain. The crew members chuckled, linking arms and sharing mischievous smiles, while the lookout could only shrug in resignation and continue observing the approaching military vessel. Hey, that military ship is moving so swiftly. It's already within firing range. Why aren't they firing at us? The lookout pondered, though he didn't dwell on it much. After all, it was merely a small military vessel, and the crew aboard had no reason to fear. After a few days of recuperation, although Raiden's body had not fully healed, an unprecedented surge of energy seemed to propel him into a new phase. He eagerly caressed the sword sheath, yearning to find a fortunate soul to test his blade against. Major, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead. Ping-en took the telescope, scrutinized the situation, and shook his head. Right now, we need to maintain our course. Let us not concern ourselves with them for the time being. Such a small ship, and the flag is unfamiliar. It must be a novice crew. If we charge at them, they will undoubtedly flee. Raiden took the telescope and gazed at the flag of the pirate ship ahead, momentarily taken aback, soon to be enveloped by a wave of joy. Brother, you must be mistaken. Novice pirates could hardly venture this far. Underestimating an opponent can lead to significant losses. Pen, perplexed, glanced once more but failed to discern anything particularly unusual. However, considering their proximity to the Navy headquarters, it indeed seemed that the opposing crew possessed remarkable prowess. Brother, let us set sail at full speed. It is fortuitous that we might greet the pirate crew ahead. Oh, do you know them? Raiden secured the 7-star sword and the thunderblade to the belt at his left waist, casually adjusting his attire. Though he did not recognize the individual before him, it would be a tremendous waste to forego such a splendid opportunity to test his skills. Very well, but do not delay for too long. Our time is rather limited. Rest assured, it is merely a simple exercise in swordsmanship. Captain, it is rather peculiar. The warship is so close, yet they have yet to fire a shot. The scout returned to the captain's side to report, only to find the previously languid captain now standing, inspecting the prized sword on his left belt. Prepare for battle, lads. Oh, the young pirate adjusted his straw hat firmly and took his position at the edge of the deck, observing the approaching warship. As the vessel drew nearer, a similarly youthful naval officer caught his gaze, and their eyes locked in a moment of silent recognition. Shave. In an instant, Raiden found himself on the deck of a pirate ship, standing face to face with the red-haired pirate. Ah, it has been quite a while since I encountered an uninvited naval officer. It truly brings back memories. I have never seen a pirate who does not flee upon encountering the Navy. The crew behind Captain Shanks immediately raised their firearms. Yet the young naval officer before them showed no sign of retreat, instead grasping the sword at his waist. Wait, since the enemy commander has come alone. According to pirate custom, this battle belongs to me. That is indeed a commendable tradition. Following the captain's command, the pirates promptly lowered their weapons, with some even sitting on the ground, watching their captain with keen interest. Raiden grasped the hilt of the 7-star sword, and an immediate resonance from his very soul transformed into a sweeping sword aura that enveloped the arena. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirate seized his exquisitely crafted long knife from his waist, unleashing a formidable sword aura that surged forth without yielding. The two sword auras clashed in a prelude to battle. Shanks of the red-haired pirates wielded the blade known as Griffin, while the Navy's Benjamin Raiden brandished the 7 stars. As the words fell from the air, both warriors surged forward. The resplendent long sword, shining like a constellation of 7 stars, collided violently with the long knife, which was as beautiful as a griffin. The fierce clash of sword energies unleashed a tempest, prompting the crew members of the pirate ship to grasp onto anything within reach to withstand the onslaught of the gale. Following the storm was a tremendous shockwave that radiated from the two combatants, churning the sea into tumultuous waves that rocked both vessels violently. Ding! Shanks' keen eyes seemed to flash with a crimson light, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Raiden to feel a sudden dizziness, while many naval soldiers aboard the ship collapsed in a wave of faintness. Conqueror's hockey? Truly formidable. Yet, I shall not yield. The pirates gazed upon their captain, pride illuminating their faces. This was their king. Under such immense pressure, Raiden clenched his teeth, unwilling to succumb, filled only with the fervor to fight back. Break. The seven-star sword shimmered with a green luminescence, and a glimmer of white light appeared in Raiden's right eye. A tremendous force surged forth from the depths of his soul, clashing against Shanks' overwhelming presence. Crack. The sounds of their clash intertwined amidst the contest of spiritual power and conqueror's hockey, culminating in a deafening explosion that unleashed a shockwave far greater than before across the sea. Raiden and Shanks were forced apart by this immense force, sliding across the ground until they finally came to a halt. The sea, having raged for an eternity, gradually began to calm. Raiden and Shanks slowly rose to their feet, locking eyes with one another. After a brief moment, Raiden raised his verdant longsword and sheathed it once more. Shanks, bewildered, gazed at him, perplexed as he waved his blade. Why the sudden sheathing of your sword? We were just getting started. I apologize. I am pressed for time. One strike suffices. However, after this encounter, the red-haired pirates will undoubtedly gain heightened attention from the Navy. Your days ahead will not be as easy. Well, that's of little concern to me. You must still be eager for a bounty increase, right? I'm not particularly concerned about bounties, am I? Everyone? Captain, your expression has betrayed you. What? Is it that obvious? It's exceedingly clear. Observing the antics of Shanks, any remnant of his earlier majesty had vanished. Raiden could only shake his head in resignation before waving a hand and turning to depart. So, this is where we part ways. Until we meet again. You're truly leaving? Why not stay for a drink? Farewell, red-haired Shanks. Raiden leapt back onto the warship, and after a series of adjustments, the vessel finally set sail once more, heading toward its destination. Meanwhile, the young pirate, red-haired Shanks, watched the departing ship, murmuring to himself, Benjamin Raiden, what an intriguing individual. Chapter 65. The true victory. At 6 in the morning, the sun gradually emerged. The thin rays of sunlight swept across the dark training ground, illuminating the solemn faces of two opposing groups of young men standing at attention. Admiral Zifa, the time has come. The 12th batch of trainees was expected to have 15 members, all of whom are present. The 13th batch was expected to have 20, but only 19 have arrived. Please give your instructions. Very well, let us commence, Zifa replied, his gaze remaining calm as he observed his charges. The veteran beside him maintained an inscrutable expression. The instructor wiped the sweat from his brow, internally chastising, damn Raiden, why must he always be late? Despite his irritation, the instructor forced himself to remain composed for the sake of each trainee and inquired of Zifa, Admiral Zifa. As for the late trainee from the 13th batch, perhaps they are not truly late, but employing a certain strategy? If they do not appear before the end of the competition, we shall consider them eliminated. Understood. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, then his face brightened as he quickly turned to address both groups of trainees, announcing loudly, You have 5 minutes to devise your strategies. Do not leave the designated area, and do not use lethal force. Now, let the competition begin. As the instructor's words echoed, the two teams immediately dispersed, positioning themselves according to their plans within the small woods and open spaces. Vicky and Dottie were assigned to conceal themselves in the woods for an ambush, and rather than showing signs of tension, their faces revealed a shared joy. Dottie, did you hear what Instructor Zifa said? We just need to stall until Raiden returns. Indeed, that is true. The rules state that total annihilation is required for victory. So as long as we survive, the competition cannot conclude. With this realization, their pace quickened as they raced toward the most hidden corners of the thicket, striving to remain undetected. In the open field of the training ground, over a dozen trainees were present, 2 groups of 5 from the 12th batch. While the 13th batch boasted the formidable smoker, Tina, Achi, and Sword, whose objective was to directly overpower their opponents. Hey boss, right in front of us are the top fighters from the 13th batch, the strongest among them 2 devil fruit users, one skilled in martial arts and the other a swordsman. Can we handle this? Pankiko has gone to the woods to capture someone. As per our previous plan, once we eliminate the S-Class Logia user, the rest will be manageable. Let us go. The 2 groups from the 12th batch coordinated seamlessly, with one agile team charging towards Smoker and Tina, while the other, more resilient group, advanced against Achi and Sword. This effectively separated the 4, creating a favorable numerical advantage. Just a trivial tactic. White Gale, Tina exclaimed with excitement, unleashing a cloud of white smoke that surged toward the 5 trainees. Simultaneously, black iron tendrils erupted from the ground, swiftly encroaching upon the feet of the 5. Though the assault lacked intricate coordination, the duo's formidable prowess allowed them to execute their strategy impressively, prompting approving nods from Zifa and the veterans observing from the sidelines. Shave. The 5 trainees from the 12th batch adeptly utilized the technique, evading the dense white smoke and black tendrils with agility. Can you truly evade us? Tina 1T let you escape. Smoker and Tina intensified their devil fruit powers, ultimately ensnaring one trainee in a cocoon of white smoke and tripping another with the black tendrils, locking him in place with iron vines. Now it's our chance. Just as Smoker and Tina were reveling in their success, the leader of the 12th batch suddenly cried out, "Trouble!" 2 figures wielding guns emerged from the ground behind Smoker and Tina. Although Smoker sensed something was amiss, it was too late. Both assailants fired simultaneously, their bullets forming a large net that ensnared Smoker and Tina. Is this sea stone? Smoker and Tina felt an immediate loss of strength, and the smoke and tendrils dissipated. Smoker, Tina, Sword and Achi, embroiled in their own fierce battle, were distracted by the plight of their comrades. Upon witnessing their predicament, they felt a surge of urgency. Yet their adversaries showed no leniency. Realizing Smoker and Tina had been eliminated, they hastily rejoined the fray against the 2 assailants. While the talents of the 12th batch may not have been equal to those of Achi and Sword, the additional year of training, coupled with their orderly cooperation, ultimately led them to triumph, sacrificing only one member to eliminate both of their opponents. The battle in the open area concluded with the 12th batch eliminating 3 members and the 13th batch losing 4, all of whom were top-tier fighters from the latter. The tide began to shift dramatically. In the woods, the 12th batch primarily assumed the role of attackers, while the 13th batch defended. Logically, the 13th batch, with their numerical and positional advantages, should have been the dominant force. However, the outcome was quite the opposite, with the 13th batch nearing total annihilation while the 12th batch had only lost 2 members. The synergy among the 12th batch undoubtedly played a crucial role in their success. But the key factor was the leading figure, Pankiko. As the sole A-class trainee from the 12th batch and a user of the pancake fruit, his mastery of the 6 powers and versatile fruit abilities allowed him to wreak havoc among the ranks of the 13th batch with ease. Pankiko, the 4 over there have been wiped out. How about you? I've dispatched 13. There's still one A-class newcomer left, yes? Indeed. Pankiko's eyes gleamed with excitement as he vanished from his position, commencing his search for the remaining 2 individuals in the jungle. Meanwhile, the trainees of the 12th batch began to scatter, surrounding and seeking out Vicky and Dottie. Dottie, we need to split up and run. No, if we separate, our combat power will diminish, making us more susceptible to defeat. What should we do then? There are too many of them on the other side. Vicky and Dottie darted through the jungle, having discerned the general location of their pursuers, which only deepened their despair as they continued to flee. They must be surrounding the woods. We should head to the open area. Are you certain? Vicky looked at Dottie in astonishment, but quickly realized this might indeed be the best strategy. If they could reach the open ground, they might buy some time since all the 12th batch trainees were in the forest. From the very beginning, Vicky and Dottie had no aspirations of winning the competition. Their sole objective was to wait for Raiden's return. Only Raiden could seize the opportunity for ranking and prevent them from being expelled from the training program. Such an outcome represented true victory for Vicky and Dottie. The 2 swiftly traversed the jungle, emerging into the sunlit open ground. To their mixed emotions of joy and sorrow, they found that there was indeed only one person in the open area, Pankiko, who had single-handedly defeated numerous trainees from the 13th batch. Pankiko, gazing at the somewhat dazed duo, could not help but break into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, an A-class kid, I've been waiting for you. Chapter 66, The White Dragon. Dottie, you keep running. I drag myself. Dottie, without hesitation, was on the verge of leaving Pan Peak's side when he suddenly turned, a manic smile spreading across his face. Did I say you could leave? Entangled Pancake. In an instant, Pan Peak's left hand transformed into strands of white dough, swiftly darting towards Dottie. Just as it was about to strike, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and a fist crackling with electricity shattered the dough. Go. Dottie nodded slightly and completely fled the battlefield. The dough was rapidly retracted, soon reshaping into his left arm. Pan Peak, gripping his newly formed left wrist, cast a meaningful glance at Vicky, whose right arm was sprouting black scales. A Zoan type, quite impressive. Here comes my attack. Drill Pancake. Pan Peak lunged forward, his arms morphing into a spiral drill composed of layered pancakes, sharp in appearance. Ah! Vicky shouted, his body enveloped in black scales as the electricity leaped across their surface. Concentrating the dense electricity in his hands, he grasped the oncoming drill. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the spiral drill clashed with the electric energy, creating a sharp noise that caused many eliminated students watching to cover their ears. Boom. At that moment, a burst of flames accompanied by a deafening sound tore through the sky. Pan Peak, long engaged in arduous training yet struggling to master observation hockey, suddenly felt a premonition. Instinctively sensing a heavy blow to his left shoulder, he quickly leaned to the right. Simultaneously, a formidable bullet pierced through his shoulder, leaving a substantial wound in its wake. Close call. Pan Peak momentarily withdrew from the battlefield, examining his left shoulder, where the flesh above the bone had completely vanished. Despite the pain, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Had it not been for his instinctive maneuver, his shoulder bone would have been shattered, rendering him unable to fight. TCH, dodged it? In the distance, Dottie trembled, a menacing-looking pistol emitting smoke in his hands. Dottie, run. Vicky rushed towards Dottie, urging him to escape. It turned out that Dottie was not merely fleeing. He and Vicky had already plotted their actions. Vicky would hold Pan Peak at bay while Dottie seized the opportunity to take a decisive shot with the gun that Raiden had gifted him, aiming to eliminate Pan Peak. Dottie had practiced with this gun daily since Raiden's departure. Its terrifying destructive power came with an equally fearsome recoil. To this day, Dottie could not fully control it. A single shot left his hands momentarily incapacitated. At that moment, Dottie could only shuffle along with Vicky as they fled. Round pancake, frisbee smash. Just as the two had not escaped far, Pan Peak launched another assault. Despite the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, Pan Peak, relying on his fruit's abilities, remained formidable. Watch out. Arc punch. The approaching round pancake resembled a grinding wheel. As Vicky's right hand became covered in scales, his electrified fist crashing down onto the pancake. Kid, your reaction is too slow. What? Suddenly, from the center of the pancake, Pan Peak's form emerged, dashing towards Vicky, who found himself unable to evade or counterattack. With a powerful punch, he struck Vicky, causing bile to surge within him, and Vicky fell heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. Vicky, a gunman unable to fire, is merely a burden. Pancake barrage. Numerous strips of pancake erupted from Pan Peak's back, swiftly striking Dottie. As the relentless assault continued, Dottie's consciousness faded, and he succumbed to dizziness. I still arrived too late. Pan Peak truly is formidable. The students of the 12th batch, hearing the commotion in the jungle, rushed over but could not help but feel exhilarated upon seeing the fallen Vicky and Dottie. Thus, I declare the victor to be, wait. The embarrassed smoker and the jubilant 12th batch students turned towards the source of the voice, only to see Vicky, bloodied, struggling to rise from the ground. I haven't lost yet. Cough, ugh. Hey, kid, acknowledging defeat allows for better growth. You were quite impressive. Vicky, struggling to lift his head, was filled with unyielding resolve. Pan Peak, perplexed by Vicky's tenacity, nonetheless rotated his wrist and raised his fist high. In that case, it's time for you to have a good sleep. In Vicky's eyes, Pan Peak's fist loomed larger, just as it was about to strike his face. A figure clad in a white robe suddenly appeared in his line of vision. A strong hand gripped Pan Peak's fist tightly. Unkempt black hair framed a familiar silhouette. Exuding a trustworthy aura, it was none other than Raiden. Apologies for my late return. Raiden released his grip on Pan Peak's fist. Pan Peak also took a couple of steps back, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from the dark-haired youth before him. Raiden turned around and slowly crouched down, gently placing his right hand atop Vicky's head, softly ruffling his hair. Well done, Vicky. Vicky had a multitude of words he wished to express, yet at this moment, his usually incessant chatter fell silent. Tears of excitement welled in his eyes, while Raiden revealed a gentle smile that was intimately familiar to him. Now just watch me. Snip. Raiden vanished in an instant, only to reappear amid the encirclement of the opposing students. The 10 individuals immediately focused their gazes upon him. Uttering not a single word of superfluous chatter, they could discern whether this individual was a fool courting death or possessed of genuine prowess. Raiden, this is merely a spar. Do exercise restraint. The voice of Zephyr echoed in everyone's ears from a distance, and an unprecedented seriousness flickered in Pan Pico's eyes as he clenched his right fist, his mind racing through various possibilities. Raiden nodded gently, his left thumb slowly drawing the thunder from its sheath. Altogether, round pancake, stormfoot, concentrated fire. Each individual showcased their skills, launching an array of ranged attacks toward Raiden. Yet, he remained unfazed, a subtle flicker in his right eye revealing a pearlescent glow. As long as the heart holds its thoughts, the soul shall endure eternally. One sword style. Frenzied blade, white dragon. Thunder burst forth from the sheath with great speed, its blade emanating a nearly pure white sword aura. Pivoting on his right foot, Raiden swiftly executed a circular slash with thunder. The sharp, white sword aura spiraled through the air, resembling a pristine dragon coiling and roaring, ultimately soaring towards the heavens. The fierce sword energy obliterated all of his opponent's assaults, shattering every scheme within Pan Peek's mind, leaving him helplessly watching as the unstoppable white dragon surged through his body. His consciousness, along with the gaping wound on his chest, fell into a profound silence. With a soft clink, thunder was returned to its sheath by Raiden. On the scarred expanse of the playground, only 10 of the 12th cohort students lay unconscious, devoid of awareness. Raiden lifted his head and turned his gaze back to Vicky, only to find Vicky's mouth agape and his eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out. This. Vicky questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream, a sentiment echoed by the equally astonished Smoker and his companions. Zifa's eyes also sparkled with an unprecedented light as he fixed his gaze upon Raiden, as if beholding a new star ascending in the heavens. Chapter 67. The seal in Zifa's office, an elderly man and a young one sat facing each other. 2 cups of steaming tea released wisps of white vapor that rose slowly into the air. This is the entirety of the matter, Teacher Zifa. Indeed, you have worked hard. Raiden made no attempt to conceal the entirety of the story he knew, divulging every detail to Zephyr. He then slowly lifted his teacup, sipping delicately. Zephyr, however, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Setting aside the earlier incidents, it is a relief that you have returned safely. However, Raiden, the 7-star sword, being an accursed blade, will undoubtedly draw the Navy's heightened scrutiny. During this period, you are likely to be observed, so I urge you to exercise caution. I find myself powerless in this regard. Zephyr took a sip from his teacup, casting an apologetic glance at Raiden. Raiden, unfazed by this, understood that acquiring the 7-star sword might lead to complications, and he felt fortunate to have secured it with Zephyr's assistance. Furthermore, Raiden, regarding the pirate you reported alongside T.P. Are you truly certain that he possesses the Conqueror's haki? Absolutely certain. Merely by instilling fear, he caused half of the Navy soldiers to faint, and his terrifying aura is undoubtedly indicative of Conqueror's haki. Raiden set down his teacup, gazing at Zephyr before him. Red-haired Shanks. Even if we choose not to report this time, I fear it won't be long before his name resonates throughout the entire Grand Line. Alas, the new generation of pirates is increasingly formidable. Zephyr also placed his teacup down, his expression somewhat grim. Raiden had intended to share insights regarding Shanks and his character, but upon reflection, he abandoned that thought. Whether it be Roger or Shanks, or even Luffy, who would emerge years hence, their actions seemed to embody the spirit of adventurers, imbued with a sense of justice. Yet, a pirate is still a pirate. With the weight of that title, their growing strength only bolsters the power of piracy, rendering them adversaries to the Navy, whose mission is to protect the innocent. Roger's final words heralded the dawn of the great age of pirates, serving as the key to dismantling the celestial dragon's reign. However, with the influx of pirates into the seas, countless innocents who might have survived became mere sacrifices. Luffy, in his brotherly devotion, risked his life to save Ace, yet allowed a multitude of infamous pirates to escape from Impel Down, thereby endangering more nations. The intricate web of interests and consequences cannot be judged solely by notions of good and evil. Very well, I will convey all of this to Sengoku. You should return and rest well. Tomorrow marks the new year. Indeed, master. Raiden rose to his feet, performed a courteous bow, and then departed. After leaving Zephyr's office, he found himself at a loss regarding his next destination, so he resolved to return to his dormitory for a brief respite. Upon arriving at the dorm, just as he was about to open the door, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. Driven by curiosity, he pushed the door open, only to discover Dottie and Vicky engaged in a spirited contest of strength, their hands clasped tightly on the bed. At that moment, both Dottie and Vicky turned their heads in response to the noise, their puzzled gazes locking onto Raiden's. I have a matter to attend to, he stammered. Please, continue. Having never witnessed such a scene, Raiden hastily retreated from the door, preparing to flee. However, four hands emerged through the gap, pulling him back into the room. Raiden, you must come and arbitrate. Daddy owes me money and refuses to pay. Can the past debts be compared with the present? That's a difference of 15 times. I promise to repay you thrice the amount after the tournament. I don't care. You must return my money now. Over 2,000 belly? In just half a month. It will balloon to 30,000. Through the animated exchanges between Vicky and Daddy, Raiden finally grasped their predicament. It turned out that today marked the closure of betting for the military training event. Since Raiden's true capabilities remained a mystery, the odds were still exceedingly high. Thus, the eager onlookers, Vicky and Daddy, were frantically placing bets on Raiden, wishing to wager every last coin they possessed. So you were doing this for 1,000 belly? Not 1,000. That amounts to 30,000 belly. 30,000. Raiden gazed at Vicky, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets, and could only let out a resigned sigh. He then extracted a stack of banknotes from his person, counted out 1,000 berries, and handed them to Vicky. Here. 1,000 berries. I've settled Dottie's debt. Raiden's generosity was evident, yet Vicky inquired, but Raiden, how much do you have left? How much more? Raiden had seldom needed to utilize his finances, thus he had paid little mind to the quantity of his wealth. He briefly calculated the number of pirates he had vanquished in Donghai, along with those he had hunted during his recent voyages, and ultimately arrived at an approximate valuation of his possessions based on the Navy's settlement ratio, with a bounty exchange rate of 30. I reckon I possess around 20 million berries. Oh, that is rather commendable. Raiden, you ought to stake your own claim, for securing the first position seems all but assured. Raiden offered a wry smile and shook his head, then sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position. The exceedingly soft cotton mattress, imbued with a scent of sunlight, enveloped him in a cocoon of comfort and warmth, a delightful sensation of being cared for. Here, this is my identification card. Feel free to split the funds for your bets. The Naval Headquarters identification card serves as a combination of a bank card and an identification document, making it an invaluable possession for a naval soldier. Raiden's generous gesture left Vicky and Daddy exchanging puzzled glances, their confusion palpable. I rarely need money and would never wager on myself, so consider this a favor for me. If I require funds in the future, I shall seek them from you. Is money important? Undoubtedly. However, for Raiden, who faced no worries regarding his basic needs, the utility of money diminished when it could not enhance his current capabilities. Moreover, 20 million berries is hardly a substantial sum. Vicky and Daddy scampered off, elated, while Raiden lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Initially intending to clear his mind, he soon found memories cascading through his thoughts like a flowing stream. Hey, Raiden, are you free right now? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door, prompting Raiden to spring up from the bed, a look of surprise illuminating his face as he peered toward the entrance. I'm free. Senior, I'll be right there. Raiden opened the door and, as expected, was greeted by the weathered visage of the old veteran. The veteran shook 2 bottles of beer in his hand, signaling Raiden to follow him. With a sense of eagerness, Raiden accompanied him, and the two swiftly arrived at their usual training spot, albeit for the first time in the afternoon. Kid, you truly astonish me this time. Your prowess has become somewhat inscrutable to me. It is merely luck. There is no such thing as luck in this world. Come, let us drink. With a gentle tap of his thumb, one of the open beer bottles soared accurately into Raiden's hand. The two raised their glasses in a toast across the distance before clinking their bottles together and drinking heartily. Raiden recounted his recent experiences to the veteran, who listened with deep emotion and expressed astonishment at Raiden's extraordinary journey. By the way, young Raiden, it is said that the first place in this grand competition comes with a unique reward, which I believe you would find intriguing. Oh, what is it? However, wouldn't informing me in advance contravene the rules? Raiden was indeed curious, as he toyed with the beer bottle in his hand, his eyes fixed on the veteran's mischievous smile. The veteran took another sip of his drink, the teasing glint in his expression growing more pronounced. We might just be playing with you rookies. But we've already caught wind of it. No more jesting. It's likely a devil fruit. Raiden raised the wine bottle, quietly gazing at the label. Yet his left hand clasping the bottle trembled slightly. Chapter 68. The Grand Naval Competition after a night of recuperation and the expertise of the Navy's highly specialized medical team. The injured trainees from the previous day had fully regained their health. Early the next morning, Zephyr set forth with the trainees from the 12th and 13th classes towards Marineford. The trainees stood in neat formation on the deck, each a paragon of excellence in this grand naval competition, including figures like Smoker, Tina, and even the favored candidate, Vicky. However, their expressions bore no hint of complacency. Rather, they were marked by a grave seriousness. They represented the new generation of the Navy, and the shock delivered by Raiden the previous day had tempered any pride they might have felt in their abilities. I am Zephyr. The 11th class trainees have arrived, correct? The 12th and 13th class trainees I'm accompanying will be arriving shortly as well. We can discuss this further upon meeting, yes? What? Zephyr, who had initially been all smiles, erupted in fury upon hearing the words on the transponder snail, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. What nonsense is this? This is a major drill organized by the Navy headquarters. Do not even mention the CP organization. What right does the world government have to interfere? This is an affront to our Navy. An insult to you as well, Sengoku. Sengoku continued speaking from the other end, but Zephyr's rage gradually subsided, transforming into a calm demeanor. I cannot argue with you on principle, and strictly speaking, I am no longer a part of the Navy. Very well, let it be. Ignoring Sengoku's protests, Zephyr abruptly hung up the transponder snail, the joy that once adorned his face replaced by a grim expression. The others listened intently, many faces reflecting indignation, feeling deeply insulted. Raiden, however, remained unaffected, lost in his own thoughts. The swiftly sailing warship soon arrived at Marineford. As the trainees disembarked amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the surrounding Marines, they marched in unison towards the central plaza. Participants in the competition quickly gathered in the plaza, and amidst the cheers, Admiral Sengoku approached the makeshift podium to declare the commencement of the major drill and the naval competition. Colleagues, to promote justice and to provide a stage for the new generation of the Navy, I hereby declare the naval competition officially open. I hope everyone will strive diligently. Let justice resonate across the seas. For justice, justice shall prevail. Long live the Navy. Sengoku's succinct and powerful speech stirred the emotions of all present, transforming Marineford into a vibrant sea of enthusiasm as the naval competition commenced in this grand fashion. A total of 738 participants would ultimately compete. To ensure the smooth execution of the drill, the competition would be divided into 3 parts. The first part would see 738 contestants narrowed down to 200, taking place on Maze Island. The second part would reduce the participants from 200 to 50, conducted on Gravity Island, and the final segment, determining the champion, would occur on Marineford itself. Detailed rules would be communicated during the voyage, and the departure was imminent. Sengoku's concise words garnered praise from every naval soldier. After outlining the basic rules, the warship set sail towards the first competition site, Maze Island. The 11th class trainees also boarded Zephyr's ship, yet despite sharing the vessel, their relations were notably frosty, with an undercurrent of hostility. Zephyr seemed to welcome this atmosphere with a hint of satisfaction. Maze Island, a colossal natural island adjacent to Marineford, was renowned for its chaotic magnetic fields and the labyrinthine trees that rendered navigation nearly impossible. The Navy's deliberate modifications and the release of formidable experimental beasts had transformed Maze Island into a true death maze. Zephyr briefed the trainees on the details about Maze Island, and excitement flickered in their eyes, heightening their anticipation. There are over 50 entrances to the island, but only one exit. Your task is to be among the first 200 to emerge. This round will assess your comprehensive abilities, intellect, combat prowess, and psychological resilience are all factors considered, aimed at eliminating the majority of the trainees. You must exercise caution and vigilance. Do not let complacency lead to folly. Understood. Maze Island indeed loomed large, visible from a great distance as the warship approached. Once on the island, the trainees were further awestruck by the vast expanse of forestation. This was no mere island, but a veritable continent. After ensuring the trainees were settled, Zephyr turned the ship towards the exit to await their return. These trainees were all elite, each possessing a sense of superiority befitting their status. Although the 12th and 13th class trainees had witnessed Raiden's formidable capabilities, no one dared to extend a greeting. Instead, they formed their own groups and dashed into the depths of the forest. Raiden, Dottie, and Vichy formed a team and casually selected a numbered entrance to venture forth and seek the exit. Raiden, do you think if we circle the island's edge, we are bound to find the exit? Vichy's dormant intellect seemed to awaken suddenly as he turned to Raiden, his expression brimming with unspoken praise. You fool. This is not a game of finding an exit. It is a race. Have you not seen the vastness of this island? By the time you locate the exit, the champion will have already been determined. Dottie's blunt words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing Vichy's fervent enthusiasm. Vichy glared fiercely at Dottie, but realized he had no counter-argument. All right, Dottie makes a valid point. However, in such a labyrinth, we must generate ideas. Perhaps we might devise an effective strategy. Now, we must concentrate intently. We cannot afford to lose focus. Raiden observed the lively duo as they began to bicker once more. Unable to refrain from intervening. Aware that this was no trivial matter, the two promptly ceased their quarrel, redirecting their focus towards observation. Why did the trees here appear so uniformly grown? Indeed, it was not just the trees. All the flora seemed to exhibit a systematic arrangement, rendering discernment utterly impossible in such an environment. To ensure that the victorious 200 were individuals of exceptional prowess. The difficulty of this challenge would undoubtedly not be trivial. So one must not. What was that? As Raiden was speaking, he suddenly noticed something peculiar ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an image telephone bug. Why would there be an image telephone bug in this place? Could it be wild? Unlikely, as it was clearly an activated image telephone bug. The presence of an image telephone bug indicates that, although Raiden's words were left unfinished, Dottie and Vicky gleaned a general understanding. The setting of this imaging telephone worm seemingly serves as a means for those unable to find an exit to ultimately attain salvation, simultaneously indicating that this labyrinthine island is fraught with peril capable of claiming lives. Help! A cry for assistance suddenly resonated from a distance, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest. Raiden exchanged glances with his companions before they hastened toward the source of the sound. The grand naval competition unfolded amidst this rapid sequence of events, with the treacherous nature of the labyrinthine island merely revealing the tip of the iceberg of its myriad dangers. Chapter 69. Perils abound. The naval headquarters was brimming with newcomers. Participating in this grand competition was indeed a privilege, as most attendees were the elite of the younger generation. However, the degree of peril in this contest far exceeded the expectations of all participants. Those who had resorted to connections merely to save face now regretted their decisions, with many sustaining injuries and some even losing their lives. The young Marine who had cried out for help belonged to this group of opportunists. He had intended to bide his time for a couple of days before withdrawing. Unfortunately, he accidentally twisted his ankle while wandering the labyrinth's periphery and encountered a terrifying creature. Truly a stroke of misfortune. Nonetheless, he was somewhat fortunate, for at least he would not perish here today. Zing! Bang! Bang! Vicky and Dottie charged forward, with the electric snake meeting the creature's fist while their ammunition struck true. This prompted the monster to abandon its prey and redirect its wrath toward Vicky and Dottie. Hey, there are many imaging telephone worms nearby. Just find one to call for help. Yes, thank you. The grateful individual fled, allowing Raiden the opportunity to closely observe the creature before him. The monster stood approximately 5 stories tall, resembling a gorilla yet devoid of fur. Its body covered in dark green scales. Its back was adorned with large leaves, the nature of which remained a mystery, whether they were parasitic plants or a result of deliberate scientific experimentation. Dottie, I can hardly hold on. Can you defeat it? No, it's far too resilient. Even its eyelids are remarkably tough, impervious to our strikes. We must retreat. The creature possessed immense strength and astounding defenses. Vicky, unable to sustain the struggle any longer, seized the chance to escape amidst the chaos. The long-leaved gorilla let out a deafening roar and continued its advance toward Dottie. However, the trio soon realized that this gorilla moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, its legs being short and thick, with brown roots adorning its feet, resembling a scaled gorilla tree. Its offensive capability was moderate, but its defensive strength was formidable, coupled with a sluggish speed. The green leaves and roots upon its body appeared not merely decorative. This creature was a hybrid of plant and animal. Indeed, the research facility is filled with oddities. Not entirely. However, now that we have rescued the individual, let us make haste. Disregarding the still howling gorilla trees, Raiden and his companions resumed their quest for a path. Meanwhile, within the Naval Research Institute not far away, a young girl, engrossed in studying a cursed blade, unexpectedly sneezed for no apparent reason. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and it was only then that the genuine crisis of the Labyrinth Island began to unfold. Foremost among the concerns was the issue of sustenance. Labyrinth Island, characterized by its rainforest climate, boasted an abundance of water, yet food was exceedingly scarce. The small ponds held little more than a few minuscule fish and shrimp, and even insects were a rare sight. The only plentiful and diverse life forms were peculiar creatures reminiscent of the gorilla trees. Next was the challenge of rest. The island's environment was far from comfortable, compounded by the constant threat of sudden monster attacks. Over these past 2 days, Raiden and his group had also encountered a diminutive plant spider, which operated under the cover of night and had a disturbing penchant for laying eggs on the surface of human bodies. Were it not for Vicky's electric snake abilities, the trio would have likely faced dire consequences. Lastly, there was the increasingly overwhelming sense of agitation. The island's disorienting geography rendered even the sun's rising and setting unpredictable, making it futile to rely on counting annual rings or other navigational methods. As time dragged on, the group's morale waned further, and the desire to abandon their quest grew ever more potent, ultimately leading to the contestants' collapse. The 3 members of Raiden were also affected by these circumstances. However, fortunately, the situation was not overly dire. Although Vicky's spirits were notably low, she ultimately refrained from uttering words of surrender. Raiden wandered aimlessly, his eyes devoid of their former vibrancy. They were filled with confusion and a hint of shame. Throughout 3 days of natural adventure, Dottie, Vicky, and even Raiden himself came to realize Raiden's profound shortcomings in the realm of basic survival skills. Whether it pertained to knowledge of daily life or practical hands-on abilities, Raiden appeared woefully inept. He could not master the art of twisting long grass into rope or tying knots. He struggled to mold simple clay bowls and fire-harden them. Even the task of roasting the hard-earned tubers eluded him. Astonishingly, it seemed as though Raiden was inherently deprived of any skills necessary for solitary survival. Despite his relentless efforts, he could only manage to remember the time required to roast tubers, barely succeeding in cooking them through. Even with unwavering determination, he could only weave loose knots with the grass rope, which would easily come undone with a mere tug. Ultimately, after countless failed attempts, he surrendered the notion of acquiring survival skills altogether. Reflecting on his life, he recalled the presence of Benjamin at birth, the companionship of Toulon during his formative years, and subsequently, the support of Dottie and Vicky. This realization filled him with gratitude towards fate for preventing him from facing solitude. Otherwise, he would surely have starved. Damn it. Back again. It seemed he had been trapped in this cycle for days. Dottie's temper grew increasingly volatile, as the marks he made incessantly reminded him, "You have been here before." As the burdened Raiden could only gaze vacantly upwards at the towering trees, a sense of despair overwhelmed him. These colossal trees obscured the entire sky, and the noxious miasma that emanated from their canopies rendered climbing them nearly impossible. Even if he held his breath and ascended to the treetops, he would still be met with an endless sea of trees, utterly lost in direction. Raiden gazed vacantly, his previously numb eyes suddenly quivering, and soon a glimmer of clarity gradually returned. It seemed as though wisdom had re-entered his mind. There is no need to pursue that. I have long asserted its futility. We should simply charge ahead. Charge? How do you propose we do that? You brutishly rush in without thought. It would be better if you used your nose to seek out some food. What? Am I the brute? At least that is preferable to you. A fool who can only lead us in circles. Utterly useless apart from the fruit. Then you are the epitome of uselessness. In a swift motion, Dottie drew his pistol and aimed it at Vicky, who, in a flash of electric arcs, transformed into his combat stance. Despite their frequent bickering, the bond between these 2 steadfast friends was profound, yet here they stood, swords drawn against one another. Dottie, Vicky, look up. Trust me. Quickly. The fury that had ignited their minds was quelled by Raiden's calm voice, leaving them astonished. After all, Raiden had been despondent for the past 2 days, seemingly transformed into a different person. Yet, now that he had regained his composure, their heated minds were willing to believe him, and they both lifted their heads. Minutes passed, and the crimson haze in Vicky and Dottie's eyes gradually receded, their senses returning to tranquility, though their faces turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Raiden, what is this? Do not look down. Keep your heads up for a moment longer. Raiden, what exactly is happening? Now that Vicky and Dottie had regained their composure, they were filled with trepidation, realizing they had allowed themselves to be consumed by rage over a trivial matter, leaving them both with feelings of guilt and confusion regarding their identities. Raiden still held his head high, his eyes reflecting a lingering fear. If my conjecture is correct, there is indeed a toxin present in the air. Chapter 70. The gift from the senior brother. The 3 of them endeavored to raise their heads as high as possible, gazing blankly at the treetops. Yet, their minds grew increasingly lucid, and their mental states improved significantly. Undoubtedly, the flora in this vicinity must be emitting a peculiar gas. While this gas poses no physical harm, it has the capacity to evoke negative emotions to a certain extent. So, does this imply that the recent despondency experienced by Dottie and myself, as well as by you, Raiden, is a result of it? It seems likely, and Raiden continued to gaze upward at the treetops. Yet as he observed, he altered his steps, murmuring to himself, here, and here. Indeed, this is it. Raiden seemed to have reached an understanding of something profound. He crouched down, retrieving paper and pen from Vicky's backpack, and began sketching upon the ground, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe his surroundings. Raiden, what have you discovered? Dottie's voice faded into the background as Raiden focused intently, persistently drawing until he finally created a peculiar pattern on the paper. Come and take a look, but let's lower our heads for now. We may need to keep them raised shortly. Dottie and Vicky twisted their somewhat stiff necks and approached Raiden's side, gazing at the intricate design he had meticulously crafted. What is this? It resembles a maze, doesn't it? Indeed, it is a maze. Raiden turned to face the two individuals, gesturing upwards with his finger. This toxin serves as a reminder, urging us to remain vigilant of the canopy above during our journey. The labyrinth of Maze Island does not lie upon the ground. Rather, it exists within the treetops. Observe closely. Curiously, Dottie and his companion lifted their gazes, meticulously examining the canopy. Soon enough, they discerned that certain branches formed irregular lines, which, when combined, astonishingly resembled the intricate patterns of a labyrinth. This portion of the map is incomplete. We must continue to gather the canopy maps from other regions. Dottie, Vicky, we shall split up, but do not stray too far apart. Constant communication is essential. Understood. The three of them ventured in different directions, all the while sketching patterns onto their paper. As night fell, they reconvened beneath a grand tree, gathering around the flickering flames to analyze the map. Raiden, would you care to try roasting something? Our food supplies are dwindling. No, I'll leave such matters to you from now on. Splendid. No, it's no trouble at all. Leave it to us. Resigned, Raiden gazed at the flickering flames. After yet another test, he realized that the deficiencies in his survival skills had no connection to the toxins lurking within the forest, leading him to abandon all hope regarding his innate abilities. After a modest meal of tubers, the trio endeavored to piece together the map they had gathered during the day, and soon a brand new map emerged. The location of the exit was now marked on the map. Splendid. We are currently situated in this very area. While the upper left corresponds to the section explored by Vicky, thus, we can easily ascertain our direction. Indeed, we can finally navigate our way out of this labyrinth. Joy illuminated their faces, for the past few days had been nothing short of torment. Let us stoke the fires a bit more. Everyone deserves a good rest tonight. Excellent. Dottie, lend a hand. Sure, no problem. Perhaps I should assist as well. No, that won't be necessary. Just lie down and relax. Raiden observed the two busy individuals, his weary eyes gradually blurring until he succumbed to slumber. At dawn the following day, after meticulously checking for any signs of the plant spider on their bodies, the trio commenced their quest for the entrance, guided by the markings on the map. Throughout their journey, they persistently recalibrated their direction, ultimately shedding the previous markers established by Dottie. Although the surrounding scenery remained largely unchanged, the canopy map continually reassured them that they were drawing ever closer to the exit. In the Navy headquarters communications room, numerous idle naval officers congregated, reveling in the contestants' misfortunes. Squirrel, your little brother is quite inept. It's the fourth day, and he still hasn't found a solution. Oh, look, he's angry. Haha. TCH, this fellow is nothing special. But this island is indeed quite peculiar. What is the current record for clearing it? The fastest record was set by Vice Admiral Crane during the facility inspection, clocking in at 16 hours. Generally, participants finish in about 5 days. However, Vice Admiral Karp holds the slowest record at 28 days, and I doubt anyone will surpass it. The assembly fell silent, recalling how this venerable gentleman required a full 6 months to restore the Maze Island's functionality after his ordeal, leading to his complete blacklisting by the Navy's Research Institute, prohibiting him from any further facility inspections despite his repeated appeals. Hey, look at this nature-type fellow. Is he directly elementalizing and charging forward with his eyes closed? Others certainly can't replicate that. He's nearing the exit. What a fortunate lad. Smoker's actions captured the attention of the officers. However, as the fourth day approached, the number of eliminated participants had exceeded half. Yet many competitors had begun to uncover the secrets of the canopy and were embarking on explorations based on its map. Admiral Kizaru. No need for formalities. I'm merely here out of boredom. Due to the recent low profile of the Fishman pirate crew, Kizaru's duties shifted to monitoring the dynamics of Fishman Island from headquarters, leaving him with ample leisure time, which suited him well. Yet, idleness grew tiresome, prompting Kizaru to visit the monitoring room to observe the competition for entertainment. The young lads are putting in quite the effort. Oh, isn't that? This is Raiden, Dottie, and Vitch from the 13th cohort. It seems they have found a method and are not far from the exit. A glimmer of interest crossed Kizaru's eyes as he observed Raiden on the projection. So, this is the one with the 7-star sword. Despite possessing D-class talent, he is rated as S-class, and with a weapon like the 7-star sword. He is indeed fortunate. The crowd refrained from self-deprecation. Although Squirrel and others were also vice admirals, their ranks paled in comparison to that of a candidate for admiral. And there was no need to provoke Kizaru's ire. Recently, Admiral Zephyr had ardently supported Raiden amid the uproar surrounding the 7-star sword incident, which stirred Kizaru, who shared a teacher-student bond with Zephyr but felt estranged. Since he is such an exceptional newcomer, he naturally requires a greater challenge, haha. I recall there being an intriguing toy on Maze Island. You shall activate it as a gift for this junior. Kizaru, what are you doing? You have no authority to interfere with the competition. Oh? Squirrel, Kizaru turned, his icy gaze sweeping over Vice Admiral Squirrel. Unfazed, Squirrel met Kizaru's stare. You may have forgotten one thing. Kizaru fully turned, his towering figure imposing immense pressure on Squirrel. I am the commander of the Navy's Scientific Research Unit. Maze Island falls under my jurisdiction. You lot, hurry and activate it. Yes. The nearby researchers, already sweating profusely, hesitated no longer and activated the special device of Maze Island. I will report everything you do today to Admiral Sengoku and Teacher Zephyr. How terrifying, Vice Admiral Squirrel. Well then, I shall await your good news. Humph. Squirrel furiously tossed his coat and stormed off, while Kizaru turned back to the screen, ready to enjoy the upcoming spectacle. Good luck, my junior, haha. Chapter 71, Crisis. The 13th cohort gathers. Raiden, we are nearing the exit. Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. The more critical the moment, the more likely issues may arise. Raiden, you are being overly cautious. Given the current circumstances, I prefer this more passive side of you. Raiden gazed at the triumphant Vic, shaking his head in resignation, while Daddy stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Vic's head. This was soon followed by a familiar quarrel that lightened Raiden's heart, at long last. The agonizing ordeal of the competition was nearing its end. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by an incredibly fierce wind rushing in from afar. This unexpected phenomenon instantly placed the three into a state of alert as they prepared themselves for battle. In mere moments, the treetops above them were crushed by an overwhelming force. With the dense canopy gone, blinding sunlight poured down upon them. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow plummeted, landing before Raiden and his companions. The monstrous figure bore a resemblance to the previous gorilla tree, yet its size was vastly greater, standing a staggering 30 meters tall. Its robust legs provided remarkable speed and explosive power, while the armor that covered its body granted it formidable defensive capabilities. Most impressive of all was the enormous sail-like structure on its back, resembling vast wings, endowing the beast with a fleeting ability to soar. What manner of creature is this? Raiden, do you still possess the blood of the raven? Silence, Vic, prepare for combat. It is evident that those twisted designers will not allow you to pass so easily. With a deafening roar, the monster afforded the trio no respite, its powerful legs striking the ground as its massive fists lunged toward Raiden and his companions. In a flash, they dodged to the side of the beast, seizing the opportunity to unleash their ranged attacks in unison. Experience the sting of electricity. Electric gun. Critical hit. Vic's electric discharge, launched from his fingertips, was absorbed entirely by the creature's iron armor, leaving no trace behind. Likewise, Daddy employed the firearm gifted to him by Raiden. The forceful bullets merely created dents upon striking the iron plating, far from penetrating its formidable defense. Raiden's swordsmanship was derived from the technique of the 7-star sword's chi slash, known as the Gale. The enormous white blade of energy, unleashed by his right hand, struck the monster with the swiftness of a tempest, slicing through its iron armor and causing faint trails of blood to seep forth. Yet it failed to penetrate the armor entirely. How could this be? The creature's defenses far exceeded Raiden's expectations. Even his full-force Gale proved to be largely ineffective. A doubt crept into his mind. Could anyone truly prevail under the watch of such a beast? Roaring in agony, the monster appeared to sense its pain, becoming increasingly ferocious and quickening its pace. Bishi gradually felt the mounting pressure. His electrical assaults were futile against the creature, and his speed began to wane. The monster's onslaught was primarily directed towards him, and in a moment of distraction, its colossal fist loomed larger before his eyes. Curse it! Who fears whom now? Beast human transformation. Instantly, black scales enveloped Vichy, and he raised his fists, exerting every ounce of strength to charge at the monster. Yet, his power was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He barely endured a breath before being hurled away by the creature's overwhelming might. Crashing through several trees before landing deep within the dense forest, his fate uncertain. Vichy. Damn it. Dottie. Do not act rashly. Anger consumed Dottie, who sprinted towards the direction where Vichy had fallen, but the monster had discerned his intentions, its massive fist coiling back in preparation. Humph. Taste this. Dottie retrieved several orbs from his pocket and hurled them at the beast, which disregarded them and continued its assault. Boom. The orbs collided with the fist, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. As the smoke cleared, the armor on the monster's right hand lay shattered, revealing exposed skin from which a mixture of crimson blood and translucent sap flowed. Vichy, are you all right? Dottie spotted Vichy's silhouette and rushed to embrace him, discovering that although Vichy was coughing blood, his life was not in jeopardy. The formidable vitality and healing abilities of his animal form had saved him. Dottie, take Vichy and go. I will handle this. Are you certain? Yes, rest assured. Inform the teacher of this unusual situation upon reaching the exit. Understood. Protect yourself. Without further ado, Dottie hoisted Vichy's body onto his back and hurriedly dashed towards the exit, guided by the map. The area was rife with impression telebugs. Using them would expose their whereabouts, yet abstaining from their use. Raiden's right eye gradually transformed from brown to white, faintly glimmering with shades of blue. He shifted thunder to his left hand, while his right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of the seven-star sword. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke collided directly with the monster's rear, and the impact of flesh against steel instantaneously morphed the smoke into a human form. What the hell? There's sea prism stone in this forest. Damn it, what is this? Smoker, rubbing his bruised head, cursed as he opened his eyes, locking gazes with the monster that had turned to face him. After a brief moment of suspended time, the creature raised its colossal fist, prompting Smoker to quickly elementalize and evade the impending attack. Smoker? Raiden? What is this thing? I am not entirely sure, but it can be described as a creature with a balanced offense and defense. This monster's armor contains elements of sea prism stone. It seems to be the creation of the twisted minds at the research facility. Perhaps, but be cautious. The monster launched a frenzied assault, and Raiden could only dodge while searching for its weaknesses. Smoker, too, was cautious, striving to coordinate with Raiden. Smoker? Raiden? What kind of monster is this? My brother never mentioned it. Even Raiden cannot break through? Tina, accompanied by Arky and Sword, who she encountered on her way, arrived at the scene, quickly drawn into the terrifying battle. With this, we have enough manpower. Let's collaborate. The group did not respond to Raiden. Perhaps the urgency of battle silenced them, or perhaps they were lost in their own thoughts. Regardless, Raiden had no time to ponder further and shouted loudly. Smoker obscured the monster's vision with smoke, as it primarily relied on sight. Tina did her best to trip its feet, while Arky and Sword focused their attacks on its hands, aiming to incapacitate its right arm first. Cut. Though Smoker displayed evident displeasure, he complied. The dense smoke successfully blinded the creature, causing it to panic. Tina pressed her hands to the ground, and black iron chains snaked along the earth to bind the monster's feet. Now is the moment. Raging Sword, Gale, Sky Splitter, Storm Kick. 3 tangible strikes accurately struck the unarmored right fist of the monster, causing blood and sap to erupt, leaving its right hand a gruesome mess. Roar. The monster howled to the heavens, seemingly driven to fury by the agony of its severed limb. Simultaneously, its armor cracked, revealing numerous cannons that aimed menacingly at the group. What? Cannons? What in the world is this? The group was left stunned. They had no chance of escaping such close-range bombardment. Raiden snapped out of his momentary hesitation, fixating on the cannons about to fire, as the seven-star sword at his waist began to unsheath. Chapter 72, The Justice of Sovereignty in the Nick of Time. A towering figure appeared behind the monster, unleashing an overwhelming force from his fist that pierced through the upper half of the creature, leaving a massive void in its wake. The flames flickering on the monster gradually subsided as it crashed heavily to the ground, having lost a significant portion of its body. The imposing man descended from the air, landing squarely atop the monster. His face, obscured by violet hair, twisted with rage, and an inexhaustible fury emanated from his eyes. You have gone too far. Borsellino. The man bellowed in fury, while Raiden and the others bowed respectfully before him. The newcomer was none other than the vigilant Black Arm Zephyr, who had been guarding the exit. Oh dear, Teacher Zephyr is quite angry. How terrifying. In the operations room of the headquarters, Kazara watched the screen displaying Zephyr's wrath. Wearing a peculiar grin, a messenger approached him, holding a constantly ringing din-din mushi. Admiral Kizaru. It's a call from Admiral Sengoku. This is troublesome. Kizaru's face finally displayed a hint of concern, but he still answered the din-din mushi, bringing the receiver to his ear. Admiral Sengoku, it's Kizaru. What on earth are you doing? Who gave you the authority to intervene in the competition? Do you have grievances against the governor or the Navy? Oh dear, you misunderstand. I merely wish to make the training more effective. What nonsense. That thing is a formidable presence that even admirals find challenging. Do you wish to eliminate them? Sengoku's fury echoed through the din-din mushi, while the surrounding audience broke into a cold sweat, feeling the immense pressure. Though Kizaru felt somewhat troubled, he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Admiral Sengoku, that creature is still a prototype. Its power source will deplete rapidly. Moreover, those cannons are merely self-destruct devices, which will only inflict minor injuries on the participants. Furthermore, isn't Zephyr's intrusion into the examination grounds far worse than my actions? Silence. This matter will be decided by the fleet admiral himself. You are to report here immediately. The din-din mushi was abruptly severed by Sengoku's anger, and Kizaru sighed, returning the din-din mushi to the messenger while casting a lingering glance at the screen, gazing at Zephyr's furious visage. The good show has been spoiled. It truly pains my heart. Are you all uninjured, my children? No. Zephyr surveyed the seemingly unharmed students, feeling a wave of relief. He jumped off the monster and approached the group. Continue with your competition. I am merely here to address the unforeseen circumstances. As for the details of this incident, do not concern yourselves. I shall ensure justice is served. Yes, teacher. With a nod, Zephyr vanished in an instant, leaving the students bewildered, unsure of what to think. It seems you all have unraveled the secret of the maze. It has not been easy for anyone during this time. They Haven T unraveled it. If I hadn't seen them in the forest, they would still be stuck in the same spot. Tina lamented. Archie and Sword exchanged awkward smiles. And this moment softened their relationships, easing the previous tension. In that case, let us proceed together. There is still a second round ahead. Let's finish quickly so we can rest. Agreed. Following the route indicated on the map, Raiden swiftly located the exit. Upon witnessing the sight of the ocean once more, the group could not contain their overwhelming joy, for the days they had endured had indeed been exceedingly arduous. 5 victors, please proceed to register here. No medical treatment required. Each individual will be provided with a portion of food and water. Raiden and his companions savored the long-awaited pure water and indulged in ordinary sustenance, feeling as if they were partaking in the finest cuisine the world had to offer. After completing their registration, the group located Zephyr's warship and returned aboard to rest, eager to observe the status of the passing students once more. It was on the ship that Raiden encountered both Vicky and Dottie. Upon seeing Vicky restored to health, a weight was lifted from Raiden's heart. Raiden had intended to find a place to rest, but he was approached stealthily by a messenger. After confirming that no one was around, the messenger discreetly placed a small parcel into his arms, signaling for him to open it himself. In the office of the Marine Marshal, Sengoku was engaged in a conversation via a din-din mushi with the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, his expression shifting between dark clouds and fleeting moments of clarity. I understand. However, Admiral, isn't this somewhat unfair to Zephyr? Yes, I comprehend. With a sigh, Sengoku set down the din-din mushi, his eyes filled with turmoil. He turned to gaze upon the large characters he had inscribed on the wall, "Justice that rules the world." And his gaze gradually regained its resolute firmness. Sengoku, I have arrived. Your expression appears rather grim. Paisalino, no, Admiral Kizaru. Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Kizaru's face. And though his own visage bore no discernible emotion, it nonetheless instilled a profound sense of pressure within Kizaru. According to the Admiral's directives, you are hereby subjected to the following penalties. 1. A deduction of half a year's salary to compensate the students of Class 13. 2. A demotion in the Naval Research Division from Commander to Deputy Commander. 3. Additional penalties will be determined after the conclusion of the grand exercise. Kizaru's anxious expression eased slightly, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Sengoku understood that while these penalties appeared substantial, they bore little real consequence. The salary deduction was a mere formality, and Kizaru had always been in charge of the Naval Research Division. Even with a title change, he remained the primary authority, merely under a different name. The notion of future negotiations was laughable. Once the grand competition concluded, who would still concern themselves with such matters? The intention of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was clear, to provide Zephyr with an explanation while ensuring Kizaru's comfort. I understand. I shall comply, Kizaru replied. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Observing Sengoku's impassive expression, Kazara waited in silence for a response. When none came, he turned to exit through the door. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from behind him. Pagliusolino, my next words do not come as a command from an admiral. Rather, as a comrade who yearns for the prosperity of the Navy, a friend who has devoted half his life to this institution, I wish to impart a few words. Kazara turned back to see Sengoku enveloped in a radiant golden light, an unfamiliar aura of oppression washing over him. If you dare to act recklessly for personal reasons, disrupting the harmony of the Navy, Pagliusolino, I shall not communicate with you verbally, but rather address you in the most masculine manner possible. Do you comprehend? Cold sweat trickled down Kazara's forehead as he beheld the plaque, now even more resplendent under the golden illumination. The words "justice that rules the world" seemed to magnify before his eyes, exuding an air of formidable authority. Chapter 73, Gravity Island. The following day, gentle sunlight bathed the exit of Maze Island. On the 5th day of the trials, the 200th challenger finally emerged from the exit, marking the conclusion of their journey through Maze Island. In truth, the challenges of Maze Island were not particularly formidable. The tree-like monsters possessed strong offensive and defensive capabilities, yet their sluggish speed rendered them less lethal to humans. Meanwhile, the plant spiders, although challenging to defend against, had limited offensive power, primarily serving to heighten psychological pressure. The most difficult aspect, the map puzzles, were easily solvable by a portion of the participants, making it less daunting overall. The completion rate for this training camp was not impressive. 9 out of 11 participants completed the challenge in Class 11, 11 in Class 12, and 14 in Class 13. Among them, many capable individuals succumbed to their mental states, ultimately losing the competition and halting their progress. Zephyr's spirits were also dampened. The students' examination results were far from satisfactory, and Sengoku's response had indeed left much to be desired. Had it not been for the camaraderie of old friends, Zephyr would have certainly sought to settle accounts with Kazara. With the first part concluded, there was no reason to linger. Orders were dispatched to all ships to set sail for the second island, Gravity Island. Children, listen well. As the name suggests, Gravity Island possesses extraordinary gravitational forces. The gravity at the outskirts is approximately double that of the outside world, and it intensifies as one approaches the center, reaching nearly 20 times the external gravity at its core. Our competition will select the first 50 participants to reach the center. Do you understand? Understood. Winning is not solely about outrunning others. There are other methods, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon. However, the island is covered with den mushi, and participants must not damage them, nor may they inflict serious harm upon one another. This is crucial. Lastly, you are all my students, and I hope you will reserve your competition until the very end. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. The group responded promptly, yet their glances were filled with skepticism. Zephyr could only shake his head in resignation, hoping these youngsters would refrain from turning against each other. Gravity Island soon came into view. Contrary to Raiden's expectations, Gravity Island was a desolate wasteland, devoid of greenery, composed solely of dark stones forming rudimentary remnants of walls, exuding an aura of desolation. As the ships docked at the harbor, the participants disembarked, and the competition officially commenced. As Raiden descended, he was immediately struck by the formidable force of gravity. His body felt relatively fine, albeit slightly heavier. However, the internal pressure on his blood and organs was palpable, most notably affecting his ability to breathe. Despite having initially grasped the concept of life restoration and applying it to enhance his physical prowess, Raiden's capabilities still positioned him in the middle tier among the other trainees. In stark contrast, individuals like Vichy, with their extraordinary physiques, appeared unburdened by the weight of such gravity, frolicking about with unabashed exuberance, flaunting their athleticism. Vichy, Daddy, I cannot accompany you this time. Please take care. Huh? Raiden, why not? Is it because you? Understood, Raiden. You tend to your affairs. I will look after this fellow. Vichy, eager to voice her thoughts, found herself silenced as Daddy firmly covered her mouth, rendering her unable to speak. She could only gaze at Raiden with a look of helplessness, letting out muffled whimpers. Raiden gently waved to the two and then found a passage, quickly vanishing from their sight. Hey, Daddy, why won't you let me speak? Do you want to suffocate me? Humph, fool. Let's go. What? Fool? You better clarify that. Hey, wait for me. Vicky, fuming, chased after Daddy, her loud protests soon drawing the attention of many. Although Gravity Island appeared dilapidated, the black stone walls still carved out numerous passages throughout the island. Raiden chose a secluded path, adapting to the gravity while progressing toward the center. Hey, young man. It must be tough for you. Why not take a break here? Not long after Raiden departed, a quartet of individuals emerged ahead. The members of this group stood before Raiden, brandishing their weapons with an intimidating demeanor. I found it rather curious that while they sought to obstruct my progress, they themselves were deprived of the opportunity to advance. What could possibly motivate such self-sabotaging behavior? We humbly acknowledge our own limitations. Hence we would rather assist Brother Wado in clearing the path. Hey, you speak too much. However, young one, if you choose to halt here, we shall not impose any difficulties upon you. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame us for being unaccommodating. Raiden discerned the intricacies of the situation as he gazed at the 4 individuals ahead of him. With a swift motion, his right hand reached for the sheath of his blade. Thunder. How foolish, he thought, to underestimate me. Prepare for battle. With a swift and fluid movement, he unleashed his technique, one sword style, Frenzy Blade Gale. Before his opponents could react, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forward, forcing the 4 to hastily raise their weapons in a desperate attempt to parry the onslaught. The ferocious energy propelled them backward, leaving scorched marks from their sawls upon the ground. A swordsman of exceptional skill. This is dire, one of them exclaimed. Sheer, frenzied blade, sequential slash. Just as they barely managed to withstand the initial strike, a figure akin to death itself materialized before their eyes. The long blade, angled against Raiden's body, cleaved through their forms under their watchful gazes. As blood gushed forth, Raiden had already positioned himself behind them. With a swift motion, thunder returned to its sheath, and the 4 fell to the ground in unison. Raiden turned back, casting a cursory glance to ensure they were not fatally wounded before continuing his advance. With each step deeper into the island, the gravitational pull intensified, and Raiden sensed something amiss with the flow of his blood. He leaned against the stone wall and took a moment to rest, contemplatively observing the telephone worm affixed to the wall. Even the image transmission worm here seemed devoid of energy, and the base below must be a device to alleviate its weight. What an intriguing island this is. If only it could be utilized for training. Raiden was engaging in self-reflection when he suddenly noticed that the image telephone insects had all closed their eyes. His expression tightened, and he quickly steadied himself against the wall, alertly surveying his surroundings. Since you have arrived, there is no need for subterfuge. The telephone insects must be your handiwork as well. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the sharpness of his observations and reactions. Truly befitting of a potential newcomer we have been keeping an eye on. The sound of footsteps echoed from a nearby corner, and a figure adorned with a peculiar mask and clad in a white trench coat gradually materialized before Raiden's eyes. Raiden's eyes gradually widened, and a look of terror deepened within them. He could hardly fathom that someone of such stature would appear in this place. Unconsciously, he muttered, CP0. Chapter 74, CP0. Although he had heard from his teacher that members of the CP organization would participate in the grand event, he never anticipated that it would not be CP5 or CP9, but rather individuals from the highest authority, CP0. It was truly alarming. Yet, what could the commander possibly want here? Raiden curiously scrutinized the peculiar CP0 agent opposite him. His hands clasped and tucked into his coat, projecting an air of calmness. In stark contrast, the agent remained indifferent to Raiden's inquiries, instead retrieving a document from his pocket and engrossing himself in its contents. Benjamin Raiden, age 16, serves as a warrant officer at the Navy headquarters, a distinguished member of the 13th cohort of the Zephyr training program. His past prior to the age of 10 remained shrouded in mystery, however. He was adopted by his foster father, Benjamin, at that age. Tragically, his adoptive father was murdered by the pirate Elmi the same year. Subsequently, he arrived at Seymour Village through the current Navy Major, T. Penn, where he became a disciple of Gung Shiro, honing his swordsmanship at the Isen Dojo until he joined the Navy at the age of 15 from the East Blue Branch. Following vigorous recommendations from Admiral Akainu, he entered the training program, initially assessed with a D-grade talent evaluation. He has since mastered the Demon Sword, 7-star sword, and recently achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 10 members of the 12th cohort in a single strike, resulting in an overall assessment rating of S. As Raiden was compelled to listen, his brow gradually furrowed, for the sensation of being thoroughly known by another was rather uncomfortable. Once the agent had finished reading the information, he appeared to be perplexed, shaking his head in confusion. Although his face was concealed by a mask, it was still palpable that he was quite bewildered. Other inquiries were manageable, but the fact that even our CP0 had exerted every effort yet could not uncover any records prior to your 10th year, Benjamin Raiden, Could you possibly elucidate this matter for us? Huh, I have nothing to disclose. Raiden gradually shifted his right hand from within his cloak to the hilt of his sword, his eyes glinting like sharp blades fixed intently upon the agent before him. The agent, however, merely shrugged, adopting an expression of innocent bemusement. Mr. Raiden, you are perhaps being overly cautious. After all, despite our differing organizations, we are still colleagues on the same side, are we not? Is that so? Then pray tell. What is the purpose of the image-blocking phone bug? Are you suggesting that you have long harbored feelings for me and have now come to solicit my affections? Ravenous with desire? Certainly not, the agent replied with a chuckle. As a branch of the world government's highest secret intelligence agency, CP0 enjoys significant privileges. However, to avoid any discord with the Navy, it is best that our conversation remains discreet. The CP0 agent remained unfazed by Raiden's clumsy provocations. Instead, he snapped his fingers and produced a paper document from his sleeve. Mr. Raiden, a remarkable opportunity now lies before you. The CP0 organization has decided to extend an invitation for you to join us as a senior agent. This is the contract. Please review it, the agent said, tossing the paper toward Raiden. Remarkably, the lightweight document flew through the air with the precision of a solid iron plate, landing directly in Raiden's grasp. Upon opening, Raiden discovered the document densely filled with the regulations and benefits of CP0, particularly the latter, which made him feel a twinge of envy. Mr. Raiden, from now on, we shall be true colleagues. Given your esteemed position, your current assignment is to continue your service in the Navy. The organization will promptly arrange for your promotion, however. Whether you can ascend to the rank of admiral will depend on your own efforts. Nonetheless, with your capabilities, the rank of vice admiral is undoubtedly secured. Ha ha ha. Well, have you finished? If so, be on your way. Are you implying? Of course, that is a refusal. Do you require me to be any more explicit? As Raiden prepared to stow away the contract paper, he was taken aback to find it igniting spontaneously, consumed by flames in an instant. The movements of the CP0 agent stiffened, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Mr. Raiden. The directive from the organization is either to recruit you or eliminate you. Perhaps your impulse is merely momentary. It is not too late to reconsider, he remarked, gradually removing his mask to reveal a weathered face marred by scars, a visage that emerged before Raiden's gaze. The agent's voice, once youthful, now bore a rasping timbre. While your prowess far surpasses that of your peers, I have, after all, honed my skills for over 20 years more than you. The ranks below the major will not stand a chance against me. If you are counting on a confrontation with me, it would be prudent to relinquish that hope sooner rather than later. Is this what they call the privilege of CP0? To wield authority and thrust you, an old dog, into the fray of the youth? Is this truly the path to victory for CP0? You scoff. Very well, that simplifies matters for me. The agent donned his mask once more, adjusting his cuffs with an air of nonchalance. One sword style, mad blade, bullet slash. Raiden, with his left thumb, deftly pushed the thunder away while his right hand swiftly drew it forth, sending the whirling blade hurtling forward. However, to Raiden's astonishment, as thunder was unleashed, the figure of the agent opposite him vanished. By the time Raiden sensed the shift, a rush of wind had already approached from behind. Finger gun, flash, zing. Raiden's body instantaneously shifted to the side of the thunder, which was already embedded in the ground. With his left hand, he withdrew the thunder, while his right hand clutched his left waist, where a significant wound was incessantly gushing forth crimson blood. His senses were remarkably acute, otherwise. That previous strike would have pierced through your heart. What do you say? Is there still time for regret? How infuriating. This individual is exceedingly formidable. Raiden positioned himself before the thunder, his mind incessantly devising strategies for combat. The physical prowess of his opponent surpassed his own, and compounded by the effects of increased gravity. The disparity between their physiques became even more pronounced. Moreover, the opponent's mastery of the 6 techniques, beyond just the swift cuts and finger strikes, suggested the potential acquisition of additional forms, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. Life restored, Raiden summoned the muscles of his right waist, expanding them to staunch the wound and prevent further blood from gushing forth. His right hand shifted from his waist to rest upon the hilt of the 7 Stars sword. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Thus, farewell, shave. The agent's figure vanished once more, yet Raiden remained vigilant, faintly sensing his approach from the right. Gale foot, one sword style, frenzy blade, swift wind. Indeed, several blades of wind surged towards Raiden from his right in an instant. He swiftly wielded thunder, unleashing a torrent of sword energy to counter the oncoming gales. This shall be the conclusion. Finger gun. Just as Raiden executed the swift wind technique, the agent's silhouette reappeared behind him. Turning his head, Raiden beheld the agent's finger, faintly shimmering with dark light, aimed precisely at his heart. The agent, upon glimpsing Raiden's face, was taken aback. In this dire predicament, his opponent exhibited no trace of fear, instead emanating an unsettling calmness. Most concerning to him was Raiden's right eye, whose snow-white pupil subtly radiated a pale blue glow, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 75. Onward to Wealth Iron Block. The CP0 agent's years of combat instinct compelled him to halt the finger gun maneuver. Tensing every muscle, he deployed the most formidable defensive technique of the 6 styles, Iron Block. 2-sword style, Frenzied Blade, Twin Dragons. The 7 stars sword finally liberated from its sheath. Its exquisite blade summoned a dazzling emerald sword energy, while the thunder blade in his left hand emitted a pure white aura. Mirroring the white dragon sword technique of the 1-sword style, Raiden turned partway, simultaneously slashing with the 7 stars sword and thunder in a sweeping arc. The emerald and white sword energies intertwined, forming a denser wave of sword energy, akin to 2 dragons spiraling skyward. The concentrated sword energy relentlessly sliced through the agent, each wave inflicting a fresh wound. When the sword energy dissipated, the ground lay utterly ravaged, leaving behind only a mangled, bloodied form. This is bad. Finger gun. Just as Raiden momentarily relaxed, believing the agent incapacitated, he was startled to see the agent leap, launching a fierce finger gun attack towards him. Raiden swiftly raised his dual blades to block the strike. Chafe. Failing to land his attack, the agent distanced himself from Raiden using Chafe. From afar, he gazed at Raiden, his mask ravaged by sword energy, revealing a profound sense of dread. Although he had preserved his vital organs with Iron Block, he still bore combat capability. However, the terrifying sword energy had caused significant blood loss, exacerbated by the effects of gravity in this location. Damn it! How is he so powerful? Is this fellow a monster? Curse be it. The CP0 agent continued to roar in frustration, blood seeping from his wounds. If he did not stem the bleeding, he feared his life would swiftly ebb away. He hastily retrieved a potion from his breast pocket and forcefully plunged it into his heart, injecting the liquid within. Before long, a healthy flush returned to his face, and the flow of blood from his wounds began to subside. Raiden could only stand by helplessly. It was not that he lacked the will to pursue, but rather that he was utterly incapable of doing so. The wound on his right side was deeper than he had anticipated, as the adrenaline coursing through his veins began to wane. Excruciating pain radiated from various corners of his body to his mind. To make matters worse, Raiden's stamina was nearly depleted. Executing sword techniques under such intense gravity was an immense strain. At the heart of Gravity Island, the gravity was 20 times that of normal. A formidable force that rendered any movement nearly impossible. Merely standing, let alone surviving in such an environment, was a daunting challenge. In their current position, they were merely under 5 times the gravitational force, with a considerable distance yet to the island's center. However, at the 10-fold gravity mark, which was not too far from the center, a significant number of individuals had already gathered. The gravity here had intensified to such an extent that even stone walls could not withstand it, rendering the passageways non-existent. Although the crowd had embarked from various alleys, their convergence here signified a unified front, each casting furtive glances at one another in preparation for the final surge. Brother Wado, we can hardly endure any longer. The next phase is entirely up to you. I understand. Your rewards will be dispensed as promised. Brother Wado's reliability was well acknowledged among them, and they encouraged him to persevere. A man clad in a standard naval uniform disembarked from a makeshift cart. The extent of its damage and the deep impressions left on the ground were truly astonishing. This seemingly earnest and robust man had been transported here by others. At this moment, the crowd could only verbally chastise him, for none possessed the surplus strength or energy to engage in further actions. Their sole focus was to overcome the gravity and draw closer to their objective. Smoker had also emerged among the throng, occupying a position at the forefront. He had ceased his elemental transformation and was now gasping for breath. Under such gravity, even in his smoke form, he was considerably affected, resulting in a dramatic increase in fatigue. Meanwhile, Vich and Dottie had positioned themselves ahead in the ranks. Vich appeared unfazed, while Dottie was drenched in sweat, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the ground. Vich, you should go on without me. Don't wait any longer. What nonsense, Dottie. I will never abandon you. Ugh. You fool. Dottie instinctively attempted to raise his fist, but found himself devoid of the strength to do so. Dottie, let us take a moment to rest. We might as well wait for Raiden, as I have yet to see him. Raiden. Dottie fell into contemplation. Initially, he believed Raiden shared his sentiment, not wishing to encumber Vich, especially given the formidable physical prowess of the Zoan type. However, as time elapsed, in this vast expanse, the absence of Raiden's figure left Dottie bewildered, pondering what could have transpired. Dottie. The meditative Dottie was roused by Vich's call, lifting his gaze to find Vich's face alarmingly close. Dottie, could something have happened to Raiden? Don't be absurd. It's Raiden we're talking about. What could possibly? Dottie's smile gradually stiffened, and even he found his own words hard to believe. Vich scrutinized Dottie's face, his gaze growing more resolute. Dottie, we must go. Huh? Vich, you're going the wrong way. No, I am not. As Vich turned to face Dottie, the determination in his eyes momentarily unsettled him. We need to go back and find Raiden. Something must have gone wrong. Come on, let us go. Dottie was also swept up by Vich's fervor, rising to catch up with him. Vich nodded, pressing onward while muttering to himself. Raiden, you absolutely must secure first place. My future happiness depends entirely on you. Dottie's expression darkened at once, confusion flooding his features as he regarded Vich, his mind swirling with questions. Hey, Vich, aren't you worried about Raiden's safety? Huh? Vich turned his head, gazing at Dottie as if he were a simpleton. Safety concerns? Raiden? Benjamin Raiden? What a joke. I'm merely worried about where he might have dozed off or gotten lost. You must understand, I've staked 35 million berries on him. What will I do if he loses? Dottie was at a loss for words, instinctively mimicking Raiden's familiar gesture, covering his face with his hands and shaking his head in exasperation. Only now did he truly empathize with why Raiden was so fond of that motion. Dottie, didn't you also wager your entire fortune on Raiden? Are you not concerned? Dottie lifted his head, his previously uncertain eyes slowly transforming into resolute determination as he and Vich locked gazes, each seeing a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Vich, let us proceed. Forward, we must find Raiden. Yes. To victory. To glory. Chapter 76, Have you ever experienced despair? Raiden took a deep breath, his recently depleted energy gradually replenishing. He gazed at the blood-soaked agent, who was also awaiting recovery, and a perplexing smile crept onto his lips. Hey, CP0, speaking of which, after all this fighting, you still haven't revealed the reason for your invitation or your intent to kill me. Given the circumstances, wouldn't it be appropriate to share? Haha. Mr. Raiden, your intellect is remarkable. Why not take a moment to ponder the answer yourself? With a resigned shake of his head, Raiden cast a feigned look of bewilderment at the agent. I truly cannot fathom this, he admitted. To be honest, had it not been for the illustrious reputation of CP0, I might not have even known to which organization you belong. As a member of the Navy, I hold your peculiar agency in great reverence, and thus refrain from any engagement with you. What you speak of pertains to a time long past, the agent lamented internally, hastily sealing his lips. Yet, the scant information seemed to invigorate Raiden, as if he had experienced a moment of epiphany. Ah, how intriguing. The leaders and aristocrats of the world government, instead of pursuing the pirates, choose to oppress their own subordinate forces. Truly astounding. You insolent wretch, you have spoken far too much. The agent, whether fully recovered or genuinely incited by Raiden's words, unleashed his full might, launching a fierce assault. Life returns. Chafe. Raiden forcefully drove his muscles to once again seal the flow of blood at his waist, swiftly evading the gust of the wind blade from the agent's kick. Your speed is too slow. Piercing strike. The agent, relying on his superior mobility, reached Raiden's side once more to launch a piercing attack. However, Raiden's stamina was insufficient to execute the twin dragon sword technique again. This maneuver was perilously close. Is that so? What the agent did not anticipate was that, having just regained his footing, Raiden unleashed another slash, evading the piercing attack while causing the agent to lose sight of him. Bloom, 7-star sword. 1 sword style. Frenzied blade, thunder. The agent attempted to employ iron block to defend against Raiden's blade, yet a chilling sensation abruptly pierced through his back. As he glanced down, he beheld the exquisitely beautiful blade, stained with his own blood, protruding from his chest. Raiden unsheathed the 7-star sword, and the blood upon its blade was swiftly absorbed into the steel. Although Raiden was well aware that the 7-star sword was not a demonic blade, its peculiar and enigmatic nature left him astounded. How have you lingered here for so long? I have long since acclimated to the gravity of this realm. Hence, enhancing my speed is but a trivial endeavor. Moreover, when employing the 7-star sword, my swordsmanship is far swifter than with the thunder longsword, and it surpasses my previous strikes by a considerable margin. However, your demise is not in vain. At the very least, this grand competition should bear no consequence for me. Raiden sheathed the 7-star sword and the thunderblade, his gaze fixed upon the fallen CP0 agent, who teetered on the brink of death. Yet, the agent's face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was filled with a mocking glee directed at Raiden, as if he relished the moment. Indeed. It is not unjust. To rid my master of a rising star in the Navy capable of becoming an admiral fills me with satisfaction. Cough, cough. Oh, though gravely injured, death is certainly not my fate. As for this grand tournament, even without the champion's prize, I believe I can still continue to grow. What talk is there of being eliminated? The agent's vitality waned rapidly, his vision began to blur, yet he strained to keep his eyes wide open, desperately wishing to witness Raiden's helpless expression. It would be ideal to kill you, but even if I were to perish by your hand, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Ha. As a naval soldier, daring to kill a CP0 commander without cause, even with Zephyr's protection, you should abandon any thoughts of advancement within the Navy. Ha. The CP0 agent, filled with pride after voicing his thoughts, felt his eyesight beginning to clear momentarily. He recognized this as a final flicker of awareness before death. Yet, he remained satisfied until he caught sight of Raiden's expression and what he produced from his cloak. Raiden retrieved a small shell from his pocket, gently pressing its top. A distinct voice emanated from the shell. Mr. Raiden, you are being excessively cautious. After all, despite our differing mechanisms, we are still colleagues in the same camp. Mr. Raiden, the organization has instructed me to either recruit you or eliminate you. Perhaps you acted on a whim, but it is not too late to reconsider. Moreover, this. The agent's eyes widened in sheer terror. Although the voice resonating from the shell was his own, it sounded eerily like a demonic whisper, causing him immense distress. This. As a senior agent of CP0, you should be familiar with the sound shell of Sky Island. How could you? You actually. Raiden gazed at the soon-to-be lifeless CP0 agent, shaking his head in resignation. His eyes filled with sympathy. In this world, the most formidable trio consisted of one who possessed unparalleled combat prowess, hailed as a hero of the Navy. The other two, while equally astonishing in their strength, were renowned for their intellect, leaving one to ponder the futility of contending against such brilliant strategists. Raiden said nothing further, merely turning away to depart, while the CP0 agent lay lifeless, his eyes wide open, as if conveying a tale of regret and boundless despair. A day and a half prior, aboard the Zephyr warship. Raiden, this is a message that Admiral Zephyr has entrusted me to deliver to you personally. Please review it carefully and destroy it afterward. What is this? Raiden gazed at the enigmatic messenger, reluctantly unwrapping the seemingly casual parcel, harboring little belief that it concealed any secrets. Meanwhile, the messenger hastily departed, unwilling to linger any longer. Raiden opened the package, revealing a letter and a shell within. Upon unfolding the letter, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The correspondence contained speculations from the esteemed predecessors, Warring States and Crane, meticulously documenting information regarding CP0 agents and predictions concerning potential threats against him. The shell served as a crucial piece of evidence for recording these findings. As for Raiden's safety, Zephyr possessed another shell that resonated with this one. Should any anomaly arise, Zephyr would promptly come to Raiden's aid. Now that the agent was deceased and the evidence was thoroughly secured, it was likely that Zephyr felt a sense of relief. Raiden, however, felt a sense of resignation, realizing that this thankless task had ultimately fallen into his hands. Raiden leaned against the wall, the blood from his wounds incessantly oozing from his waist. He could only rest against the wall, and after a cursory examination of his injuries, he began to prepare for his withdrawal from the competition. Raiden retrieved the sound shell, preparing to contact Zephyr. Just as he was about to press the switch, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Raiden, where are you? Are you hurt? Answer me. Chapter 77, Invincible. The Vicky is on the move. Vicky, over here. I am here. Raiden heard Vicky's call, relinquishing the sound shell in his grasp, and summoned all his strength to shout aloud. Raiden, Daddy, hurry. Raiden is up ahead. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Vicky and Daddy appeared before Raiden. Raiden gazed at Vicky, who was panting with his tongue lolling out, relying on his serpentine sense of smell to locate him, and found him irresistibly adorable today. Raiden, How did you get hurt? Daddy, do we have any medicine? Yes. Thankfully, I didn't lose it. Here. We have bandages too. Vicky fumbled as he tended to Raiden's wounds. Yet his care was meticulous, and the bandaging was executed with precision. Had Raiden attempted to treat himself, given his skill level, he would likely have ended up wrapped like a dumpling. Raiden, what about that corpse? Oh, you needn't concern yourselves with that. It's a special task from the teacher. But how is it that you two returned? Raiden gestured for the two not to concern themselves with the corpse in the distance. As the story behind it was rather lengthy, he merely felt a sense of curiosity. Considering Vicky's physical prowess, it seemed improbable that he would have reached his limits. So what was he doing here at this moment? There was little to discuss. It was all for the sake of money, was it not? For the sake of friendship. Perhaps. Wouldn't you agree, Daddy? Yes, indeed. It seems that Vicky has recently experienced a breakthrough with his fruit abilities, allowing him to sense the emotions of others. Is that not so, Vicky? Yes, indeed. That is precisely the case. Raiden gazed at the two individuals in a state of utter disarray. Feeling powerless to fathom their intentions, he merely observed them with a serene demeanor. My brothers, he said, my strength has been utterly depleted. It is impossible for me to proceed further. Do not concern yourselves with me. Go forth and conquer this challenge on your own. Before Raiden could finish his words, Vicky leaned in with a distressed expression. Vicky grasped Raiden's neck with both hands, shaking him incessantly, tears brimming in his eyes. What? Raiden, you cannot abandon the competition. I have staked my future happiness on you. Dottie, chime in as well. Well, Raiden, if possible, you should give it a try. Try? What nonsense. First place. You must secure first place. Raiden, if you do not achieve first place, I shall perish right here. Raiden finally comprehended Vicky's intentions. It was not concern for his well-being, but rather a straightforward desire for monetary gain. Observing the eccentric Vicky before him, Raiden could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Vicky, please let me go. It feels rather uncomfortable. Oh, fine, but let us not stray from the topic. All right, I shall do my best. However, I find myself unable to move forward at this moment. How can I possibly overcome this challenge? Raiden's words compelled Vicky to confront reality. Clutching his chin, Vicky's mind finally resumed its function. Yet, a miracle unfolded. Before long, Vicky seemed to experience an epiphany. He struck his left palm forcefully with his right hand, uttering not a word, and then dashed forward with fervent determination. What was this? Raiden gazed at Daddy in confusion, who, equally perplexed, tilted his head to indicate that he too was unaware of what thoughts occupied the mind of their young companion. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of footsteps and the rolling of wheels echoed from the distance. Raiden and Daddy turned to see Vicky hastening towards them, pushing a cart with great speed. Huff. Huff. I'm back. Oh, ISNT this. Well, perhaps this could work. Vicky was pushing the very cart previously used by a certain individual named Wido. At this moment, Vicky intended to emulate the previous method, inviting Raiden to board the cart while he would propel him towards their destination. All right. Let us not delay any longer. Raiden, let us go? Vicky, panting heavily, gestured for Raiden to get on while he assumed the role of the cart driver. However, Daddy stepped forward, signaling Vicky to pause. Hold on, don't rush. This cart has sustained some damage from previous use. If it breaks down midway, we will have no chance left. It's just as well for you to take a breather while I make some modifications to the cart. Fine. Hurry up. Vicky collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out and resting. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, the rapid back and forth and the burden of the cart were indeed a tremendous strain on him. Raiden found himself unable to contribute, merely a spectator as Daddy busily transformed the cart. With his handy tools, Daddy skillfully repaired the damaged sections of the cart, subsequently severing the front half with a knife, thereby reducing its weight and converting it into a pull cart, drawn by 4 ropes. All set. Vicky is awake. Suddenly, Vicky sprang up from the ground, brimming with energy. As Daddy began to fasten ropes around him, a thought struck him. Raiden, Daddy, do entrust me with all your burdens. Especially you, Raiden. The weight of your 2 weapons is formidable under gravity. The two nodded in agreement and relinquished their heavy loads to Daddy, who, despite his prior ease, was now encumbered with an overwhelming weight. Raiden curled up comfortably in the vehicle, with the now beastly Vicky at the helm. Under Vicky's guidance, Raiden felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as if this humble cart were the most luxurious mode of transport in existence. Thank you for your hard work, Vicky. Onward, Vicky. For your livelihood, your tomorrow, your future. Let us embark. Roar. Let us set forth. The trio of Raiden finally re-entered the competition, and at the heart of the island, the contest had reached a fever pitch. Curse gravity. Is elemental transformation rendered impossible? Smoker lay heavily upon the ground, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat. He gazed toward the distant finish line, akin to observing a mirage, seemingly forever out of reach. Behind him, an increasing number of participants had begun to crawl. In such oppressive gravity, crawling was the most efficient means of progress. Even Tina, setting aside her feminine dignity, persisted in her efforts on the ground. Cursed be it. How can I falter here? I'm Smoker. I shall not concede defeat. With a surge of blood to his eyes, Smoker opened them wide. Suddenly infused with an inexplicable vigor that coursed through his entire being, he plunged his fingers deep into the earth, summoning his strength to inch forward, bit by bit. Time became indeterminate, and suddenly Smoker felt a wave of relief, not a mere mental easing, but a genuine lightness, as if he could soar into the skies. He realized that the oppressive gravity had entirely dissipated, allowing him to rise effortlessly and execute any movements he desired. As he looked around, he discovered he had arrived at the island's center, where several inspectors were scrutinizing him. Participant Smoker has arrived. Only 49 slots remaining. The colossal loudspeaker at the island's center boomed with a resonant voice that resonated in the ears of every contender, igniting their indomitable spirit to press onward. Participant Archie has arrived. Only 36 slots remaining. Participant Tina has arrived. Only 29 slots remaining. Participant Vito has arrived. Only 12 slots remaining. One by one, names were called, and slots were filled. The opportunities left for the remaining competitors were dwindling. Everyone was driven to strive harder, unwilling to toil so intensely only to emerge as failures. Only 3 slots remaining. Let me reiterate. Only 3 slots remaining. The voice of the loudspeaker echoed like a siren's call, compelling the fallen men to surge forward. Meanwhile, in the periphery where gravity was intensified 16-fold, many had already surrendered to despair. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from behind them, and curiosity compelled them to look back, revealing a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Clear the way. If you collide with me, I take no responsibility. A youth, cloaked in black scales shimmering with electric sparks, was racing while pulling a simple cart. In an instant, he vanished from their astonished gaze, leaving only deep imprints on the ground, akin to slaps that stung their faces. Chapter 78. The arduous victory panting. Daddy could no longer keep pace with Vicky, collapsing onto the ground as he watched the cart draw farther away from him. Vicky's speed had also diminished significantly, his body instinctively sagging under the weight of the formidable gravity that rendered each step a Herculean effort. With only 3 slots remaining, those who had already cleared the course, including Smoker, watched with empathetic hearts as the remaining contestants persevered forward. They were transfixed by the evolving scene, as if they were participants themselves. The 2 leading competitors were less than 10 meters from the finish line, while Vicky, burdened with the cart, remained nearly 20 meters away. Though the gap appeared trivial, it felt insurmountable in that moment. Cursed be it. Move. Move. The electric sparks surrounding Vicky flickered with utmost intensity. Each step he took left profound impressions on the ground, propelling the heavy cart onward. Raiden's stamina had significantly improved. He shifted his body, letting his feet touch the ground, and then exerted all his strength to propel himself forward. This alleviated some of the pressure on Vitch, yet the journey ahead remained arduous. It seemed that my assistance was required. Hold on, Vitch. Dottie placed his gear on the ground and donned his binoculars, retrieving a special rubber bullet from his pack. Fortunately, he had brought a set. With gravity being over 10 times, the range would be substantially reduced, necessitating a higher angle for his shot. Dottie then produced his most powerful handgun, loading the rubber bullets meticulously into the magazine. He aimed at Vitch and discharged the bullets at a steep angle. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding blasts echoed, as a flurry of rubber bullets streaked through the air, striking Vitch's back with pinpoint accuracy. The fabric of Vitch's clothing was instantly shredded, revealing black scales that swiftly morphed, unleashing a tremendous force from his back, propelling him forward with great speed. Bravo, Dottie. The violent impact caused Vitch to spit blood, yet he showed no hesitation, harnessing this immense power to surge ahead, quickly catching up to the 2 leading figures. Meanwhile, the gunfire in the distance ceased, and Dottie's handgun fell heavily to the ground. His hand trembled at an astonishing frequency, the overwhelming recoil injuring the bones and muscles in his hand. Now, he could only offer prayers for the 2 ahead. How infuriating. Is this not against the rules? Damn it, having come this far, there is no way we can lose. The 2 figures at the front were also stirred into action. Enduring their bodily pain, using hands and feet to advance as swiftly as possible. Vich coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body slowly descending. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he grasped the rope tightly and struggled to move again. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the cart had become much lighter. Turning his head, he saw Raiden had dismounted and was laboriously crouching beside him. Raiden? Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Vich, lend me a hand below. Vich nodded, mimicking Raiden's posture, breathing heavily while awaiting instructions. Next, I will move in front of you. With all your might. Push me forward, and then I will exert every ounce of energy for one final thrust. We should be able to reach the last few meters. Understood. I'm ready. Let's go. Raiden moved his body forward, positioning himself before Vicky. He bent his left leg to create a sturdy support, while his right foot arched gracefully against the ground. Vicky pressed both hands against Raiden's back, gradually leaning in closer. 3, 2, 1. Go. With all his might, Vicky propelled himself, and simultaneously, Raiden forcefully struck the ground with his right foot. Harnessing the combined strength of both, their bodies soared forward. Just as they were about to reach the front, they completely transcended the gravitational zone, entering the weightless realm at the island's center. Both arrived simultaneously. The race concluded. The top 50 spots were now secured. Other contestants were instructed to remain in place, awaiting rescue. Shortly thereafter, a specialized rescue team rushed to various corners of the island, transporting the exhausted participants to the heart of the island. The medical team at the center soon discovered Raiden's injuries and hurried to tend to his wounds. What a pitiful sight. How did you end up like this, Raiden? Smog approached Raiden's side, his initial confusion transformed into a deeper perplexity upon witnessing the gruesome injuries. Raiden merely shook his head, signaling Smog to refrain from further inquiries. TCH. Yet, Raiden, it's truly a pity that you did not fully experience the essence of this competition. I've grown significantly during this event. Next time, I will undoubtedly triumph over you. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate this time, Raiden sighed. Raiden couldn't help but lament that this competition, had it not been for the interference of CP0, would have served as a profound dual training for both his body and mind. He pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to engage in such an experience again. Yet, even if future opportunities arose, they would likely pale in comparison to the richness of this particular competition. Hey, did you even listen to what I just said? Huh? What? My apologies, I lost my train of thought. You fool. Contestant, please cease your actions. He is still merely an injured participant. Raiden gazed upon Smoker, who was seething with indignation, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. He even made a gesture of victory towards Smoker, which undeniably aggravated him further, prompting Smoker to attempt to force his way past the medical personnel in order to deliver a beating to Raiden. Make way. Make way. Medical team. Hurry and attend to these two rascals. Damn it, how could a Gravity Island competition result in such injuries? It's truly astonishing. The medical team gently lowered two individuals from a specially designed stretcher, revealing Vicky and Daddy. However, despite being utterly exhausted and gravely injured, the two displayed not a hint of pain. Instead, they wore expressions of manic laughter, as if they were already envisioning a brighter future. By the way, where is Raiden? I am here. Upon noticing Raiden's raised hand, the rescue personnel approached him, swiftly confirming his identity before returning the two weapons that had been strapped to his back. Here. Your arms. Oh, thank you. Raiden took hold of the 7-star sword and the thunder blade, feeling the familiar edge, and the emptiness in his heart swiftly dissipated. As a master swordsman, he increasingly recognized the significance of blades. They were akin to friendship, even life itself. Furthermore, if you are well rested, let us depart. General Zephyr has requested your return at the earliest. Oh, very well. I shall make my way. Excellent. Then you shall be carried on a stretcher. We will transport you directly back. I appreciate your assistance. Raiden was carefully moved to a specialized stretcher, upon which two rescue personnel promptly lifted him and sprinted towards the port. As Raiden gazed up at the sky, he experienced the unsettling sensation of gravity once more amidst the jarring motion, all the while contemplating the myriad possibilities that this incident had unfolded for him. Chapter 79. The sword enthusiast. For the rescue personnel clad in special attire impervious to the effects of gravity, the arduous journey through Gravity Island, which had proven to be a torment for the participants, was merely a mid-distance run. They swiftly transported Raiden from the heart of the island to Zephyr's warship, even taking the care to place him in Zephyr's office, ensuring he was comfortably situated before respectfully departing the room. Ha ha ha. It is quite rare to see you in such a disheveled state, Raiden, the teacher jested. Surviving this ordeal was indeed no small feat indeed. The world government's arrogance grows increasingly brazen. Zephyr's smile quickly faded, replaced by a flicker of anger. You have endured much this time. The Navy will surely reward you. Though such promises may often prove to be mere words, the realization of those rewards will require your own efforts. Understood. As for the world government and CP0, while the evidence this time is compelling, their typical tactics suggest that this incident will likely result in little more than a ripple. Nonetheless, although the world government may harbor animosity towards you, a direct assault seems improbable. Yes, Raiden was acutely aware that this incident could be viewed as a conflict between military and governmental factions, or, on a more personal scale, merely a dispute between CP0, that agent, and himself. Despite not having any prior acquaintance or vested interest with that individual, the world government invariably possesses various means to resolve such matters. When one is devoid of shame, they become invincible. Moreover, when one who is inherently invincible discards all sense of shame, the situation becomes even more formidable. These are the pressing concerns that Sengoku and Akaina must grapple with. With merely 2 days remaining until the third segment of the competition, I have procured you another opportunity for recuperation at the Research Institute due to this incident. Let us not dwell on anything else. I shall escort you there immediately. Very well, thank you, teacher. But what about the other students? They will be transported back to Marineford by warships. Those rascals. It seems several have already been eliminated from Gravity Island. Clearly, the curriculum has been too lenient. In his heart, Raiden silently prayed for Vicky and Dottie, hoping they would not harbor resentment towards him after the grand competition. The warship unleashed its full firepower, arriving at the island housing the Research Institute in merely half a day. Seated in his wheelchair, Raiden navigated through the woods, once again arriving at the entrance of the Institute. After verifying his identity and passing through the gates, the familiar sights sparked a sudden thought within him. He gestured to the Marine pushing him, requesting to be taken to a particular location. The Marine said nothing, merely nodded and reminded Raiden to keep track of time, before following Raiden's instructions to a room filled with swords and blades. Shally, it's been a while. Huh? Raiden, why are you in a wheelchair? Wait, what is that? A petite figure, seemingly dwarfed by the oversized research attire, swiftly dashed to Raiden's side, snatching the 7-star sword from his waist without a word. Without pausing for further conversation, she hurried off to her small room, eager to commence her studies. Raiden could only shake his head helplessly, signaling to the Marine behind him to take him to the treatment room, intending to seek Shally after his treatment was complete. The treatment chamber remained as comfortable as ever, and Raiden felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he indulged in a refreshing slumber. Although his wounds had not fully healed, his strength and internal injuries had completely recovered, leaving him with an indescribable sense of ease. Raiden signaled for the Marine beside him to return and report, assuring him that he would return to the warship shortly. The Marine, interpreting Raiden's intention as a desire for a private meeting with a previous female researcher, shot Raiden a knowing glance before departing with a playful grin. Raiden once again arrived at Lily's workshop. After a gentle knock, he opened the door and stepped inside. As he had anticipated, Lily was indeed engrossed in her study of the 7-star sword, meticulously recording and calculating various data, appearing utterly absorbed in her work. After observing her for a few minutes, and noting that she showed no signs of stopping, rather, her excitement seemed to intensify, Raiden cleared his throat. To his surprise, this elicited nothing more than a roll of her eyes. Lily then resumed her research as if she had just resolved a significant dilemma. Hey, Lily. How much longer will it take? He inquired. Just a moment, don't rush me. She replied. A moment? How long is that? Just wait. It's your fault. You made me miscalculate. Be quiet. Raiden helplessly pressed his forehead, feeling that his arrival here was nothing short of a mistake. However, he could not abruptly halt Shally's research. He could only sit anxiously, glancing around, hoping that Shally would expedite her work. At last, she had finished transcribing, and the data was nearly complete. By the way, Raiden, what did you summon me for? I am here. Raiden finally heard the voice of Shally, akin to a celestial melody. Yet, in an instant, that heavenly sound transformed into the sinister murmur of a demon. Observing Shally's gaze, which resembled that of a fiend, a chill crept over Raiden. I'm here to take it away. Huh, I'm shaving. Even amidst the chaos of battle, Raiden had never felt such an overwhelming tension. He feared that merely uttering the words to claim the 7-star sword would result in his immediate dismemberment at Shally's hands. Thus, he abandoned his intention to speak and swiftly executed a technique to teleport behind her, seizing the 7-star sword from the platform. intent on fleeing the scene. Hey, you. Don't. Raid in, brother. Give me a few more months to study it. No, just a few weeks. A few days will suffice. No. Let go. I want to let go. I want to. As Raiden prepared to depart, he discovered that Xiaoli clung to his arm like a piece of chewing gum, refusing to budge despite his persistent attempts to pry her off. Oh dear. I need to take the 7-star sword to the competition. Please let me go. And I promise to return to see you next time. Slowly, Xiaoli's expression softened, and she released her grip on Raiden's arm, just as he breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed the young girl's face clouded with melancholy, glistening tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Well, I shall keep my word. Next time you may leave. Sigh. Resigned, Raiden placed the 2 bracelets on the table and departed in a state of dejection, feeling akin to a heartless man who had snatched away a girl's most cherished possession, only to abandon her coldly. Little did he know, these items rightfully belonged to him. Wait. Suddenly, Xiaoli adopted a serious demeanor, stepping forward to grasp the 2 bracelets, looking at Raiden with a puzzled expression. How peculiar. How did you control such a terrifying demon sword without a bracelet? I have yet to dare to unlock it. It is not a demon sword. Raiden succinctly recounted his experiences to Xiaoli, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, a spark of realization ignited in Xiaoli's eyes, prompting her to hastily return to her room. There. She meticulously opened her old notebooks, fervently calculating the formulas on a vast blackboard. Upon witnessing that Lilith had returned to her usual self, Raiden found himself at a loss for words and decided to discreetly withdraw from the scene, inadvertently taking the door with him. Rushing back to the warship, he was met with the peculiar laughter of the sailors. Even the usually solemn and mature Zephyr displayed a hint of mockery in his smile. Raiden observed the crowd and discerned their thoughts. Unable to provide any explanations, he merely sighed and sought out a quiet spot, closing his eyes in serene anticipation of rest. Raiden was preoccupied with thoughts of how to distance himself from the sword-obsessed Xiaoli. Little did he know that, in the not-so-distant future, another blade enthusiast awaited him in silence. Chapter 80. Astonishment. The 2-day respite swiftly came to an end, and the 50 contestants had completed their preparations for the ultimate showdown. A temporary combat platform had been erected in the heart of Marineford, constructed from remarkably sturdy stone slabs. Surrounding it was a barrier of earth and rock, both aesthetically pleasing and functional, delineating the boundaries of the battlefield, a perfect dual-purpose design. The gathering of naval soldiers had formed a tight circle around the venue. And to accommodate a larger audience, a colossal projection snail had been installed within the arena, allowing soldiers from afar to witness the competition. Numerous journalists from various news outlets had taken their positions, ready to broadcast the results to the world. Initially, Admiral Sengoku and the higher-ups of the Navy were opposed to such an ostentatious display of military exercises, believing that a more conservative approach would be more in line with naval traditions. However, the immense impact of the training and the substantial monetary contributions from various betting houses compelled Sengoku and his colleagues to remain silent, resulting in the grand organization of this naval tournament. Furthermore, a renowned host was invited to preside over the event, with Sengoku's sole stipulation being that the proceedings maintain a degree of solemnity, preserving the Navy's dignity. The competition was structured in a draw-based elimination format, progressing from 50 to 25, then to 13, 6, 3, and finally to 1, spanning a total of 3 days. To ensure the smooth operation of each round, buys were drawn during the 25 to 13 phase, with each draw conducted in a fair, transparent manner, assuring all participants of the Navy headquarters integrity. Thus, the grand tournament commenced. The first phase, 50 to 25, begins. Contestants, please draw your numbers. Each participant approached an opaque box to draw a sphere, the number on which would correspond to their identification. Raiden stepped forward and, by a stroke of luck, drew number 1, indicating he would be the first to take the stage once more. The drawing concluded. The competition would commence with the 2 contestants assigned number 1, Admiral Zephyr's training camp S. Benjamin Raiden and, astonishingly, fellow training camp member Pancake from the 12th session. I reiterate, this draw is entirely fair, just, and above board. There is absolutely no foul play. And now, let the match begin. As the host's voice faded, the spectators in the stands and those watching the projection began to murmur amongst themselves. What a coincidence. There are no weaklings from Admiral Zephyr's training camp. It seems improbable that these 2 titans would clash so fortuitously. You know nothing. Out of 50 participants, half are from the training camp. It would be strange if they didn't face each other. That Pancake is a notorious devil fruit user with formidable power. The swordsman across from him is in peril. Indeed, he appears to be only 16 or 17. He is likely outmatched. Heh, I'm betting on Pancake for the top 5. The odds are 1 to 1. 9. I should make a profit. Ah, I envy you. Too bad I lack the funds to place a bet. Amidst this, a young woman with thick glasses keenly observed the match, one hand holding the projection snail while the other scribbled notes. Use. Our hopes for the 4Cs report rest entirely on your shoulders. You must deliver a groundbreaking story. Rest assured, President. Yes, you're our finest journalist. And I have faith in you. I eagerly await your updates. Stay in touch and do your best. The young reporter, Use, focused intently on the competition, adjusting her glasses as a sharp glint flickered behind the thick lenses. Her notebook was filled with dense writing, with the title at the top boldly inscribed in black, Astonishment. Fratricide among peers, the Navy's cruelty revealed. Regardless of the tumult outside the arena, the two combatants at the center remained undistracted, with Pancake fixated on Raiden, wary of his potential disappearance. Raiden, your swordsmanship previously opened my eyes, and for that, I thank you. Your fruit abilities are also quite impressive. This encounter promises to be intriguing. Perhaps, Raiden harbored no animosity towards Pancake, despite having delivered a severe beating to Vicky and others in the recent end-of-month examination. Ultimately, that event was a formal assessment, and it was perfectly natural to be outmatched. Conversely, Pancake's decisive and upright character intrigued Raiden, given the chance. He would relish the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with him. Thus commenced the much-anticipated inaugural match. The host's commanding voice ignited the fervor of the entire arena, as spectators erupted in jubilant cheers, fervently supporting their chosen contestants. Notably, the majority rallied behind Pancake, while those cheering for Raiden were few and far between. Pancake initiated his move, gradually raising his right arm, his body slightly bending as if harnessing latent energy. The excitement of the crowd reached its zenith. Their eyes were fixated on the arena, glued to the image of Pancake displayed on the large screen, speculating on his forthcoming maneuvers. I concede, Pancake declared. His right hand elevated high, reaching towards the heavens. His expression remained impassive as he uttered those words, plunging the venue into a state of stunned silence. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Wait, what? Pancake concedes. The victor of this match is Raiden. The two competitors exchanged a handshake. The referee paused for a few seconds, momentarily bewildered, before professionally announcing this incredulous outcome. Unbelievable. The highly favored contestant, Pancake, has chosen to concede. Could it be that he is still nursing injuries? Nevertheless, let us extend our applause to the victor of this match, Raiden. The host adeptly intervened, employing his seasoned skills to slightly diffuse the atmosphere. Yet, a few agitated spectators vocally expressed their dissatisfaction, particularly those who had wagered on Pancake. If not for the restraint of their companions, they might have descended into the arena to demand an explanation. Raiden was taken aback as he gazed at the advancing Pancake, his expression a canvas of confusion. Yet, Pancake merely extended his right hand with an air of tranquility, as though the one who had just conceded was not himself at all. Why? Raiden extended his right hand to grasp Pancake's, completing the customary handshake. However, Pancake raised an eyebrow, revealing a rare glimmer of delight. There was no need to engage in a battle that was destined for defeat. Today was not the day I would challenge you. As Pancake gradually walked past Raiden, a barely audible whisper reached Raiden's ears at the moment when they were closest. Raiden stood there, struck as if by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. For the wager I placed is also on you. Chapter 81. The worthless A-class as Raiden and Pancake exited the stage. The host hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow and urgently called for the next match, attempting to steer the event back on course. The young reporter, Use, tore up the previous notes and quickly pinned a fresh report, altering the title to Shock. Dark secrets unveiled at the training camp. General Zephyr's reputation at stake. Fortunately, the subsequent matches proceeded without incident, allowing the host to finally relax. The relatively thrilling contest provided the audience with a temporary reprieve from their grievances regarding the first group, enabling them to wholeheartedly enjoy the unfolding events. Ladies and gentlemen, next to grace the arena is the star contestant of this grand tournament, the Navy supernova with the power of the natural fruit, Smoker. Without the host's elaboration, the audience erupted like a boiling sea, rising from their seats in anticipation, eager to witness the legendary wielder of natural abilities. In the vast ocean, strength signifies everything, yet it remains one of the most elusive assets. However, There exists a type of fruit that can transform an individual, elevating them to the ranks of maritime powerhouses, the natural fruit. Renowned figures such as the three notorious monsters of the Navy and the forerunner of the warlords of the sea, crocodile, are all capable of wielding this extraordinary power. The unique elemental capabilities of the natural fruit not only enhance one's potential, but also raise their baseline, making it a coveted dream for many. TSK. A bunch of fools. Smoker sauntered into the arena, puffing on his cigarette, and if not for his Navy affiliation, he would have relished the opportunity to give these short-sighted spectators the middle finger as a fitting insult. While outsiders may not comprehend Panpeek's actions, Smoker had overheard the disparaging remarks and insults directed at Zephyr, igniting a fierce anger within him, compelling him to seek out the culprits. The trembling challenger before him was the perfect outlet for his frustrations. As the match commenced, the opposing contestant attempted to evade Smoker's advances. Yet, Smoker would not permit such an escape. He swiftly transformed into his elemental form, soaring toward the opponent, and before the challenger could move from his original position, Smoker ensnared him like a dumpling, coalescing his smoke into a fist that struck heavily against the opponent's abdomen. The challenger instantly lost all fighting capability. And without a backward glance, Smoker prepared to exit the arena. The victor of this match is Smoker. However, Smoker showed a lack of respect for his opponent by failing to perform the handshake. A warning has been issued. Should this occur again, his qualification will be revoked. TSK. What does respect even mean? Smoker muttered as he left, cigarette in tow. The host, relieved, silently thanked Smoker. Had this match concluded in surrender, the situation would have been quite difficult to manage. Although the contest was not particularly riveting, the audience buzzed with delight, many reveling in their wise choice of contestant, basking in the envious glances of others. The following matches continued in a routine manner, with the only notable moment occurring when Tina took the stage, causing a wave of excitement in the arena. Otherwise, the competitions were rather unremarkable. Notably, the inventor of the cart, Wado, successfully completed his match, showcasing his impressive prowess. Battles raged from dawn until dusk, with 24 out of 25 matches concluded, leading to the final showdown. After a day of spectating, many audience members began to feel fatigue. Yet the victorious participants, including Raiden and Smoker, remained focused, voluntarily gathering to observe the upcoming battles. They were acutely aware that the next two contestants were formidable contenders for the championship title. Ladies and gentlemen, we now approach the climax of this tournament. Coincidentally, this group features the most powerful contestants of this round. The ninth contender on the championship odds list, Arky from Training Camp Class 13, faces off against the top contender, Origins from Training Camp Class 11. The host's announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, with nearly half of the audience fixated on the stands, eagerly awaiting their champion. The invincible newcomer Origins, upon whom they were willing to place their entire bets. Ridden's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. As the sole student rated A among the 11th cohort, Origins, who had completed 3 years of study and was on the verge of graduation, undoubtedly posed the greatest challenge in this competition. Smog shared the same sentiment. As a natural type, he held the arrogance to underestimate all newcomers. However, when faced with an opponent already proficient in hockey, his still-developing fruit abilities appeared fraught with vulnerabilities. Origins made his entrance, towering nearly 3 meters. His streamlined physique reminiscent of a human specimen, exuding an overwhelming confidence bordering on arrogance. Yet, none perceived him as conceited. Rather, they believed only a young man like him could bear such pride and audacity. In contrast, Achi remained as composed as ever, treating Origins not as a formidable rival but merely as another novice. Meanwhile, General Squirrel, observing the large screen from the command platform, clenched his arms tightly, fixated on Achi. Achi, the brother of General Squirrel, was rated A among the 13th cohort. He could only hope that as Achi approached graduation, he would maintain such commendable results. "Thank you, Senior," Achi replied. The stark contrast between the two, one brimming with arrogance, the other modest and reticent, intensified the pre-match atmosphere, causing many spectators to break into a cold sweat. The match commenced. As the competition began, Achi swiftly employed his technique, teleporting beside Origins, his right foot executing a wide arc gale kick. The wind blades shot toward Origins at blinding speed, yet he merely crossed his arms, leaning back slightly to evade Achi's attack. Observation hockey? Let me show you this move. Finger gun, rapid strikes. Paper drawing. Achi positioned himself in front of Origins, his fingers poised to strike at his abdomen. Despite Origins' massive frame, he exhibited remarkable agility, deftly dodging Achi's rapid onslaught. Is that all you've got? Then, iron block. Arrogance taunted as he halted his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Achi thrust his hardened fingers fiercely toward Arrogan's midsection. Thud. Snap. As the finger gun struck Arrogan's abdomen, the distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed, not from Arrogan's, but from Achi's fingers. Achi's two fingertips twisted grotesquely, contorted into a horrifying shape. Not just iron block, but also hockey? How infuriating. Despite the excruciating pain, Achi remained silent. His face pale. He bit down on his lip to stifle any sign of weakness. Staring at the towering figure of Arrogance, he reluctantly raised his battered right hand, preparing to concede. Yet, as he lifted his arm, Arrogance suddenly clasped his hand tightly, the immense grip causing Achi's bones to creak. Arrogance then lifted Achi before him, staring directly into his eyes. You endure such pain without a sound? Are you flaunting your indomitable will to me? The A-rated genius of the 13th cohort. Achi's face contorted in agony. Yet he resolutely clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out. Though his eyes were bloodshot, they defiantly met Arrogance, a gaze that only served to infuriate Arrogance further. Damn it. This bastard. Raiden grasped Smog's arm, who was eager to step forward, shaking his head in response to the latter's furious gaze. You have already received one warning. Should you advance again, you will forfeit your eligibility. But what does it matter? How could you possibly? Raiden shook his head once more. Releasing Smog and leaping into the arena, positioning himself a short distance behind Arrogance. Hey. Can we stop this? You're nothing but a waste of an A-class. Chapter 82. The enemy of my enemy Arrogance unconsciously loosened his grip with his right hand, causing Archie to tumble to the ground, contorted in a heap. Slowly, Arrogance turned to face Raiden, his icy demeanor betraying no emotion. Benjamin Raiden, I am aware of your existence. However, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said? A chilling laughter escaped him. To Raiden's astonishment, Arrogance actually chuckled. But the mirth was laced with a cold cruelty that sent shivers down one's spine. Raiden frowned, visibly displeased. Your worth is not determined by my words. You are merely a person who takes advantage of age and experience to bully newcomers, reveling in your A-class ranking, even allowing it to inflate your arrogance. Apologies. I retract my previous statement. You are not merely worthless, you are even less than that. Humph, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Arrogance suddenly erupted into laughter. As if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. He laughed for several seconds, until it seemed he had had his fill. And then he looked up at Raiden. A clueless, boastful fool, what do you truly understand? Yet, I have never harbored such intentions to torment another. Out of respect for Teacher Zephyr, I shall grant you a breath of mercy. Oh, then I am most grateful. Raiden's left thumb was poised near the protective guard of thunder, while his right hand grasped the hilt of the seven-star sword. Despite his disdain for the character of Arrogance, there was no denying that this was the most formidable opponent Raiden had ever encountered. What are you doing? Cease this at once. Benjamin Raiden, you have unlawfully intruded upon the competition arena, and this is a grave warning. Depart immediately, or I shall revoke your eligibility to compete. Within the span of less than a minute, the referee appeared to be caught in a tumultuous predicament. Although he was stern with Raiden, his heart brimmed with delight. After all, as the referee, he lacked the authority to unilaterally halt the competition. Achi had neither lost his fighting spirit nor surrendered, placing the referee in a quandary. In this moment, Raiden's entrance undoubtedly provided a solution to his dilemma. Now, perceiving the resolution of the situation, he hastened to announce the termination of the impending fierce battle. Understood. Achi must have lost his combat capability. The judgment of defeat can be rendered. I do not require your instruction. Depart at once. Raiden abruptly departed from the venue. Having utilized his blade, just as he was suspended in midair, preparing to return to the stands, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged behind him. Instinctively, Raiden turned around and beheld the grotesquely contorted visage of Arrogance. Seven-star sword. Raiden was taken aback, yet at that critical moment. His right hand had already grasped the seven-star sword. Although Arrogance's fist was perilously close, rendering complete defense impossible, he could still manage to withstand some damage, albeit substantial. Thud. Bang. Just as the seven stars was on the verge of being unsheathed, a broad silhouette appeared before Raiden, the word justice emblazoned across a white cloak. Reflecting vividly in Raiden's eyes, the figure swung a long sword, deflecting Arrogance's assault, and then, with a powerful strike, sent Arrogance reeling back into the arena. Ha! General Mongoose. What is the meaning of this? Arrogance exclaimed. I wanted to ask you the same. Are you attempting to murder a colleague? Hell, that fellow won't perish so easily. Moreover, General, are you not in breach of regulations? This matter will be settled by others, but you have no standing in this. Mongoose hovered in the air with a moonwalk. coldly regarding Arjun's while entirely disregarding the fallen Archie. Arjun's twisted his neck, then wordlessly exited the arena. Archie is incapacitated. The victor is Arjun's. Arjun showed disrespect to his opponent by failing to perform the handshake. One warning. Should this occur again, his qualification will be revoked. The referee proclaimed the outcome of the match, yet the audience and host were left in stunned silence. They were simultaneously awestruck by Arjun's formidable prowess and icy demeanor, while also puzzled by the intricate web of relationships unfolding before them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Well, everyone, thus concludes today's round of competitions. Congratulations to these 25 contestants for advancing. Tomorrow, we shall witness a more exhilarating battle for the top 13, so stay tuned. The host hastily glossed over this highly contentious match with conventional phrases, while the audience, disheartened, engaged in discussions about the events that had just transpired. The young journalist, Hughes, sat vacantly in her seat, her body trembling slightly, tears glimmering beneath her thick glasses. After a moment of composure, she seemed to make a resolute decision. Retrieving her meticulously pinned article titled Shocking Dark Secrets Unveiled in Training Camp, General Zephyr's Reputation at Stake, and tore it to shreds before departing. As night fell, the 13th cohort gathered spontaneously, encircling a barbecue bonfire, joyfully conversing. Through this competition, the members of the 13th cohort finally comprehended the essence of unity, and their bonds deepened, evolving into true comrades. Only a few from the 13th cohort advanced, with merely Raiden, Smog, Tina, and Sword securing their places among the top 13. At that moment, the four sat together, discussing the day's events. Arjun's is a scoundrel. Archie's hand is utterly shattered. Even with the headquarters' medical technology, it will take at least 6 months to recover. What a nauseating and terrifying individual, Tina expressed her distaste. However, his strength is undeniably formidable. What do you think, Raiden? Raiden stared blankly at the bonfire until Sword posed a question, rousing him from his reverie. He then turned to face Sword, ready to respond. Hey, what are you doing here from the 12th issue? We do not welcome your presence. Indeed, you should leave at once. I merely came to seek Raiden, and you would do well to allow him entrance. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Raiden quickly rose to his feet and called out loudly. The two 13th term students said nothing but stepped aside, allowing the nearly unrecognizable Pan Peak to enter. Raiden? Could it be? He likely isn't an adversary. Come forth. Pan Peak. Pan Peak took a seat beside Raiden, instinctively glancing at the flickering flames of the fire before them. Raiden gestured for Vicky to bring a skewer of roasted meat. Despite his reluctance, a disgruntled Vicky complied, begrudgingly selecting a piece that was nearly burnt and unceremoniously handing it to Pan Peak. Here. Thank you. Pan Peak paid no heed to Vicky's demeanor, graciously accepting the skewer and taking a hearty bite, chewing with gusto. Apart from Raiden, the others harbored varying degrees of animosity towards Pan Peak, and Raiden remained oblivious to the true purpose of Pan Peak's visit. Curious about my purpose here? Well, of course, I have come to share some intelligence regarding Arjun's. After all, I have staked 50 million berries on this matter. You certainly appear to be quite confident. Raiden found himself both amused and perplexed. While Smoker and the others perked up, their animosity towards Pancake considerably diminished. After all, for the current 13th cohort, Arjun's represented their greatest adversary. Chapter 83. The former training camp Pancake swallowed the last morsel of roasted meat, discarding the skewer directly into the flames. He observed the skewer crackling and twisting in the fire, his thoughts seemingly swirling along with it. To be precise, we, the 12th cohort, and you, the 13th, are the true training camps. Prior to this, it would be more fitting to describe the experience as hellish rather than merely training. The crowd became more attentive, their eyes fixed on Pancake, eager for him to unveil the ensuing tale. Over a decade ago, the beleaguered teacher Zephyr established the training camp at a time when the Navy was brimming with elite personnel, including the formidable Sakazuki and Borisolino. Consequently, the competition within the training camp was ferociously intense, even brutal. Pancake paused momentarily, then raised his drink, savoring a sip. Today, we have a well-structured training phase and a seemingly ruthless elimination mechanism. However, in the past, the training camp consisted solely of learning, combat, and elimination. Those who remained continued to learn, fight, and face elimination. This cycle persisted, and those who could endure for 3 years were considered graduates, becoming the pride of the Navy. Though Pancake spoke lightly of it, Raiden and the others could already sense the harsh reality of the former training camp. While their current studies were undoubtedly arduous, They paled in comparison to the severity Pankei described. In contrast to the past, Ridden and his companions were akin to a generation steeped in honey. What about the 11th cohort? Indeed, the 11th cohort was the last to experience this rigorous system. The discontinuation of this program was not due to flaws within the training camp structure, but rather the diminishing quality of the students. With the dawn of the great age of pirates, the influx of young pirates surged, while the number of young naval personnel dwindled. This decline in quality rendered the training camp unable to revert to its former glory. Moreover, Pankei turned to Ridden and Smoker, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he met their bemused gazes. The highest rank attainable by students in the training camp was not S, but SSS. Although only 3 individuals graduated with such distinction, many others achieved S-level evaluations. What? Smoker sprang to his feet, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as the achievements he once took pride in now felt like a resounding slap to his face. Ridden's complexion also paled. The pride stemming from his recent surge in strength evaporated instantly, prompting him to reflect deeply. Let us now discuss arrogance. The students who graduated under the previous system possessed a far greater aura of menace and combat awareness than we do today. Although arrogance graduated with a mere A ranking, his talent is undeniably formidable. Moreover, he unexpectedly mastered 2-color hockey just before graduation, should he win the championship in this competition. It would not be surprising for his final evaluation to rise to S. The powers conferred upon S and graduates are entirely different. Smoker settled back down, temporarily casting aside unworthy thoughts and focused intently on arrogance. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker felt no fear of Ridden. Yet he found himself at a loss against hockey. With exceptionally honed Rokushiki techniques, terrifying physical prowess, and battle awareness, coupled with the ability to wield 2-color hockey, arrogance is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. However, defeating him is not beyond the realm of possibility. What approach? Smoker quickly inquired, but Pankei, after a brief glance at him, shifted his gaze to Ridden. His mastery of hockey has only been a month in the making and still bears significant flaws. To penetrate his defenses, one must possess a lethal technique capable of dismantling his ironclad fortifications and the amalgamation of hockey. Do you possess such a technique? Raiden bowed his head in deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he finally raised his gaze towards Pan Peak, ultimately nodding in agreement. Observing Raiden's gesture, Pan Peak refrained from uttering another word and merely nodded in return before turning to depart. In that case, I can enjoy a restful slumber. The next act is now in your hands. No, in your collective hands. Best of luck, my juniors. Humph, do you underestimate me? How bothersome indeed. Raiden once again took his seat, his gaze returning to the flickering flames of the fire, a faint blue glow emanating from his right eye. As the sun rose gradually the following day, the arena, having been silent throughout the night, was once again filled with the sounds of cheers and excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the commencement of the second round of our grand competition, where 25 will be narrowed down to 13. The first event will be a test of fortune. I shall draw a spherical ball bearing the number of a contestant from this opaque box. The fortunate individual selected will advance directly to the next round. Who shall emerge as this lucky winner? Allow me to unveil the answer. I reiterate, this draw will be conducted fairly, justly, and transparently. The audience below had already memorized his lines, their drawn-out tones reflecting palpable impatience. The host, unfazed, reached into the box, stirring the contents casually before retrieving a ball. The number drawn was 1. Congratulations to contestant Raiden for successfully advancing to the next round. The audience responded with sparse applause, overshadowed by a chorus of boos. After all, the spectacle of Raiden's previous match was still fresh in their minds. Most of the applause came from those who had witnessed his final moments, cheering for his bold defiance against arrogance. The female reporter, Yuz, clapped fervently, her hands resonating with sound, when suddenly, a notification chimed from her smartwatch. Berber Yuz. Yesterday's news received quite a favorable response. Yet, why is Raiden's story so lukewarm? The neighboring major newspaper is speculating on underhanded dealings, with their coverage of Zifa being exceedingly popular. Listening to her editor's words, a shadow of concern crossed Yuz's face, but she gritted her teeth and expressed her thoughts candidly. Editor, I believe Raiden is not the incompetent fool other newspapers portray him to be. He is undoubtedly the dark horse of this competition, and I have faith in him. Yuz, you are a journalist. An exceptional journalist should not be swayed by personal sentiments. Everything should revolve around what captures public interest. How could you? Editor, I trust Raiden. If things go awry this time, I am willing to bear full responsibility. And if my assessment proves accurate, you must grant me one request. Are you willing to wager? There was a long silence on the other end of the line before a gruff, lecherous voice finally responded. Very well. The wager is accepted. If you truly mess this up, then you shall face the consequences. As you listened to the repugnant voice on the line, she slowly turned off the recording function of her smartwatch, a glimmer of confidence flashing through her thick lenses. Chapter 84. The Dance of Wheels. The order of matches in this competition will be determined by a roulette-style pairing. Without further ado, let us proceed directly to the first match. The contestants for the inaugural battle are. The intense competition swiftly commenced, leaving fortunate Raiden once again as a mere observer. As the roulette continued to spin, matches unfolded one after another. Congratulations to contestant Wido for advancing. The next set of contestants is, wow, it is indeed the favorite to win this grand tournament. The strongest, Arrogance. Raiden followed the jubilant crowd as they gazed at the drawing wheel. Upon seeing the number 11, which symbolized arrogance, the wheel spun again. And Raiden felt as though his heart was rotating alongside it. Arrogance's opponent would be number 27, Sword from the 13th training camp. Another fierce showdown. Can Sword indeed challenge Arrogance's throne? I eagerly await the outcome. Alas, alas, the hearts of all 13th cohort students echoed these words. The memory of Archie's grim fate was still fresh, and now Sword was to face this monstrous whirlwind. All they could do was pray for Sword's safety. Sword ascended the combat platform slowly, his face devoid of expression, yet radiating intense concentration. Arrogance's formidable figure emerged from the opposite side, a terrifying pressure sending chills down spines. The swordsman from the 13th cohort is intriguing. Arrogance chuckled maniacally, regarding Sword as if recalling a particularly amusing scene, dismissing him as merely a vessel for his own venting of fury. Before the match begins, I shall issue another warning, Arrogance. You have already received one notice. Should you violate the rules once more, your qualifications will be revoked. And thus, the match commenced. With a swift motion, Sword unleashed his razor slash. As the judge's words faded, Sword sprang into action, drawing his saber midair and directing a fierce wave of sword energy at Arrogance. An iron block. Arrogance showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he tightened his muscles and thrust his chest forward to meet the strike. The ferocious energy exploded, yet Arrogance remained unscathed. Not even a trace of pain flickering across his features. In that moment, Sword had devised a strategy. Having executed the razor slash, he maneuvered behind Arrogance. Just as Arrogance engaged with the sword energy, Sword's slender blade surged toward Arrogance's back. What? Upon contact, the blade produced a sound akin to metal striking metal, causing Sword's hands to jolt from the impact. Arrogance turned slowly, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Kid, that stings a bit. Now it's my turn. Gale kick. Sword retreated hastily after his failed strike, while Arrogance swung his right leg, unleashing an enormous blade of wind that hurtled toward Sword. Shredding. Sword raised his saber horizontally, struggling against the terrifying wind blade that sliced through the air with a cacophony of discordant sounds. Lowering his head, he exerted all his strength to resist. It's over. Prepare to meet your doom. Just as Sword fought to withstand the wind blade, Arrogance approached, his colossal fist poised to descend upon him. Coincidentally, their combat styles mirrored each other, but the disparity in strength ultimately led to vastly different outcomes. At that moment, Sword, who had been keeping his head low, suddenly lifted it. His keen gaze seemed to pierce through Arrogance's every movement. The sharp saber still held firmly, yet his right hand, gripping the hilt, began to move. Razor technique, dance of 10,000 blades. Sword lightly tapped the blade with his left hand, using the momentum to create a mesmerizing flourish. This maneuver appeared devoid of lethality, yet possessed an undeniable aesthetic beauty. Meanwhile, Raiden's eyes widened in astonishment, shock evident upon his visage. This technique was indeed an advanced form of the 1,000 blades dance he had employed in his duel with Raiden over 2 months prior. Compared to before, this swordplay seemed even less harmful. However, concealed behind its beauty lay a far more terrifying intent. Arrogance, taken aback, halted his punch, raising his arms defensively as if to shield himself from an impending catastrophe. At that moment, Sword's saber glimmered ominously before plunging into the ground. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from the blade, and each wave that grazed Arrogance's body left behind minuscule wounds. As the onslaught continued, these small injuries accumulated rapidly, transforming Arigins into a bloodied figure. This technique was originally meant for Raiden, but it seems you've benefited from it. I concede. As the sword energy dissipated, Sword wearily raised his right hand in surrender. The judge nodded, preparing to announce the match's outcome. Outrageous. Arigins, drenched in blood, bellowed furiously, his eyes aflame with anger. He had been wounded by a mere youth, a humiliation he found intolerable. Yet, upon preparing to retaliate, he discovered that Sword had already raised his arm in acknowledgement of defeat, deepening Arigins' ire, yet leaving him powerless to act. The match concludes. The victor is Arigins. Let both parties exchange gestures of sportsmanship. Arigins cursed vehemently, raising his right hand to slap Swords in a forceful manner, the sound echoing sharply as he stormed away without a backward glance. Sword, observing his swollen hand, allowed a triumphant smile to grace his features. Sword's swordsmanship is truly astonishing. I have never witnessed such exquisite technique. Although he faced defeat today, we were still treated to a captivating duel. Let us give him a round of applause. The arena erupted with fervent applause. Despite the match's swift conclusion, the journey had been remarkably thrilling, with Sword's dance of 10,000 blades offering the audience an exceptional spectacle, far surpassing previous encounters. As the sun ascended to its zenith, 5 hours passed swiftly, and all 12 matches had concluded within that time frame. Smog and Tina triumphed over their opponents within 5 minutes, while the other contests, even among less skilled fighters, lasted no longer than half an hour. At this stage of the competition, with only the top 13 remaining, true weakness was a rarity. For the Navy, the fleeting moments of entertainment were always precious. After a brief respite for adjustment, the match to determine the final 6 was set to commence. Chapter 85. A blade that shakes the soul. An hour slipped by rapidly, and the throngs of spectators once again gathered at the viewing platform. The competition was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the match to determine the final 6 is about to begin. According to the tournament rules, Raiden, who had a bye in the previous round, will face the winner with the longest victory time once more to decide the top 6. Let the wheel spin. Upon hearing Raiden's name, some spectators wore expressions of disdain. Although these individuals hailed from the nobility of the Shambadi archipelago and surrounding nations, they harbored a deep aversion to corruption and luck, as if such concepts had never existed in their lives. The match quickly found its rhythm. The remaining 12 participants were all formidable, elevating the intensity of the competition. Furthermore, the contestant with the slowest victory time would have to contend with Raiden, further accelerating the pace of the tournament. Congratulations to contestant Tina for advancing. As the only female participant in this competition, Tina has performed exceptionally well. Let us extend a warm round of applause in her honor. Next up, we shall witness yet another predictable battle, for Arigins has arrived. Let the contest commence. Arigins slowly ascended the stage, seemingly indifferent to the fearful gaze of his opponent. Instead, his attention was fixated on Raiden in the stands, occasionally breaking into a cruel smile. Young man, you cannot defeat me. However, do your utmost to prolong this match. Arigins' words startled his adversary, who realized the underlying insult and thus summoned all his strength to launch an attack against Arigins. Curiously, why was Arigins constantly evading? Why did he not counterattack? Was he merely toying with his opponent? Such skill. To revel in battle under such circumstances. Truly, Arigins is remarkable. The host shouted hoarsely, and the audience in the stands seemed to resonate with the excitement, erupting in a chorus of cheers for Arigins. Raiden, however, wore a grim expression, fully aware that Arigins was undoubtedly stalling for time, preparing for a confrontation with him. Eventually, the challenger's stamina waned, rendering him unable to continue. And thus the match reached its conclusion, precisely half an hour later. Although the audience remained fervent, their impatience was palpable. Some naval spectators had deduced Arigins' intentions and watched the arena with keen interest, anticipating the final showdown. With Arigins' match concluded, the next battle featured Smoker against another student from the 12th session. As soon as the referee announced the commencement of the match, Smoker elementalized and flew towards his opponent, simultaneously whispering a message into the ears of the 12th session student: preserve your energy and endure for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I shall make you suffer. Initially reluctant to comply, the student resorted to using a sea prism stone weapon against Smoker, only to be promptly exposed. To avoid humiliation, he decided to play along with Smoker's performance. Shortly after 30 minutes elapsed, he conceded. What sort of match is this? Why so tedious? Damn it, Smoker is inept. They are practically falling asleep up there. Fixed match. Fixed match. The audience erupted in outrage, and the host could only resort to humor to regain control of the situation. At this moment, it was evident to anyone with common sense that both Origins and Smoker were aiming for Raiden. After a brief handshake with his opponent, Smoker approached the stands and stood beside Raiden. Why this? Are you afraid I might lose to Origins? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Smoker lit a cigarette and casually handed one to Raiden, and soon, a cloud of smoke enveloped them. I merely wished to face you before defeating Origins, to prove who truly is the strongest of the 13th session. Oh, very well. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it. Is that so? Ha. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the fierce determination in the other's eyes, and burst into hearty laughter. Incredibly, competitor Wado ultimately triumphed after a grueling hour-long battle. Would this test of endurance affect his forthcoming matches? Thus, only the final contest remained, the decisive clash between Raiden and Wado. Yet, fate often defies human calculations. Despite Origins and Smoker's schemes, it was ultimately Wado who faced off against another exceptionally defensive opponent. Gasping for breath, Wado's eyes reflected a mixture of relief and concern. Due to the lengthy matches involving Origins, Smoker, and Wado, the originally scheduled 1-hour break before the tiebreaker had dwindled to a mere 10 minutes. With no other option, Wado stepped onto the combat platform, where Raiden had been waiting for quite some time. Before the match begins, I must remind you, Raiden, you have already received one warning. Please be mindful. Now, let the match commence. Raiden gazed at the still-breathing Wado and promptly sat down on the ground, gesturing with his right hand for Wado to join him and take a moment to rest. Let us pause for a while. Once you've regained your strength, we shall continue our duel. Victory and defeat should be accepted with grace. It seemed that Wado was persuaded by Raiden's words, as he too plopped down onto the ground. Noticing Raiden's lack of aggression, he retrieved his water pouch from behind and took a couple of refreshing sips. What nonsense is this? What are you two doing? What has come over today's competitors? I can understand Smog, but why is this weakling resorting to such antics? Who does he think he is? Origin thought to himself. Let us not be too harsh. Raiden is merely allowing Wado some time to recuperate. That Raiden fellow is rather handsome. Some spectators began to express their growing frustration, even resorting to curses. The host, struggling to regain control, attempted to clarify the actions of Raiden and Wado while also outlining the arrangements for the following day. Nonetheless, the audience's ire remained unabated, with noblemen rising to argue vociferously with the enforcers of order. Wado's expression darkened, yet Raiden remained unfazed by the tumult around him. Even reclining on the ground, gazing dreamily at the azure sky, his eyes reflecting its cerulean hue. After a span of more than 10 minutes, Wado gradually stood up. Mr. Raiden, I have rested sufficiently. We may commence. Oh, splendid. Raiden rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his white sword robe, and turned to face Wado. The audience, eager for the impending battle, intensified their jeers at the two combatants. Ignore the onlookers, focus on the fight. With determination, Wado unsheathed his formidable blade, gripping it firmly while aiming it at Raiden. After a moment of contemplation, Raiden made his decision. He grasped the hilt of the 7-star sword in his right hand and held the thunder blade in reverse with his left. As he observed Wado, who was poised to exploit any weakness, Raiden exhaled softly, a flash of blue light igniting in his eyes. With both weapons gripped tightly, he drew them simultaneously two-sword style. The key eye of the frenzied sword, Gale Cross Slash. The swift thunderblade cleaved through the air, emitting a white sword aura imbued with a brilliant blue glow, while the elegant 7-star sword unleashed a vibrant green sword aura in a vertical strike. The two energies intertwined and crossed, forming a colossal cross. In Wado's gaze, the cross magnified, and the overwhelming pressure compelled him to abandon any thought of evasion. Instinctively, he raised his hefty blade to defend, only to have it shatter into 4 pieces, plunging him into unconsciousness. The cross slashed sword higher, not directly targeting Wado's body, but rather passing over the heads of the spectators. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Even the most loquacious host stood agape, transfixed by the magnificent cross sword aura ascending into the heavens. Chapter 86. The crescent moon rises only when the immense cross-sword aura vanished did the audience regain their senses. They exchanged glances, confirming it was not an illusion, before rising in unison to cheer. Unbelievable. Raiden's sword technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Could he emerge as the dark horse of this competition? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The host's voice resonated, further igniting the audience's enthusiasm. The final 6 contenders have been determined. From the 11th training camp, Arrogance. From the 13th training camp, Smog, Tina, and Raiden. From the Navy Special Operations Camp, Hyde. And from the World Government's Special Organization, Kuka. Let us extend our warmest applause to them. Among the final 6, 3 hail from the 13th training camp, a surprising result. Yet, aside from the somewhat fortunate Tina, Smog and Raiden were already regarded by many as formidable contenders for the championship, provided they could overcome Arrogance. With today as competition concluded, tomorrow marks the final day of battles, where the fiercest confrontations will unfold. Meanwhile, the journalist Yus finished her articles, gazing dreamily at Raiden with a smile gracing her lips. As night fell, Raiden ascended to the rooftop, lying on the tiles while gazing at the moon. Tonight, the moon was large and round, its gentle light exuding immense beauty. And Raiden seemed to bask in the enchanting glow. The day's competition had sparked profound insights within him, and the dance of Sword had further inspired his swordsmanship. In his mind, he rehearsed a series of movements, a brand new sword technique nearing completion. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all here exceptionally early today. I believe our sentiments are shared, so without further ado, let us commence the pairing for today's championship battle. The wheel is now spinning. The wheel whirled rapidly, soon encircling the 6 contestants and determining their opponents. All right, the order is set. First match, Raiden versus Kuka. Second match, Smog against Hyde. Third match, Arrogance against Tina. The contestant who wins the fastest in this round will advance directly to the finals, while the remaining 2 will compete for the opportunity to challenge for the championship. Let the battles commence. Raiden and Smog exchanged a glance, each discerning a shared understanding. This round of competition must be swift. Both Raiden and Smog recognized the imperative to outpace Arrogance. As the first to take the stage, Raiden undoubtedly faced the greatest disadvantage. However, with Kuka from the Special Organization CP standing opposite him, he understood that he must hold nothing back. I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity and simply remind you all, this is merely a sparring session, so do not strike with lethal intent. Let the match commence. Moonstep. As the referee's voice faded, Kuka had already executed the moonstep, leaping into the sky, casting a condescending glance down upon Raiden, his expression tinged with pride. One sword style. Frenzied blade, gale slash. Raiden's right foot struck the ground, and with a swift motion, his right hand drew the 7-star sword, launching a powerful slash. Waves of verdant sword energy surged forth from the blade, soaring towards Kuka in the heavens above. Despite the relentless onslaught of slashes directed at him, Kuka remained cautious yet unfazed, displaying neither excessive alarm nor retreat. With a sudden movement, Kuka appeared to have all his bones shattered. Yet he executed a series of astonishing evasive maneuvers, each one precisely avoiding the dense barrage of sword strikes. Although Raiden had not mastered the moonstep, he was still able to leap towards Kuka with the tremendous force of his strike. A flicker of panic finally crossed Kuka's eyes as he evaded, but he quickly regained his composure. While retreating with the moonstep, Kuka drew a throwing knife from his robe and hurled it at Raiden. The knife bore distinct green stains, clearly coated with poison. Yet, Raiden remained unperturbed as he gazed at the incoming blade, a bluish-white light gradually manifesting in his right eye. Dual-wielding, frenzied sword, twin dragons. Is this the move? Fortunately, Raiden executed a somersault in midair, swiftly drawing the thunderblade with his left hand. A swirling vortex of green and white sword energy emerged, enveloping Kuka's form within an enormous arc of slashing force. The flying daggers were effortlessly shattered by the sword chi. Yet a triumphant smirk crept onto Kuka's face. Indeed, this technique was exceedingly difficult to evade. However, the distribution of the sword energy followed a discernible pattern, with the primary points of lethal force concentrated around the periphery and above. Thus, if he merely positioned himself at the diagonal upper edge, he could evade the onslaught with the iron block. All that remained was to await Raiden's descent, which would present Kuka with the opportunity for victory. Not to be underestimated, Kuka had devised a strategy against Raiden after studying the latter's profiles within CP0. At that moment, he positioned the iron block directly above and diagonally from Raiden. And upon the collision with the sword energy, the immense force propelled him out of the range of the twin dragon sword technique. Raiden's body began to descend, while the smile on Kuka's face became increasingly pronounced. Raiden, however, managed to smile as well, and the grip on his dual blade shifted. Had he discovered the weakness of the twin dragons while evading my assaults in midair? The strategy was commendable, but regrettably, it was not executed yesterday. The 7-star sword and thunder, initially wielded in a horizontal slash, transitioned to an upward motion. At the apex of this maneuver, it suddenly arced into a semicircle, transforming into a downward slash that surged forward. Dual wielding, frenzy blade, full moon. The dual-colored sword aura, which was originally destined to soar into the heavens and dissipate, suddenly coalesced at its zenith, forming a vast disk in the air that followed the direction of the blades. This luminescent sword energy resembled the full moon of the previous night, and with astonishing curvature, it struck Kuka in the distance. Raiden landed heavily, his knees aching slightly. Meanwhile, Kuka lost consciousness mid-air, a massive crescent-shaped wound appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. What a stunning strike! Raiden has once again astonished us, defeating Kuka in a mere 56 seconds. Will this remarkable record ever be surpassed? Raiden sheathed his twin swords, the brilliance in his eyes extinguished. He cast a meaningful glance towards the referee, and upon receiving a nod in response, he gradually departed from the combat platform, indifferent to the frenzied shouts of the spectators. Yas, too, cheered loudly from the stands, yet she remained focused on her task. As Raiden exited the arena, she hastily scribbled notes in her notebook while simultaneously activating the communication device to dial a mysterious number. What other secrets do you conceal? Smoker was already waiting at the entrance, and faced with Smoker's inquiries, Raiden could only shake his head helplessly before giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, wishing him good fortune in the upcoming challenges. Chapter 87. Entangled in one's own web. Next, we have our second match. Smoker versus Hyde. Who will emerge victorious? Can they surpass Raiden's record? Let us wait and see. Standing on the platform, Smoker and Hyde sized each other up. Hyde, a colonel from the Navy's Special Operations Force, towered at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, his muscular form dwarfing Smoker, who, in contrast, appeared significantly smaller. The match commenced. In the initial moments, neither contender launched a direct attack. Instead, they cautiously circled one another, testing the waters. Having participated in several bouts, Smoker no longer relied excessively on his Logia powers. Even without the use of Haki, he had access to Sea Prism Stone, a formidable weapon that posed a challenge he had to confront. Moreover, with Raiden's record standing at 56 seconds, he lacked the confidence to surpass it, believing Tina could endure longer. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to take risks. Hyde, on the other hand, remained vigilant, aware of the Logia user's significant advantages, which compelled him to exercise utmost caution. Additionally, his supply of Sea Prism Stone weapons was limited, making each strike critical to his potential success. White Smoke Cannon. White Punch. Smoker's lower body suddenly transformed into smoke, propelling him into the air with powerful white vapor, while his left arm morphed into a cloud, his fist shooting forth like a missile towards Hyde. Here it comes. Flash. In the instant Smoker's fist approached, Hyde dropped to the ground, rolling to evade, simultaneously drawing a short blade from his waist. As he rolled, he slashed, dispersing a portion of the smoke, causing a grimace of pain to cross Smoker's face. Damn it. White Vine. Enduring the pain, Smoker transformed his entire right arm into a long whip-like appendage, aiming to ensnare Hyde. However, Hyde swiftly produced another short blade, executing a flurry of strikes to cleave through the advancing smoke. You've become too complacent, you scoundrel. As Hyde became entangled with the smoke, Smoker advanced toward him, drawing the Sea Prism Stone sword from behind and bringing it down with force. Clang. Hyde quickly raised his twin blades to block Smoker's strike, the clash of their weapons revealing to him that Smoker was not merely a user of fruit powers. His physical prowess was equally formidable. White Vine. While they were locked in combat, Smoker's dissipating right arm reformed, curling into a long whip that lunged at Hyde once more. Hyde, sensing the impending attack, pushed off with his blades and retreated. Take this. Sea Prism Stone Bullet. What? Seeing Hyde draw a handgun, Smoker immediately disassembled his body into vapor to evade the barrage of bullets. Some projectiles struck the dispersed smoke, yet to his surprise, the bullets merely passed through without inflicting pain. Hyde's enigmatic smile only fueled Smoker's growing ire. You bastard. What a joke. White Smoke Cannon. Feeling humiliated, Smoker unleashed his full power, his lower half erupting with white smoke. The immense thrust propelled him forward, and the force of his Sea Prism Stone sword continued to rain down, leaving Hyde with no option but to defend, unable to retaliate. If this continues, I will lose. A determined expression crossed Hyde's face as he, amidst his resistance, severed a spherical device hanging from his waist. The sphere dropped to the ground and exploded. The sphere was not a conventional explosive, but rather a smoke bomb, enveloping the arena in a thick haze. Have you lost your mind? playing with smoke in front of me. Though Smoker could not see Hyde through the smoke, he could vaguely sense his position within the cloud. Taking a deep breath of the smoke, he felt invigorated. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he controlled the smoke, dispersing it to restore clarity to the battlefield. What? Where is he? To Smoker's astonishment, as the smoke cleared, the arena was entirely devoid of Hyde. The only remnant was the Navy uniform he had cast aside. The audience looked around in confusion, struggling to spot Hyde's figure. Cautiously, Smoker surveyed his surroundings, the unexpected disappearance of his opponent filling him with an unsettling sense of dread. After several rounds of combat, he had come to appreciate the tenacity of his adversary. Such a foe was, in many ways, the most formidable. Fruit powers? Impossible. Special operations personnel need to engage in underwater combat. They cannot consume devil fruits. There is nothing in the air, nothing around. Could he be underground? Yet there were no holes visible. Boom, boom, boom. It suddenly dawned on Smoker, though he was still a moment too late. Flames erupted from beneath the Navy uniform strewn across the ground. Several powerful bullets struck Smoker's body, causing him to spurt blood. These were sea prism stone bullets. He began to feel an overwhelming weakness as the bullets within his body gradually sapped his strength. From beneath the Navy uniform, a figure emerged, gasping for breath as it grew larger in Smoker's view. It was only then that the audience realized there had been a small pit concealed beneath the uniform. Hyde, now restored to his normal size, gazed at the struggling Smoker from a distance, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Damn it, so the rumors were true. It is indeed difficult to master, but I have learned the art of shrinking my form. After all, in the Special Operations Force, one must be prepared for any terrain in combat. During the explosion of the smoke bomb, Hyde had also severed a small explosive device that created the pit barely large enough for a child. In the fleeting moment when Smoker dispelled the smoke, Hyde had completed the steps of shrinking and laying down his disguise, aiming his handgun loaded with sea prism stone bullets at Smoker, ultimately achieving great success. Do you concede? As Hyde spoke, his eyes widened in shock, his hands clutching his neck as if choking. Apologies, while I am not skilled in schemes, I occasionally have a few tricks up my sleeve. Hyde slowly collapsed, losing consciousness entirely, while Smoker managed a faint smile. Though he felt weak, he stood tall. In dispelling that smoke, I inhaled a breath of it, and the gunpowder scent was distinct, leading me to suspect you might be up to something. Despite not anticipating your concealment within that small crevice, I instinctively spread the smoke across the ground. My intention was to evade once you appeared, yet I inadvertently caused you to suffocate. I sincerely apologize. Although Smoker could no longer hear the commentary, it did not hinder him from achieving ultimate victory. Hyde, focused on employing his shrinking technique, remained oblivious to the excessive noxious fumes he inhaled, and when he reverted to his original form, he gasped for breath. This dire consequence soon manifested, irrevocably sealing his fate, akin to weaving a cocoon for oneself. Chapter 88. The Intent to Kill. Congratulations to competitor Smoker for his triumph. What an exhilarating contest this has been. Let us all extend our applause to both contestants. The audience in the stands erupted in cheers, acknowledging this match as one of the most thrilling among many, showcasing the remarkable prowess of both participants. Ultimately, the determination of the victor stemmed from mere happenstance, providing an exquisite feast for the spectators' eyes. Now, we move on to the third match. The beautiful contestant Tina faces the invincible Arigins. We are left to ponder whether Arigins can shatter Raiden's record of 56 seconds. Let us witness the spectacle with this question in mind. As Tina stepped onto the platform, numerous young men and women erupted in fervent cheers for her. Meanwhile, Arigins stood silently, a cruel smile gracing his icy visage. Arigins, I must remind you, you have already received one warning. Please deliberate carefully before making your move. Let the match commence. The referee's caution was, in fact, a form of protection for Tina. After all, no one wishes to see such a striking young woman spill blood upon the arena. Regrettably, Arigins was evidently not one to show mercy. Black Iron Prison. As the match commenced, Tina immediately crouched, her right hand pressing heavily against the ground. Dark iron branches surged forth from her palm, intertwining and connecting, swiftly forming a prison made of iron rods. However, the one ensnared within was not Arigins, but Tina herself. But it did not end there. Rose Prison. Sweat beads trickled down Tina's face. Constructing such a black prison had consumed a significant portion of her stamina. Nevertheless, gritting her teeth, she activated her fruit's power once more. Thorn-like iron branches erupted from the ground, climbing upward through the black prison, strengthening its structure like the tendrils of a dark rose. Incredible! Tina has adopted a defensive strategy. Is she attempting to buy time? With such formidable defenses coupled with sharp iron spikes, can anyone truly breach it? Arrogance? Is he preparing to strike? Having completed the construction of her defensive enclosure, Tina's face turned pale, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead. Yet the black prison, forged from nearly all her strength, stood unyielding, densely packed with iron spikes, leaving only minuscule gaps. Arrogance showed no sign of urgency. Upon observing Tina's completion of the black prison, he merely swayed his arms, assuming an attacking stance. Quite the commendable coffin you've constructed. Very well, let me entomb you. Life returned. Arrogance's arms suddenly swelled, his already formidable muscles expanding further, attaining a terrifying dimension akin to that of a giant. Life returned. Raiden, who had remained composed while spectating, widened his eyes in astonishment. Having trained in the technique of life returned, he understood the arduousness of mastering such an ability, and Arrogance's command over it surpassed even his own. Armament hockey. But that was not all. Arrogance's fist became enveloped in a unique energy, which gradually materialized, rendering his fist visibly black. Impossible. This is solid armament hockey. How can this be? Observing Arrogance through the gaps of the black spikes, Tina was rendered speechless, her mouth agape. Raiden and Smoker, equally astonished, leapt to their feet, urgently calling towards Tina. Quickly concede, Tina. Arrogance's body surged forward with astonishing speed, seemingly quicker than Raiden and Smoker's voices. Tina hastily raised her left hand, ready to utter those three words. I concede, crack. The sharp, thorny iron spikes shattered like fragile glass, instantly disintegrating into dust. The sturdy black prison held for but a moment before bending and fracturing. Tina could only watch in helpless despair as Arrogance's terrifying black fist barreled towards her. Yet she was powerless to react. The searing pain arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Tina's consciousness shattered like the broken black prison, obliterated in an instant. Tina. Smoker, who had just extracted the sea stone bullets from his body, was taken aback. He immediately transformed into an elemental state and rushed to the fallen Tina. You bastard. How could you Smoker? Quickly take Tina for medical attention. Leave this to me. Raiden. Smoker, unwilling to delay, let out an enraged growl before swiftly lifting Tina and heading towards the medical team. Hey, referee. Someone has intruded upon the arena. Shouldn't there be a penalty? Arrogance. I told you to remain calm. Arrogance's armament hockey dissipated, his arms returning to their normal size. He regarded the furious referee with a feigned expression of helplessness. I held back. You know, the girl still had some breath left. If I hadn't restrained myself, she would have been beyond saving. Can't you see that? You. The referee, a naval officer, could indeed discern that Arrogance had tempered his final blow. While it did not constitute a lethal strike, it was undeniably a heavy-handed one. Moreover, the opponent had already been prepared to concede. However, bound by the rules, the referee had no choice but to proceed accordingly. The victor is Arrogance. Time, 30 seconds. With a reluctant declaration of the match's outcome, the host began to vociferously extol Arrogance. Yet, amidst the cheers, a subtle chorus of boos could be heard from the crowd. Raiden remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily upon Arrogance, yet beneath this calm facade lay an unquenchable fury. How ironic it is that in each round of battle, I have encountered the disciples of the 13th session. Ah, Archie, Sword, and Tina. Oh, it appears you have retained their names. I had nearly forgotten them. Ha ha ha. However, the next challenger is you. No, it should be one of you, and that smoke-wielding fellow. I eagerly await the outcome. Arrogance departed with a peculiar grin, leaving the audience, who had once jeered at him, now utterly silent, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the Reaper before them. Raiden departed from the competition platform, making his way towards the medical team. After all, the morning's matches were limited to just 3, leaving ample time in between. Raiden has arrived. Raiden. As soon as he stepped into the medical tent, he was met with calls from his classmates, yet the voices were tinged with sorrow and a hint of anger. Tina lay on the central bed, her body riddled with 4 tubes. Not far away, Archie sat, his heavily bandaged hands revealing the horrifying deformities beneath. Smoker. How is Tina? Smoker squatted beside the hospital bed, his mouth, usually occupied with a cigarette, momentarily still. Upon hearing Raiden's inquiry, Smoker slowly lifted his head, his eyes a shade of crimson. The doctor said there is no immediate danger to her life, but when she will awaken remains uncertain. Raiden, standing firm, noticed that blood still seeped from the bullet holes in Smoker's body, yet Smoker paid it no mind, locking eyes with Raiden, his gaze resolute. Raiden, promise me. You must win. Aside from Smoker, the remaining 18 classmates turned their attention to Raiden. He raised his right hand and gently placed it on Smoker's shoulder. The fierce intent in his eyes unmistakable. Yes, I will. Chapter 89. The Battle of Life and Death. The brief intermission soon passed, and the audience was already packed in the stands, the atmosphere in the arena growing increasingly intense. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received breaking news. Due to his unhealed injuries, contestant Smoker has withdrawn from the competition. Thus, this match shall be the championship battle, featuring contestant Raiden against Arigins. Oh. Although the audience would not witness the anticipated clash between Raiden and Smoker, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. After all, the match between the unbeatable Arigins and the formidable Raiden had solidified itself in the minds of the spectators as a showdown for the championship. Before the match began, referee Raiden interrupted just as the referee was about to remind the two competitors of the rules. The referee looked at Raiden in confusion, only to be met with his unervingly calm countenance. Since this is the final championship battle, representing the pinnacle of the Navy's younger generation, I propose we designate it as a fight to the death. Life and death shall be disregarded. Should I, Raiden, perish, it would simply mean I am outmatched. Raiden, this is merely a competition. Why the dramatics? Heh, I concur. A fight to the death, splendid idea. The referee gazed at the two, akin to witnessing two fervently deranged individuals. Lacking the authority to decide, he dialed the higher-ups using a communication device, awaiting their verdict. This is the will of the two contestants. I cannot make the decision alone. Please issue your directive. After briefly reporting the situation, a burst of laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Haha. Interesting. Just as it should be. I approve. If there are any issues, I shall bear the responsibility, announced the commencement. Yes. Reassured by the response, the referee hung up, contacting the host. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of both contestants, the final match has been changed to a fight to the death. No restrictions on life and death. Who could have anticipated such a shocking turn before the match even began? As the audience descended into utter frenzy, it became apparent that the primal urge for bloodshed lay dormant within humanity, and what could be more exhilarating than witnessing the fierce clashes of young warriors? Once the referee declared the match commenced, he quickly withdrew to the sidelines. Both Raiden and Arigins possessed terrifying combat prowess, and with the situation no longer requiring his oversight, it was prudent for him to distance himself. Instead of launching immediate attacks, Raiden and Arigins circled one another, probing for the perfect moment to strike. The audience held their breath in anticipation, the vast arena enveloped in an eerie silence, beneath which simmered an undercurrent of lethal intent. With a swift motion, both competitors unleashed their techniques, racing towards each other, igniting the battle. Frenzied sword, blade slash. As Raiden moved swiftly, he unleashed the long-forgotten sword slash, and in that moment, the thunderbolt leapt from its sheath, spinning towards Arigins. A ludicrous maneuver. The spear. Arigins extended his right index finger sharply, meeting Thunderbolt with a direct clash. Again! At that instant, Raiden executed the sword slash once more, and the seven-star sword flew from its sheath, hurtling toward Arigins from another angle. How dare you underestimate me? Watch as I catch your blade. Arigins, infuriated, suddenly channeled his strength in his right hand, sending Thunderbolt soaring away. Meanwhile, his free hands wove around with armed color hockey, seizing the spinning seven-star sword firmly. This sword belongs to me. What? This blade is not for you to touch. One sword style. Frenzied blade, slash of succession. The peculiar soul power of the seven-star sword clashed violently with Arigins' hockey, while the deflected Thunderbolt was gripped by Raiden, pressed against his side as he surged toward Arigins. Cut. Gale kick. Arigins remained unfazed, launching Gale kick to counter Raiden's slash with a tremendous blade of wind. While his entangled hands with the seven-star sword released their grip under the intense collision, propelling him backward. Life returned. Two sword style, frenzied blade, lightning. Raiden swiftly pressed his advantage, gripping the returning seven-star sword in his right hand, aligning it alongside the thunder blade. His biceps bulged with intensity as he executed a rapid and precise strike towards the retreating Arigins. Life was restored. The iron block. Thud. Aware of the impossibility of evading such a ferocious attack, Arigins raised his arms, crossing them defensively before him. Under the impetus of life's resurgence, his arms expanded dramatically, clashing with the incoming blade, producing a resounding metallic clang. Bang! The confrontation between the thunderous swordplay and the iron block, fortified by the terrifying power of life restoration, unleashed a colossal shockwave that propelled the two combatants apart. They slid across the ground for an extended distance before finally coming to a halt. Panting heavily, Raiden and Arigins drew deep breaths, while the spectators in the stands remained awestruck by the fierce battle that had just unfolded. their eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing any moment of the exhilarating conflict. Raiden's hands trembled slightly, with a faint pain radiating from his thumb, as if it had been torn. Meanwhile, Eragin's was in an even more dire state. Bloodstains marred his arms, illustrating that even his defenses could not wholly thwart Raiden's blade. Dual-wielding. Frenzied sword. Gale of the Forsaken. After merely a moment's respite, Raiden unleashed a distant sword energy strike, merging the rapid slashes of the Forsaken technique with the sword energies of the Gale technique, resulting in a terrifying density of sword energy. A torrent of sword energy slashes surged forth with each swing of the blade, relentlessly targeting Eragin's. Tempest Foot. Chaos. Eragin's vigorously swung his right leg, dispersing a flurry of air blades to collide with Raiden's sword energy strikes. How infuriating. There are too many sword energies. Thus, he resorted to shave. Moonwalk. The horrifying frequency of the Forsaken technique's slashes rendered Eragin's unable to withstand them, leading him to abandon the notion of countering Raiden directly. Instead, he evaded the assault with shave and ascended into the air using Moonwalk, preparing to strike down upon Raiden. Spear the Drill. Erigin spun fiercely in midair, his hands forming a spearhead at the front, while his legs propelled him forward, the drill hurtling swiftly towards Raiden. Although the Forsaken Gale slashes were dense, each strand of sword energy lacked substantial power. Eragin's, empowered by armed haki, shattered the sword energies with his spear, and the ferocious drill was swiftly approaching Raiden. Dual-wielding. Frenzied sword. Gale cross slash. As Raiden beheld the relentless advance of Eragin's, he ceased his futile flailing and instead grasped the thunderstrike with a reverse grip, simultaneously wielding the seven-star sword in his right hand. The ethereal blue sword aura intertwined with the verdant blade's essence, culminating in a colossal cross-slash that collided with Eragin's drill-like spear. This clash in the air unleashed an even more ferocious shockwave. The violent gusts surged towards the audience, compelling the innocent spectators to clutch onto anything within reach to prevent being swept away by the terrifying winds. Once the tempest subsided, the onlookers cautiously lifted their gazes towards the battlefield. The previously unblemished ground lay utterly ravaged, shrouded in swirling dust that cast a gray pall over the entire arena. Amidst this cloud of debris, a colossal figure stood defiantly against another wielding a sword. The harrowing battle raged on. Chapter 90. Desperation. Aha. Now this is intriguing. Eragin's cackled twice, then tore apart his tattered shirt, revealing the terrifying musculature of his upper body. Indeed, it was true. The white swordsmanship robe worn by Raiden was stained with dust and blood. Following such a staggering collision, his internal organs sustained some damage, and blood occasionally flowed from his mouth. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of the two combatants re-emerged clearly on the screen. At that moment, both the audience inside and outside the arena were captivated, their eyes fixed in anticipation of the ensuing, even more thrilling battle. Life restoration. Muscle tank. Raiden suddenly bellowed, his muscles surging dramatically, writhing as if seized by a violent cramp. The agony of such a physical enhancement technique was palpable, even for a stalwart like Raiden, who could not suppress a pain scream. Yet, mere moments later, Raiden underwent a remarkable transformation. Although his stature only slightly increased, his muscles appeared to harden into steel, each fiber brimming with explosive power. Cough. Raiden gripped the thunderblade behind his back, raising the seven-star sword before him, assuming the initial stance of dual-wielding. While his gaze remained fixated on Erigin, Raiden's right eye was once again enveloped in a phosphorescent glow, where white light intertwined with blue, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Slicing finger drill. Erigin leaped into the air, his body spinning at high velocity, executing the finger drill technique once more. The tangible armor of haki coalesced in his hands, complemented by the rapid propulsion of slicing. The terrifying force of the rotation stirred up dust, resembling a fierce tornado hurtling towards Raiden. Dual-wielding. Rampant blade. Twin dragons. Raiden swung his blade fiercely, and the dual-colored sword energy, resembling two divine dragons in flight, clashed violently against the swirling vortex that was Eragin's. Is this all you have, Raiden? Break for me. Eragin's bellowed, unleashing an unstoppable force that surged forth with newfound intensity. The two streams of sword energy seemed on the verge of faltering. At the moment when the twin dragon's sword and the new moon reached its zenith, the essence of the dual-wielding technique emerged. Frenzied blade. Full moon. The spiraling dual-colored sword energy suddenly inverted, tracing a path around the trajectory of Raiden's blade. The twin dragons merged, giving birth to an even mightier sword energy. The full moon had manifested. Creak. Creak. The collision of the two forces produced an excruciatingly piercing sound, while the release of energy generated a blinding brilliance. The spectators covered their ears in an attempt to shield themselves, yet they squinted eagerly, yearning to catch a glimpse of the fierce battle unfolding before them. "Give me. Open." The brilliance of Raiden's right eye surged dramatically. A formidable soul pressure melded with the sword aura in a devastating strike. Arigins was taken aback by this astonishing, enigmatic power, and his body trembled as the haki he had been desperately maintaining shattered. The terrifying sword aura struck his exposed chest directly. As the blinding light dissipated, the spectators quickly turned their gaze to witness a stunning arc of sword energy violently propelling Arigins, cleaving him through the air before erupting in a thunderous explosion, radiating an even more intense brilliance. Raiden, in a state of exhaustion, half sank to the ground, allowing the seven-star sword to pierce the earth, providing support for his weary body. Red's muscles quivered uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his pallid visage, indicating a severe depletion of strength. An explosion erupted once more, sending a cloud of smoke and dust into the air, as all eyes turned towards the dissipating haze, pondering whether Arigins had met his defeat. This became the most pressing question in everyone's hearts. Infuriating, truly a monstrous being, Raiden swiftly overcame his trembling body, rising to his feet and extracting the seven-star sword embedded in the earth, watching the front warily. Amidst the gradually dissipating fog, a colossal figure still loomed. As the mist completely cleared, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Arigins' form remained steadfast, were it not for the enormous wound upon his chest. One might hardly believe he bore any injury at all. Benjamin Raiden observed as Arigins touched the gaping wound on his chest, then raised his bloodied hand before him. Staring blankly, his grotesque smile widening. "I acknowledge you. An intriguing adversary. Grant me further amusement. Come." Arigins lunged forward once more, closing the distance to Raiden. In response, Raiden hastily brandished his twin blades, relentlessly striking at Arigins. "What is the matter? Your power has diminished considerably. Where are those sword techniques from earlier? Come again." Arigins continued to engage Raiden, articulating complete sentences even amidst the fray. This left Raiden in doubt. Could it be that Arigins was indeed invincible? So feeble. The blade struck Arigins' forearm but was firmly parried. With a fierce shout, Arigins forcefully deflected the twin blades and unleashed a powerful right hook toward Raiden. Just as Raiden intended to block, he suddenly felt a loss of sensation in his left arm. Before he could devise a solution, Iron Fist had already delivered a brutal strike to his abdomen. A tremendous force penetrated through his abdominal muscles, delivering a devastating blow to his internal organs. Raiden was sent sprawling by the brute force, crashing heavily to the ground, a wave of excruciating pain and nausea surging through his mind. He violently expelled mouthfuls of blood mixed with flesh, the extreme agony even leading him to contemplate surrendering to the abyss. Strangely, Arigins did not pursue the advantage. Raiden's previous full moon sword chi had inflicted considerable damage upon him, and only the unique nature of his life restoration had allowed him to endure. Now, however, his stamina began to wane, his vision blurring involuntarily, and his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Life restoration. Rise again. Arigins was deeply dissatisfied with his weakened state. He struck his chest with great force, the expenditure of life force rejuvenating him somewhat, his vision sharpening once more. What a madman! Life restoration. Raiden had not mastered the art of overdrawing his life force, yet he managed to summon vitality's return, stabilizing his internal organs temporarily while reinforcing his arms in preparation for the impending battle. Behold my technique. Finger thrust, barrage, frenzy blade, no return. The two engaged once more, the ferocious flurry of finger thrusts being repelled by Raiden's no-return sword technique. However, with each clash of blade against fingertip, Raiden's insides were jolted with agony, causing the intensity of his strikes to gradually diminish. Alas, with a momentary lapse in awareness, Raiden failed to counter the attack, helplessly watching as Arigins' hand lunged toward him. His hands remained poised to strike forward, but abruptly halted, for Arigins' fingers had pierced deeply into Raiden's body. Withdrawing his fingers, Arigins unleashed two jets of blood that gushed forth. Observing the slowly collapsing Raiden, Arigins coiled his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Raiden sprawling into the distance. Raiden, you have lost. Prepare to embrace death. What? This cannot be. Arigins began to approach the fallen Raiden, intent on delivering the final blow, only to discover that Raiden had risen to his feet. Though his body trembled incessantly, he had indeed managed to stand once more. Raiden pressed thunder to the ground, steadying himself as he gradually lifted his head to gaze at the astonished Arigins. The bewilderment in Aragon's eyes slowly transformed into dread. A chilling sense of terror gradually emanating from Raiden's being. Raiden's right eye once again emanated a radiant glow, yet this luminescence was unlike the previous white light. It had transformed entirely into a brilliant blue. Chapter 91. The Finality. The Choice. Has it ultimately merged? Raiden murmured softly, with sorrowful emotions surging from the depths of his heart. After a month, the soul that had once slumbered within the seven-star sword ultimately vanished completely from this era that never belonged to her. The formidable soul energy had entirely transformed into Raiden's own power. Although he was battered and bruised at this moment, his mind was remarkably clear, and his mental state was unprecedentedly good. A force far more potent than before filled Raiden's entire being. Yet this power was forever devoid of any semblance of warmth. Hey, young man, if you keep walking, you'll reach the end. What? Shouldn't you express gratitude when someone reminds you? Hey, we're almost at the end. If we don't go now, tell me more about the sea train. Hey, Raiden, you still owe me 3 stories. You must tell me them later, and remember my name. The memories reminiscent of a dream remained vividly etched in his mind, yet when the world bore no trace of her existence, she had truly disappeared. Those cherished recollections were like lingering treasures, left solely for the one person. What nonsense! How can you still stand? Windfoot. Arrogance, filled with fury, unleashed the Windfoot to strike Raiden fiercely, only to be horrified to find that the formidable blade of wind vanished entirely before it could reach Raiden's body. As if devoured by an invisible monster, Arrogant's assault disrupted Raiden's thoughts. He lifted his gaze towards Arrogance, the blue light in his right eye intensified, illuminating his entire being with a faint azure glow. Raiden's left hand relinquished the hilt of the Thunder Sword, and with both hands, he firmly grasped the Seven-Star Sword. The emerald blade shimmered with a radiant green aura, only to be swiftly enveloped by a cerulean light. Malevolent thoughts forged the wicked blade, while purity was compelled to vanish. The sorrow of the mortal realm and the tragic desolation of the soul realm bid farewell to you, Kishala. Raiden slowly thrust the Seven-Star Sword forward, unleashing a brilliant blue beam that surged towards Arrogance. Arrogance swiftly attempted to defend himself, only to realize that the beam was not aimed at him, but rather soared above his head, piercing the heavens. The spectators could only gaze in awe as the azure light shattered the sky, leaving them spellbound. This moment undoubtedly etched itself into their memories forever. As the blue light dissipated, Raiden sheathed his dual blades. Arrogance's colossal form crumpled to the ground. Yet he did not immediately lose consciousness. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at the sky. Raiden approached him slowly, looking down from his elevated position. Why do you not slay me? Arrogance questioned, feeling an overwhelming loss of strength, unable to move even a fraction. Though the blade had not struck him directly, the force contained within the beam had shattered his will, leaving his very soul profoundly shaken. Raiden wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and found himself at a loss in response to Arrogance's question, his thoughts drifting back to that gentle smile. You owe her your life. Now live on as a member of the Navy. Arrogance's consciousness finally faded away, and he slipped into a state of unconsciousness, leaving uncertain whether he had heard Raiden's words. At that moment, the referee appeared, casting a grateful glance at Raiden before retrieving a communication device to report the outcome of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, Arrogance has lost the ability to continue fighting. Therefore, the ultimate victor, the champion of this naval competition is Raiden. Roars of approval erupted as the audience rose to their feet, showering Raiden with cheers and applause, while the onlooking Class 13 students joined in the celebration. The match had been exceedingly thrilling, presenting a monumental psychological challenge for both Vicky and Dottie. Raiden won. He won. Vicky leaped onto Dottie, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Dottie, equally exhilarated, struggled to express his joy, ultimately resorting to a triumphant fist pump against Vicky's back, releasing his excitement. He truly accomplished it. It's incredible. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette, the trembling ember betraying his current state of mind. Yet amidst the exhilaration, another emotion flickered in his eyes. He discarded the cigarette and turned away from the stands. Heading towards the medical team, Raiden gazed at the jubilant crowd, listening to the rising decibels of cheers within the venue. The brilliance in his eyes gradually faded, and his consciousness began to blur, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The grand competition had come to a definitive close, devoid of any award ceremonies or special events. The only semblance of activity was the collective effort of the capable Marines dismantling the vast combat platform and spectators' stands overnight. After all, for the Navy, Tomorrow heralded a busy workday, necessitating the prompt resolution of matters accumulated over the past 3 days. The prizes for the outstanding competitors would be distributed to them in the coming days, with the champion's reward being none other than a devil fruit. Regrettably, the incapacitated Raiden would not be able to behold it for the time being. The audience continued to fervently discuss the intricate details of the competition, ensuring that the event's fervor would linger for some time. Concurrently, the Navy's betting operations and the numerous casinos in the black market began to tally the profits derived from this grand contest, with the unexpected champion Raiden emerging victorious. It was indisputable that the bookmakers reaped substantial rewards. Meanwhile, the fortunate individuals such as Dottie, Vichy, and Panpico claimed their small share of the considerable bounty. Various newspapers began to publish reports on the competition, and those publications that had previously belittled Raiden and even mocked Zephyr were undoubtedly proven wrong. The Four Seas Gazette, where Hughes was employed, garnered widespread acclaim for its coverage of the headquarters competition. However, the newspaper's president wore a frown, his mood far from elated. In contrast, Hughes sat in her office sipping coffee, her demeanor quite cheerful. She fixated on the newspaper resting on her desk. Her gaze locked onto the photograph of the youthful and handsome champion. 3 days after the conclusion of the competition, on the island where the 13th training camp was stationed, Raiden lay upon the hospital bed, listening to the anguished cries of his classmates exercising outside, a flicker of delight stirring within him. However, when he gently brushed against the wooden box beside him, his expression swiftly transformed. Raiden once again opened the box, gazing at the detailed instruction manual. In the devil fruit lying quietly within, a profound and indescribable anguish surged within his heart. This deeply conflicted emotion is not one that everyone can truly comprehend. Raiden once again held the devil fruit in his hands, meticulously examining its peculiar patterns and the unique fragrance that subtly stirred his thoughts, ultimately leading him to a decisive choice. Synopsis: when you traverse into the world of pirates, what do you aspire to achieve? To acquire a golden finger and elevate yourself above others. Is this a reality? With overwhelming might, to vanquish gods and demons alike. Could this be possible? To gather followers and beauties, to strike down the 4 emperors and kick the Navy. Does this hold any truth? As an ordinary individual, perhaps merely surviving is the most authentic existence. Yet, is this truly the only path? Humanity inherently possesses boundless potential.